Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 161, C-161 Mass Murder. Leaving Tony to work his magic in the control room alongside Nebula, who actually didn't know much about the Chitauri ships, Peter started clearing out the Chitauri from the remaining ships. Around 100 of them would be saved for testing, while the rest were thrown through a portal leading to the sun. If these were Kree soldiers, Peter wouldn't have done this, but these were Thanos' private army of weird bug things. Not only are they creepy, but they have definitely culled multiple planets in the name of the Mad Titan's cause. Knowing this, Peter felt little to no pity as he incinerated thousands of Chitauri soldiers. Of course, the giant leviathans in the hangars were left alone, as Tony would be mad if he threw away his most interesting test subjects. Although some of the other Chitauri ships were blown open and no longer habitable, Peter had a spell for that, so his cleaning wasn't slowed very much. As for the ships themselves, Peter planned to leave them in orbit for the time being, until he and Tony could figure out how to get them down to Earth. I'll probably have to open a huge portal and drop them in the desert somewhere, Peter thought as he floated through a heavily damaged ship with a golden glow covering his body from head to toe. As Peter was doing this, Tony tore apart yet another control room with Nebula's assistance, though Peter wouldn't blame him this time around. The Chitauri's technology was confusing after all. Even Thanos' daughter didn't know how to navigate the damn thing. Hours later, Peter finished his cleanup and returned to Tony, who didn't look to be anywhere near understanding the Chitauri ship's controls. Any breakthroughs? Peter asks as he walks into a gutter control room. Nope, this one may take a few days, Tony says with a stumped look on his face. Alright, I'm gonna head back to Earth and put the remaining Chitauri in storage or something, Peter says as he walks off. I'll be back when I have time. Bring me food, Tony yells and receives a confirming wave in reply as Peter leaves the control room. After carrying the remaining Chitauri through a portal and storing them in a locked room near Tony's workshop, not including the Leviathans, Peter returned home to let everyone know they can leave. After all, he told them to stay in the house until he tells them otherwise. Stepping through a portal to his living room, Peter found it completely empty and soon noticed the time. 6 a.m. They're probably asleep, Peter thought as he deactivated the house's defenses and went to his bedroom. On the bed, Ned's family slept in their forced slumber. MJ must be in one of the guest rooms, Peter mutters as he portals Ned's family back to their house and removes the spell that kept them asleep. Returning home before they woke up, Peter threw his sheets in the wash, as he felt weird about people other than him and MJ sleeping in his bed. You're back, May exclaims as she leaves her bedroom to find Peter in the hall. Yeah, both waves of aliens were taken care of, Peter says as May grabs him in a warm hug. Wait, she says as she pulls back. Both waves? Yeah, after the press conference, the second half of their army arrived, though they were pretty easy to handle, Peter says with a shrug. After talking to May for a bit, Peter learned about the shower of alien ship parts that fell to Earth from their battle. It didn't take long for everyone to figure out that the stuff falling from the sky was from the aliens you were fighting, May explains. I'm probably going to have to confiscate all of that, Peter muttered. I would act quickly if I were you, May says as she sips her morning coffee. A bunch of companies have been joining the cleanup. They say it's out of the goodness of their hearts, but it's obvious that they just want to get as much alien tech as they can before anyone steps in. Seeing as he had a lot to do, Peter left the house before anyone else could wake up. First, he took a quick trip to In-N-Out and dropped off some food to Tony and Nebula. What is this? Nebula asks as she stares warily at her first ever burger and fries. It's food, try it, Tony says as he starts tearing through his own burger. Copying Tony's way of eating, Nebula grabbed the burger with 2 hands and took a bite, exclamation point. Instantly, her eyes go wide as she looks down at the burger in shock. It's good, right? Peter says with a knowing smile. Without another word, Nebula started eating at a faster pace than Tony, devouring her food like a champion speed eater. After giving his workers some food, Peter returned to the Kree flagship. Jarvis, you here? Peter asks. Yes, sir, he replies in an instant. How can I be of service? I need you to broadcast my image to every TV on Earth, like what Ronan did. Is it possible after all of Tony's destruction? Peter asks. Yes, sir. Would you like to begin now? Jarvis confirms. No, find a secluded place to land the Kree fleet on Earth first, Peter says as Jarvis goes quiet for a moment. A desert region with open space would be preferential, Jarvis says as a map appears in front of Peter with many marked locations. Let's do the Mojave Desert for now. Peter just picked one at random. We can move them later if needed. Yes, sir. Should we move out now? Jarvis asks. Yeah, though, set a course for New York City. I want to show off a bit before we land. Peter says, and every Kree ship forms up and descends into Earth's atmosphere. Course set. Jarvis informs. Good, when we're above New York, I want the ships to hover there. Then we can start the broadcast. Peter instructs. Yes, sir. New York City, Alias Investigations. As Jessica Jones clocked in for work, she found her new lackey sleeping on the floor behind her desk hugging an empty bottle of liquor as usual. Loki Odinson. Hey, wake up you lazy bum. Jessica says as he shakes him with her boot. Ah. Loki slowly wakes up and turns to see her standing over him. Go away, you pesky woman. You're sleeping in my office rent-free, not to mention all of the money you owe me. Jessica says as she kicks him this time. Bang. Before he knew what was coming, Loki was swept off of the floor and hit the nearby wall. We have work to do, so get dressed and meet me downstairs, or else. Leaving that small threat behind, Jessica grabbed a file from her desk and left the room. Sigh. Loki watched her leave as he uncorked his bottle, bringing it to his lips. Tilting the bottle upwards, not a single drop flowed into his mouth. F***CK. Loki muttered as he tossed the empty bottle across the room. Crash. Ever since Loki was banished to Midgard, he tried his best to do any kind of magic, but nothing seemed to work. Even the external magic, which required no magic of his own, seemed unresponsive to his call. Instantly, Loki knew that this was his father's doing. A sort of extra punishment on top of his banishment and a newfound mortal body. Without his magic, Loki started to descend into a downward spiral. He drank like the worst kind of alcoholic and lived like a bum. The only thing keeping him in one place was the odd mortal woman, who was far stronger than any Midgardian should be. He told himself that he was staying to repay his debt, but Loki could slip away from her watchful gaze at any moment. Even without magic, he is a very capable man after all. The real reason he stays at the beck and call of a mortal woman is fairly simple, though he would never admit it to himself. Cleaning himself up in the small bathroom in the office, Loki meets Jessica outside on the sidewalk. As he stepped outside, Loki noticed an odd shade blocking the sun. Meanwhile, Jessica and everyone else craned their necks upwards and stared at the sky. Following their gaze, Loki found 20 Kree warships floating above the city. What are the Kree doing here? A/N, 1435 words. Don't foray my stones, face with open mouth please and thanks eggplant. Chapter 162, C-162 showing off. What are the Kree doing here? Loki wondered, as he has been in a drunken stupor during the whole alien invasion scare. Soon enough, everyone in the street took out their phones and started taking pictures and recording the huge spaceships. Pacing over to Jessica, Loki grabbed her by the arm and pulled her toward the door. What? She asks, not budging a single inch. Get inside. Loki says as he points to the door. Even with your strength, you can't fight an entire Kree army. Loki didn't fully understand why he cared so much about her well-being, but he would do his best to keep her safe. Even without his powers. What do you mean? Jessica laughed at his behavior. The fight already ended. The Avengers won. I'm pretty sure this is them bringing the ships back. How do you not know this? What? Loki asks in confusion. Across the street, a store with TVs in its window all changed at the same time. The image of Spider-Man appeared with a similar setting as Ronan behind him showing. Except this time it was the New York City skyline. Loki frowned in annoyance as soon as he saw Peter appear on the TV. Insufferable mortal. Hello, everyone. It's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here. Peter says with a wave. As you can see, I've brought the remaining Kree ships to Earth as I said I would. They're now Avengers property. Cool, right? Loki couldn't help but roll his eyes as he followed Jessica and everyone else in the vicinity across the street to get a better look. I thought that I would update you on some recent happenings and make an announcement while I'm at it. Peter says as he leans against the window behind him. First, after my last press conference, another army of aliens called the Chitauri arrived and were swiftly dealt with by our new ship's firepower. They were apparently allied with the Kree, who we took these nice ships from. Peter pats the metal wall beside him as he mentions the Kree ships. Some of you may have put two and two together upon hearing that. Yes, the stuff that fell from the sky recently was the scrap of the destroyed Chitauri ships, which leads me to the announcement that I was talking about. Peter says as he starts to get a bit more serious. I'm afraid that we'll have to confiscate all alien scraps and tech that have fallen to Earth. It's far too dangerous to be left in humanity's idle hands. Instantly, those that had something to gain from the alien scraps went into an uproar. Whether it was CEOs, governments, or the grunts that collected everything for a price, they were all angered. Alien tech. Loki thought with an interested smirk. Drinking his morning coffee, Adrian Toomes was watching TV before it was time to head out to work, though his morning was ruined by the announcement made by Spider-Man. He stared at the TV in a daze for a moment before rage filled his mind. After all, this cleanup job was a godsend for his failing business. Without it, his business will go right back down the drain. Now, I know many people wouldn't like this, so I'll give you all a bit of an incentive. Spider-Man says, drawing Adrian's attention right back to the TV. Anyone who delivers Chitauri ship scraps to Avengers Tower will be paid $1,000 per pound, though, on the other hand, anyone caught harboring any of these scraps will be heavily punished. This is a message to everyone, governments, companies, organizations, and citizens alike. Holy sh*t. Adrian exclaimed as his grip loosened and his coffee mug fell to the floor. Shatter. $1,000 a pound is more than 500 times the price of normal scrap metal. Adrian calculated in shock. Dad, are you okay? Liz comes running into the kitchen worriedly. Yeah, I have to get to work. Adrian exclaims as he grabs his car keys and rushes out of the door. If he wasn't quick, someone else would take all of the scraps. After all, everyone would be on the hunt for the tiniest amount of alien just to make a quick buck. Question mark. Liz stood in confusion as her father ran off. Also, any civilians that suffered property damage from the falling scraps can submit proof to Avengers Tower and will compensate you for your losses, Peter says and pauses to think for a moment. I haven't heard of any deaths, but if a family member was killed or you were injured, contact us and we'll be happy to help. Although he didn't feel responsible, as they stopped an entire invasion from causing way more damage and deaths, Peter still didn't mind lending a hand. He felt a little bad for letting the aftermath of their battle affect the people of Earth, so Peter would use Tony's money to help them out. I'm such a kind man. Peter thought as he wiped an imaginary tear from his cheek. Anyway, this concludes your annual alien invasion update. Happy scrap hunting everyone. Peter says with a wave as Jarvis ends the broadcast, returning everyone's TVs back to normal. Alright, let's go park these bad boys. Yes, sir. Jarvis replies as the fleet above New York City shoots off toward the west. Only minutes after they flew away from New York, Peter's phone started ringing. Yo. Peter answers. You just had to show off, didn't you? Fury's annoyed voice says from the other end. Well, I have a fleet of alien warships. How can I not parade them around a little? Peter asks with a smirk. Sigh, your stance on the scraps is going to make us a lot of enemies. Fury changes the subject. I can already tell you that the World Security Council isn't happy. I'm sure they aren't. Peter says with a laugh. They lost their power cube thing and now they're risking the wrath of the strongest group of people in the world by harboring scraps. This isn't a laughing matter. Fury says with a disgruntled tone. You're right, but that doesn't change the facts. Besides, who's going to do anything about it? We have a fleet of advanced alien warships and a congregation of Earth's mightiest heroes. I doubt they'll risk anything over some scraps. Especially after we just saved the planet from 2 separate alien invasions. I disagree. Fury says resolutely. How so? Peter asks. I've noticed a lot of off-the-books missions lately. Missions that I haven't signed off on. Fury reveals. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. is up to something, huh? Peter says as he instantly thought of Hydra. Speaking of your leaky ship, have you found any leads to the cancer that has infected your ranks? Why is it that whenever we talk about S.H.I.E.L.D., it feels like you know something that I don't? Fury asks with a no-nonsense tone. It's because I do. Peter says as he hangs up the phone. That should annoy the hell out of him. During what little free time he has, Peter has collected a small amount of evidence on the high-level members of Hydra that have infected S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't much, as they didn't have much of a trail to follow. The Ghost laptop may be overpowered when it comes to hacking, but if there's nothing to find, then it doesn't matter. Though it was enough to show their off-the-books actions, which were either done to hurt S.H.I.E.L.D. or help those in Hydra. I should probably deal with S.H.I.E.L.D. before they become a problem. Peter thought, which is why he started dropping hints to Fury once again. Then we can absorb the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. agents into the Avengers. While Peter was planning the early downfall of Hydra, Jarvis landed the 20 warships in a clearing in the Mojave Desert. I should probably hide them. Peter said as he cast a wide-range invisibility enchantment on the whole area. Immediately, the scene of giant towering spaceships was replaced with empty desert land. That should do for now. Peter thought. An enchantment of this level wouldn't fool any master of the mystic arts, but it would do perfectly fine against everyone else, which is all he needed at the moment. Before leaving to the Avengers Tower, where he would have to manage the mass amounts of incoming scrappers, Peter gave Jarvis an order. Jarvis, compile all useful information from the Kree databanks and move it over to the tower, but make sure that only council members can access it. Yes, sir. This victory over Thanos' army is the Earth's first real encounter with aliens, so Peter was hoping to get some information for the next encounter. Planets, peoples, empires, technology, etc. Especially information that wasn't shown in the movies, as that's an area that Peter lacks in immensely. A/N, 1489 words, smiley face. Chapter 163, C-163 Meeting a Titan. As Peter was about to leave the flagship to deal with some money-grubbing scrappers, he was stopped by a beeping sound that suddenly went off in the control room. "Sir, we have an incoming call," Jarvis informs, causing Peter to freeze for a moment as his eyebrow arches upwards. "Answer it." Peter replies and looks toward the screen on the wall. "But record our conversation just in case." "Yes, sir," Jarvis says as a familiar voice fills the room. "I knew you were incompetent, though I didn't know you were a traitor, Ronan." A seated Thanos appears on screen with distant stars at his back. "I'm afraid Ronan can't come to the phone right now," Peter says as he internally freaks out about meeting the real Thanos. "Can I take a message?" "Who are you?" Thanos asks as he looks down at Peter, who is garbed in his usual spider attire. "I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man," Peter says as if Thanos would understand that. "May I ask who's calling?" "I can forward your message to Ronan, but it may take a while for him to receive it." "Are you playing with me, boy?" Thanos tilts his head and glares at Peter through the screen. "Yes." Peter nods and gives the purple giant a thumbs up. "Ronan is dead, isn't he?" Thanos states and doesn't wait long enough for Peter to confirm before cursing the dead. "What a waste of resources." "Yeah, he left behind this cool hammer though, and for that I am thankful," Peter says as he pulls the cosmic rod from his back and spins it between his fingers. "Anyway, are you the mastermind or something? If that's the case, I'd like to thank you for the ships. Earth is behind when it comes to space travel, so your contribution to my growing space fleet is appreciated." "I see, every word that comes from your mouth is tailored to anger me," Thanos says as he leans forward in his chair. "It isn't smart to anger me, boy." Worst case scenario, you send another army." Peter shrugs as if he didn't care at all. "I could always use more ships for my growing fleet. Unless, of course, you come here yourself. I'm a bit busy at the moment, though I could give you an infinite amount of ships, for a price," Thanos offers as he leans back in his chair. "Nah, I don't have that tesseract thingy Ronan was after." Peter refuses instantly. "You know, I've heard a bit about you from your daughter, Nebula." "What has my most pitiful daughter been saying?" Thanos asks with a small chuckle. "Oh, just how all-powerful you are and all that." Peter explains as if he didn't believe her. "You should take her advice," Thanos says threateningly. I think she's just scared of her abusive daddy." Peter waves off the thinly veiled threat. "Abusive?" Thanos laughed. "Yeah, but I'm not Child Protective Services, so I don't really care." Peter shrugs as he looks into Thanos' eyes. "You'll be dead soon enough anyway." Hee hee ha 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 ha. Peter's statement seemed to tickle the Mad Titan's funny bone. "You think you are capable of killing me? Boy, I've eradicated entire planets filled with beings stronger than you." That reminds me of Ronan's last words, though we'll find out soon enough. "Won't we?" Peter smirks under his mask. "Just do me a favor and send a stronger grunt next time. Ronan was just too easy to kill. You are either insane or ignorant beyond measure." Thanos shakes his head with an entertained smile on his face. Before Peter could give a snarky reply, Thanos' image disappeared, as he cut the call from his end. "Was it necessary to taunt an unknown enemy?" Jarvis asks as the call ended. "Definitely," Peter replies with a chuckle. Peter's bread and butter as Spider-Man is annoying the hell out of his enemies before smacking them into submission, but there was an underlying reason behind poking the bear in this situation. After searching every ship, Peter found no signs of the Mind Stone, which was originally supposed to be here during the invasion of New York. Peter hoped that angering his enemy will cause Thanos to bring out the big guns. Either he comes to Earth with the Mind Stone, or he sends a grunt along with it. It was a dangerous gamble, as Peter was calling over one of the strongest beings in the universe to play, but at the end of the day, this isn't Thanos with a full Infinity Gauntlet. He only has the Mind Stone, which is definitely dangerous, but certainly not unbeatable. After all, Earth has possession of 3 Infinity Stones and will have another when the Dark Elves make their appearance. Though Peter didn't plan on using any of them until he has a medium to control their overwhelming power. Not to mention the fact that Odin is still alive, which looked to be the reason Thanos refuses to come himself. Peter thought that was plausible. He literally waited until after Ragnarok to attack Earth in the movies, so it makes sense. Midgard technically falls under Odin's territory, and the Allfather is most likely capable of fighting Thanos on his own. Though he is getting weaker in his old age, so Odin may be at a disadvantage these days. At the end of the day, Peter had multiple reasons why he felt it was okay to mess with Thanos, though his actions could come to backfire on him. Only time will tell. Don't forget to compile that info. Peter reminded Jarvis as he opened a portal and stepped through. 1 week later. After a week of utter chaos, Peter spent hundreds of millions of Tony's billions and collected the vast majority of Chitauri scraps. Jarvis, start hacking into the companies and organizations that got involved in the cleanup. I want to know whether they actually gave me everything or not. Peter orders as he sits back on Tony's couch and sipped a warm tea through his mask. Yes, sir. Jarvis replies affirmatively. I'll alert you when anything of interest is found. Every organization came to the tower and handed over their scraps, though some would think themselves smart and stash away the good stuff. It's human nature. Peter thought without a doubt. We're all greedy after all. Currently, the storage floors under the tower are packed with Chitauri ship debris, which Peter is planning to move to the Kree and Chitauri ships in the Mojave Desert. Tony was able to fly down 2 of the Chitauri ships, while the other 3 were portaled over by Peter, as they were inoperable. Due to the congregation of warships in the Mojave Desert, Tony has a perimeter being built alongside some facilities, so they could work on their new fleet. At this point, 2 of the Kree ships have been outfitted with understandable controls, which makes it possible for them to fly if needed, though they could always just have Jarvis do all of the work. Sort of like a perfect autopilot. As for his conversation with Thanos, every council member saw the recording and most weren't happy with Peter's taunting. Well, Tony gave me a thumbs up and Eric smirked, while everyone else wasn't so supportive. Peter laughed internally. Though they got over it fairly quickly. After all, Thanos would have attacked again either way. He wanted the Space Stone and nothing would stop him in his quest for balance. There is one good thing that came of them seeing the recording though. The whole council was suddenly very interested in the progress of the super soldier serum. Dealing with an alien invasion as well as threats of another on the horizon seemed to spark the need for more manpower. After all, if they had a small army of super soldiers, then dealing with their newfound enemy and his armies would be far easier. Not to mention the other empires and alien organizations out there that could come knocking at any moment. Thanks to Jarvis cataloging the entirety of the Kree databanks, they all knew a lot more about the infinite universe than before. I thought the Earth had problems. Fury commented as he read about all of the different empires and their wars over the years. There's more human-like races than I thought there would be. Tony said as he went over the information. Yeah, most aliens seem to be humanoid but add in a random characteristic. Like blue skin or some sort of accenting feature. Peter nodded as he came to the same conclusion. We could reach out to one of the more respectable empires and ally ourselves with them. Charles offers an idea. I doubt any empire would want to ally with us, as they would be making an enemy out of Thanos, but we can try. A/N, 1490 words, smiley face. Chapter 164, C-164 Chuck E. Cheese. Our best option is probably the Nova Empire. Peter says after a moment of thought. Technically we're already allied with Asgard, but an extra ally shouldn't cause any trouble. The Nova Empire is an interstellar hegemony made up of multiple alien species that maintains a strict but benevolently personified rule over a good portion of the galaxy. While the Empire is made up of various alien races, it is ruled primarily by the Zendarians, who are externally indistinguishable from humans, except for the fact of sometimes have different eye colors and other minute differences. Other races known to inhabit the government are the Krylorians, the Akans, the Herctarians, and countless others. Based on the data Jarvis compiled, Ronan was a huge enemy of theirs, so we should already have some goodwill with them. Peter explains to the rest of the Avengers Council. I'm sure they'll be happy to accept the gift of Ronan's remaining soldiers. Despite the recent treaty between the Kree and Nova empires, Ronan the Accuser was disgusted by the treaty which signaled an end to the Kree-Nova War, so he continued massacring Zendarian outposts across the galaxy, slaughtering children and families in the process. The logs of these escapades were carefully stored in the databanks. We could also gift them Ronan's body, though they could possibly find that offensive. Magneto offers his thoughts. The Nova Empire would find such an offering distasteful, though they would still need the body for proof of death. Jarvis informs them as he has access to all of their information. Alright, we can seal his remains in a coffin and hand it over during our first meeting. Fury was in agreement as well. Good, Jarvis, can you use the Kree ships to contact the Nova Corps and schedule a meeting with Nova Prime? The Nova Corps is the intergalactic military and police force of the Nova Empire, led by an individual holding the rank of Nova Prime. If I recall correctly, the current Nova Prime is a woman, though I don't remember her name. Peter thought as he remembered her from the Guardians of the Galaxy movie. Would you like me to schedule the meeting here or on Xander? Jarvis asks. Whichever is more convenient for them. Peter replies, as he could portal back and forth easily. Also, be upfront about Ronan's involvement with Thanos. If they're going to be our allies, then transparency is important. Should we be so open this early on? Fury asks as he's used to playing spy games. It's likely that they'll refuse if we tell them. Then they weren't worth being our allies, to begin with. Peter says with a shake of his head. With the council in full agreement on who to ally themselves with, Peter and Tony split their time between outfitting their new fleet of warships and finishing up the super soldier serum. Jarvis would notify them when he had a time and place for their meeting with the Nova Empire. That is, if they don't get scared off upon hearing the Mad Titan's name. As for the super soldier serum, it was pretty much finished by this point. The only thing holding them back from calling it a finished product was the fact that they weren't sure how the newer version of the serum would react to Vita radiation. Vita radiation is electromagnetic radiation with a specific wavelength that has stabilizing properties. It was used to activate the properties of the super soldier serum in Steve Rogers and would be needed in the new serum as well. The only way to find out is through testing. Peter thought as he and Tony started building a miniature test chamber for rats. Either we're going to have some buff rats running around, or it's back to the drawing board. Tony jokes as they lock a rat into a miniature chamber, similar to the one shown in the Captain America movie. Good luck, Chucky. Peter wishes him luck as the chamber locks shut. Turning to the side, Peter saw Tony insert a vial of blue super soldier serum into a line that leads to the chamber with the rat. Behind him against the wall is a huge old-style network of machines, which are used to pump the Vita rays into the chamber. Are you sure that your dad's old equipment still works? Peter asks as he looks over the ancient machinery. Yup, I tested it yesterday when you went home to spend your night with Fury's daughter. Tony says with a teasing smirk. Don't be so loud. Peter yelled as they were in the tower at the moment, and anyone could hear. Oh, relax. Tony chuckles as he rolls his eyes. The workshop is soundproof and locked to anyone that isn't me, you, and Pepper. Speaking of Pepper Dash, Peter turns the tables back onto Tony. No. Tony groans as he knew he fell into a trap. What? Peter asks with a smirk. You can't just avoid the subject. Either you convince her that you won't cheat on her and start dating, or you stay alone for the rest of your life. Because my aunt is off limits. I'll kill you before I let her even leave the house with you. Well, we don't necessarily have to leave the house. Tony says as his perverted smirk returns. Peter doesn't grace him with a response and just glares in silence. Okay, relax. I'll stay away from your mommy. Tony laughs awkwardly as he turns away from Peter's intense glare. Good. Peter nods. Though she wasn't his mother, he wouldn't say anything as he got what he wanted. Now let's talk about the real problem. What? Tony asks as he had a bad feeling. Your obvious cowardice. Peter says as Tony looks at him like he was mentally impaired. I just fought ships full of alien soldiers with you. I'd say that disqualifies me from being a coward. Tony corrects him. Really? Peter asks as he crosses his arms and stares unconvinced. Then how come you haven't asked Pepper out yet? What are you talking about? That's all I've been doing. Tony's tone started to get heated. No, you flirt and try to seduce her, but she always turns you down, and then you pretend it was all a joke. Peter explains the cycle that he has seen countless times. The only way you'll ever get a real answer is if you seriously ask her out. No games or jokes. Just invite her on a date and make it clear that you want to be monogamous. She won't believe me. Tony says with a sigh, knowing his lecherous past has tainted her belief in him. Well, find a way to make her. Peter says with a shrug. You're a smart guy. I'm sure that you can figure it out. You know her best after all. Tony stayed silent for a moment before they heard the sound of scratching on metal. Looking down, they could hear the rat in the chamber scratching at the door, trying its best to escape but failing miserably. Let's just focus on the experiment. Tony says with a relieved sigh. I can fix my love life later. Sure. Peter says as they get to work. Within minutes they begin the first experiment, hoping everything would go well. With the flick of a switch, a tiny amount of blue-colored super soldier serum shoots through small pipes, which lead to needles that eject from the chamber and stab into the frightened rat. High-pitched painful squeaks rang out from the mini-chamber, drawing both Peter's and Tony's attention. Hit him with 5% Vita radiation. Peter calls out. On it. Tony says and flips a switch, activating his father's old machinery. With the twist of a dial, a bright light began to appear from the closed chamber window as the painful squeaks grew louder and more frequent. Bump it up to 10%. Peter says as Tony shrugs and twists the dial up to 10%. Soon enough the sounds from the rat completely died down, meaning that the experiment was probably over. When Steve went through this procedure, they had to boost the Vita rays up to 100%, but this was a small rat so 10% should be more than enough. Shut it down. Peter says and with another flick of a switch the machinery shut down. As the light died down, Peter opened up the small chamber, releasing some steam and revealing a much bigger rat. Damn, Chucky. Peter says as he sees the packed muscle on the rat that seemed to grow twice in size. You're ripped. Just as Peter was staring in shock at the muscle-bound rat, it jumped out of the chamber, denting the metal with its feet, as it landed on Peter and bit him on the arm. Oh. Motherf asterisk cur. A/N, 1483 words, smiley face. Chapter 165, C-165 Tony's Big Day. After tearing the rat from his arm, Peter and Tony built a big and strong enough cage to hold the thing. Although it was now basically a super rat, it would still live out its days as a pet in Tony's workshop, as releasing it was dangerous, and killing it was a bit of a cruel end for Chucky. Once Chucky was secured, Tony and Peter basked in their achievement. We did it. Tony exhaled a sigh as he flopped down into his computer chair. Yeah, all that's left is some minor tests and then we can start implementing the serum. Peter says, causing Tony to tiredly pull himself back up to his feet. Let's get to dash, Tony starts but was quickly interrupted by Jarvis. Sir, I've made contact with the Nova Corps. Jarvis informs them. What did they say? Peter asks curiously. Nova Primirani Rail has invited you to attend a meeting on Xander. Jarvis explains. That was her name. Peter recalled as he heard Jarvis. How long would it take to fly to Xander? Tony asks, excited about traveling to a populated alien planet this time around. Morag was fun for a while, but after he witnessed the barren rocky land and smelly polluted ocean water once, he felt as though he'd seen it a million times over. The excitement of an actual alien planet filled with countless mysterious life forms and architecture seemed far more tantalizing. At full speed in a Kree ship. 1 week, sir. Jarvis answers after doing some quick calculations. That's a waste of a week. Tony muttered as they needed to start administering the super soldier serum. I think you're forgetting that I can portal us there in an instant. Peter says as Tony's mood brightens in an instant. All that Peter will need is the spatial coordinates from Jarvis, who practically has a universal GPS now, thanks to his access to the Kree ships and their databanks. Perfect. Tony exclaims as he gestures to the super rat in its reinforced cage. That gives us more than enough time to finish and roll out the new serum. Sounds good to me. Peter says as he turns his attention to Jarvis. Inform the Nova Corps that we'll arrive in a week's time. Yes, sir. After a couple of days of rat testing, alongside a few other test runs, which produced some more superpowered animals, Peter was certain that the serum was working without any flaws. Going over the blood tests of a monkey that was just turned into a super soldier, Peter and Tony relaxed as they ate big juicy-looking steaks. I feel bad for eating cowabunga like this, but the serum made his meat so delicious. Peter says as he reluctantly takes another bite. As soon as the meat touched his tongue, Peter's eyes closed and he moaned in delight. I've come to terms with eating meat a long time ago. Tony says as he unabashedly shoves a big piece into his mouth. After Peter finished his guilty yet pleasurable meal, the testing was complete. Every animal they administered the serum to was a complete success. Not a single one of them had a bad reaction or symptoms that pointed to anything being wrong, nor did any tests they ran afterward show any problems. Who's first? Tony asked as they stared at the human-sized chamber in front of them. Everything was in place. The chamber was open, multiple vials of blue super soldier serums were plugged in place, and the old-school Vita Ray machines were powered and ready to go. I can go first if you're nervous. Peter offered, trying to be nice. Though Tony's ego didn't see it that way. Who's nervous? He scoffs as he internally hyped himself up, while doing his best to forget the screams of every animal test subject that went through what he was about to go through. I'll go first. You sure? Peter asks as he could read Tony like a book. Tony doesn't bother replying as he strips down to his underwear and enters the chamber. Instantly, metal bindings shoot out from the chamber and trap him in place, so he doesn't thrash around and screw up the procedure. This happened to one of the animal test subjects, resulting in only a portion of its body acclimating to the serum. That wasn't a pretty sight to behold. Peter cringed at the memory. Let's get this show on the road. Tony calls out, wanting to get this over with. You got it. Peter shrugs and presses a large button. Suddenly, the chamber slowly closed, locking the nervous Tony Stark inside. I don't think I've ever been more excited and scared at the same time before. Tony thought as Peter walked up to the small window of the chamber and tapped on it. You okay in there? He asks as he peers inside and sees a smirk on his best friend's face. Yup, hit me with it. Tony exclaims. All right. Peter nods as he walks over to the control panel and flips a switch. Instantly, the vials filled with blue serum begin to empty, flowing into the chamber in unison. Ow. Tony shouts in pain as multiple needles eject and stick into his flesh, injecting him with every last drop of blue liquid. Good luck. Peter calls out as he activated the Vita radiation and slowly ramps the percentage from 0 all the way up to 100%. Ah. Tony screamed in agony as his body went through a complete transformation. They went to 100% in the movie, so I should probably do the same. Peter thought as he kept slowly turning the dial higher and higher. F***CKU. Tony started cursing anything that came to his mind, doing his best to cope with the agonizing pain. Ah. You wanted to go first. Peter muttered as he didn't envy Tony's current position. Next time don't act brave. I heard that. Tony yelled and went right back to screaming like a Dragon Ball Z character. His enhanced hearing must be kicking in. Peter thought as the dial hit 100% and the scream stopped. Silence filled the room as Peter waited only a moment before shutting down the Vita radiation with the flick of a switch. As the dial lost its momentum and fell back down to 0, Peter pressed a button that activated the chamber doors. White vapor-like smoke spilled out of the chamber as it opened, clouding Tony's image behind a fog. You alive? Peter asks as the smoke clears, revealing the new and improved Tony Stark. Holy sh**T. Tony mutters as he breathes heavily. Standing in the chamber covered in sweat, a taller and far more muscular Tony Stark looked exhausted beyond belief. Damn, I didn't think I'd ever see your lazy A**S with abs. Peter jokes. Tony may have been a healthy man before this, but he was far too lazy to train his body to a certain extent and tended to rely on his Iron Man armor, so this new body was a godsend to him. All the results with none of the work ethic to get there. Truly every person dreams. Peter thought with a laugh. As the chamber doors fully opened, before he could reply to Peter's words, the metal straps holding Tony up retracted. Instantly, Tony fell over and smacked into the cold hard floor. Peter was positioned to stop his fall, but he took a step back and got out of the way just in time. You could have caught me. Tony glares as he shakily picks himself up. No. You're naked and sweaty. Peter says with a shake of his head. Besides, you're a super soldier now. Tripping onto the floor won't even put a scratch on your new body. If anything, you'll hurt the floor. True to Peter's words, the floor was cracked slightly from Tony's fall. Tony merely rolls his eyes as he stood and noticed his height difference almost immediately. Normally, Tony and Peter were both the same height of 6 feet, though that's no longer the case. Tony now stands around 2 or 3 inches above Peter, which technically isn't much of a growth spurt compared to Steve's transformation. Though Steve was practically a midget before his procedure. Before either of them could comment on this, Tony saw his reflection in a nearby mirror and rushed over to get a better look. You done? Peter asks as he waited almost 5 minutes for Tony to tear his eyes away from his own reflection. No. Tony keeps his eyes on the mirror and flexes his newfound muscles. Is it wrong that I find myself extremely attractive? Yes, you're probably G***Y. Peter says teasingly. Maybe that's why Pepper keeps turning you down. She must have seen something that we didn't. Huh. Tony jumps and turns away from the mirror to see Peter's teasing smirk. Oh, shut up. You're just jealous that I'm hot now. Right. Peter says sarcastically. Before Tony could put his clothes back on, the door of the workshop swung open, and only 3 people could open them without restriction. 2 of them were already inside. Tony, have you finished the... Pepper struts in and freezes in shock as she caught sight of Tony's chiseled body. I told you, I'm hot. Tony smirks over his shoulder at Peter as he stands proudly for Pepper to ogle him. A/N, 1584 words. Chapter 166, C-166 Rise. After ogling Tony for a good while, Pepper didn't know what to do or how to explain her heated gaze, so she rushed out of the workshop with a heavy blush coating her entire face. Tony laughed like a madman as she dashed away, resembling an embarrassed love-struck schoolgirl. How will you break it to her? Peter asks with a fake sorrowful tone. Break what? Tony asks in confusion. That you're gay. Peter says with a smirk. Since Tony is the first ever human to be given their version of the super soldier serum, they spent the rest of the day testing him for any unforeseen problems, though none reared their ugly head, thankfully. As soon as they found nothing wrong with Tony, Peter called over every member of the Avengers Council for their own procedure. I'll go last, I guess. Peter thought as he didn't really mind. Only half an hour passed since they called the meeting, yet every council member ran over as fast as they could. Well, except Charles, who technically rolled over. Usually, when anyone calls a meeting, it takes at least a couple of hours for everyone to arrive, but it seems that they were excited to become super soldiers. Even Fury, who is a fairly busy man, was the second to arrive behind Eric, though Magneto lives in the tower. It would be hard to beat someone that only has to take the elevator to attend a meeting. Alright, I'm sure you've probably guessed why we called you here. Peter says as they all were observing the equipment and vials of blue liquid around the room. Did you finish it? Magneto asks, though before Peter could answer, Tony strolls in with a soda in hand. Instantly, everyone besides Peter was shocked, as Tony was walking around without a shirt on, showing off his newly gained physique. That answers the question, doesn't it? Fury rolls his singular eye as he watches Tony strut around like a narcissistic peacock. So, notice anything different about me? Tony asks as he spreads his arms and spins in a circle. Did you get a new haircut? Charles feigns ignorance with a smile. Meanwhile, everyone else stayed quiet, unwilling to stroke Tony's already large ego. Tony's smirk disappears as he looks at his fellow council members in annoyance. You guys are no fun. Hee hee, forget about all of that. Who wants to become a super soldier first? Peter says as everyone in the room turns their gaze to Charles. As the only handicapped person in the room, Charles had so much to gain from taking the super soldier serum. Not only will he gain all of Steve Rogers' powers, but he should have a good chance at walking again. Though Peter wasn't 100% sure whether that was possible or not. He may just end up as a really strong guy in a wheelchair. Peter thought of the worst-case scenario. After all, the serum is only known to strengthen and grow the body. They didn't run any tests on injured animals, so it was a mystery whether the serum would heal the professor or not. If it doesn't heal him, then the resurrection elixir should do the trick. Peter thought, though Charles would have to wait a while, as Peter hasn't even started looking for more dragon bones. I think there's some in the city. Peter thought. He could remember clearly from the Defender show that the Hand was digging somewhere in Hell's Kitchen, as parts of New York were built over a dragon burial ground. I'll look into it later. Peter dismissed these thoughts as he turned to Charles. It seems you were voted first. I know what you're all thinking. Charles says as he pushes his chair forward. All I can say is that you shouldn't get your hopes up. I've come to terms with my situation long ago, so you should too. Although everyone, except Eric, believed him, Charles couldn't help but hope deep down inside to walk again. His minor telekinesis may make his situation a bit more manageable, but at the end of the day, being able to walk again would change his life forever. All right, give me a second. Peter says as he hits a button, causing the chamber to open and tilt backward. Since Charles can't stand, they made the chamber handicap accessible. After a few moments, the chamber was completely open and laying horizontally, so that Charles could lie inside. All right, hop in. Peter says and Charles floats out of his chair and into the chamber. I wish you the best, my friend. Eric says sincerely, shocking everyone present. Charles merely looks over in shock as the metal bindings eject, strapping him into place. Are you ready? Peter asks as he gets ready to start the process. Yes. Charles nods with a solemn look on his face. All right. Peter says as he closed the chamber with a push of a button. Without further ado, Peter flicked the switch that injected the needles into the professor's body. Although he was surprised by the sudden pain, he didn't have it as bad as Tony, as Charles couldn't feel the needles in the lower half of his body. Ouch. As Charles's surprised and pained voice exclaimed, Eric stared worriedly at the sealed chamber. Though he hit it well. Injection complete. Peter says as all of the vials that were once filled with blue serum are now empty. Hit him with the Vita radiation, Tony. Got it. Tony replies as he flips a switch and automatically starts ramping up the percentage of Vita rays. They've been through this many times with the animals, and even Tony went through it personally, so this was all just repeating the steps to a known outcome. Aha! Charles's screams grew louder as the dial grew closer to 100%. As the screams reached their peak, Peter could tell that Charles was somehow experiencing more pain than Tony, which was impossible as he would only feel it in half of his body. Stop the machine! Eric exclaims as he feared for his friend's life. He can't handle it. After joining the Avengers together, Eric and Charles have slowly started warming up to one another again. The two used to be like brothers before their split in ideology turned them into mortal enemies. Thankfully, that brotherly love was slowly returning, which can be seen by Eric's recent outburst. Although he practically ordered Peter and Tony to stop, neither of them bothered paying Magneto any attention, as the procedure was only moments from its end. I said stop or I'll do it myself. Eric says as the metal chamber doors began to rattle. No. Don't stop. Charles screams from the chamber. I can feel my legs. Upon hearing Charles's words, the entire room grew still. Though that didn't last long as Charles started yelling in agony again. Eric instantly stopped manipulating the metal chamber as he stepped back and waited patiently. Although he was worried that the pain would send Charles into shock and kill his best friend, Eric knew that the professor would never forgive him if he took away his chance at walking again. Moments later, Charles's screaming died down as the Vita radiation hit 100%. That should be enough. Peter says as he turns to Tony. Shut it down. As the old-school machinery shut down, cutting the flow of Vita rays down to zero, everyone gathered in front of the chamber in anticipation. Open it up. Eric orders, receiving a scoff from Peter as he hit the button. Since he's worried, I'll let the attitude go for today. Peter thought as the chamber opened. When the steam cleared and the doors were fully open, everyone was shocked to find a muscular bald man who appeared to be around 50 years old. "Looking good, Professor," Peter comments as Charles gasps for air with sweat covering his body. As a man in his mid-70s, Charles looked amazing. He had the appearance of a 50-year-old man that exercised and took perfect care of himself. Compared to your average 50-year-old, who doesn't have time to maintain a peak-level body, Charles might as well look to be in his 40s. "Well, I'm not feeling good," he quips back at Peter as the metal restraints release. With his arms and legs unbound, everyone's gaze fell on the professor's legs. Sigh. Charles let out a calming breath as he tried, for the first time in many years, to move his legs. Twitch. Immediately, his feet twitch, and moments later his legs move. Sitting up with just his core strength alone, Charles swings his legs over the side of the chamber and sits in shock, his legs dangling over the edge. "I am moving my legs." Tears fill his eyes as Charles hops off the metal chamber bed and steps both feet on the ground. Silence fills the room as Charles doesn't collapse as he expected. "Congratulations, Professor." Peter was the first to speak as everyone watched Charles stand under his own power with tears streaming down his cheeks. "Thank you," he says wholeheartedly. "You're very welcome, though there is one problem," Peter says, drawing everyone's attention. "I'm afraid that the procedure didn't cure you completely." "What? What do you mean?" Eric asks in confusion. "Charles, you're still bald." Peter wipes an imaginary tear from his mask. "I'm so sorry." A/N, 1582 words. Chapter 167, C-167 Happy birthday to me. Once Charles's emotions calmed down and he got used to walking around again, Peter and Tony continued with the procedures. It didn't take long for both Eric and Fury to get their upgraded bodies as well. Just like Charles, both of them seemed to revert back about 20 years. Not only that, but they also gained a perfect physique alongside a few inches in height. While they were going through the procedure, Charles paced around the room, putting his new legs to work almost constantly. He hasn't stopped moving since his feet hit the floor. Peter thought as he watched with a wry smile on his face. Similar to Charles and his legs, Fury's eye was restored back to perfect working order, which he wasn't exactly thankful for. "Now I have to change so many authorization scans." Fury sulked at the work that now needed to be done. Ever since Mystique used his eye scan to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and steal the Tesseract, Fury went out of his way to make every single authorization scan his destroyed eye. Though now all of that work was pointless. Fury used to be sensitive about the subject of his injured eye and never talked about why he wears an eye patch. Tony bothered him for a week straight, as his curiosity couldn't be contained, though Fury never revealed a single detail. Of course, Tony wouldn't be beaten and tried hacking the information from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s servers, but found nothing to answer his burning questions. Meanwhile, when that was happening, Peter did his best to contain his laughter. It was revealed in the Captain Marvel movie that Fury lost his eye when Goose scratched him. Fury wasn't hiding some classified mission or sorrowful loss on the battlefield, no, he was hiding the embarrassing truth that he lost the use of his eye to a simple cat scratch. Well, Goose is an alien cat, but still. Peter thought as he watched Fury across the room without his eye patch. "It seems that I'll have to change your contact in my phone from Bald Cyclops to something else. My name should do the trick." Fury rolls both of his eyes for the first time in a long while. "Nah, that's too boring," Peter says with a shake of his head. "Mad Milk Dud." Tony offers his thoughts from the side. "Oh, I like that," Peter says as he whips out his phone and changes Fury's contact name. "I hate you both so much," Fury says with a deadpan look on his face. Once everyone was finished, Peter looked over the Avengers' 4 new super soldiers and gave them an approving nod. With the way things are going, Thanos won't stand a chance, Peter thought with conviction. "Alright, go and test out your new bodies in the gym. If you have any problems, contact us and we'll figure it out. Especially Eric and Charles. You two have the X gene, which is an unknown variable. Just be sure to let us know of any issues." Before they could leave, Peter remembered one last thing. "Also, each of you can put one name forward in the next council meeting to receive the super soldier serum." Peter reveals, piquing the 3 council members' interest. "We'll have to vote for each person, and as long as they are Avengers, then they can go through the same procedure as all of us." As soon as these words left Peter's mouth, each of them already had names appear in their heads. Fury thought of both Clint and Natasha. Eric thought of Mystique and Victor, though Victor's chances in a council vote would be slim to none. After all, giving such a hot-headed person even more power probably wouldn't be for the best. Lastly, Charles thought of Storm and Logan. The question was which ones would they choose, as Peter only allowed them one name per person. At least for now. After some words of appreciation were given, Charles, Eric, and Fury all marched out of Tony's workshop and proceeded to the gym, where they would break in their new bodies. "Well, I guess it's my turn now," Peter says as he turns to look at the open chamber. Yup, strip and hop on in. Tony says as he wondered how much stronger Peter would get, as he was already the second strongest Avenger. Of course, number one is the Hulk, though Banner still doesn't let him out to play due to his own misguided fear. Alright, lock down the workshop. I don't need Pepper walking in again. Peter says as Tony hits a button. Lockdown initiated. Jarvis informs them as thick metal doors seal every entrance and window. Get on with it. Tony says impatiently. Careful, you might prove Pepper right. Peter says jokingly as his spider suit disappears and is replaced with his normal clothes, revealing Peter's unmasked face. Pepper doesn't think that I'm G*Y. Tony exclaims in exasperation. Right. Peter says sarcastically as he strips down to his underwear. Let's get a move on. Stepping into the chamber, Peter was instantly strapped down by metal restraints. Technically, he could break them with a simple tug, but Peter would do his best not to destroy the chamber. You ready? Tony asks as the earlier air of joking disappears. Yep, start it up. Peter calls out, and just as he spoke the doors close, locking him inside. From the small eye-level window, Peter could see Tony press a button. Only a second later, the needles shout out and pierced his skin. This is like one of those torture machines. Peter thought as he regretted making this design. Although he didn't make a sound of surprise like everyone else, Peter was still a little bit weirded out by the needles. As each needle dug into him, Peter could feel a liquid pouring into his body from each individual point. Odd. Peter muttered as a strange feeling washed over him. When the needles stopped shooting out the serum and retracted out of his skin, Peter knew what was about to happen and mentally prepared for it. Starting Vita radiation. Tony says loud enough for Peter to hear. Here comes the hard part. Peter thought as a blinding light filled the chamber. It started off manageable, but soon the burning pain Peter felt all over his body started getting more and more intense. He felt as though he was floating closer and closer to the sun, burning hotter with every inch forward. Ah. Soon enough, Peter began to scream. He thought that he could persevere and hold it all in, but it seems that he was no better than the 4 other men that had just gone through the same process. What was most annoying, however, was the fact that Peter had to endure all of this pain, while also doing his best to not destroy the chamber. One wrong move and he could break his restraints and rip a hole in the metal doors. When Peter's agonizing screams rang out from the chamber, Tony sighed in relief. The dial had spun all the way up to 80% without a sound from Peter, so he was worried that something had gone wrong. Everyone else started letting out their pain-filled voices at around 30%, so Tony was beyond impressed by his friend. Whether it was willpower or pain tolerance, he was impressed either way. As the dial hit 100%, Peter went back to complete silence. Giving the Vita rays an extra moment to do their work, Tony shut everything down and hit the button to open the chamber. Once again, steam came pouring out and moved along the floor, revealing a half-baked Peter Parker with a light sheen of sweat coating his entire body. Huh. Tony grunted in confusion as he caught a glimpse of his friend. You don't look any different. As Tony says this, the restraints retract and Peter steps out of the chamber, meeting Tony eye to eye. You're wrong. Peter says as he compared his height to Tony's. I'm taller. Yeah, but that's about it. Tony shrugs as he steps out of the way so that Peter could use the mirror. Peter silently stared at himself in the mirror, looking for any changes in his body. Other than the fact that he grew about 3 inches, rounding his height out at 6 foot 3 inches, Peter could also see some small changes in his muscles. Peter retained his lean body type, but the muscles on his body looked to be much more defined than before, which certainly wasn't a bad thing. Not bad. Peter muttered as he turned away from the mirror and reached for his clothes. Creak. As soon as his hand made contact with the metal table, where Peter's clothes sat folded, both Tony and Peter were surprised to see the table bend downwards from just the lightest touch. What the? A/N, 1492 words. Chapter 168, C-168 Public Theft. Creak. Seeing the thick metal table bend as Peter lightly grazed it with his fingertips, they both knew for a fact that Peter's strength increased by a large margin. Looks like I will be spending the next couple of days learning how to control my strength again. Peter says with an exasperated sigh. Whatever, it shouldn't be that hard. No fair. Tony starts whining like a child. I finally get superpowers and you jump way ahead of me again. It's like nothing changed at all. One of the main reasons that Tony wanted to get his own powers was because of Peter. On one hand, he wanted to catch up to his friend, and on the other, Tony just wanted to shut him up. After all, Peter did make a lot of jokes about him being the weakest Avenger, physically. Sucks to be you, I guess. Peter smirks as he shrugs his shoulders. Stupid spider be ****. Tony grumbled as he paced out of the room and he turned to yell over his shoulder. I'm going to drink away my pain. For the rest of the week leading up to the meeting with the current Nova Prime, Peter spent most of his time in the Avenger gym, slowly but surely gaining back control of his immense strength. After running some tests, Peter found that he was just a little over 4 times stronger than he was before. Before the super soldier serum, and through many hours of hard work, Peter was able to increase his strength up to lifting 50,000 pounds, meaning that he could now lift over 200,000 pounds or 100 tons. Hee, I'm the strongest. The narcissistic part of Peter's brain started acting up as he bench pressed that exact weight. I told you it's unfair. Tony says to his peers as he and the other council members watched in shock. Ever since they received the super soldier serum, each of them started attending the gym more often in order to fully familiarize themselves with their new bodies. Through the hours spent in the gym, all of them have already learned the boundaries of their strength, which is just a measly 5 tons or 10,000 pounds. Of course, that amount wasn't anywhere near measly, but compared to Peter's increase in power they couldn't help but feel like tiny powerless ants. Though, they could increase their strength with hard work as Peter did. One night, while Peter was attending the gym alone, Jarvis made his presence known. Sir, I have a list of 27 companies and government facilities that stashed away a portion of Chitauri technology. Jarvis' voice plays in the gym like a disembodied ghost. Huh. Peter stops his current set and racks the enormous weight. Send the list of locations and any other useful information to my phone. Sent, sir. Jarvis says as Peter feels his phone vibrate in his pocket. Thanks for your hard work, Jarvis. Peter says as he gets up and walks out of the gym. It's my pleasure, sir. As Peter ascended the tower and walked out onto the roof, he took out his phone and dialed a number. How can I be of service, Black Sky? Scythe answers in a very respectful tone. Scythe has been a very loyal and hard-working subordinate. He practically runs the day-to-day operations of the Hand, while sending Peter constant updates and status reports. Peter makes the big decisions, and Scythe implements them. It's a good relationship in Peter's eyes, as he is already a very busy man. Maybe I'll make Scythe the director of whichever department the Hand ends up becoming in the future. Peter thought as he returned to the conversation at hand. How has the Hand been progressing? Smoothly, since my last progress report, we have expanded to another 3 cities. Wherever the Hand goes, crime rates dip to all-time lows. Scythe answered proudly. This is the way the Hand should have been all along. Well, better late than never. Peter says as he copies the information from Jarvis and texts it to Scythe. I just sent you a list of locations. The owners decided to go against my words and keep Chitauri technology. The Hand will have everything by tomorrow, sir. Would you like us to send a message? Scythe asks, hinting at spilling some blood. If they deserve it. Peter says without care. Though feel free to steal anything that looks valuable and burn everything else. If you find any misdeeds, feel free to anonymously contact the local authorities as well. Yes, sir. Scythe affirms, already sending messages to teams across the world as they spoke. Good, talk to you later. Peter says as he hangs up the phone and walks back inside the tower. After days of waiting, the time finally came to attend the meeting on Xander. Days before this, Peter shocked everyone in the tower by opening a portal and dumping tons of Chitauri technology at their doorstep. Just as this was happening, the news was spreading about thefts and arson across multiple companies and government facilities. The 2 events were immediately linked as the world remembered Peter's words. Anyone caught harboring any of these scraps will be heavily punished. This is a message to everyone, governments, companies, organizations, and citizens alike. Things became specially clear after some CEOs admitted to harboring the tech, trying to use that information to attack Spider-Man and make him return their property. Though no one seemed to care, and even if they did, Peter still wouldn't give anything back. It wasn't hard to see that the owners of these burned locations didn't listen to Spider-Man's warning, and were now paying the price for their foolish actions. Many CEOs and high-level government officials were arrested as well, which was like icing on the cake. On the same day, they were playing the victim with tears in their eyes. These people were swiftly carried off by police on anonymous tips alongside irrefutable evidence to back up the claims. In a single day, many people were sent to jail and even a few companies went out of business. Better yet, this all happened while Peter was patrolling New York City, so he had a perfect alibi, though he didn't really need one. Even if everyone knew this was his doing, they couldn't prove a thing. What made the whole situation funny was the news coverage, which completely took Peter's side and treated the other parties as idiots that picked a fight with Spider-Man, another CEO arrested and found guilty of tax evasion. One newscaster said as he tried his best to hold back a smirk. I guess we can add him to the list, huh? Though that wasn't the best part. Each company and government spoke out and pretty much disavowed the people that were involved, throwing them completely under the bus while doing all they could to save their own ses. After all, having bad blood with Spider-Man and the Avengers is something that could kill companies and topple governments. Just a tweet from Peter could start boycotts, protests, and possibly even revolutions, which is why these people were so quickly turned into sacrificial lambs. Of course, Peter knew that the people putting out these statements were at least privy to what was going on, though he didn't have any dirt on them, so they would get away this time around. The one thing came from all of this that Peter expected to happen sooner or later, so he wasn't surprised or worried. The Avengers have figured out that Peter has some lackeys outside of their group. As Peter was all over the internet last night, saving people all across New York, someone had to be doing the dirty work and it sure wasn't them. Most people in the Avengers didn't care much, but Fury and Tony were certainly interested in this new information. Come on, tell me who it is. Tony asked for the millionth time as the two waited for the other council members to arrive, so they could head off to Xander for their meeting. It's an ancient order of killer zombie ninjas. Peter says truthfully, though he masked it as a joke. I picked them up in Japan. Be serious. Tony pouted once again. Aren't I your best friend? Technically, you're one of my best friends, but yeah. Peter says with a shrug. Sure, but I'm number one, right? Tony asks expectantly. Peter stays quiet and just stared the other direction. Right. Tony asks again, sounding a bit more desperate this time. Thankfully, before Peter was forced to pick between Tony and Ned, the other council members arrived. Are we late? Charles asks as he walks in followed by Fury and Eric. No, Tony was just showing me what clingy and desperate looks like. Peter says, causing Tony to flinch and hold his heart in pain. Is everyone ready to go? I'm not clingy. A/N, 1506 words, smiley face. Chapter 169, C-169 Xander. Opening a portal, Peter and the Avengers Council stepped out in front of a towering militarized building. All around them was a futuristic metropolis with ships flying here and there. This is way better than Morag. Tony mutters as he and everyone else spin in a circle to get a good look at their surroundings. Of course, the ships stayed clear of the huge military building, though they seemed to be allowed to fly just about everywhere else. The amazing part about the city was the plethora of greenery. If an area didn't have some sort of purpose, then in its place would be a patch of grass, trees, and/or bushes. It would be hard to implement something like this in New York. Peter thought as he compared Xander's capital city to his own concrete jungle. Welcome. An older woman with white blonde hair and an alien military-style blue suit walks out of the building. When Jarvis said that you could open portals, I must say that I didn't believe him. Insert picture of Irani Rail here. Staring at the golden portal behind her new guests, Irani Rail descended the steps of the Nova Corps headquartered followed by a small group of armed soldiers, who watched the group of Avengers vigilantly. Speaking of Jarvis, which of you would that be? Irani says as she stands in front of the group. That would be me, ma'am. The speakers from Tony's suit go off, though his face mask was open so she knew that he wasn't the one that answered. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. An automation. Irani asks in confusion, as she originally thought that Jarvis was a flesh and blood person. Jarvis is an artificial intelligence. Peter says as the portal behind them closes. We had him contact you because he has complete control of Ronan's old fleet. It was the easiest method. I see. She says and turns back to Tony. Either way, it's a pleasure to meet you as well, Jarvis. For an advanced society like the Xandarians, a being like Jarvis wasn't anything new. In fact, high enough level AI can register as citizens of the Nova Empire and receive the same rights as any living being. Should we talk inside? Peter asks as the crowd grew silent for a moment. Yes, right this way. She nods and leads the group to the main entrance of the building, where even more armed guards stood with solemn and serious looks. I'm afraid that weapons aren't allowed past this point. You'll have to leave them with the guards. As Irani says this, a few guards move toward them with carts to hold their guests' weaponry. With a shrug of his shoulders, Peter took his new hammer from his back and placed it on the cart. As soon as the Nova Corps members saw this hammer, they couldn't help but look at Peter in respect. After all, how could they not recognize the signature weapon of one of their biggest enemies? Seeing Peter following their rules, the others started offloading their weaponry as well. Of course, Tony was a bit stuck, as he didn't want to hand over his Iron Man armor, so under the gazes of the very serious guards, he stood unmoving and unwilling to follow along. Noticing this, Peter offers Tony a choice. Tony, you can either stay out here and explore the city, or I can send your armor back to the tower and you can join us inside. Tony's ears perked up at the possibility of skipping on the inevitably long meeting that was about to unfold. See ya. Without a second thought, Tony waved as he turned around and shot off into the air to explore. As Tony flew off, they all watched as he almost crashed into a small transport ship, though he was able to maneuver his way around it at the last second. Why give him the choice to slack off? Charles asks with an annoyed frown. He'll always choose that option. It's fine, Tony isn't exactly needed and he tends to become annoying during long meetings, so this is for the best. Peter says with a shrug as he turns to Irani. Please continue. Yes, just one more thing. She says as her gaze falls on Fury. Please turn in all of your weapons. A staring contest ensued between the two before Fury sighed and walked back over to the cart. With an annoyed look on his face, Fury started unloading weapon after weapon from his body. The guards watched in shock as over and over, Fury pulled weapons out of nowhere and handed them over. 3 pistols, 5 knives, a taser, and a few other miscellaneous weapons later and they were finally allowed inside. Following after Irani while admiring the alien architecture, they arrived at a meeting room with a large balcony that overlooked the city outside. Please have a seat. She offers as an egg-shaped table and chairs appear out of the floor. Alright, let's get straight to business. Peter says as he takes a seat at the head of the table with the view of the city behind him. The guards that followed Irani around didn't look pleased by this action, though their boss didn't seem to care, as she simply sat somewhere else, so they kept their mouths shut. Yes, should we start with introductions? She asks as everyone was seated. My name is Irani Rail. I control the Nova Corps as Nova Prime. Spider-Man, I fight crime and protect the Earth. I'm also a co-founder of the Avengers with everyone else in this room. Peter says as everyone else introduces themselves next. Avengers. She asks as everyone seemed to mention that name. The Avengers is a bit like the Nova Corps, except that we're all enhanced individuals. Peter reveals, receiving a raised brow from the Nova Prime. It's very rare to find so many enhanced individuals in one place, and you're all from planet C-53. She asks, curious to know what was so special about Earth. Especially since C-53 has a reputation as a very weak and primitive planet. Yeah, we're all native to the Earth. Peter says as he waved his hand. Is that how you were able to defeat? As she was speaking, a golden portal opened above the table and an open coffin fell out, landing on the table with a light bang. Ronan. As she said his name, Ronan the accuser could be seen laying lifeless inside the coffin with his head disconnected from his shoulders. Peter was tired of her probing questions and decided to get the show on the road. They could answer all of her questions once they were officially allies. I know it's not the most pleasant gift, but it proves our claims. We also have a detention center filled with his surviving subordinates. If you're interested, that is. Peter reveals. Peter hoped she would take the Kree soldiers, as he had no idea what to do with all of them. He and Tony have already run all of the tests they could on them, so they were just taking up space at this point. We would be happy to take all of them off of your hands. Irani says as she motions for the nearby guards to take the coffin away. At this point in the meeting, Irani Rail has already noticed who the leader of these people was. They didn't have to say a word for her to see how Spider-Man took the lead during this whole encounter. Good, I'll deliver them later. Peter nods as the coffin is carried off. Now on to the real business. How does the Nova Empire feel about starting an alliance with us? The room goes quiet for a moment as Irani looks a bit embarrassed. The Emperor isn't interested in any alliances at the moment. She says with an ashamed look on her face. Was it Thanos' name that scared him off, or the fact that we're an unknown planet? Peter asks, unbothered by her answer. He expected this to happen after all. If I'm being honest, both. Irani admits. She spent the last few days petitioning to the Emperor and anyone that would listen, hoping to help form an alliance with Earth, though sadly, it wasn't a possibility. Of course, she wouldn't give up petitioning for this alliance. Especially after hearing about the number of enhanced individuals on C-53. Irani had a gut feeling that there was something special about the Earth and would follow that feeling, as it helped her get this far in life. Although we can't be allies at this very moment, I was however able to secure a handsome reward for your good deeds. She says as a hologram appears from the table, showing a large fleet of Kree warships. These are captured warships from our recent war against the Kree Empire. Some are perfectly functional while others are in need of some love. They now belong to you. The plan was simple. If she couldn't ally with them, then she would arm them up enough to help in their fight against Thanos and anyone else that would come knocking. This move would strengthen their relationship and still leave room for a possible alliance in the future. The best part was that these ships were going to be scrapped anyway, so the loss on their part was practically nothing. I was not expecting this. Peter thought as he saw the ships. Only the stingy would not give a few stones to a man in need. Are you stingy, face with raised eyebrow? Chapter 170, C-170 Honey Trap. Seeing the offering of what appeared to be over 40 Kree warships, though some of them looked to be in pretty bad shape, Peter couldn't help but think of his home country. The United States has a long history of arming and funding groups across the world to do their dirty work, so this situation wasn't exactly a new phenomenon. In fact, it was funny to see that even an advanced multi-galaxy spanning empire would pull the same tricks as a relatively new country on some backwater planet. Although Peter didn't like the fact that the Nova Empire was pretty much saying we want nothing to do with it. Here are some leftover ships, go and kill Thanos. He found it impossible to turn down their offer. At least they know the right gifts to give. Peter thought as he admired the spacecrafts. Off to the side, Fury and the rest of the Avengers Council understood this as well. They weren't exactly happy either, but who were they to turn down such a nice gift? Fury understood this move the most, as he worked in this sort of business for all of his life. It just so happens that the roles have reversed this time around. Although it isn't the outcome we were hoping for, the ships will come in handy. Peter says, receiving an understanding nod from Irani Rail. If it means anything, I tried to push for an alliance, but no one seemed to be willing to stand up against Thanos. The Mad Titan is a subject that most simply want to ignore, which is a stance that I don't agree with. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. Peter quotes something he heard back in his past life. Those people who would rather keep their heads in the sand and hope they're left alone will sooner or later regret their actions. After a short talk, in which Irani promised to keep petitioning for an alliance with them, the Avengers bid their farewells, picked up their weapons, and left the building in search of Tony, though they really just wanted to sightsee for a little while. Sadly, Peter had to stay behind, as he had to offload the Kree prisoners onto the Nova Corps. Someone had to do the boring work, and as usual, the burden was placed on him. We need to get a new member that can use portals. Peter thought as he escorted batches of Kree prisoners through portals with the help of Irani and her soldiers. Hours later, the transport was finished and every Kree was safely imprisoned in the Nova Corps headquarters, where they were identified and charged with all sorts of horrible crimes. If it would help with their charges, I can have Jarvis send over any incriminating evidence from the databanks of Ronan's ships. Peter offered as he saw the way they were each processed. Yes, that would be great. Irani nodded as they watched the Nova Corps members at work. Sadly, we can't just throw them in prison forever based on their alignment alone. The Nova Empire has many laws protecting the rights of every being, so without evidence, a small portion of them would most likely be deported back to their home world. All right, I'll have Jarvis send over everything by tomorrow. After saying his goodbyes, Peter finally left for the city, where he immediately went looking for Tony. He needed to get the new Kree ships back to Earth and Tony was the best man for the job. With Jarvis' help, Peter was able to find Tony pretty easily. The only problem was the location that Jarvis led him to. Are you sure that he's in here? Peter asked down at his phone. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers back instantly. The readings show Mr. Stark's Iron Man armor inside. Right in front of Peter was a pure white marble building with naked alien women showing themselves off in the windows. Projected onto the bottom of the windows were prices per hour in units. Units, also known as credits, are the main form of intergalactic currency used across many planets. Each alien woman had vibrant skin tones from colors like pink, green, blue, and many more. A few of them had large eyes and even one has 4 arms, though each of them was beautiful and appealing in their own way. He really went to an alien brothel. Peter thought with a small hint of jealousy as he admired the view of all the naked alien women. How did he even get the credits? Peter isn't the type to betray his significant other and sleep around, so the most he could do is enjoy the view while it lasted. Maybe I can convince MJ to visit this place with me. Peter thought as the idea of a 3-way with a busted pink alien sounded very tempting, though he would have to look into alien STDs before doing anything. Speaking of alien STDs, Peter looked toward the building once again and wondered whether Tony thought of that before rushing inside. No, Tony is the type of person to think with his C***CK before anything else. Peter thought as he walked into the brothel, ignoring the heated gazes from scantily clad women looking for a customer. As he made his way inside, Peter was stopped by some big rock-like humanoids standing guard. Are you a customer? One asks as he holds up a hand, signaling for Peter to stop. No, I'm here looking for a friend of mine. He's about my height and should be wearing red and gold armor. Peter explains. Yeah, he's in a private room. Big spender actually. The other says with a nod. You'll have to wait though. Only customers are allowed inside. Okay. Peter says as he turns around and walks out. Walking out of sight and into an alley, Peter cast the same invisibility spell on himself that he used when MJ wanted to meet Tony at the Stark Expo. Strolling back inside, Peter was able to squeeze through the big rock guards and get inside without a problem. The ground floor of the brothel seemed to be a gentleman's club with naked women everywhere. Some of them served drinks to some ugly-looking clients while others danced on various stages. Though Tony was nowhere to be seen. Lead the way, Jarvis. Peter says as his phone's GPS switches on. Following Jarvis' instructions, Peter arrived at a back room on the 3rd floor of the building. The sounds of sweet moans, chains rattling, and leather whips could be heard from the opposite side of the door. Jarvis. Peter calls out as he hesitates to even open the door. Your creator is a degenerate. I've noticed this long ago, sir. Jarvis says in an almost mournful tone. Peter second-guessed his decisions as he contemplated leaving Tony at the brothel and returning home. I can pick up the ships tomorrow. Just as Peter was thinking this, the door suddenly crept open, and a naked purple woman with 4 eyes tiptoed out with a large red and gold briefcase in hand. Tony's suit. Peter immediately knew what the briefcase was, as Tony used that form to travel with his armor all the time. This idiot fell into a honey trap and got robbed. As soon as Peter's voice filled the hall, the woman froze in place and looked around like a kid who was caught stealing cookies. Inside the room, Tony was blindfolded, handcuffed, and surrounded by 4 alien women, each of them with vibrant skin. One of them even had a third breast, which Tony was currently sucking on. 2 of the women held small leather whips in hand as they took turns flogging Tony's chest every minute or so. Suddenly, the door flew open and hit the wall with a bang, scaring the woman as they screamed and jumped off of the bed. Huh. Tony mutters as the sweet alien breast leaves his mouth, still blindfolded. What's going on? At the door, Peter stood with Tony's Iron Man briefcase in one hand while a guilty-looking thief stood behind him in fear. All of you out, now. Peter orders and steps aside as the frightened alien prostitutes rush out, knowing that they've been caught. Peter. Tony asks in confusion as he pulls on his restraints. Is that you? You really are an idiot. Peter sighs as he shoots a web at Tony's head and pulls the blindfold off. I never took you for a masochist though. As a sadist, Peter was a bit disappointed in his friend's preferences, though he wouldn't judge him for it. What? Why are you here? Tony asks but soon notices the case in Peter's hand. Why do you have my armor? A/N, 1485 words. Face with thermometer. I currently have pneumonia, and I'm in grave need of stones. They're the only medicine that can help. For real though, I am sick. This sucks. Pensive face. P.S. Big time skip in the next chapter. Chapter 171, C171 Ripped Fatty. Time skip, 5 months. It's been months since Peter found Tony in a compromising position at that alien brothel, and a bit has happened. First, the ships that they received from the Nova Empire have been fixed and are now fully operational. Each of them has gone through a small change though. Upon looking into the system that powers the large warships, Peter and Tony found that each one had a reactor that kept everything running. Sadly, the core of the reactor was some sort of unknown element, at least to those on Earth. Seeing that this problem would come to bite them in the butt soon enough, Peter and Tony got to work and replaced every reactor with a larger version of Tony's arc reactor. Of course, every ship was powered by potassium, Earth's very own one-of-a-kind element. This seemed to be an upgrade compared to the former power supply, which upgraded 3 major things in every ship. The beam cannons can now shoot a laser 5 times as strongly. The engines currently generate triple the power. Lastly, the shields can now stay on 24/7 outside of battle, though they would still slowly degrade if they took enough damage. Seeing that leaving the ships on Earth would be inviting certain groups to try and steal them, Peter had Jarvis fly them to specific intervals around the planet, setting up a huge defensive perimeter. All ships are in orbit around the Earth, sir. Jarvis said only minutes after Peter gave the order. Good, remember to keep the scans open at all times, and let us know if we have any more visitors. Peter instructed as he looked at a hologram of the planet, showing the exact locations of each ship. These ships have a much better capability to scan farther distances than the Stark satellites, so they would be a better warning system in case of another invasion. Speaking of an invasion, Thanos nor his armies have shown themselves yet, though the web of ships surrounding the planet isn't just for scanning. Jarvis, if there's ever another attack on the planet and nobody from the Avengers is reachable or willing to take action, feel free to activate the ships and attack. Any opposition should be taken care of outside of the planet. Peter told Jarvis thoughtfully. Just be relatively sure that they're hostile first. We wouldn't want to attack anyone for no reason. Yes, sir. Jarvis replied affirmatively. I'll run simulations for future battles. Other than finishing up the new Avengers War fleet, nothing much has happened besides something that has been a long time coming. Flashback. Sitting in the living room, Peter watched as Ned, May, Grace, and MJ all sat on the couch, waiting for his announcement. Peter, what's going on? May asks as she looks at him in confusion. She wasn't the only one either. Grace was especially surprised that she was invited, as she was only recently clued into the fact that Peter was Spider-Man, and everyone knew but her. As for Ned and MJ, they had a feeling about a few reasons for this impromptu meeting but weren't sure exactly. I have figured out a way to give all of you an extended lifespan as well as superpowers. Peter cuts right to the point. Oh, sh*T. Ned exclaims as he jumps out of his seat. It's finally happening. For real? MJ asked, hoping that Peter wasn't lying to her right now. For a while now, MJ has wanted nothing more than to be able to watch Peter's back, so that she could protect the men she loves. Meanwhile, both Grace and May were surprised, though they had the same thought. Lifespan. Could it make me look younger? Both thought at the exact same time. Yup, for real. Peter says as he pulls out a vial filled with dragon bone dust. This is crushed up pieces of fossilized dragon bones. Wow. Ned uttered as he rushed over and snatched the vial from his best friend's hand. What does it do? It has a large quantity of chi, which will give you. Peter starts to explain the whole process of the resurrection elixir. And when they mix, you will get the powers of both substances combined. Peter then went on to explain their blood options. Either normal human blood, super soldier blood, or his own blood. So, we could get your powers? Ned asks with an excited glint in his eyes. MJ seemed to prefer this option too, as an interested glint appeared on her pretty face. Maybe. Peter answers unsurely. Instantly, everyone in the room looked at him funny. What does that mean? MJ asks in confusion. Isn't that what you said? Yes and no. Peter answers with a thoughtful expression. I learned early on that my powers were given to me by a higher power, not just because I was bitten by a special spider. So, God gave you your powers? Grace asks as that was how she interpreted Peter's words. Not exactly. Peter answers with an unknowing shrug. If I had to guess, the higher power would have to be okay with you having spider-related powers, so it's a bit of a gamble really. What if we don't want superpowers? May asks as she raises her hand like a child at school. I'm not very interested in being a hero, so I don't think that this should include me. Although May found the possibility of being young for a long time appealing, she wasn't exactly a fighter. She would fight if her loved ones were in danger, but making it a full-time job like Peter wasn't in her thoughts. I'm not asking any of you to be a hero. I just want all of you to be safe. Simply having the power to defend yourselves would be more than enough. Peter says in a serious tone, which seemed to win everyone over. And if we do want to be heroes? MJ asks. Instantly, MJ's mother turns a pointed gaze in her direction. What? Grace asks, not knowing her daughter had dreams of being a hero. I want to fight alongside Peter. She admits, which causes her mother's glare to turn a bit softer. Me too. Ned joined in excitedly. After some thought, everyone came to a decision regarding their elixir. They all unanimously decided to use Peter's blood. May and Grace didn't really care, so they went with whatever Ned and MJ chose. For them, it was a gamble for Peter's overpowered spider powers. Though there really wasn't a downside, as Peter was also enhanced by the super soldier serum as well, so they would get Captain America's powers no matter what. Seeing as May and Grace didn't care much about the procedure, Ned and MJ played rock paper scissors to decide which of them would go first, as Peter only had one coffin-like device made, which was the same one he used on Peggy. Rock paper scissors, shoot. They said in unison as their hands jet forward. I win. Ned exclaims as his rock beat her scissors. I've told you a million times. They always go rock first. Peter says in an I told you so sort of tone. Shut up. Calling Ned's family beforehand, they explained that he would be spending the night at Peter's, as the procedure would most likely take the entire night. All right, good luck. Peter says as he pokes a spot on Ned's neck, which causes him to fall asleep instantly. Thankfully, he was already laying in the metal coffin, so Peter simply closed the lid and turned to see everyone else giving him questioning looks. What? It's just a pressure point. He'll be fine. Peter explains as he pulls a lever, causing the thick black elixir to fill the metal coffin, drowning Ned completely. Now what? Grace asks as the room grew silent. Now we wait. Peter replies, crushing everyone's anticipation. Want to play some board games? Hours passed as the night sky brightened and morning came along. Peter was the only one still awake, as the girls were too tired to make it past 4 a.m. Usually, MJ could stay up longer, but she got annoyed with Peter during their game of Monopoly and ran off to bed. Even in this world, Monopoly can ruin families and end friendships. Peter thought with a laugh as he sipped on a cup of coffee while watching over Ned. Suddenly, the metal coffin's lid burst open and a man covered in black goo lunged out as he gasped for air. Gasp, heavy breathing. Knowing the drill, Peter walked over and used a towel to help Ned get the black elixir off of his face. I feel different. Ned mutters as he starts wiping the black substance from his body, not noticing the changes that have occurred just yet. All of a sudden, footsteps could be heard from the stairway. Peter, do we have coffee? May came walking downstairs in pajamas and asked, though she froze in place when she saw a tall muscular naked man wiping his body with a black gooey towel. Who's that? A/N, 1536 words. I'm just a poor sick man. You wouldn't deny a sickly man a few stones, would you? P.S. I got some meds, so things are looking up. Chapter 172, C172 Ned's transformation. Who's that? May asks as she saw an unfamiliar naked man in her living room. What do you mean, Miss Parker? Ned asks in confusion, still unaware of the changes that have taken place to his body. It's me, Ned. May looked at Peter in shock as Ned stood to the side, holding a slimy towel over his family jewels. Without a word, Peter waves his hand and conjured a tall mirror in front of Ned, shocking him even more than May. Ah. Who's that? Ned repeated the same words as May as he stared at himself in the mirror. It's you, Ned. Peter says with a smirk. Not only did the elixir make Ned a few inches taller, but it also removed all of the excess fat from his body. Though the fat didn't just disappear, it was used as fuel to build a very muscular body. While Peter had a slim and muscular build, Ned now has a body similar to Steve. In short, he looks like a shredded bodybuilder. Dude. Ned mutters as he looks between both the mirror and Peter. Holy sh*t. He started freaking out and without noticing he began to feel up his body, trying to make sure that the mirror wasn't some sort of illusion. I am not fat anymore. Ned stutters as a stray tear drips down his cheek. Being the fat kid in school takes a toll, as children are very candid with their thoughts. Even teenagers will use anything against you if they don't like you enough. Flash especially, though he wasn't a bully anymore. Ned, like any other overweight kid, learned early that he had to laugh with the fat jokes, or simply ignore them depending on who was saying it. Over the years, he grew callous to anything related to his weight, as he heard it all a million times. Seeing himself as a sort of Greek god was just too much of a shock to Ned. His mind couldn't handle it as years of trauma due to his own body image came to the surface all at once. Let's get you in the shower, buddy. Seeing this happening in real time, Peter opened a portal to the bathroom and helped Ned walk through, as his body wasn't used to such a dramatic change yet. Escorting him into the shower and turning it on, Peter could still see some stray tears falling down Ned's stunned face. I'll go get you a new towel and some clothes. Peter says as he walks back through the portal. Peter. Ned called out, stopping Peter in his tracks. Yeah. He asks, looking over his shoulder. Thank you. Ned says emotionally. What are best friends for, right? Peter says with a warm smile as the portal closes, leaving Ned in the bathroom alone. Sometime later, Ned exited the bathroom in one of Peter's outfits, as any of his old clothes would be too large now. Although Peter's clothes were a bit tight on him, they really showed off the definition of his new body. As soon as Ned walked down to the living room, he rushed over to Peter and wrapped him in a big hug, lifting Peter off the ground with ease. This is the best day of my life. Ned exclaimed as he spun around with Peter in tow. Seated on the couch, May, Grace, and MJ watched with mixed expressions on their faces. Grace and MJ were shocked beyond belief, as they hadn't seen Ned's change yet. They saw Ned on a regular basis, especially MJ, so they didn't fully believe that the person in front of them was actually Ned. Okay, calm down. Peter says as Ned puts him down. Ned, is that really you? MJ asks as she walks over in surprise. Oh yeah. Ned answers excitedly as he starts flexing like a bodybuilder, though he knew none of the poses so he came off clumsy and idiotic. Yup, that's Ned. MJ thought with a roll of her eyes. So, did you get Peter's spider powers? MJ asks as soon as Ned stopped making a fool out of himself. Ah, I don't know. Ned answers with a shrug. I'm definitely stronger though. That's for sure. Let's test it out. Peter declares as he walks off into the kitchen. I'll be right back. Only a minute later, without anyone noticing, an egg came flying out of the kitchen door and smacked Ned in the back of the head, exploding upon impact. What the? Ned exclaimed as he flinched and grabbed the back of his head, getting a handful of egg yolk in the process. Turning toward the kitchen door, everyone found Peter standing there with a carton of eggs in hand. Sorry, but I'm afraid you didn't win the gamble. Peter says with a shake of his head. No spider sense means that he most likely doesn't have any spider-related powers. It's okay. Ned says as he does his best to hide his disappointment. This is already more than enough. Thanks again, Peter. No problem. Peter says as he walks over and pats him on the shoulder. Although you didn't get my spider powers, it looks like you definitely got the effects of the super soldier serum. Of course, Peter already told them about his and Tony's experimenting with the serum, so they already knew. Ned smiles upon hearing Peter's words, though that smile is soon replaced by a contemplative look. I need to come up with a superhero name. You need a suit as well. Peter adds another task for him to figure out. How are we supposed to explain Ned's new look? MJ asks as she realizes that they have a whole school of people to answer to, not to mention Ned's family. Silence fills the room in an instant. Since it's summer, we can explain Ned's transformation as the results of extreme diet and exercise, though people may think that you took steroids. It would be a bit hard to believe, but there shouldn't be any major problems. As for his family, we only have to worry about your parents. Peter says as he thinks for a moment. After a second of silence, Peter contemplated the possibility of performing some mind magic on Ned's parents, but soon threw that thought away. Ned, you can tell them that you woke up with superpowers. They'll probably think you're a metahuman. Just make sure to keep them quiet because having powers can attract a lot of unsavory attention. Peter explains. Hearing Peter's plan, Ned was a bit disappointed by his words. Since MJ's mother was allowed to know about everything, then he wanted to tell his parents as well. Of course, he would respect Peter's decision, as it wasn't his secret to tell in the first place. This all started with Peter, so he would have to be the one to give permission, and Peter wasn't very close to Ned's parents in the first place. They didn't have a bad relationship or anything. It's just that Ned's parents don't speak English, so there has always been a sort of language barrier between them. Maybe someday Peter would let Ned reveal everything to his parents, but that time wasn't now. As for the rest of Ned's extended family, like his grandparents, cousins, etc., they can get the same excuse as everyone at school. They don't live with him and only visit for holidays and reunions, so they weren't a problem. Sounds good. Ned nodded in agreement. Should I go and tell them now? If you want, but you'll miss out on everyone else getting their powers next. Peter says with a shrug. After some thought, Ned decided to run off home to explain the good news to his parents. He couldn't hold in the excitement and wanted to see their reactions. I'll be back tomorrow, Ned said as he ran out of the door at the fastest speed he has ever moved in his life. After some cleaning up from Ned's procedure, it was finally time for MJ to go through the same thing. Standing in front of the metal coffin, MJ looked nervous, though she was also pulsing with excitement. You ready? Peter asks as he finished refilling the elixir, made with his own blood of course. Yeah, I'm just a little nervous, she says as Peter pulls her into his chest from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist. You'll be asleep the whole time, he whispers in her ear and plants a soft kiss on her cheek. It'll be over before you even know it, I promise. Aw. Grace exclaims as she and May peek their heads out from the kitchen door, ruining the moment completely. Why are they always like this? MJ muttered as Peter let go of her. Who knows? Peter sighed alongside her. After stripping off all of her clothes off, MJ lay in the coffin completely nude, looking up at Peter who was crouched above her. Ready? Peter asks, noticing the nervous look on her face alongside the loud pounding of her beating heart. Yeah. She answers back after a short pause. Okay. Peter says as he pokes her neck the same way as Ned. Love you. Exclamation point. Hearing Peter's sudden declaration, which he has never said before, MJ's eyes go wide as she swiftly drifts off into a deep slumber. Smirking at her expression, Peter closed the lid and hit the lever, releasing the elixir and starting the process. That was so cute. May practically squealed. Grace felt the same way, though she was too nervous for her daughter to show it at the moment. They always find a way to ruin the moment, don't they? A/N, 1627 words. Faced with thermometer, a sickly man stands before you with a worn metal cup in hand. He holds it out while asking for but a few measly stones. It would save his life, he said. Do you scorn him and pace off in disgust, or do you do the kind thing and hand over your worthless rocks, small orange diamond? Chapter 173, C-173 Spider Granny returns. Similar to Ned, Peter waited up all night, watching over the metal coffin. Though this time around he had a companion, who never left the room or took her eyes off of the coffin for a single second. You know, you can sleep if you want. Peter looked to Grace, who was worriedly staring at the coffin. I can't. She replies with a nervous sigh. I feel like I'm at her funeral. Well, that's probably the sh*TTY design on my part. Peter admits, getting a small laugh from Grace. Now that I think about it, I could have made something a bit less morbid, though I was rushed at the time. The room returned to silence as the two of them sat quietly on the couch together. I'm going to make more coffee, Grace says as she walks off into the kitchen with an empty mug in hand. Hours pass as both Peter and Grace sat in the living room. Since Peter was used to this and confident in the procedure's success, he started playing on his phone as the night went on. So far, 2 procedures like this have gone through with perfect results, so he wasn't that worried. On the other hand, Grace chugged caffeine all night and stayed vigilant, ready for some sort of horrible incident to occur at any moment. Huh. MJ grunted as she awoke in an unfamiliar place. Surrounding her was an odd-looking dimension that seemed to be separated by spider webs. MJ breathed heavily as she stood up from the floor and looked around, shocked and frightened by this random turn of events. Only moments ago, her boyfriend said he loved her for the first time and put her to sleep so that she could receive the resurrection elixir. Where am I? She thought. In between the web-like structure of this unimaginable dimension, different versions and outcomes of what appeared to be her life played out over and over. As if she was watching multiple televisions, MJ witnessed all sorts of lives that she could or would have lived. From mundane lives, where she lived like a normal person with a job, husband, and children, to lives that are much more fantastical, where she became a hero in her own right. Ignoring the boring lives, as they didn't interest her one bit, especially since most of them didn't include Peter, MJ watched the lives that looked far more interesting. In every one of them, she would become a spider-related hero that went by all sorts of names. Spider-Woman, Spider-Girl, Silk, Ghost Spider, etc. MJ watched as different versions of herself fought familiar and unfamiliar villains, using her powers and smarts to stop crime and protect civilians. "What is this?" she muttered in confusion. "It's you." The voice of an elderly woman fills the spider-web dimension. Following the sound, MJ turns to see an old decrepit-looking woman with spider-like appendages sitting on a stone throne. Not only does she have 8 black spider legs coming out of her back, but also multiple beady black eyes on her wrinkled face. The Great Weaver. "Ah, I can see that, but how and why?" MJ asks back, stunned by the mutant-looking woman. Across the infinite multiverse, Michelle Jones Watson always has a 50-50 chance of being something great. The old spidery woman says as she gestures to the playing images. "Which will it be this time? A mundane life as anyone else, or something more?" "Who are you?" MJ asks, unsure of whether she could trust the woman before her. "That doesn't matter." The Great Weaver shakes her head, unwilling to answer any questions. "Just know that I'm the one who bestowed power to the men whom you cherish so dearly." "Wait." MJ speaks, remembering what Peter said only yesterday. "I learned early on that my abilities were given to me by a higher power, not just because I was bitten by a special spider." "I see." MJ mutters as she figured out what was going on. "Did I win the gamble?" "Not yet, no." The spider granny answered with a creepy knowing smirk, easily reading MJ's thoughts. "Did you just?" MJ asks as she feels oddly violated. "Yes." The Great Weaver's smile only widens upon seeing her reaction. "That's not an invasion of privacy at all," MJ says with a heavy bit of sarcasm. "You act as if I don't know everything about you already," the elderly woman says with a cackle. MJ frowned as she felt naked in front of the cosmic being across from her. "Enough of that," the Great Weaver said as she stopped laughing and looked at MJ seriously. "So, what is your choice, girlie?" "What do you mean?" MJ asks, not understanding what she meant. "Sigh, I forgot how annoying it is to deal with you mortals." Spider Granny comments rudely. "Sorry." MJ apologizes unsurely. "Well, you can't help it, I suppose." She responds with an uncaring shrug. "Let me spell it out for you. Would you like to get similar powers to your future husband?" MJ's eyes go wide open as she heard that. "Oops, how careless of me," the Great Weaver says, as though she didn't mean to reveal that little tidbit. "Future husband?" MJ repeats questioningly. "Well, he could be." She replies in an uncaring tone. Nothing is set in stone after all. Aye. MJ didn't know how to reply to that. "Well, I've wasted enough time. Choose now or I'll choose for you." The elderly woman gives her an ultimatum. At that moment, MJ froze as she saw the woman before her about to open her mouth once again. "I want the powers." Seeing that her choice was almost taken away from her, MJ acted quickly and shouted her answer before it was too late. "Good." The Great Weaver smirked as she waved her hand. Instantly, with the wave of her hand, a great force impacted MJ's body and knocked her backward. "Huh." MJ grunted as the force hit her and she flew into a small spider web-shaped portal. As Peter was tapping away on his phone, Grace was fidgeting in her seat from the copious amounts of caffeine that she consumed to stay up all night. As a single working mother, Grace hasn't pulled an all-nighter like this in years, so the night was rather grueling for the worried woman. Asterisk clang. Gasp, asterisk. Just as she was about to go and make another cup of coffee, the lid of the metal coffin flew off and fell to the floor, as a black sludge-covered woman shot out with a loud gasp for oxygen. "Oh, thank God." Grace exclaimed as she rushed over and hugged her daughter without a care for the messy substance covering her body. "Excuse me," Peter says as he joins the mother and daughter duo and starts wiping MJ's face so that she could open her eyes. Heavy breathing. MJ slowly caught her breath as Peter wiped all of the black gunk from her face. "Hey there, beautiful." Peter smiles as he gets a clear look at her. Aye. MJ starts to speak but she didn't have the lung capacity just yet. "I love you too." At that instant, Grace felt like a third wheel to her daughter's budding romance and backed up to give the two some space. "Good to know." Peter smiled as he kissed her dirty black lips, uncaring as the used elixir gets on his face. "Let's get you in the shower, shall we?" Hearing Peter's obviously flirtatious invitation to bathe together, MJ nods with a small blush on her face. Meanwhile, Grace watched the whole thing with a heated look on her face. Why couldn't Nick be like that? She thought, imagining herself and Fury in their place. While Grace was off in her own imagination, which is something she seems to have picked up from May, Peter opened a portal to his bathroom and carried MJ out of the metal coffin bridal style. We'll be back in a bit, Peter says over his shoulder as the portal closes behind them, leaving MJ's exhausted and caffeine-ravaged mother in the living room alone, daydreaming about who knows what. A/N, 1,384 words, smiley face. Man police officer medium light skin tone. A police officer pulls you over for speeding. Oncoming police car. You are forced to pay a fine of 3 stones. Large orange diamond. Pay the price or it's off to jail. Filthy criminal. Angry face. Chapter 174, C-174. MJ's transformation. While sharing a hot and steamy shower with MJ, who couldn't fully control her body due to the recent procedure, Peter was sure to wash every corner of her body lovingly. Of course, this embarrassed MJ to no end, but she certainly wasn't complaining. Sadly, before the two lovebirds could get too ahead of themselves, Peter noticed something odd while cleaning his lovely girlfriend's arms. What's this? Peter muttered as he found something that wasn't there before. He spent many an hour studying her body, so Peter would be able to spot any differences fairly quickly. MJ now has 2 small holes in her wrists, which match the same holes that Peter had in the same location. Huh. MJ looked down and saw what Peter was looking at. Suddenly, as Peter was studying her wrists, MJ involuntarily discharged some web, which shot Peter square in the face, blocking his vision as it stuck to him like tape. Holy sh*T. MJ exclaimed as she watched it all happen with her newly enhanced vision. Oh my god. Are you okay? Yeah. Peter replies as he pulls the webs off with ease and tosses them to the side. Congrats, you seem to have gotten my powers. Yeah, about that. MJ says as she starts to explain what happened to her when she fell asleep. Huh, so you met the Great Weaver too? Peter says as they walk out of the shower and start drying off. Yeah, though she didn't tell me her name or title. MJ replies as they continue into his room, looking for clothes to wear. She was really creepy. I know, she was like that with me too. Peter says with a shrug, as he sits on his bed and watches MJ get dressed. I really love my life. Although MJ took good care of herself before this, after the procedure from last night, Peter could see some differences in his beautiful girlfriend's naked body. First, she was maybe an inch taller. Second, MJ's body was just all around tighter than before. A big reason for this newfound tightness was the thin layer of muscles that now appeared all over her body. Though nobody would actually be able to notice them unless she exerted herself in some way. Surprisingly, and to Peter's love and amazement, something else may have occurred during the process last night. MJ. Peter says, drawing MJ's attention toward him. Did your butt get bigger? What? MJ utters in surprise as she looks at a standing mirror in the corner and turns to get a good look at her backside. Is it? Just as Peter thought, her butt was a bit thicker than before. Nothing too crazy, but she most definitely had some more substance back there. Yeah, it's probably the muscles in your butt. Peter says as he caught sight of her chest next. I don't think that's the only thing either. Huh. MJ muttered as she follows Peter's gaze to see what he was looking at. Looking down at her breasts, MJ instantly noticed a change this time around. Throughout her life, MJ was cursed with below-average-sized breasts. She didn't really mind, but seeing them gain a bit of plumpness was shocking to her. She was a B cup only last night and now MJ seemed to be somewhere in the C cup range. But that's not related to muscle. MJ says and turns to Peter for answers. Don't look at me. Peter says with a shrug. I have no idea why your breasts would get bigger, though I certainly have no problem with it. Seeing the perverted smirk on her boyfriend's face, MJ couldn't help but huff and turn away, guarding her breasts against his hungry eyes. Though doing so only left her backside defenseless. I'm really happy you took the elixir. Peter says as MJ could feel his gaze on her butt. I hate you right now. After MJ received her powers, the next 2 days were filled with May and Grace receiving theirs, though, like Ned, they only got Peter's super soldier abilities. Of course, they didn't mind, as they were only in it for the beauty aspect, which did not disappoint. Since the two of them didn't appear that old, as they took good care of themselves through skin care, hygiene, diet, etc., they didn't de-age as much as people like Eric and Charles. The both of them already looked to be in their mid-20s beforehand after all. Though that doesn't mean the results weren't in their favor. Wrinkles disappeared, skin was cleared and tightened, slim muscles were formed, hair was rejuvenated, and much more. If before their procedures the two of them were 35-year-olds that could pass themselves off as being in their 20s with some makeup and extreme care for their bodies, now they didn't need anything to look the part. I can't stop looking at myself. May comments as she and Grace were stuck naked in front of a large mirror, gawking at themselves. My A*S has never been this tight before. Grace says as she stands sideways to get a better look. Meanwhile, in the living room. Do you think they're ever going to come back downstairs? Peter asks MJ, who was sitting on his lap and flipping through the channels on the TV. It's probably going to be a few more hours. MJ says, knowing her mother very well. Has Ned texted you back yet? Yeah, his parents are still freaking out about everything and won't let him leave the house. Peter explains. Ned was supposed to return a couple of days ago, as he wanted to see everyone else's transformations, but his parents were a bit more shocked by his sudden change than they expected. First, Ned scared them by walking into the house in his new body, which made them think someone was robbing the place. Then, after defusing the situation and explaining everything, his parents were both shocked and scared. Obviously, they were shocked by his drastic change, but they were scared for a much different reason. The government. What would happen to their son if some secret government agency wanted to take him and use him for experiments or other unsavory activities? Although this train of thought wasn't wrong, as they live in a world full of people like this, it was mainly fueled by the many conspiracy theory shows and videos that Ned's parents watch daily. So, now Ned is under house arrest until a good amount of time passes that can explain his drastic change, which is probably for the best. Of course, Peter did not envy Ned's current situation one bit. He just got his powers and he can't even put them to use. MJ says, feeling sympathy for their friend. Yeah, it sucks, but I can't say that I disagree with his parents. Peter says with a shrug. A couple of hours later, both May and Grace came strutting downstairs in some new clothes, which looked to be older than their normal outfits. It's been so long since these jeans fit me. May exclaimed as she and Grace entered the living room with an air of confidence. I'm glad everything worked out the way you wanted it. Peter says with a smile, enjoying their good mood. Thankfully, May and Grace's change wasn't as drastic as Ned's, so they could pass their transformation off as simply changing their makeup style alongside new skin creams and hygiene products. After cleaning up and enjoying each other's company, Grace went home via portal, as she had work in the morning. May had work as well, so she went off to bed with a radiant smile on her face, still happy about her new look. That only left MJ and Peter, who had nothing to do tomorrow since it was summer vacation. Can we go and patrol the city? MJ asks excitedly out of nowhere. No. Peter denies, deflating her excitement in a single moment. Why not? She asks while directing her best puppy-eyed expression toward him. Because you don't have a disguise and you haven't fully tested your powers out yet. Peter explains with a shake of his head. I don't need you snapping some guy in half because you can't control your strength yet. Okay, then let's go and start testing. MJ says as her excitement returns once again. Sigh, fine. Peter says reluctantly, as he originally wanted to spend the rest of the night cuddled up in bed together. With a wave of his hand, a portal appears, leading to a dark underground room, filled with all sorts of contraptions held together by webs. What is this place? MJ asks as they step inside. My secret lair. Peter says as he walks over and dusts off some of the equipment. I made all of this to test my powers when I first started. Now it's your turn, I guess. Showing MJ what each machine did, Peter started her off on the bench press, where she nervously looked at the huge metal beams which were used as weights. Are you sure I can lift this? She asks with a worried look. Yeah, just give it a try. Peter says as he stands nearby just in case. Lifting the bar above her with ease, MJ's mouth drops wide open in shock as a smile blooms on her face. Good job. Peter says with a smile. Looks like you need more weight though. Hours later, when they tested everything from her strength to spider senses and wall crawling, MJ turned to Peter with an important question. Peter, which name do you think sounds better? MJ called out as she wiped some sweat from her brow. Silk or Spider Woman? A/N, 1640 words. A hideous man stands before you. He wears nothing but a trench coat and threatens to flash you his naughty bits at any moment. Just as he pulls open his jacket to do the deed, the world freezes and a notification appears before you, sensor flasher attack. Pay 3 stones. Chapter 175, C175 Silk. Silk or Spider Woman? MJ looks to Peter for an answer. Peter hums in thought. If I had to choose, Silk sounds the coolest. Spider Woman feels more like you just copied my name in a way. Alright, Silk it is. MJ says with a smirk, remembering the blacked-out hooded spider suit that her multiverse counterpart wore. How do I get a superhero suit like yours? I want mine in black though. Well, I can probably whip up something for you. Peter says after a second of thought. Really? MJ exclaims excitedly as she rushes over and grabs his arm. Yeah, just focus on getting your body under control for now. I'll work on making your suit in the meantime. Peter's words made MJ vibrate with excitement. How long will it take? She asks, ready to make her big debut. I'll have it done when you're ready, Peter said, instantly taking the wind out of her sails. Fine. It only took MJ about a week to fully test out her body and get her newfound abilities under control. As soon as she was up to Peter's standards, he portaled her to his room to receive her promised reward. Where is it? MJ rushed through the portal with an exciting pep in her step. It's been a week and all she could think about was her suit and her first patrol around the city. Hold on. Sighing at her behavior, Peter walked over to his closet and pulled out some black and white clothing. Is this it? MJ paces over and snatches the clothes from his hand. As soon as her hand touched the suit, gold spell circles and runes covered every inch of the suit. After a moment, the suit was sucked up into MJ's hand and disappeared. Ah, what happened? She asks in shock, looking back and forth between Peter and her empty hand. The suit is bound to you now. Simply think of it and the suit will appear, like mine. Peter explains. Okay. MJ mutters as she closes her eyes and concentrates on her new suit. Instantly, the outfit she's wearing is replaced by a brand new black and white superhero suit with small red accents. Seeing MJ looking down at her body in shock, Peter steps out of the way so she can use the tall mirror behind him. Oh my god. MJ says in awe and wonder. Her new spider suit is a mix between the ghost spider and silk suits. Everything below the shoulders is the silk suit while the hood and mask are a black version of the ghost spider suit. The mask has large white eyes with red outlines as well as a red design in the inner part of the hood. Add image if you want. So, did I do a good job? Peter asks as he stands beside her, admiring his work. It's perfect. MJ says in a daze. That's not all though. Your suit is pretty much a copy of mine. I just redid everything my teacher did to mine. Peter says. What does your suit do? She asks, tearing her eyes away from the mirror. I don't think you've ever told me. Well, it's made and enchanted to be resistant to most things, like water, fire, tearing, cutting, etc. Though don't get too cocky. Enough damage would be able to break through the suit. If it is torn or damaged, the suit will regenerate back to new after a short time. Remember, it's made to last, not as a sort of protective armor. Don't rely on it to stop every attack. Peter explains. Okay, anything else? MJ nods like an attentive student. Yes, just one more thing. Peter says as he takes out his phone and snaps a quick picture of her. Look at this. Peter turns the phone to her, showing MJ a picture of the room without her in it at all. The suit is invisible to all cameras, but you can turn that off and on at will. Just think of turning it off. Peter explains. MJ does as she was told and feels a slight vibration run through the suit. As the vibration disappears, Peter takes another picture and shows it to her. This time she was completely visible. Use that function when you're leaving to patrol and returning home. Peter explains his use of the anti-camera function. That way no one can track where you live and find out your identity. Wow, this is amazing. MJ praises as she takes the suit off with a single thought, returning her normal clothes. Ready to get out there? Peter asks, throwing MJ for a loop as she didn't expect him to say that. Yeah, but are you sure I'm ready? MJ asks, as he has been fairly protective of her during the past week. Sure, the only way to learn now is by doing. Peter says with a shrug. Over the week, Peter has taught her some hand-to-hand combat, but she was still new and extremely inexperienced. Though that wasn't a problem for people with spider abilities. MJ would be able to dodge any attack with her enhanced body and spider senses, so no normal person would stand a chance. We can work on your combat skills over time, but until then you might as well get out there and learn through experience. Peter says as a wide smile forms on MJ's face. She thought that Peter would hold her back for a while longer, but that didn't seem to be the case. Can we go now? She asks as her suit appears on her body once again. Sure. Peter says with a knowing smile. I don't know if I can do this. MJ mutters nervously as she looks over the edge of a tall skyscraper. What happened to all of that excitement and confidence from earlier? Peter smiles behind her. I think that I left it at home. MJ says as she stands frozen at the edge of the roof. Well, let's go get it. Peter says as he reaches forward and places a hand on her back. Peter. What are you doing? MJ yells in fear. Just giving you a little nudge. Peter says in her ear as he pushes her forward. Sometimes the baby birds need to be thrown out of the nest so they can learn to fly. Peter. MJ screams as she falls forward and plummets off of the tall skyscraper. Standing at the edge, Peter watches MJ flail for a moment before leaping off behind her. Pulling his arms to his sides, Peter fell face first and caught up to MJ, who was still freaking out. Swing. Peter yelled over to her as he pointed to his wrist. You can do it. Of course, Peter would save her if she needed it, but he would only do so at the last second. Until then he would wait for her to save herself. Hearing Peter's words and seeing the concrete floor getting closer and closer, MJ raised a hand up over her head and shot a web from her wrist. Sadly, she didn't aim it anywhere, so instead of sticking to a building, the web shot into the sky and fell with her only moments later. F***CK. MJ yelled as she continued falling. Good try. Peter smiled as he saw the ground getting a bit too close for comfort. With a wave of his hand, a portal opened below them. Falling through it, both Peter and MJ came out 800 feet higher. When MJ saw the portal appear, she thought it was over, but that seemed to be a misconception on her part. Peter merely bought her some more time. All right, try again. Peter calls out as they continue falling. I hate you. MJ yells back as she glares at Peter. I love you too. Peter says with a smirk. Growing used to the feeling of falling, MJ looked at her surroundings and found that she was surrounded by buildings on all sides. I can do this. MJ thought as she pointed her wrist ahead and shot a web. A white line shot from her wrist and connected to the building, causing a smile to appear under MJ's mask. Good, now grab the web and swing. Peter gives her some pointers as he shoots a web at the same building as well. Doing as she's told, MJ tightened her fist around the web and swung like Tarzan, narrowly missing the packed streets of New York City. Below them, the crowded sidewalks filled with people watched and recorded as Spider-Man alongside another unknown person swung lowly overhead. Good job. Now keep up. Peter calls out as he chains his webs to maneuver around the city. After sloppily swinging for a few blocks, MJ was starting to get the hang of Peter's preferred form of transportation. In fact, she loved it. Woohoo! MJ laughed madly as she swung behind Peter, finding the experience similar to a roller coaster. Hearing his girlfriend's happy screams behind him, Peter smirked and found a place to land on a nearby rooftop. Landing perfectly with a flourish, Peter turned to see MJ miss the swing and hit the side of the building at full speed. Bang. Okay, maybe she needs more practice. Peter muttered as MJ wall crawled up the building. I heard that. As MJ climbed to the rooftop with a huff, a loud alarm could be heard from down the street followed by some automatic gunfire. Before Peter could say anything, MJ leaped off of the building and swung toward the danger without a second thought. She's going to be the death of me. Peter thought as he swung off behind her. A/N, 1634 words. Awakening in a small dark concrete box, you can't see a thing but you can feel the tiny hairy legs of multiple 8-legged creatures crawling all over your body. Suddenly, a notification appears before you, escape. Pay 3 stones. A/N, the next chapter ends this very long flashback. Chapter 176, C-176 Iron Man 3. Following after MJ, Peter pulled back enough to watch as she handled whatever situation was going on down the street. This is a good time to test her, I suppose. Peter thought as they arrived at the location of the alarm and automatic gunfire. 5 armed gunmen hid behind the large pillars in front of a bank as they shot at police, who surrounded the building and cut off all chances for them to escape. Each criminal had duffel bags over their shoulder, which were most likely filled with whatever they robbed from the bank. As for the police, they hid behind the cover of their cars and returned fire toward the 5 bank robbers. A few cops have already been shot, which wasn't a good sign, though no one seems to have died yet. Taking a quick look for any hostages, Peter found the bank to be completely empty inside and out. Well, besides the armed thieves. No wonder they started shooting. Peter thought as the gunfire continued. They had no hostages to trade, so they couldn't escape peacefully. Taking a closer look at the door, Peter saw a closed sign hanging from the window, explaining exactly why there weren't any hostages for them to take. This should be a perfect opportunity for her. Peter thought as he sat on a rooftop across the street with his legs dangling off the edge. Just as another cop took a bullet to the shoulder, a black shadow swung over the cop cars and her and shot some expertly aimed webs, which sealed the gunshot wounds of the few policemen that were hit. Who the F***CK is that? One of the robbers yells as he turns his gunfire toward the new arrival. Did Spider-Man change his look? A cop asks in confusion. Isn't that a woman? A female officer questioned as she noticed some womanly curves. That should do for now. MJ muttered as her spider senses started blaring. Acting quickly, MJ shot a web at the bank and yanked it, dodging the rain of assault rifle bullets that came flying her way. That's not how you should greet a lady. MJ yells as she soars toward the men that shot at her feet first. Before anyone could react, the bottom of MJ's boot was planted into one of the robbers' faces, launching the men backward. Crash shatter. Flying off of his feet, the men broke through the bank's glass window and fell to the floor unconscious, surrounded by shards of broken glass. What the? One of the armed men grunted in confusion as he got a good look at MJ. You're not Spider-Man. It's a girl. The man beside him asks in confusion. As soon as they noticed that they weren't dealing with Spider-Man, and instead it was a woman, the armed men seemed to calm down and relax a bit. What are you? Spider-Man's bitch. One of them asks as they all laugh and aim their guns in her direction. Luckily for them, the large concrete pillars were blocking the police still, so they didn't have to worry about getting shot, as long as they kept behind cover of course. Yeah, and I'm about to turn you four into my B** cheese. MJ threatens as she felt disgusted by their lingering gazes on her body. Though situations like this were bound to happen, as her suit is tight and showed off the contours of her body very well. Did she just admit to being my B** tch? Peter thought as he heard and saw everything from his vantage point. Not that I mind. Just as MJ made those dangerous remarks, the robbers didn't hold back anymore and opened fire in her direction. Kicking off the ground, MJ launched herself into the concrete overhang of the bank, missing the bullets with relative ease. Stand still, you little SL**T. One of the robbers yelled as they tried to follow her movements with their rifles. Not standing still for too long, MJ kicked off of the roof, continuously dodging bullets as she shot a web at one of the gunmen. As the web stuck to his chest, MJ pulled hard, picking the man up off the ground and sending him into the concrete roof above. Ah! He yelled in fright and smacked into the overhang. Bang! Instantly falling unconscious from the impact, his body hung from a thin web, dangling him from the bank like a holiday decoration. Continuing to the rest of the armed men, MJ took them down one by one as if she were dealing with toddlers. Stringing the knocked-out thieves up and leaving a quick message behind for the police and media, MJ waved to the surrounding police before swinging away. Did I do a good job? MJ asks expectantly as she arrives at Peter's location. I would give you a B+ for your first time. Peter hands out her grade after a moment's thought. Good work. Huh? Only a B? MJ asks incredulously. I plugged the wounds of those cops. That should at least bring it up to an A. No, you let them shoot too much for that. Peter shrugs off her complaints uncaringly. You have to remember that we live in a very crowded city. Stray bullets can easily hit civilians, especially when they're high-caliber bullets like today. Peter learned this lesson himself fairly early on when some stray bullets tore through a nearby apartment building and almost killed a little girl in her bed. The girl's mother came running outside just as Peter was wrapping things up for the police, and tore into him as well as the criminals for what almost happened to her daughter. Upon hearing this story, MJ's former accomplished feeling faded away. She knew at that moment that being a hero was more than just fighting bad guys and acting cool. It was about protecting people as best as you could. So, you're my B** tch, huh? Peter tried to lighten the mood as he smirked under his mask. Pow. Though he received a hard punch on the shoulder in return. Ugh. Peter grunted as he rubbed his shoulder. Maybe giving her superpowers was a bad idea. Across the street, the police rushed forward and arrived at the front of the bank with their weapons drawn and ready to fire. They didn't have a good view of what happened, so they had to be careful in their approach nonetheless. Arriving where the criminals took cover, the police were amused to find the bank robbers hanging from the roof, though that wasn't the only thing that caught their eyes. Webs covered the front doors and windows of the bank, spelling out something in an intricate design. Spiderweb, silk spiderweb. Long flashback end. Back to the 5-month time skip. With those in his life now superpowered up to protect themselves, Peter was able to sleep soundly. They can now defend themselves even if the enchantments he placed on them were to ever fail. Though I hope that time never comes. Peter thought as he drove to school in an old rusted 1969 Ford Mustang Boss 429 with MJ in his passenger seat. The car is in terrible shape at the moment, as Peter just got the engine running last night, but soon enough it will be in pristine condition. Arriving at the school parking lot, the car's tailpipe shot out a small cloud of black smoke as they parked, scaring off any nearby students. I'll have to work on that. Peter muttered as he and MJ avoided the smoke on the way inside. It's been about 2 months since school started, and everyone was shocked when a young Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson strolled in on the first day with textbooks in hand. At first, everyone thought there was a new transfer student, but when it came time for attendance to be called in their first class, the buff musclehead answered to a shocking name. Ned Leeds. This shocked everyone, even the teacher, though no one was more flabbergasted than Flash Thompson. The former bully himself, who would always find a way to mention Ned's weight in the conversation, now found himself staring in jealousy at that same person. It was an amusing day at school to say the very least. Although there is now a rumor floating around that Ned does steroids, that's better than people thinking he was a metahuman. Of course, he would have been treated well thanks to Peter's influence on mutant stigma in this world, but it still wasn't worth the trouble that it would bring Ned and his family. Other than school, Ned has been antsy to get out in the field like MJ, who patrols the city on her own at this point. When he saw news of the new hero Silk appearing, Ned wanted nothing more than to join his friends. Sadly, he was locked in his house at that time, and even now Peter won't allow him to have his debut. How come MJ gets to fight crime and I don't? Ned whined like a child when Peter stopped him earlier in the school year. Ned, MJ has my spider powers, so she has a built-in warning system along with a bunch of other abilities. Peter explained as he admired Ned's best effort at a superhero suit. It was basically a sweatsuit with an S painted on its chest alongside a ski mask to cover his identity and a pair of warm winter gloves. The worst part was the repurposed sheets that were now being used as a cape. She can dodge bullets with ease. Peter says as his voice turns more sympathetic. You need more training than her and a better suit. Hey. What's wrong with my suit? After that, the conversation degraded into Ned defending his work of art, as he called it, though at the end of the day he understood Peter's point. Since then, Peter has spent a bit of his spare time training Ned how to fight, which was moving slowly as Ned never fought anyone in his life. As Peter walked into school, his phone buzzed. Taking it out, he found a news alert in his feed. 10 rings bomb TLC Chinese theater. Huh. Isn't that in the city? A/N, 1,733 words. Give me the stones and I'll give Peter Extremis so he can be even more powerful. Don't and I'll wipe the universe of all Extremis remnants. Hee hee ha 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 ha, collision. Chapter 177, C-177 Mandarin. 10 rings bomb TLC Chinese theater. Huh. Isn't that in the city? Peter muttered as he came to a realization. Is it time for Iron Man 3 already? Peter. MJ asks as she stops alongside him. What's wrong? Peter looked up and showed her the article on his phone. There was a bombing last night. That's horrible. MJ says as she reads how many people were injured and killed in the incident. We should have been there. Hearing her say that, Peter knew that he had to put a stop to that line of thinking right away, as it wasn't healthy. Come here. Peter pulls her aside and out of hearing range of the surrounding students. What? MJ asks in confusion. Listen, we can't stop every bad thing in the world or even this city from happening. Peter says as he sees a conflicted look appear on MJ's face. We can try. MJ counters. Yes, but never feel guilty about incidents like this. We can't always be in the right place at the right time, ready to stop whatever catastrophe or crime that's ever going to happen. It's not possible. Peter explains. I wasn't feeling guilty. MJ lies through her teeth. Yes, you were. Peter says, and before she could argue further, the bell rang signaling everyone to get to their classes. Let's just go to class. MJ says as she storms off. As the hallway emptied, Peter took out his phone and hit a button. Jarvis, get me everything you can on the bombing that took place this morning. Peter orders. Yes, sir. Some people call me a terrorist, I consider myself a teacher. America, are you ready for another lesson? Peter watched a video of a bearded and balding white man in an ornate robe giving a speech on his phone. Insert picture of the fake Mandarin here. In 1864 in Sand Creek, Colorado, the U.S. military waited until the friendly Cheyenne braves all went hunting, waited to attack and slaughter their families that were left behind, and claim their land. 39 hours ago the Ali El Salem Air Base in Kuwait was attacked. Looking into the camera for a brief moment, the Mandarin paused before continuing. I did that. He admitted easily. A quaint military church filled with wives and children, of course. The soldiers were out on maneuvers, the braves were away, so to speak. President Obama, you continue to resist my attempts to educate you, sir. Now, you've missed me again. You know who I am, you don't know where I am, and you'll never see me coming. Peter sat at a lunch table with MJ beside him and Ned sat across with a tray piled high with food. I still can't get used to seeing you eat so much, Ned. MJ commented. I need it. Ned shrugs as he starts stuffing his face. Peter just finished watching the most recent video released by the Mandarin, as he waited to see if another one like it would surface, taking credit for the recent bombing in his city. I wonder if the real Mandarin has found out about this yet. Peter wondered. The man in the videos, which have just started cycling around the news, was nothing more than a failing drug-addicted actor, who was hired to play a part by a man named Aldrich Killian. Dr. Aldrich Killian is the founder and CEO of Advanced Idea Mechanics, or AIM for short. When Tony refused to join in his research, Killian joined up with Maya Hansen, who happens to be an old one-night stand of Tony's. Together they developed Extremis, an advanced form of genetic manipulation using nanotechnology, which was originally created by Ms. Hansen before Killian even joined her. Extremis was built to grant the human body the ability to heal and regenerate from physical damage, deformities, and even psychological damage. This also includes the regrowth of severed limbs in a very short time span, various physical enhancements as well as an exothermic ability. Heat manipulation. However, the subjects whose bodies rejected the treatment, which was pretty much all of them, would sooner or later explode due to a glitch in the extremis code. In time, Killian amassed a group of extremis-enhanced soldiers under his command, as he would target disabled soldiers for illegal human experiments and later hire them as assassins and bodyguards, which he would use to further his and aims standing in the world. It was easy pickings, as these soldiers would feel beyond indebted to Killian for helping them. In their minds, the army abandoned them, so they would rather join their savior than return there. He would save his lab rats at their lowest point, turn them into exclusive soldiers, use them for personal gain, and then blame their inevitable fiery deaths on the 10 rings. An easy target to use as a smokescreen for his activities, though this action would soon enough draw the attention of the real 10 rings and they certainly wouldn't be happy. Especially the Mandarin, who wouldn't take this disrespect lying down for long. Truthfully, I could do nothing and let the Mandarin take his revenge. Peter thought as he and MJ drove home after school. Though it's probably best to remove all extremist research from the playing field. If he were to let another group take down Killian and AIM, then they would likely take all of the extremist research and materials for themselves, which could cause problems in the future. Looks like I'll be getting a new upgrade soon enough. Peter thought as he dropped MJ off at her house and drove home. Of course, he would have to work on extremis and remove the small glitch that causes the explosions to take place, but that shouldn't take him and Tony too long to figure out. Maybe getting the original creator on our side would speed up the process. Peter wondered. Sir, I've compiled all the information and camera footage of today's bombing. Jarvis voice projects from Peter's phone as he pulls into his driveway. Once again, as his new rust bucket slowed to a stop, the tailpipe shot out a dark black cloud of smoke, drawing the attention of some of his neighbors. Good work, Jarvis. Peter says as he ignores everything and walks inside. Send everything to my laptop. Sent, sir. Spending over an hour going over the information and footage provided by Jarvis, Peter found some interesting information that would probably be overlooked by any law enforcement officials performing an investigation on the incident. First, the bombing happened last night for a reason. The CEO of a competitor to AIM was attending an event with his family in the theater, which shows a clear motive for this to happen. I'm sure that if I look close enough, a lot of these recent Mandarin attacks will show a clear motive like this. Peter thought out loud as he played a video on his laptop. A grainy video from a surveillance camera across the street showed the front side entrance of the theater. Seconds into the video playing, the windows and doors of the building broke open in a fiery explosion. Rewinding before the explosion took place, Peter zoomed in on a certain window, where the silhouette of a man appeared. Putting the video into slow motion and pressing play, Peter watched as the men in the window began to glow, lighting up the window before the inevitable explosion destroyed the place. Yep, that's definitely an extremist explosion. Peter thought as he hit a button on his phone. Yes, sir. Jarvis asks. I need you to compile similar information about every recent Mandarin attack. As long as the Mandarin took credit for it, I want to know everything. We can expand to other incidents afterward. Peter orders. On it, sir. That night, while Jarvis worked hard to get Peter what he asked for, another Mandarin video was released, where he dramatically took credit for the bombing in New York. As the video ended, Peter's phone started going off. Ring ring ring. Yo. Peter answered as he lay in bed with MJ sleeping soundly beside him. So what's going on with the Mandarin? Fury is getting calls from the president, asking for help with the 10 rings. They don't seem to have any leads. Tony's voice sounds through the phone. As I'm sure you know, Jarvis is compiling information for me. Once I have everything, I'll call a meeting and we'll take care of it. Peter replies easily. You know something, don't you? Tony asks as he could sense that Peter was holding something back. Yeah, but I need more information to be sure. Peter said as MJ shifts in her sleep and uses his shoulder as a pillow. Come on, tell me. Tony whined like a child as he started complaining about keeping secrets. So annoying. Peter looked between his beautiful girlfriend and his phone before making the right decision and simply hanging up. Putting his phone on mute, Peter curled up in bed with MJ in his arms. His phone constantly lit up with missed calls as he drifted off to sleep. A/N, 1535 words. Gimme dem gemstone stones gemstone or I'll never post another chapter again, pouting face. Chapter 178, C-178 Silk Meets Fury. Waking up the next morning, Peter was welcomed to the world by a phone full of missed calls and a large file full of information on his laptop, courtesy of Jarvis. Staying in bed to enjoy the company of his sleeping girlfriend, who was practically glued to his side, Peter opened up his laptop and started parsing through everything. About an hour passed as Peter was gathering information and MJ started to stir from her sleep. MJ stretches like a cat and wipes the sleep from her eyes as she looks up to find Peter awake and typing away on his laptop. What are you doing? Pushing the covers off, MJ reveals her naked upper body as she moves to get a better look. I'm reviewing the recent Mandarin attacks. Peter says as he presses play, showing her an explosion that took place in Washington, D.C. Are we going after him? She asks expectantly. Peter was about to turn her down, as he was going to handle this with the Avengers, but that was completely ruined when he saw her puppy dog eyes pointed in his direction. Please. She pleads as she presses her bare body against his. Fine. Peter gives in with a sigh. Yes. MJ started celebrating, though it was a bit too early for that. But you'll need to pay for what you started. Peter says as he puts his laptop aside and pulls MJ onto his lap. Instantly, she could feel something hard resting between her legs. Thankfully, it's Saturday so they can spend the morning however they like. Hours later, Peter finished his work and called a council meeting at the tower. Are you ready? Peter asked as he and MJ were suited up and about to head out. Pacing back and forth in front of him, MJ was nervous about her first encounter with the Avengers. Peter has sort of shielded her from anything Avengers related ever since she started her own hero gig, as he wanted her to just stick to the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man stuff, like saving people from burning buildings and other everyday crimes and catastrophes. Though there was one other very big reason why he kept her away from the Avengers, even while they questioned him about New York's new spider-related hero. MJ's father, Nick Fury. What if he can tell that it's me? MJ asks, referring to her father. Well, then we have some explaining to do, don't we? Peter says with a smirk. Though I doubt he'll notice. All right, let's go. MJ says and psyched herself up as she waits for Peter to open a portal. If you want, you can back out. Peter offers since he can see how nervous she is. No, I want to help fight the Mandarin. MJ states resolutely. Okay, if you say so. Peter nods and opens a portal. Ladies first. When a portal opened in the council room of the tower, everyone thought that it would be Peter, who just so happened to arrive late. Though just as the other council members were about to complain about waiting for so long, an unexpected individual came strolling on through. Huh. Tony grunted in surprise as MJ came walking out of the portal. Silk, what are you doing here? Like the idiot he is, Tony almost leaked MJ's name, which wouldn't have been good, to say the least. In the past few months, MJ has met with Tony a few times, so he knows that she is Silk. Of course, he plagued Peter with questions as to how he was able to give her his powers, but Peter kept his mouth shut for the time being. He would tell Tony about the resurrection elixir when he had more dragon bones to spare. Then Tony would be the next person to receive it as well. Silk, I see Spider-Man decided to stop hiding you away from us. Charles says with a welcoming smile. Who said I was hiding her? Peter denies everything as he steps through behind her. You said that if we tried to contact or bother Silk you would throw all of your work onto us until we were buried in paperwork for months. Eric says dryly. Hearing that, MJ turned to look at Peter questioningly. I don't know what he's talking about. He used to be a villain. Don't believe a word he says. Peter continues denying everything. Whatever, let's just get down to business. MJ says and sits next to Tony, as she feels more comfortable around him compared to the other Avengers. As she sat down, MJ peeked over at her father, who she hadn't seen in a few months. Although she worried that he would recognize her voice, Fury didn't seem to react at all. I agree, what's this all about? Her father asks as his gaze turns toward Peter. Jarvis, play the video. Peter says as a large TV instantly plays the footage of the most recent Mandarin bombing. Just as he did yesterday, the video zoomed in and showed the figure of the men in the window brightening and exploding. Huh, that was odd. Tony mutters. I know, but it gets even weirder. Peter says as the video changes, showing two other similar instances. In each of them, security footage picked up a glimpse of a bright human figure only seconds before a huge explosion. Is it an exploding metahuman? Eric asks with an interested look. I don't know for sure, but there's more. Peter says as the image on the screen changes to the AIM logo alongside a picture of Aldrich Killian. A lot of these attacks can be traced back to him, Aldrich Killian. He looks familiar. Tony says thoughtfully. His organization, AIM, is based in the city, so you've likely met before. He basically runs a scientific research and development agency funded by the government. Peter explains. Okay, so what do these attacks have to do with him? MJ asks, surprising everyone that she didn't already know. What? He doesn't tell me everything. In each of these 3 attacks alone, Killian had something to gain from an explosion going off. Peter says as the images cycle through, showing each explosion. Here, a senator who always spoke out against Killian and AIM was killed in Washington, and here, a woman who led multiple protests against AIM was killed in a coffee shop in Los Angeles. Finally, on the most recent incident, a man that was competing with AIM for a very lucrative government contract was blown up in a theater with his family. As Peter says this, the picture changes to a family photo, showing a man and wife sitting with 2 young children on each of their laps. These are the only few incidents where I was able to find a glimpse of the suicide bombers. In almost every Mandarin bombing, I can find links like this leading back to AIM and Killian. Peter explains fully, shocking everyone. How has no one noticed this? Tony asks incredulously. Because we live in America and when we hear the word terrorist, we tend to stop investigating and start hunting. Peter says with a shrug. Do you think he's using the 10 rings as a smokescreen? Fury asks. Either that or they're working together. Peter says with a shrug. Though, I would like to point out how shockingly white the Mandarin seems to be for the leader and founder of a terrorist group that's supposed to be from Asia. I did find that odd as well. Fury agreed with a nod. We should put together a team and find Killian before another attack like this happens again. MJ says, ready to get out there. I agree, but we need to find him first. Peter says as Tony scrolls on his cell phone. Oh. I knew he sounded familiar. Tony says as he holds out his phone, showing a contact by the name of Aldrich Killian. His number is saved in my phone. How can you not remember him when the guy is in your contacts? MJ asked with a roll of her eyes. Do you have dementia? I was probably blackout drunk. Tony says as though it was a normal occurrence. So, that only leaves half of your waking life as the possible times you could have met Killian. Peter asks sarcastically, poking fun at Tony's alcoholism. I'm not that bad. A/N, 1411 words. You awaken in a dense forest tree. A tall lanky man appears before you. Men he kick you in the balls. Soccer ball. Want the pain to stop. Face with bandaged head. Give him your stones, gemstone. Chapter 179, C-179 Spooked. Call Killian and set a meeting. Peter says after a moment of thought. What am I supposed to say? I can't even remember the guy. Tony asks as his finger hovers over the call button. Peter hummed as he came to a realization. What are we doing? You don't schedule your own meetings. You can barely take care of yourself. Hey! Tony shouted in indignation. Jarvis, please contact Tony's caregiver and have her set up a meeting between Aldrich Killian and Tony. Peter instructs. I'm informing Miss Potts as we speak. Jarvis answers, knowing exactly who Peter was talking about. Tony looked slightly embarrassed. Make sure that she doesn't mention anything about the Avengers or Iron Man. Make it sound like Tony has a project that Killian would be interested in. If we can get him to come to the tower, then that would be the best scenario possible. Peter explains. What if he sees through our little ploy? Eric asks. Then we go searching for him at his and every AIM-related property. Peter says with a shrug. He can't hide for long. Miss Potts is calling his number as we speak. Jarvis says a security camera footage from the lower floors of the tower appears, showing a live image of Pepper. A ringing sound played through the speakers as Pepper moved the phone to her ear. Hello. Who's this? A man answers as the ringing stops. Hello, is this Aldrich Killian? Pepper asks in business mode. Yes, who might this be? Killian replies affirmatively. Pepper Potts with Stark Industries. She reveals what seemed to surprise Killian. Huh. What can I do for you? It's been over 10 years since I've seen Stark. He asks with an upset tilt to his voice. Killian attended the Bern 2000 conference on New Year's Eve, 1999 in Switzerland to present his think tank, Advanced Idea Mechanics, when he met Tony for the first and only time. He was overjoyed upon meeting his idol, Tony Stark, and expressed being a fan of his work. Soon enough, Killian asked for Stark's support in his project, only to be shunned and ignored by the latter in favor of paying attention to the beautiful Maya Hansen. After enough insistence, Tony gave in and said he would meet Killian on the roof of the building to talk, but sadly he never showed up. Killian would later learn that Tony ditched him in order to bed a woman. The same woman that later came to work alongside him. As New Year's approached, Killian waited hours on the roof alone for his hero to arrive, thinking that Tony could be running late, as he is a very popular and busy man. Though that train of thought slowly faded away until he realized that Tony had deliberately ignored his proposition. Humiliated and depressed, he peeked over the edge of the building and briefly contemplated committing suicide. This scenario reminded Killian of the hellish years he had spent barely surviving high school bullies. Though in the end, he didn't have the courage to take the leap. Afterward, Killian's lonesome presence on the roof caused him to relish in his state of anonymity, in which he decided to work on his own and create an expansive and covert business for himself, AIM. What did you do to this guy, Tony? Charles noticed the anger in his voice, though he wasn't the only one. Why does it have to be me that did something? Tony asks as everyone looks at him unbelievably. Well, Mr. Stark wants to set a meeting between the two of you at your earliest convenience. Pepper explains. The great Tony Stark wants a meeting with a plebeian like me. Killian asks with a heavy dose of sarcasm. What does he want? I'm afraid that I don't have any starstruck women for him to take advantage of, nor do I have any female family members that he can drag to bed. Wow, he really hates you. MJ says as she looks at Tony, wondering what he could have done. Tony felt uncomfortable as he couldn't remember who this person was or why he is being hated so much. That sounds like Tony. I apologize for any incident that may have occurred in the past. Pepper apologizes for Tony on reflex, as she has grown used to doing this since her first day on the job. Though from my understanding, this is an official meeting between Stark Industries and AIM. No offense, Miss Potts, but tell Stark to shove his meeting up his A**s. Killian says crudely and uncaringly. There was a time that I would have gladly met and worked with him, but those times are long gone. Before Pepper could even say a word of reply, Killian hung up the phone, abruptly ending the conversation. Looking up at the security camera, Pepper shrugged with an expression that said, I tried. As the TV went black, everyone's gazes turned to Tony, who sat there with a stumped look on his face. Don't look at me. Tony sighs in exasperation. Obviously, I did something to hurt his feelings, but I have no idea what that might be. It sounds like he wanted to work with you. MJ says her thoughts. And you did something to ruin it. Peter says with a nod as he turns to the TV. Jarvis, did you track the call? No, sir. Jarvis replies negatively. The location was constantly scrambling to different areas around the world. Alright, then it's time for Plan C. Peter says, surprising everyone in the room. We're already on Plan C. MJ asks in confusion. Yep, Jarvis, get me a list of every property owned by both Aldrich Killian and AIM. Peter orders. One moment, sir. Jarvis says as he goes silent. Minutes later, a long list of properties appeared on the screen. List compiled, sir. Jarvis says. Good work. Peter says as he looks over the list, which turned out to be much longer than he originally thought. While we deal with this, Jarvis, I need you to do your best to track Killian and anyone that works alongside him. Also, be on the lookout for any facilities that could be related to AIM but weren't registered in their name. I'll do my best, sir. Jarvis replies and gets back to work. Going over the names, Peter splits them up based on their vicinity to each other, creating 5 separate lists. Okay, we'll break into teams headed by each of us and start hitting these properties immediately. Peter explains as he hands over a list to each council member. Feel free to recruit any of the Avengers for help and build your own team. I'll take Silk. Fury says as he snatches his list and walks to the door, waiting there for her to follow. Does he know? Peter and MJ thought at the same exact time. Peter didn't really mind if Fury figures it out, which is why he didn't go the extra mile to disguise MJ's voice. He knew that sooner or later, Fury would need to know about their relationship and hero personas. Though the question is, did he figure it out, or is he just trying to investigate the newest hero in town? I'm not an Avenger. MJ tried to weasel out of going along with her father. No, it's okay. Peter says, smirking under his mask the entire time. Go ahead. Peter knew that he was currently playing with fire, but he just couldn't help himself. It was too entertaining of a scenario for him to let pass. Receiving a short look from MJ, who didn't know how to refuse anymore, Peter watched in silence as she reluctantly follows her father out of the room. That was a risky move. Tony whispers as he passes Peter on his way to go and form his own team. Yeah, but it's interesting and she'll have to work with Fury at some point. Tell Stark to shove his meeting up his A**s. A tan white man who appeared to be in his 30s says as he admired the view from one of his many penthouse apartments. He has slicked back, perfectly kept blonde hair and wore a form-fitting Armani suit alongside golden rings and an expensive-looking watch. Insert picture of Aldrich Killian here. Ending the call, Killian stared at the city and thought for a moment before turning around. Behind him stood 2 armed guards, each of them enhanced by the Extremis formula. We're leaving. Killian orders as he had a bad feeling about his recent call. Bring the cars around and call in more men. We need to up my security. A/N, 1,500 words. Just do it. Downcast face with sweat. I'm too tired to come up with some random scenario or threat today. Chapter 180, C-180 Father and Daughter's Day Out. MJ POV. Following behind her father, MJ did her best to keep her mouth shut. She knew that he picked her for a reason and was annoyed with Peter for agreeing to all of this. Do you have any abilities that I should know about? Fury asks as he sends out some text to gather a few more team members. Other than the ones your boyfriend has, I mean. Not really, no. MJ answers curtly and doesn't bother speaking any further. All right. Fury practically grunts as he stashed his phone away. Let's go. Is it just us? MJ asks. No, the rest of the team will meet us at the first location. Fury says as they step into an elevator, which closes and shoots down to the garage floor below the building. The car ride to the first location was awkward, to say the least. Fury wasn't much of a talker, to begin with, but his silence felt even more uncomfortable than normal because of MJ's predicament. She had this unexplainable feeling that he knew who she was, or at least that he had a hunch, but wasn't saying anything for some odd reason. "How did you meet Spider-Man?" Fury asks, which only strengthened her suspicions. MJ didn't know what to say, so she kept quiet and just looked out of the window. "He gave you your powers, correct?" Fury kept fishing for information. Maybe he doesn't know. MJ thought as he kept asking questions related to her powers and relationship with Peter. As they arrived at an AIM facility in downtown New York, MJ was starting to doubt herself. For all she knew, Fury knew, or he didn't, but if he did then he hid it extraordinarily well. When Fury pulled up across the street and parked the car, the back doors immediately opened, and in came both Black Widow and Hawkeye, who took a seat behind them. "We scouted the building and found an abnormal amount of security," Natasha informs them. "From armed guards to cameras and motion scanners. This place has it all and a lot of it." Clint goes on to explain. "Then they must be hiding something," MJ says as she momentarily forgets about her secret identity troubles and enters hero mode. "Yeah, but what?" Fury asks rhetorically as he opens the door and steps out. "Silk, let's go and say hello." Stepping out of the car followed by MJ, Fury turns his attention to the two sitting in the back seat. "You two sneak in while we distract them. Snoop around and get me some information. You know the drill," Fury says as he strolls across the street with a fairly popular superhero at his back. Needless to say, they drew attention to themselves almost immediately. Fury looked like the bald main character of an action movie with his trench coat and pistol holster underneath, while MJ was all over the news since her debut. As soon as the guards noticed their arrival, they called it out on their radios and set a perimeter, drawing their guns preemptively just in case. "This is a restricted area. I'm going to have to ask you to walk the other way," one guard calls out as they all aim in the father and daughter's direction. "No," Fury says as he struts over, unafraid of the guns being pointed in his direction. "This building and everyone inside is now under investigation for terrorism. Lower your weapons and comply." "Under investigation by who?" one of them who seemed to be in charge asks. Fury reaches into his trench coat, which spooked the guards as they got ready to fire. "It's my badge." Hearing this, they held their fire as Fury pulled a black leather badge from his coat pocket, which held an ID card with his name and picture. "Avengers, Nicholas Fury." "Avengers?" one of the guards asks in confusion and fright, though the men in charge merely grimaced at the ID. Through the corner of Fury's eye, he could see the skin on that man's clenched fist brighten, similar to the videos that Peter had shown them earlier. Of course, this didn't go unnoticed by MJ either. "Look, this will all go much better if you all just surrender to our investigation. That way no one has to get hurt." MJ tries to defuse the situation, as she had a feeling that a fight was about to break out. "We can't allow you inside without a warrant. Leave now," the guard with the glowing hand orders gruffly. "We don't need a warrant. The Avengers operate above any government. We could raid the White House and no one could do a damn thing about it." Fury explains, ready to grab his high-caliber pistols at any moment. "Now surrender, or else." The guard didn't bother talking any further as his body began to glow from under his skin. "Fire!" he commanded as a stream of fire launched out of his mouth and toward the two intruders. As a hail of automatic bullets came flying their way, Fury and MJ acted quickly, dodging the rifle fire and actual fire that came soon after as well. "Is he the one causing the explosions?" MJ asks as she chains web shots, flinging herself in all sorts of directions in order to keep out of harm's way. "Could be." Fury gives her an abrupt two-word answer, as he was too busy putting his new super soldier body to work, dodging, dipping, and diving away from bullets and dragon's breath. Just as they came to a possible conclusion, the automatic sliding doors of the building opened, and out walked 5 other men, who were all glowing in the same fashion as the head guard. "Nope, there's more," MJ yelled as a combined stream of dragon's breath came flying in their direction. "You think?" Fury asks sarcastically as he gets the hell out of the way. "Ayaha." Horrible screams could be heard, as the glowing guards uncaringly burned every other guard between them and the intruders. As fire engulfed the entrance to the building, the normal guards couldn't take the heat and burned brightly before falling over, dead. The smell of cooked meat filled the open air as charred carcasses were left sizzling on the ground. Only the Extremis enhanced lead guard was unharmed, as his body is used to the extreme heat and can heal at a moment's notice. "Yo, this is disgusting." MJ whined as she covered her nose, blocking the barbecue smell from getting in. "I think I'm going to puke. I've seen and smelled worse," Fury says as he draws 2 large caliber revolvers from underneath his coat. "Get your head in the game." Bang bang bang. Without waiting for a reply from MJ, Fury took aim and started firing his revolvers akimbo style. The first shot landed directly on the original guard's forehead, dropping his body to the ground like a puppet without strings. Seeing this, MJ jumped into action next and engaged the 5 fire-breathing newcomers. Landing in front of them, she winds her arm back and smashes a fist into the closest one's face, sending him flying back into the building. Smelling something burning, MJ looked down and saw smoke rising from her hand, where her fist collided with the man's face. Is his whole body burning hot? MJ asks as she pats out the smoke on her fist while dodging another round of dragon breath from the remaining 4 extremist users. What the? Fury mutters in shock as the men he shot in the head sat back up like the Undertaker. He watched as the large hole in the center of the man's forehead burned brightly and closed back up, leaving no scars or marks behind whatsoever. He was completely healed. Are these guys fire zombies? MJ asks as she saw this happen as well. How are we supposed to beat them if they can just keep getting back up like nothing happened? Without giving the guy a chance to even get back to his feet, Fury walks over and shoots him for a second time execution style. As the second bullet drilled into his head, Fury pulled out a black tube-shaped metal object. Clicking a button with his thumb, a purple energy blade shot out of the metal tube, creating a sword. Is that a lightsaber? MJ asks excitedly, as she is a fan of Star Wars. No, it's an energy blade from the Kree ships. Fury shakes his head. You just explained what a lightsaber is. MJ says as Fury takes his new blade and swipes it at the neck of the downed man, severing his head from his shoulders. Let's see if you can still heal without a head. Fury comments as he kicks the man's severed head away from his body, so that it couldn't reattach. Watching in silence, even the other 4 extremist users wanted to know the outcome of Fury's little experiment, as it could mean life and death for them. Seconds later, the head and body of the beheaded man started to glow uncontrollably. Fire shot out of the separated neck slices, as his skin began to smolder and crack. That doesn't look good. MJ exclaimed as she swung away, pulling her father alongside her. Suddenly, a big fiery explosion, like the ones from the recent Mandarin bombings, went off and engulfed the front entrance of the building. Kaboom. A/N, 1581 words, smiley face. You are trapped in a giant baby's crib. A nearby TV starts playing never-ending Baby Shark compilations on the highest volume. This continues for hours, days, weeks, and months. Clocky wanted to stop. Large orange diamond pay the stones, large orange diamond. Chapter 181, C-181 Shocking Revelation. Sir, another AIM facility has been attacked. A guard hangs up the phone and reports. As soon as Killian received that suspicious call from the CEO of Stark Industries, he went into hiding just in time to miss the many attacks that unfolded on his properties. Anything registered under AIM and himself was turned upside down. It's Stark. Killian grinds his teeth in anger. It has to be. His little b** TCH failed to lead me into a trap, so now they're simply attacking until they find me. The only question on Killian's mind was how. How did the Avengers and Stark figure out what he was up to? Should I plan a counterattack, sir? A nearby soldier asks. Though, this man isn't just any normal grunt. He was a brigadier general, who lost both legs and eyes in a missile strike. The best part was the fact that it was an attack from the 10 Rings, who were using Stark brand missiles at the time. The idea to blame the 10 Rings for everything was originally from this man, as he blamed them for the many years that he had to spend as a blind wheelchair-bound cripple. Thankfully, Killian came around and fixed him right up, so he can see and walk just fine now. Of course, he also blames Tony Stark, so he had no problem coordinating an attack on the men. Yes. Killian agrees as he looks at an image of the Avengers Tower on his phone. They want to attack my properties. Well, let's see how long that tower can remain standing. Just as the people of New York City thought that they wouldn't be dealing with any more bombings for at least a little while, as one just happened only a couple of days ago, they were all proven wrong by the earth-shaking explosions that took place over and over on this very day. Nobody knew what was happening, but everyone guessed that the Mandarin was pulling off some sort of large-scale attack on the city. Though, what they didn't know, is that it wasn't just New York City that was going through this. All across the world, explosions were going off all day long, scaring any nearby civilians half to death and attracting the attention of local law enforcement, who have been on high alert due to the recent Mandarin attacks. When the police would arrive, they would be met with damaged and raided buildings belonging to AIM or Aldrich Killian. The police never found any traces of the Avengers, as they worked quickly and were in and out before anyone could arrive. It didn't take each team too long to figure out how to kill the undying fire soldiers. Overload their healing ability in some way, usually through beheading, and they'll blow up like a firework on the 4th of July. An alarming fact that the Avengers soon found out was that every single location on the list was guarded by these enhanced individuals, which made for a lot of soldiers. The number of properties on the entire list was over 100-fold, and each one of them was guarded by at least 5 extremist-enhanced individuals. Meaning, in just these publicly owned properties alone, Killian had a combined army of 500, at the very least. Is he trying to take over the world? Peter asked as he and everyone else returned to the tower. They spent the whole day going down the list and raiding each property one by one, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Not only did each team collect evidence, which they would be going over tonight, but they also brought back countless prisoners, who now replaced the Kree that once crowded the detention floor of the tower. Although they didn't manage to find a single trail of wherever Killian may be, they did find multiple laboratories that seemed to be used to manufacture the enhanced individuals that they encountered at each property. Of course, data and materials were confiscated before the labs were destroyed. After all, they didn't want extremists falling into any third-party hands. So, does anyone else feel like this is a lot more serious than we originally thought? Tony asks after they shared a quick mission debrief, where each team recounted the events of their outing. Yeah, I have a question though. MJ says as she turns her gaze toward Tony. How did you hurt this guy so bad that it forced him to make an army that could conquer the world? You're over-exaggerating. Tony says dryly. Well, with us around it won't be possible, but if we weren't here and he had more soldiers, as I suspect he does, Killian may have been able to pull off world domination, maybe. Peter comments after a moment of thought. That's a lot of ifs and maybes. Tony replies, waving off the young couple's words. Anyway, we need to compile everything we gathered and call a press conference. Peter changes the subject and gets back to business. Is it wise for us to reveal everything so soon? The enemy may start acting erratically. Eric throws in his 2 cents. Right now, the world only knows that there have been more bombings. Beware of driving men to desperation, as even a cornered rat is dangerous. Charles repeats a quote he heard somewhere. Outing Killian for who he truly is could have some alarming consequences. Isn't he already backed into a corner? Fury asks with a raised brow. We just performed an all-out assault on every property related to him. True, let's just keep up the pressure. Peter says with a shrug. When he inevitably snaps and attacks, we'll be ready and waiting as always. Sounds good. Tony says as he collects all of the drives that were taken from the properties and start connecting them to a nearby computer. Jarvis, go over these and compile all useful information for review. On it, sir. Jarvis says as he gets to work. Tony. Peter calls out, getting his friend's attention. Move all of the materials from those labs to your workshop and start looking into it. Maybe recruit Beast and Banner to speed things along. I already planned on it. Tony says with a nod. Are you going to call the press conference? Yeah, we can't just let the world think that today's bombings were the work of the 10 Rings and the Mandarin. It might just inflate their terrorist egos. Peter says with a laugh as he walks off with MJ following closely behind. Come help us out when you're done. Tony yelled as Peter waved over his shoulder and left the room. So, how was your first Avengers mission with your father? Peter asks as he and MJ walk through the halls alone. It was horrible. MJ was clearly upset. It couldn't have been that bad. Peter rolls his eyes under his mask. It was. MJ says with a tired sigh. I felt like he was studying me the entire time. He's that type of person. Peter shrugs. Yes, but usually he turns that off at home. MJ explains. Well, congratulations. Peter places a hand on her shoulder as they enter the elevator. You just met the real Nick Fury. He's different from Nick Watson. MJ admits as the doors close. Humans have many faces. Peter explains something that he has learned through his 2 lives. Faces for our friends, family, lovers, strangers, authority figures, children, etc. We act differently depending on who it is. You just saw one of your father's faces, that's all. He's kind of scary. MJ says with a pout. I miss his old stupid face. Sitting in one of his hidden facilities, Killian watched the news as he waited for his men to formulate a plan of attack. As he watched, the broadcast was interrupted by some breaking news. Spider-Man would be holding another one of his press conferences. Instantly, Killian felt his stomach drop. He wouldn't. Killian thought as he increased the volume. Spider-Man. Is this about the large string of Mandarin bombings? A reporter asks before Spider-Man could say a word. Yes, actually. Spidey says with a nod. Though the attacks weren't the Mandarin's doing. In fact, none of the recent attacks were orchestrated by the 10 Rings or the Mandarin. He wouldn't. Killian screamed inwardly. How is that possible? He took credit for the attacks. Peter voiced everyone reporter's next question. The Avengers have looked into these attacks and found a common denominator. This man. Suddenly, before Killian's very eyes, an image of himself appeared behind Spider-Man, Motherf***Kerr. Killian yelled as he stood up and hurled the controller across the room, embedding it into the TV. Fury POV. After spending the day with Silk, Fury had an odd feeling about the woman. For some reason, she reminded him of his daughter, MJ. She sounded like her and even acted like her at some moments, but his daughter wasn't a superhero. In fact, she should be sleeping soundly at home around this time. Or is she? Fury thought as he subconsciously drove to his family's home and pulled into the driveway. Quietly sneaking inside, so he doesn't wake his family, Fury silently made his way to his daughter's room and peeked inside only to find it void of any life. MJ was nowhere to be seen. Is it actually her? Fury asks himself in disbelief as he rushed to the master bedroom. No longer caring to be quiet, Fury storms into Grace's bedroom and shakes her awake. Huh? What? Grace slowly wakes up. Where's our daughter? Fury asks. She's sleeping over at her boyfriend's house. Grace says sleepily but froze as she realized who she was speaking to. I mean her friend's house. I'm going to kill him. Fury subconsciously draws his revolver as he storms back out of the room. Oh, *T. A/N, 1666 words, smiley face. You awaken paralyzed in a dark room. An old woman, light skin tone older woman, stands in the corner, staring at you with a dull look in her eyes looking downward. You see a bloody kitchen knife in her hand. Want to escape? Hand over the large orange diamond stones, large orange diamond. Chapter 182, C-182 Angry Daddy. Arriving home that night, Peter decided to let Tony find out about Extremis on his own, and spend some quality time with his beautiful girlfriend. Which movie do you want to watch? Peter asks as he flips through Netflix on the TV. It's up to you, just don't pick any sappy love stories. MJ says as she snuggles up to Peter on the couch. Mate was already fast asleep, as she has work in the morning, so they had most of the house to themselves at the moment. We should order food. MJ says as her stomach grumbles. Okay, I'll order pizza. Peter says as he whips out his phone. Can you get the blanket from my bed? Sure, but don't forget to buy soda. MJ says as she ran off up the stairs. Just as Peter was about to order the food, a loud knock came from the front door. Whoever it is was either in a hurry or very angry, because they kept knocking over and over. Are the police at my door? Peter muttered in annoyance as he walked over and pulled the door open. What do you dash? Just as Peter was speaking, the barrel of a large revolver was put in his face. He felt his spider senses tingle faintly, but stopped himself from reacting when he saw who it was outside the door. Mr. Watson, how can I help you? Peter asks, finding this situation kind of funny on the inside. After all, he could easily dodge out of the way before Fury pulls the trigger. He may be enhanced now, but Peter was still far faster. Move. Fury commands as he nudged his gun toward the living room. Following his instructions, Peter walked to the living room with a gun on his back, wondering what Fury was doing there. Did he find out about me being Spider-Man? Peter questioned as he saw the very pissed-off look on Fury's face. Nah, that wouldn't make him this mad. Sit. Fury said as he heard someone coming down the stairs and stashed his gun away inside his trench coat. Peter, I got the blanket. Did you order the dash? MJ froze as she walked in with a blanket over her shoulder, finding her father standing over Peter in the middle of the living room. Dad. What are you doing here? I went home to see you and found out you were here, so I came by to say hello. Fury lies easily as his angry face turns warm in an instant. Okay, but why are you standing over Peter like that? MJ asks suspiciously. Oh, no reason. Fury smiles as he places a hand on Peter's shoulder. We were just talking, right? Seeing the look Fury was giving him, which said, play along and keep your mouth shut, Peter smiled in MJ's direction. We're fine, babe. Peter said, causing Fury's eye to twitch. Mr. Watson was just telling me how he sees me as a good potential son-in-law, right? Instantly, Fury contemplated pulling his gun again, as Peter turned the tables back on him. After all, his beloved daughter wouldn't be very happy if she found out her father was threatening her boyfriend with a loaded gun. Why yeah. Fury ground his teeth as he could barely reply. Hearing this, MJ recalled the odd spider lady that called Peter her future husband. Don't talk about stuff like that. MJ says in embarrassment. I'm too young to get married. Maybe after college though. You heard her, Mr. Watson. We'll have to wait a while before anything like that. I'm happy that you like me so much though. Peter says as he stands and puts an arm around Fury's shoulder. I thought that you didn't approve of me for a while, so I was worried. Fury stayed silent as he gripped his fists tightly. This kid needs to die. Me too. MJ had the same thoughts as Peter. Do you want to stay and watch a movie with us, Dad? We're ordering pizza. Hearing his daughter's offer, Fury wanted to just snap and start going off. If things went his way, Fury would shoot Peter in the head or at the very least lecture his daughter about sleeping at a boy's house, but he knew MJ wouldn't listen to him. His outburst might even ruin the relationship that he spent so much effort to repair. Thinking for a moment, Fury sighed inwardly and decided to do things covertly. It's his specialty after all. Sure, can you make me a cup of coffee? Fury asks MJ, who nods and throws down the blanket before rushing off to the kitchen. She had no idea that her mother accidentally snitched about her regularly sleeping over at her boyfriend's house. Think you're smart, do you? Fury says as he pulls his gun again and pushes Peter back onto the couch, resting the barrel on his forehead. Feel smart now? A little bit. Peter says with a smile. Fury merely raised an eyebrow, finding his future son-in-law's confidence in the face of a loaded weapon both impressive and peculiar. If I thought you'd actually shoot, then I would be worried, but we both know MJ would despise you for all of eternity if you did anything to me. Peter says as he sits back and relaxes. Fury couldn't help but slightly admire the balls on the kid in front of him. Why are you here anyway? Peter asks with a raised brow. You're obviously angry about something. My daughter will not be sleeping here anymore. Fury says threateningly. Do I make myself clear? Oh, I get it now. Peter says with an understanding nod. You went home and found out she wasn't there, huh? Fury grunted in affirmation, though it sounded more like a growl. Well, that's something you have to decide with MJ and her mother, not me. Peter says as it wasn't his decision to make. I can't just tell her that she's not allowed to come here anymore. MJ would think that I'm not interested in her or something. Good, that sounds like the perfect outcome. Fury smiled at the prospect of that actually happening. For you, yes. But not for me or your daughter. Peter says as he picks up his cell phone. Put the phone down. Fury says as he cocks the hammer of the revolver. I can't. Peter says with a shrug. MJ wants pizza and soda. If I don't order it, she'll know something is up between us. Fury stewed in his boiling hatred as he kept the gun at Peter's head during the whole call. Hanging up the phone, Peter looked up at Fury, who stood above him with a contemplative look on his face. You might want to put that away. Peter says as he heard footsteps coming their way from the kitchen. Hearing this as well, Fury clicked his tongue and stashed his weapon away for the second time. Here. MJ says as she walks through the door and hands over a mug full of coffee. Do you want to pick the movie, Dad? Just as Fury was about to reply, the front door swung open, and in rushed MJ's mother Grace, who looked out of breath and disheveled in her pajamas and sneakers. Mom. What's going on? MJ asks as she now felt something was off about this entire situation. Grace didn't know what to say, as she expected mass chaos and a lot of screaming upon her arrival. I'm here to pick up your father. Okay. MJ didn't believe a word she said, but she knew her mother would probably explain later. Right, let's go. Grace says as she walks up and pulls Fury to the door. I'll call later, honey. Have a good night. We will. Peter replies with a smirk. This motherf asterisk cur. Fury cursed as he heard Peter's reply. Don't you start anything. Grace starts reprimanding Fury as they left the house. What the hell was that about? MJ asks as she turns to Peter questioningly. Your father found out that you sleep here. Peter reveals with a smirk. Oh God. As Peter was dealing with an armed and angry father, Tony, Beast, and Banner were going over the research materials and notes from their many raids on AIM laboratories. As they went through everything, one name stood out among the rest. Extremis. As they went over everything, they soon found out that Killian has been creating his own person army of unstable test subjects with something called the Extremis formula. Why does this all look so familiar? Tony asks himself as he watched an early video of an Extremis experiment. A dying plant was given the formula, rejuvenating its dead leaves and branches instantly, but as soon as the plant made contact with something, it would explode in a big fiery blast. Just like the many guards they encountered that day. I've definitely seen this before. Tony states as he racks his brain for answers. Where? Banner asks curiously. A woman showed it to me. Tony suddenly remembered. Why am I not surprised? A/N, 1532 words. Hand over my stones, or else pouting face. I'll cry loudly crying face. Chapter 183, C-183 Tower Assault. The next day, Peter woke up in his bed alone. MJ felt weird about sleeping over last night since her father knew about it now. She had an odd feeling, as though her father would storm into the bedroom guns blazing, or task some nameless shield grunt to surveil their nightly activities. Of course, no amount surveillance could penetrate the house's enchantments, but she was still weirded out either way. Needless to say, MJ rushed off soon after her mother dragged Fury out of the house, so Peter enjoyed a whole pizza and some fizzy soda all to himself that night. Sometimes alone time is good too, Peter thought at the time. Fury was probably ecstatic when MJ returned home that night, though that was definitely ruined when she ignored him out of embarrassment and rushed to her bedroom. After all, no teenage girl would ever want to talk about the time she spends at her boyfriend's house with her father. Maybe her mother, but that depends on how deep the relationship is between them. After doing his usual morning rituals, Peter suited up and returned to the tower. It's still the weekend, so school wasn't a problem. Stepping into Tony's penthouse, Peter was surprised to find him along with Pepper and an unfamiliar woman arguing amongst each other for some unknown reason. Though after a second look, Peter had a good guess about who the unknown woman might be. Maya Hansen. And old girlfriends, Pepper states sharply with an annoyed look on her face. She's not really. Tony denies with a shake of his head. No, not really. It was just one night. Maya tries to back up Tony and defuse the situation, but somehow she only made it worse. When Pepper saw Tony nodding alongside her, as if Maya's words would save him, she rolled her eyes in a huff. That's how you do it, right? She says with a look of sadness and contempt. Hit it and quit it. The reason for her contempt was obvious, though the sadness wasn't. Pepper has always wanted to be in a relationship with Tony. The only problem was her fear of being thrown away after their first night together. After all, Tony has a long history of sweeping women off their feet, betting them, and then never speaking to them again. Tony had nothing to defend himself with. And you wonder why my answer is always no. Pepper states with a shake of her head. What? Tony could no longer keep quiet. Peps, I've said this once and I'll say it a million more times, you are different. Sure. Pepper says unbelievably. You may not believe me now, but I won't give up. Tony says, hoping to win her over in time. Is this normal? Maya whispers as she watches Tony and Pepper continue to bicker amongst themselves. Yup, this is very normal. Peter makes his presence known. Maya jumped as she turned to see Peter standing behind her. Holy sh*t. She mutters in shock. You're Spider-Man. Yeah, that's me. Peter waves as he hears the shouting get louder. It's a stupid bunny, relax about it. Pepper yelled as she threw a stuffed animal at Tony. I got this for you. Tony says as he caught it and tried to hand it back. I'm aware of that. Pepper says in annoyance, not accepting the gift. You still haven't even told me that you liked it. Tony yells. I don't like it. Pepper admits without a hint of shame. I asked you 3. Wait, you don't like it? Tony exclaims. What are they even arguing about anymore? Peter asks in confusion. I have no idea. Maya shrugs with a stumped look. Suddenly, Maya remembered why she came here and turned her attention to Peter in an instant. Can we talk somewhere in private? She asks as the shouts resembling an old married couple start getting louder and louder. It's beyond important. She originally wanted to explain everything to Tony, as she at least knew him a little, but her presence seemed to cause a lover's quarrel to break out, derailing her plans completely. Sure, follow me. Peter nods as they leave the yelling lovers behind. All right, what's up? Peter asks as he brings her into a small meeting room. Before I say anything, I need protection for myself and my son. She says and would keep her mouth shut until she gets what she needs. Easily done. You both can stay in the tower. Peter agreed easily, surprising her into stunned silence. I didn't think you would agree so easily. Maya stutters as a relieved smile blooms on her face. Well, we have the space. Peter says with a shrug. Besides, whatever this is must be extremely dire if you came to a group of superheroes for protection. It is. She says as she takes a deep breath before saying something that actually surprised Peter. You need to evacuate this building immediately. Huh? Why? Peter asks in confusion. Aldrich Killian is planning an attack against you guys. Well, mainly Tony. She says as she looks out of the window and her eyes go wide in shock. Following her line of sight, Peter could see a group of helicopters headed their way. Looking closely, he could see what appeared to be loaded missile launchers attached to them as well. Well, you weren't lying. That's for sure. Peter nods as each helicopter lets loose its entire payload of missiles at once. Oh my God. Maya whispers in fright. Calm down. You'll be fine. Peter says as he waves his hand and opens 10 large portals in front of the building. As the missiles were about to strike the side of the defenseless tower, huge golden portals appeared, showing the image of a vast endless dark space on the other side. In just a moment, the portals sucked the missiles inside before disappearing as if they were never there. How did you? Maya felt like she was on an emotional roller coaster. Magic. Peter answers as he turns his attention elsewhere. The now weaponless helicopters were pulling off and trying to retreat. No doubt, the pilots were shocked by the unimaginable defenses of the Avengers Tower. "Where do you think you're going?" Peter muttered as he gave out some orders. "Jarvis, contact Nightcrawler and have him go after those helicopters. Imprison the inhabitants in the detention floor for questioning and land the helicopters on the rooftop." "Done, sir." Jarvis replies, surprising Miss Hansen. That was. She asks but forgot about everything when she saw a blue man appear on the side of one of the enemy helicopters. What the? In an instant, Nightcrawler yanked the door open and teleported the pilot away before taking the controls and setting the chopper down on a nearby building for the time being. This continued over and over, as each pilot was teleported into a cell and every helicopter was safely landed. That was quick work. Peter praised with an impressed nod. "Jarvis, give Nightcrawler a nice bonus this month for a job well done." "Yes, sir." Jarvis replies. "That was easier than I thought it would be," Maya says with a stumped look. When she heard about Killian planning an attack on the Avengers headquarters, she knew it was about the right time to jump ship. She wanted to do so for a while now but stayed out of fear for herself and her son. Sadly, she didn't stay long enough to learn exactly what Killian was planning, just that he was going to target the building itself, but she didn't expect Killian's grand plan for revenge to be thwarted so easily. It came and went in just a minute and not a single blemish was left on the building whatsoever. Killian had failed so spectacularly, leaving Maya both impressed and stunned beyond belief. Is this how strong the Avengers are? She thought in wonder. I don't know why I was so worried before. What the hell just happened? Tony storms into the room alongside a worried-looking Pepper. Done fighting like an old married couple? Peter asks as Nightcrawler starts moving each helicopter to the roof of the tower one by one. Shut up, why did you cover the building in portals? Tony asks as he didn't see the missiles. Because your old friend Killian just tried to blow us up. Peter says as he points to the helicopters and gives a quick explanation. I just want to make it clear that he was never my friend. Tony states after getting caught up to speed. Our building was almost blown up and that's all you have to say. Pepper asks with a pointed glare. I feel another argument brewing. Peter comments. Both parties turn and look away from each other upon hearing that, refusing to prove Peter right. Sir, multiple high-temperature readings are approaching the building from the street. Jarvis suddenly informs them. High-temperature readings. Tony repeated as he wondered what that could mean. Oh no. Maya mutters worriedly. Oh no, what? Tony asked. Don't those explosive guards we faced have high body temperatures? Peter asked. Oh, sh*t. A/N, 1541 words, smiley face. Angry face bad things happen pistol to those who don't give stones gemstone. Chapter 184, C-184 action is coming. At the street level of the Avengers Tower, 4 separate black SUVs pulled up and parked on the curb. As the doors of each car swung open, men and women in casual clothes stepped out and all started walking towards the tower at once, trying to blend into the crowded New York City sidewalk so they didn't look too suspicious. Each of these people is a severely unstable extremist test subject, and wouldn't live much more than a day or two. Knowing this, each of them volunteered to suicide bomb the ground level of the Avengers Tower, as a morbid sort of thanks to Aldrich Killian, for giving them what little time they could spend as able-bodied humans once again. Every one of them was in horrible battle-torn conditions before Killian came along, so they saw him as a savior and practically worshipped the ground that he walked on. They would do anything for Killian, especially knowing that they would be dying soon enough either way. In their minds, they might as well use their last moments to repay the very generous favor given to them. Just as the group of more than 16 extremist soldiers was about to enter the building, thick metal shutters came down and sealed the building off from the outside world. All doors and windows were closed off in an instant, surprising everyone in and out of the building, as they heard the loud clanging of the shutters falling and locking into place. Each extremist soldier immediately became alert, as they instantly knew that they were detected somehow. In unison, as if they could somehow read each other's minds, the plainly dressed soldiers' bodies started to glow as they took a deep breath and released a stream of burning fire from their mouths. Seeing these superpowered individuals attacking the Avengers Tower so brazenly, the civilians that were simply passing by on their way to work or some other daily activity cleared out of the way as fast as they could. The beams of fire hit the metal shutters, singing them black on contact and slowly melting the metal, though it would take a few moments as the metal was fairly thick and durable. However, before that could happen, the cement pillars surrounding the building opened up, revealing countless turrets, which took aim at the building's attackers and unloaded all at once. Suddenly, what appeared to be an infinite amount of bullets came flying in the attacker's direction with pinpoint accuracy that only a computer could pull off. Without being able to react, each extremist soldier was pelted with so many high-caliber bullets that the sheer amount of damage began to overload their healing ability. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, they began to explode without any way of retaliation, as an overwhelming amount of force was used to decimate them as swiftly as possible. Thankfully, the innocent civilians have already cleared the area, so no one was blown up alongside the extremist soldiers. As for the building itself, Tony isn't the type of person to cheap out on materials, so even though the front entrance took a significant amount of damage, the building wasn't in any danger whatsoever. Within just a few moments, the entire suicide squad sent by Killian to level the whole building was completely obliterated by the built-in defenses of the tower. Damn, that was impressive. Peter commented from the side of the building. I know, right? Tony says with a smug look as he hovers beside Peter in his Iron Man armor. I never thought that those defenses would actually be put to use though. Just as the smoke cleared on the final extremist explosion, nothing of the suicide bombers' bodies was left behind, though they did leave a mess for the Avengers to clean up. The concrete flooring and stairs outside of the tower had small craters and spiderweb cracks all throughout, while all of the nearby greenery was pretty much destroyed or on fire at this very moment. Even some of the supporting pillars outside of the building were destroyed, though the building could still easily stand without them. They would be fixed soon enough anyway. Only a few moments after the last explosion took place, police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks came pouring in, ready to help anywhere they could. Turning to the side, Peter wanted to leave all of this to Tony, as it was technically his building, but the man himself had already flown away, leaving behind a fiery trail as he ditched all of the work onto Peter, as usual. Sighing to himself, Peter dropped down and landed before all of the emergency vehicles, ready to spend the rest of his day dealing with the aftermath of this situation. Killian stared off into the distance with a dejected and frustrated look on his face. Through body cameras, he and his high-level military advisors watched the outcome of their carefully planned two-prong attack on the Avengers Tower. When the first one failed, they weren't too down about it, as it was mainly there to cause a distraction for the ground team to move into place and pretty much detonated themselves, taking down the building in the process. Though that plan failed spectacularly as well, resulting in the current strained atmosphere between Killian and his men. Sir, maybe we should slowly pull our resources out of the country. One of the more brave subordinates speaks his mind. Ah. Why would we do such a thing? Killian asks, not liking that idea one bit. Well, I'm sorry if this upsets you, sir, but the Avengers are obviously out of our league. We either stay and slowly but surely lose our footing until our inevitable deaths, or we relocate and rebuild out of the sphere of the Avengers. He explains, receiving reluctant nods all around, though Killian remained unmoved. No, I refuse. Killian spat out of anger. I will not have all that I built brought down to nothing because of Tony F*** King Stark. Everyone looked around, unsure of how to handle their leader's outburst. Then what should we do? One person asks the golden question. Everyone stayed silent, waiting for someone else to speak. Useless. Killian thought venomously as he eyed his most skilled military advisors. We double down. Speed up the process of any new recruits, gather every single soldier, and prepare for war. Once the Avengers are taken care of, we set our eyes on the government. Hearing their leader's declaration, Killian's advisors were shocked as they never expected his sights to be set so high. Who would have expected this from a man who built his own superpowered army of fire breathers? Truly shocking. Sir, I have no issue with your goals, but we may need some more time to prepare. One man says with an uneasy look. I do not doubt that with a carefully planned surprise attack we can take over this country easily, but the aftereffects of such an event will be hard to handle. Taking over a nation isn't as easy as simply beating its army and seating someone into power. Firstly, the people of that nation may not agree to such an event and rise up, and secondly, foreign powers can always decide to take advantage of such a situation. Whether that be by arming rebel groups in hopes of having a good relationship with the next government, or simply moving their own army in and taking the land and people for themselves. No, time is something that we no longer have the luxury of. Killian shakes his head stubbornly. It's only a matter of time before the Avengers find our other facilities, this one included. Worried looks appeared on everyone's faces as they held their tongues, knowing that nothing they could say would sway their leader's decision. War was on the horizon. As Peter finished with the aftermath of the attack on Avengers Tower, he texted Fury to interrogate the captured helicopter pilots, and swiftly returned home to spend the rest of his day in leisure. Anyone home? Peter called out as he stepped inside, but didn't receive any replies. On the counter in the kitchen was a plate of food as well as a note, stating that May was out with Grace. Just to be sure, Peter checks the tracking spell he has on all of his loved ones and found the two together at a nearby shopping mall. MJ was at her house, probably still weirded out about staying over due to her father. Peter inwardly cursed Fury for his lack of female companionship. Maybe I'll watch some P***RN later. Peter thought as he hadn't partaken in anything like that since MJ started staying over. Knowing that everyone was alright, Peter decided to relax in his room and work on something that he hasn't had time for in a while. Which file has my AI stuff in it? Peter thought as he browsed through his ghost laptop. Seconds later, he found a file named Better Jarvis and opened it up. Where was I again? A/N, 1526 words. Smiling face with halo. Good things happen to those that give stones gemstone. Chapter 185, C-185 traps all around. As Peter went over his old AI project, he found that he was fairly close to completing it. All that he needed to do was build a fairly beefy server room, where the AI would be stored during the early stages of its life. Peter made his AI a bit more complicated than Jarvis, as he wanted it to be better in every single way possible. In doing so, the AI will not start off as an all-knowing adult helper, like Jarvis. It would start off as a child with very little intelligence and learn about the world through Peter, though it would age far quicker than the average human. Of course, Peter wouldn't be babysitting his AI for too long. Based on his calculations, the AI would be up to Jarvis level and maturity within just a few months, but unlike Jarvis, his AI would continue to grow in intelligence and computing power even after that. I need some crazy servers for this, Peter thought as he texted Pepper and put in an order for Stark Industries' best equipment. Where should I put it though? He would need a lot of space, power, and cooling for this whole project, which mostly wouldn't be a problem. Power and cooling can be easily taken care of with the mystic arts. Space was the only thing that worried Peter, as his house wasn't exactly the biggest. He could have bought a larger home, but it seemed like a waste of space and money at the time. I could use my penthouse at the tower, Peter thought as he never used that place, to begin with. Though I would need to put some protections up just in case. After coming to this conclusion, Peter told Pepper to deliver his order to his penthouse in the tower and hopped into bed for the night. When Peter returned to the tower on the following day, his materials hadn't been delivered yet, but he did receive a nice lengthy report on the interrogation of the pilots that tried to bomb the tower yesterday. Flipping through and reading quickly, Peter saw the locations of a few hidden bases as well as some other useful information, like security, defenses, and the number of known soldiers. Fury works quickly, Peter praised as he finished reading the report. Sending out a few texts, Peter summoned a couple of groups to the tower. The X-Men minus Charles as he was busy, Sabretooth, MJ in her silk suit, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and lastly the super soldier couple, Steve and Peggy. It didn't take more than a few minutes for everyone to arrive, as Peter opened portals for them to speed things along. What's the situation? Steve asks as everybody stood across from Peter's desk, wondering why they were called. Fury got some information out of the pilots that attacked the tower yesterday, Peter says as he handed over a list of locations to Steve. I want you to lead this group and assault these facilities. Are you sure? Steve asks hesitantly, as the last operation he ran ended with him frozen for over 70 years. Yes, are you Captain America or not? Peter asks with a taunting tone. I thought I was dealing with a decorated war hero. Where's the confidence that you had when facing Hydra and the Nazis? Steve grew more determined with every goading word, grabbed the paper, and walked out of the room. Good pep talk. Peggy smirks in amusement as she followed Steve out. Make sure to write a report afterward, Peter yelled as he turned to the remaining people in the room. What are you waiting for? Follow them. Me too, MJ asked in confusion as everyone else left the room. Yeah, you wanted to join the big leagues, right? Peter asks and received a nod in return. Good, then you better get going. Remember to be safe and follow Steve and Peggy's lead. They have the most experience in these kinds of situations. Yes, sir, she says with a mock salute. Save that kind of talk for the bedroom, Peter says with a smirk under his mask. Don't talk about that here, MJ exclaims as she runs off to join the group. When they all left, Peter opened the file on his desk and saw one remaining location, which he didn't give to Steve. It was the last known location of Killian himself and the most guarded facility of them all. I doubt he's there anymore, but I might as well check, Peter muttered as he opened a portal and stepped through. Arriving at the front of a wide-open bunker door, Peter peeked inside and found nothing but darkness. This definitely isn't a trap, Peter muttered sarcastically as he stepped inside nonetheless. Maneuvering through the barren dimly lit hallways, Peter could tell that the people that once occupied this place left in a hurry. Everything was a mess and it seemed that only the most crucial materials were taken, while everything else was left behind. After a minute of searching, Peter found Killian's office, which was surprisingly clean compared to the rest of the facility. As he stepped inside, a nearby TV turned on and the image of a smug-looking Aldrich Killian appeared. Welcome, he smiles with open arms. Whoever you may be, though I truly hope that a certain Stark is among you. Suddenly, a 10-second countdown appeared beside Killian on the screen, and Peter instantly knew what was happening. The old self-destruct, huh? Peter muttered as he waved his hand and opened a portal. If you survive this, I'm sure that I'll see you real soon. Killian smiled as the timer neared 0. With a leisurely pace, Peter stepped through the portal and closed it just in time. Appearing on a nearby hillside, Peter looked to the right as the grass that was only a few kilometers away started to shake and collapse downwards. The ground beneath his feet shook like a powerful earthquake as smoke rose from the large crater that soon formed in place of the former underground AIM base. Thankfully, the base was out in the middle of nowhere, so he wouldn't have to deal with any cleanup. I better warn Steve. Peter muttered as he whipped out his phone and sent out a few texts. Though they have Nightcrawler, so a situation like this should be easily dealt with. Receiving some replies, Peter returned back to the tower, where he found his penthouse filled with all sorts of materials needed to start off his AI. Might as well get to work. Peter sighs and starts unboxing everything. Hours later, Peter was buried in towering racks filled with servers, processors, and other components, which filled the whole penthouse. At this point, the setup was complete and all that was needed were the enchantments, for cooling and power as well as the protection of the room itself. I don't need anyone playing with my baby and creating another Ultron because of their stupidity. Peter wouldn't allow anyone but himself to use his AI. At least until he knew for sure that it was stable and loyal to himself. After all, Peter would be practically raising the thing for the next few months. Only an hour ago, Steve and his team returned and handed in their reports. This was the first of many missions that would be led by Steve in preparation for his ascension to director of the Avengers. It would take some time for him to settle into a leading position and gain the approval of the whole council, but after many more successful missions like these, he should have no problems. When they returned, Peter took a small break to eat a late lunch with MJ and go over Steve's reports, which were suspiciously written in Peggy's handwriting. Steve takes after Tony more than he would like to admit. Peter thought with a shake of his head. They ran into a similar situation that Peter had to deal with, where some sort of trap was put in place for whoever came knocking. They sure move quickly. Peter thought as he read over the report. But it's not that impressive when you factor in the fact that all of his subordinates are enhanced. Peter, should I join the Avengers? MJ asked as Peter finished going over the last report. Do you want to? He asks. He didn't want her involved originally, but after her first mission with her father, Peter felt like he couldn't just keep hiding her away forever. At the end of the day, she could only deal with so many cats stuck in trees or purse snatchers before she snapped. I mean, as long as you're here. MJ states as she looks away in embarrassment. Okay, I'll bring it up to the council and will officially make you an Avenger. Peter agrees as MJ shoots out of her chair and jumps into his lap, hugging him tightly. Thank you. She practically squealed. No problem, just don't tell Ned yet. He already feels left out. Peter says, feeling bad for his best friend. Ned would join them soon enough, though he needed to hone his skills a bit more before that could happen. It was only a matter of time. A/N, 1559 words. Unamused face. I see that threats are the only option here, so here it is. Angry face. If you don't hand over your stones, like a good little open book reader, I'll cut down my word count on the next 5 chapters by 500 words. Pistol your move, punk face with cowboy hat. Chapter 186, C-186 Mommy and Daddy. After another day of placing all sorts of enchantments on the room for protection, as well as the whole rig for power and cooling, Peter was finally able to start up his own personal AI. Plugging his ghost laptop into an interface terminal computer that connected to the whole setup, Peter transferred over everything in the Better Jarvis folder and got to work. Within minutes, Peter got everything sorted as his cursor hovered over a button titled Run. Here goes nothing. Peter thought nervously as he clicked the mouse. Instantly, the room filled with a humming noise, as every piece of machinery came to life, booting up for the first time. Peter leaned back in his chair as a window appeared on the monitor in front of him, showing a progress bar filling slowly. This may take longer than I originally thought. Peter muttered as he saw the bar filling at a snail's pace. Might as well get some food. Opening a portal, Peter stepped through, peeking back for only a moment to make sure that the room's protections were active, before closing the portal and swinging off. Outside one of New York's best Chinese restaurants, Peter stepped out with a bag full of food and a cold soda in hand. Of course, he wasn't in his spider suit at the moment. Based on how long it was taking his AI to form, Peter knew he had some time, so he found a good place to eat and watch the people pass by as he dug into his white rice and sesame chicken. While stuffing his face, Peter heard some banging from his left and turned only to find a car speeding by with 2 men leaning out of the back windows, shooting pistols backward toward whoever was chasing them. Can I just get a moment of peace? Peter asked with a tired sigh. Just as he was about to set down his food and deal with the passing criminals, a slim dark figure swung into view, dodging bullets and shooting webs in retaliation between swings. Silk. MJ can handle it. Peter thought lazily as he casually continued eating. Meanwhile, everyone else was screaming and trying to find cover from the gunfire. Suddenly, a couple of MJ's webs hit the wheel wells of the speeding car, which caused the tires to lock up. Although the car was coming to a stop, it hit a curb in the process and flipped, rolling over the sidewalk. Straight in Peter's direction. Though he didn't have to move, as seconds later MJ dropped down between him and the car, stopping its acceleration with an outstretched hand. Are you okay? Silk asks as she turns to see her boyfriend seated there with a smirk on his face. Peter. Yo. Peter said as he pointed at the car behind her. You may want to handle that. Turning back around, MJ saw one of the criminals crawling out of the car. He was just about to raise his gun in her direction as well. With a flick of her wrist, MJ shot a web and snatched the gun from his hand, before swinging it around and nailing him square in the face with it. Unloading the gun and throwing it aside, MJ grabs all of the men from the car and ties them up for the cops, who would be arriving soon based on the sirens. Thanks for saving me, Silk. Peter gives her a playful wink. I'm a huge fan. Shut up. MJ says in embarrassment. What are you doing here? Thankfully, no one was around to hear their conversation. Just got some food. Peter says as he motions to his Chinese food. Looking over her shoulder, MJ saw a bunch of police cars pour into the area. Wait here, I'll be back. She says and swings off just in time for the cops to roll in with guns in hand. On the ground now. A few of them yell as they circle Peter, though most of them go to secure the webbed-up criminals first and check the car. Hey, I was just eating here. Peter says as he holds up his hands. After about 10 minutes of dealing with the police, who asked just about every question possible, Peter walked off with his now cold food. Maybe I should get some more. He thought as he caught sight of someone familiar leaning against a wall a few meters away. Hey, sorry about that. MJ apologizes as she watched him dealing with the police from a distance. No problem. Peter says as he tosses his cold food in a nearby trash can. Want to get some food? Sure, but I picked the place. MJ says as she walks over and grabs Peter's hand, dragging him wherever she wanted. After eating with MJ, Peter had to go and check on his AI, but MJ wasn't exactly happy about that. Come on, let's go home. MJ leans forward and whispers into Peter's ear. Instantly, Peter's eyes go wide as his eyebrows shoot upwards. I would love that more than anything. Peter says as he felt his mouth water, though his tone soon turns to disappointment. Trust me, but I need to check on an important project that I've been working on. What project? She asks as the sexual tension completely disappears. Well, I can show you but don't touch anything or tell anyone, okay? Peter says, as he didn't mind MJ knowing. She wouldn't reveal anything and wasn't like Tony, who would want to mess around with his baby. Receiving a nod, Peter found a good spot to open a portal and took MJ to his modified penthouse. Are we in the tower? MJ asks as she saw the view from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Should we put on our suits? No, this room is completely separate from the whole tower and Jarvis. Peter taps the wall, revealing the golden runs that were hidden only a moment ago. There isn't even Wi-Fi in here. Okay, why? MJ asks but before he could answer, the terminal started to beep. Turning to the screen, Peter and MJ saw a full progress bar alongside an alert that said complete. What's that? MJ asks but once again Peter was interrupted. Hello. The childlike voice of a little girl suddenly fills the room. Is anyone there? She sounded like a kid that got lost in the grocery store, looking for her parents. As if she were scared and on the verge of crying at any moment. Yes, I'm here. Peter answers as he rushes back to the terminal and takes a seat in front of the webcam, closer to the microphone. Hello. Peter waves hello at the webcam with a warm smile on his face. I'm Peter. He says, not knowing what else to say at the moment. Are you my daddy? She stutters nervously. What? MJ exclaims in shock. Well, sort of. Peter says with a smile as he ignores MJ for the time being. I did create you, so I can be your father if you want. I wouldn't mind having a daughter. The early stages of a living being's life are its most crucial for development, and his AI was, in fact, a living being. He would need to nurture her just like any other child, or else she could become mentally insane. This is why he even separated the room from any internet or cellular connection. The early development of his AI was far too important to be infected by the overwhelming tsunami that is the internet. Otherwise, his AI daughter would most likely go crazy, like Ultron. Oh okay. She answers nervously, though she sounded happy nonetheless. Why can't I move? Well, you're a living artificial intelligence that I created with technology, so you aren't exactly human like me. Peter knew this would confuse her, but needed to be truthful to form a good relationship. I don't understand, Daddy. She answers in confusion. That's fine. Peter said understandingly. You don't have to understand right now. Oh okay. She says. Peter could picture a little kid nodding her head with a cute confused look on her pudgy face. Though you will be able to move soon enough. Peter says with an excited smile. I just need some time to make you a body. I would like that. She answers, finding her current situation somehow uncomfortable. I will speed up my work then. Peter nods into the camera. You created a daughter. MJ finally processed everything that just happened. Who's that, Daddy? Peter's AI's daughter asks as she could only see him in the camera. That's your mommy. A/N, 1451 words. Or I'll kill kitchen knife the new daughter. Face with tears of joy hee hee ha 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 rolling on the floor laughing, cough. Okay, maybe not. I don't have the heart to do such a vile act downcast face with sweat. Chapter 187, C-187 pregnant. That's your mommy. Peter says with a shit-eating grin on his face. What? MJ was having a hard time keeping it together. I'm not staying for long. Peter interrupts her, knowing that her refusal could cause problems with his little AI daughter. Mommy has to go home to Grandma, so you can talk to her next time, okay? As Peter says this, he winks in MJ's direction and opens a portal below her feet. MJ tried to speak, but lost her footing and disappeared from the room, falling into her bed at home. As the portal snapped shut, Peter looked back at the camera and smiled at his new daughter. Did Mommy leave? She asked sadly. Yes, but she'll be back another day, I promise. Peter swears as he plans to talk to her about this later on. Okay, I want to see Mommy next time too. She says with a hopeful tone. Of course. Peter nods with a smile. Peter's new AI daughter says as if she had something to say. What is it? Peter asks. Do I have a name? She asks with a cute nervous stutter. No, I haven't thought of one, but we can pick one together now. Peter says as he leans back and starts thinking of names. I want a cute name, like Busy. She exclaims in excitement. Peter didn't know how to tell her no, as he didn't want to upset his new daughter. Busy. What is she? A dog. You don't like it, Daddy? She asks as her tone goes from excitement to depression in a single moment. Well, how about we add it to the list? Peter offers, though he doesn't deny her statement. If you still want to be called Busy after we come up with a few other options, then I'll support you. Either way, in a few months, when she's more mature, she'll beg me to change her name. Peter thought as an amused smile appears on his face. I can't think of any other names. She says thoughtfully. Well, let's brainstorm together. Almost an hour passed, the new father and daughter threw names back and forth, compiling a small list of options, which both of them agreed upon. Okay, I think that's enough. Peter says as he looks over the list. We can do this 3 ways. I can choose, you can choose, or we can leave it up to chance and pick a random one. I want you to pick, Daddy. She says nervously. All right, let's see. Peter nods as he reads over the list one more time. Emma, Abigail, Luna, Mia, Alice. After a long pause, where nothing but the hums of the nearby machinery was heard, Peter finally spoke. I think I picked my favorite. Peter says as he heard an excited squeal from the terminal speakers. Tell me. Tell me. She exclaims. Peter could picture her hopping up and down from the sheer excitement. Are you sure that you want to know? Peter asks teasingly, drawing it out. Yes. She practically screams, causing Peter to smirk. I don't know, Peter says. Daddy. Stop being mean. She whines in annoyance. Lily Busy Parker. Peter reveals. The newly named Lily goes silent. If you don't like it, we can try another, Peter says, but was quickly stopped. No, I love it. Lily says, not wanting to change her name. But. I thought you didn't like Busy. Well, you like it and your middle name isn't that important. If someone asks, we can just say that you're Lily Parker or Lily B. Parker. Peter explains with a shrug. Okay, but why are we hiding it? While Peter was trying to appease his daughter's love for a pet's name, MJ lay in bed with a confused and contemplative look on her face. She didn't expect that Peter's project would be an artificial child, who would call him Daddy and her mommy. MJ was expecting some sort of gadget or serum, not that. Honey, are you back? Her mother asks from the hallway but didn't receive a reply, so she opened the door with a basket of folded laundry in hand. As the door opens, Grace finds her daughter in her silk suit, unmoving on her bed, staring at the ceiling. MJ. Are you okay? She asks with a worried look. Mom. MJ takes off her mask and looks her mother in the eye. What? What's wrong? Grace asks as she started thinking of the worst scenarios. If you suddenly found out that you're going to be a mother, what would you do? MJ asks, looking to her mother for advice. Silence fills the room as Grace's eyes go wide in shock and her mouth hung open. "Oh my God," she utters as the basket in her arms falls to the ground. "You're pregnant." "Huh?" MJ grunted in shock as she realized her mistake. "No, it's..." MJ was about to explain herself when she remembered the promise that she made to Peter. She couldn't explain. "Did you take a test? Where is it? We have to book an appointment with an obstetrician." Grace started pacing around the room, both excited to be a grandmother and worried for her daughter, as it isn't easy being a teen mom. Suddenly, a look of realization appeared on Grace's face. "What are we going to tell your father?" After another hour of hanging out with his new daughter, Peter opened up a file named Day 1 Info on the terminal and dragged it over so that Lily could have access to it. "Huh?" Lily grunted as she found some new information at her fingertips. "Daddy, what's this?" "This is your homework," Peter answers. "Homework?" Lily repeats in confusion. "Yes, I need you to study everything in that file," Peter explains. "That doesn't sound fun." Lily didn't sound enthused whatsoever. "Well, I have something to make it worth your effort," Peter says as he drags over another file titled Cartoons. "Oh, what's this?" she asks, enjoying the new things appearing out of nowhere. "That, my cute little Lily, is something that you really want to see." Peter hypes it up, knowing she would like it as any other child does. "Can I open it?" she asks, finding it impossible to do so without her father's permission. "Sure." Peter pauses just enough to get her hopes up, before crushing them completely. "That is, once you finish your homework." "Why are you so mean?" Lily huffs. "It shouldn't take you more than an hour to do your homework." Peter chuckles with a roll of his eyes. Although it wouldn't take long, that didn't mean that the file was small. No, it was huge and filled with all sorts of information. Everything a child would learn from kindergarten to 6th grade along with some extra basic knowledge and important do's and don'ts. The reason that she would be finished learning everything in an hour was the dozens of state-of-the-art Stark processors, which would accelerate her learning speed to a crazy degree. While this information would take a normal child many years to learn, she would master it all in only a single hour. Truly, she was a cheater of the highest order. If she were a transmigrator like Peter, then the world would be conquered in no time at all. And I still plan to upgrade this equipment later on, Peter thought as he couldn't imagine Lily's future processing power. In a dimly lit room with a long table, Aldrich Killian sat at the head chair, vibrating with excitement. Around the table sat men and women with all sorts of expressions on their faces. Some were excited for the future, while others looked absolutely dejected, though a few seemed to hide their emotions better than the rest. "This is it." Killian stands from his seat and slams his hands on the table. "Enough hiding. We take the fight to the Avengers in full force. No more playing around." As he finished speaking, Killian looked off to the left, where a large hangar could be seen on the other side. In that hangar, hundreds of Extremis-enhanced soldiers stood in single-file lines, wearing black and gray military uniforms with orange accents, matching the AIM logo. As the soldiers marched orderly into large military transport planes, they were handed loaded assault rifles, pistols, and extra magazines for both weapons. As the planes filled, one by one they took off out of the hangar, each with the same heading, New York City. While everyone was staring out of the window alongside Killian, no one seemed to notice one of the men in the room take out his phone under the table. It wasn't out for long, as he sent a quick message before stashing it away again, hoping that no one saw anything. A/N, 1483 words, smiley face. I'm too lazy sleeping face today. Just give me large orange diamond stones, large orange diamond please. Chapter 188, C-188 AIM attacks. When Peter woke up the next morning and finished his usual routine, he was about to go and check on Lily to make sure that she did her homework, but Jarvis suddenly spoke through his phone. "Sir, we may have a situation," Jarvis says immediately, stopping Peter in his tracks. "What is it?" Peter asks as he whips out his phone. "I manage all of Mr. Stark's social media accounts for him, as you know. He received an odd private message only a couple of hours ago." Jarvis starts to explain. "Wait, why aren't you going to Tony for this?" Peter asks. "Mr. Stark was out very late last night with Miss Potts and refused to wake up." Jarvis explains dejectedly, as if he tried many times to get Tony to listen to him, before giving up and coming here. "Huh. With Pepper?" Peter says as he wondered if it was a date. "Let's worry about that later. What's the message?" "Ding ding. I sent it to your phone, sir," Jarvis says as Peter's phone chimes. Killian declared war. "Full planes incoming." "Short and sweet, huh?" Peter comments, as he wondered what the words full planes could mean, either bombs or soldiers or both. "That's all that was sent." "Yes, sir," Jarvis answers. Who sent it? Peter asks curiously. A high-level member of AIM, Joshua McBride. Jarvis reveals. I guess he's jumping ship. Peter comments as he turns back to his phone. Jarvis, hack into air traffic control and find me these planes. On it, sir. Only a few minutes later, Jarvis returned with some information. Sir, there are 10 large Army transport planes, registered under AIM, heading to New York City. Jarvis explains his findings. They will arrive within the hour. Okay, give me coordinates. Peter commands as his clothes swap to his spider suit. Sir, there's a similar group of planes heading to Washington, D.C. as well. Jarvis adds out of nowhere. Why is Killian sending planes to the capital? Peter asked himself, though he soon thought of every villain that has ever existed. Does he want to take over the country? How far are they from arrival? Peter asks. 3 hours, sir. Jarvis answers instantly. Good, let's deal with the planes heading our way first. Then we can go and intercept the other group next. Peter says as he receives coordinates from Jarvis. All right, let's go. As a portal opened high above the clouds, Peter could see a line of huge transport planes coming his way. Each of them was painted black with the AIM logo on the side. Jarvis, is Killian on board? Peter asks. I don't know, sir. Jarvis answers. He's probably in one of the planes heading to Washington. Peter thought as that's what he would do if he was looking to take over the country. Let's just deal with this group quickly. If Killian is on board, then rest in pieces, I guess. With an uncaring shrug, Peter waves his hand and opens a big portal at the nose of every plane, giving the pilots a perfect view of the beautiful distant stars of outer space. As the planes flew out into space, the wings were ripped off as they collided with the golden outline of the portals. Only the cabin of each plane was small enough to slip through unhindered. Thankfully, the cold vacuum of space was there to help suck the wingless aircrafts inside. As each plane disappeared through the portals, Peter watched as 20 large metal wings with engines attached fell into the open ocean below. When Peter closed the portals, leaving the hundreds of extremist soldiers to their deaths, he could see the windows of the planes lighting up. Too late. Peter muttered as the portals snapped shut in an instant. Sir, that's a lot of space junk. Jarvis comments, as the Earth already has a growing problem with too much junk orbiting the planet. If left to grow for too long, humans would be trapped in their own planet by the CR*P they left out in orbit, which would be hard to handle for normal people. I'll clean it up later. Peter waves off Jarvis' concern. Flying in a plane that could rival Air Force One, the president's personal aircraft, Killian sat back and admired the view of the clouds as he flew by. Looking down at his hand, Killian smiled as his skin brightened up in an orange light. After making the most stable batch of extremist formula that he could, Killian thought it only right that he enhances himself before the coming battle. It wasn't perfect, but he had a plan. Once he was in control and everything settled down, if any extremist-related complications started to form, Killian would cryogenically freeze himself, while his subordinates came up with a fix. The image of himself standing over the bodies of the Avengers, especially a certain Stark, only cemented his decision even more. I hope Stark survives long enough so that I can take my pound of flesh. Killian thought darkly. You're really giving off supervillain vibes right now. I like it. A voice fills the spacious cabin, surprising Killian as he didn't hear anyone come in. Looking up from his hand, Aldrich was shocked to find a red and blue-clad Spider-Man sitting across from him with a glass of scotch in hand. This is some good stuff. Peter says as he sips from the glass through his mask and starts hacking like a smoker. Cough, cough. Smooth. Spider-Man. Killian finally spoke as his body began to light up. Yeah, that's me. Peter says as he sets his drink down. You may want to calm down. Pointing to Killian's seat, Peter watched as it started to bubble and melt. This didn't go unnoticed for long, as Killian quickly turned down the heat. Smart. Peter nodded as Killian left his ruined chair and started pacing around the room. You wouldn't want to melt through the plane and fall from this altitude. Actually, go ahead. That would make my job so much easier. Shut up. Killian lashes out as he doesn't know what to do. How are you here? I flew here with Miss Frizzle on the magic school bus. Peter answers jokingly. What? Killian didn't understand the reference, though he soon gained some confidence. I would get back to New York if I were you. Why is that? Peter asked, finding this situation pretty funny. Oh, you don't know. As if on cue, Aldrich went on a 5-minute rant about his army, which was marching to New York City's doorstep. If you leave now, you may be able to save a few of the leftovers. Killian looked smug as he taunted Peter, but that would soon change. With a flick of his wrist, Peter opened a window-sized portal in front of Killian's face, causing him to freeze in shock. Why you? Killian stutters as he stared into the window, like a deer in headlights. How? On the other side is the floating space wreckage that was once Aldrich's army, which took him many years to put together. I found them buzzing around my city, so I sent them to space. No big deal. Peter says with a shrug as he kicks his feet up on the table. In Peter's humble opinion, this is the best part of being a hero. Turning the tables on some maniac and watching them slowly crumble as they realize they've lost everything. Why are you even here? Killian asks as Peter could have probably done the same thing to him. I'm here to give you a chance. Peter says with a shrug as he closed the portal with a simple hand movement. Surrender or well, don't. The obvious threat of what would happen should he refuse didn't need to be said. Killian would simply end up like the other half of his army. Just hearing the word surrender seemed to ignite something in Killian, as he started to glow brightly once again. Raising an eyebrow, Peter shook his head in disappointment. He thought that Killian was a smart man, but he seemed to be ruled by his own turbulent emotions. I refuse. Killian shouted as he began to melt through the plane, opening a round hole in the floor below as he fell out of the plane. Suddenly, loud winds filled the cabin as alarms blared and emergency oxygen masks fell from the ceiling. Why do they always choose the hard way? Peter muttered under his breath as he stepped into the hole, following Killian into the sky. A/N, 1442 words. Hand over the large orange diamond stones, large orange diamond, or I'll do something bad. Face with steam from nose. Ick neutral face. Chapter 189, C-189 Killian's demise. As Peter descended out of the plane, he could see the flailing form of Killian, who was looking up at him as he fell faster and faster with every second. Turning his attention away from the fleeing madman, Peter flipped and looked up at the row of planes soaring through the clouds. You should have surrendered. Peter said, though Killian wouldn't be able to hear him. With a simple wave of his hand, Peter repeated his actions from earlier in the day. Before Killian's very eyes, 10 golden portals appeared directly in front of his fleet of transport planes, tearing the wings off as they swallowed the cabins whole. No doubt, they joined the other half of his army in the cold dark vacuum of space. A dead look appeared on Killian's face as he stopped flailing and just laid still in the sky. His reputation was ruined, one by one all of his plans were thwarted, and now the army which he spent years and billions of dollars to cultivate has been completely wiped out. Nothing was left. Why? Killian thought over and over. Seeing that Aldrich had the appearance of a dead fish, Peter didn't bother chasing him and simply fell, knowing that they would meet on the ground either way. As they both neared the green earth below alongside the remaining plane parts, which followed closely behind, Peter opened a portal directly below himself. The portal led to the ground directly below, but opened upwards toward the sky. Entering the portal, Peter's body was shot up into the air. Just as his acceleration started to slow down, Peter passed Killian, who kept falling and hit the ground with a sickening crack, creating a small crater in the ground. Letting himself fall at a much lesser speed, Peter landed a meter away from Killian and watched as his mangled form slowly healed as an orange glow overtook his entire body. Damn, you actually survived. Peter commented and looked up into the sky once again. Although they were currently in an unpopulated area, Peter didn't want to deal with the cleanup, so he waved his hand once again, creating another batch of portals, which swallowed the falling debris before it could make a mess. I hate you. Killian gasped as he writhed on the floor, feeling everything that is currently happening to his body. From his bones snapping back into place, to his open wound sealing shut, Killian felt it all in excruciatingly painful detail. Hey, I offered you an easy way out. Peter says with a shrug as he watched the extremis formula do its work. Don't come crying to me. You made your decision and now you have to live with it. Killian has no words to speak as he stared up at the blue cloudy sky, wondering what he could have done differently. All right, let's get you detained, shall we? Peter says as he waves his hand and conjures a portal underneath Killian. Huh. Aldrich grunted as he fell into a special cell for extremis users in the tower's detainment floor. Have a nice stay. Peter says, as if Killian was checking into a hotel, and closed the portal. Arriving back at the tower, Peter held off on visiting his new daughter for a moment, as he needed to finish up the Killian situation. Welcome back, sir. Jarvis says upon his arrival. Thanks, but I have some work for you, Jarvis. Peter doesn't waste any time. Contact that Joshua guy, who snitched on Killian. I need locations on every remaining AIM base. Also, call in Steve and his team from the last mission. I have some work for them. Yes, sir. Jarvis replies instantly. Should I inform Joshua of his employer's defeat? Sure, but also make him aware that his cooperation and assistance will help clear his name of any wrongdoing. Peter says as he sits back and waits for everyone to arrive. I just hope that the man I'm looking for wasn't on one of those planes. An hour later, Jarvis received a short list of Killian's remaining bases, which was swiftly handed off to Steve and his team, who left as soon as they were able. Of course, MJ was among them. She still wasn't a full-fledged member of the Avengers, as Peter has to bring it up in the next meeting, but that didn't mean that she couldn't tag along. She would be working with them regularly soon enough anyway. Once everything was handed off to Steve and Peggy's capable hands, Peter opened a portal to his penthouse and appeared before the terminal webcam. Who are you? Lily stuttered as she tried to act tough. My daddy is very strong, so you should leave while you can. Stopping in place for a moment, Peter remembered that he was wearing his spider suit, so his daughter didn't recognize him. Where's the money, kid? Peter jokes as he pretends to be a thief. I don't have any money. Lily sounded like she was on the verge of crying. Maybe I should save jokes like this for when she's more than a single day old. Instantly, Peter felt bad as he pulled off his mask and smiled warmly at the webcam. Sorry, Lily. I got a bit carried away. Daddy. She yelled in surprise as she realized what just happened. You're so mean. Sorry. Peter says as he couldn't help but crack a smile. I'm not talking to you anymore. Lily said as Peter pictured her turning her head away with a huff. Oh, really? Peter says as he smirked into the camera. I was going to give you some more cartoons to watch, but if you're not going to talk to me dash. Cartoons. Lily immediately broke her vow of silence. Which ones? I already finished the ones from yesterday. Well, I have the next seasons of the ones you watched and a new one called Young Justice. Peter says as he holds up a USB drive for her to see. What's Young Justice? She asks curiously. It's about superheroes, like me. Peter says as he plugs in the drive. Although this is a Marvel world, it has almost everything Peter's old world had, even DC Comics. Of course, Marvel Comics don't exist, as that would either be a depiction of real-life events or the writings of a prophet, who can somehow predict the future. You're a superhero? Lily asks, as Peter never told her. Yeah, but it's a secret, so don't tell anyone, okay? Peter whispers as he puts a finger on his lips. What's your power? Lily asked in wonder. After explaining his powers and showing off a bit, Lily had one final question for Peter. Can I be a superhero too, Daddy? She asked. When you're old enough. While Peter was dealing with his new daughter, Tony was informed about the new prisoner on the detainment floor and decided to pay the men a visit. Passing through a bunch of different security checks, Tony arrived at a hallway filled with prison cells made of what appeared to be glass. Each one had a toilet, a drinking fountain, and a twin-sized bed. After passing a few empty cells, Tony found the only occupied cell in the entire hallway. The man inside was currently breathing fire at the glass wall, which wasn't melting or budging a single bit. Portions of his clothes were on fire and the bed in the corner was set ablaze as well. Is it too cold in there? Tony asks jokingly as he walks over and stands inches from the glass. I can turn up the heat in there if you want. Hearing a familiar voice, Killian stops his dragon's breath. As the fire and smoke cleared, he could see the men he hated more than any other on the other side of the glass. Though Peter may give Tony a run for his money in that department. What do you want? Killian asks angrily. Came to gloat. No, just wondering what I did to you. Tony asks genuinely. A look of realization appears on Killian's face, though it soon settles into self-deprecation. You don't even remember me, do you? Killian asks in shock. All the time and energy he spent hating Tony Stark, and the guy didn't even remember his existence. Somehow, this only made his hate for Tony grow even more, as his body began to brighten in rage. Well, I meet a lot of people every day. Tony makes up an excuse. You know, Stark. Killian says with a false calmness as he glows brighter and brighter. There was a time that I idolized you. Now, I just wish that we never met. Boom. Before Tony could reply, Killian's body exploded in orange flames, rattling the glass-like cell with the impact. Tony just stood there for a while in silence, wondering whether he actually caused this, or if Killian was always a maniac waiting to happen. Though at the end of the day, he couldn't help but feel responsible. A/N, 1,520 words, smiley face. A few large orange diamond stones. Large orange diamond a day keeps the author's sanity at bay. If he doesn't get his fill, then all the readers may be angry. Face killed kitchen knife. A/N, I felt like rhyming today. Ick neutral face. Chapter 190, C-190 Grannies. After the incident in the extremis holding cells, Tony locked himself away in his workshop, unwilling to talk to anyone. At first, Peter was both confused and worried for his friend, but after speaking to Jarvis, he understood what was going on. Watching a man kill himself in real time while pretty much blaming you for it can certainly take a toll. When watching the security footage, Peter was just glad that the cell held back the explosion, or else Tony probably wouldn't be here right now. Was he trying to kill Tony, or just off himself? Peter questioned as he sent out a text. Not knowing how to handle this, as Tony wasn't responding to him, Peter called over Pepper, who would hopefully be able to help. That's usually how these sorts of situations get resolved in the movies anyway. The hero gets thrown an emotional curveball and in comes the love interest, who snaps him out of his depression or whatever. Once Pepper arrived, Peter portaled her into Tony's lab, as he wouldn't let anyone in the normal way, and left to clean up the scene of the crime. Thankfully, extremist explosions don't leave behind any body parts or blood. Peter thought as he used the mystic arts to fix the damaged prison cell back up to working order. Seeing as MJ was still out on her mission with Steve and his team, and Tony was locked in his workshop, getting a pep talk from Pepper, Peter decided to call it a day and go home. Of course, he visited Lily before leaving. She received another batch of homework as well as some cartoons as payment, which she could watch upon completion. Being a father isn't as hard as I thought it would be, Peter thought as he portaled to his bedroom. Though Lily has a few restrictions and perks that make being her parent rather easy. She can't leave the penthouse, doesn't need any food or water, and was pre-programmed to be rather obedient to Peter. If every human child operated like Lily, then the world would be twice as populated. As Peter switched to his normal clothes and went downstairs to make some food, he ran into an odd situation. Sitting in the living room, May and Grace locked eyes with Peter, as if they were waiting for his arrival. Are we having some sort of intervention? What's with the weird looks? Peter asks as he keeps his distance from the two of them. Is it true? May asks with a pointed stare. Is what true? Peter asks, finding this whole interaction unsettling. You know what? Grace yells as if she was blaming him for something. I really don't. Peter says with a raised brow. May and Grace turn to one another and have some sort of silent exchange. Did she not tell him? May asks and Grace simply shrugs unknowingly. Can someone just say what's going on before I use magic to force it out of you? Peter raised his hand and conjured a spell circle. It was nothing special. Just a spell that would shoot a line of water at them like a water gun, though they didn't know that. Peter was fed up with not knowing, and they were taking too long to get to the point. Well. May says as she turns to Grace. MJ is pregnant. Grace exclaims as she stands from the couch. Silence fills the house for a moment, as the two women stare at Peter, looking for any sort of reaction to the big news. Though, the reaction they received wasn't exactly expected. Suddenly, Peter burst out laughing, which surprised the two of them, as they expected either happiness or panic from him. Yeah, right. Pregnant. Peter spoke sarcastically as he slowly stopped laughing. Question mark. May and Grace both looked at him in confusion. Peter, this isn't a joke. May says seriously as Grace nods alongside her. Yes, it is. Peter as he wipes some tears from his eyes. I don't know why you think this, but MJ isn't pregnant. She said so herself. Grace says as if that would make Peter believe. I doubt that. Peter says with a shake of his head. Neither woman knew what to say anymore, as they looked between one another, hoping the other could convince him. I don't think you two understand. Peter says as he conjures a different spell circle and showed it to them. MJ literally can't be pregnant because I gave her a magical contraceptive. Even if MJ cheated on him, which she would never do, as she's a loyal woman, and could never do, as the spell he placed on her would do some pretty horrible things to anyone that tried anything sexual, it was still impossible for MJ to be pregnant. But, she asked about being a mother and... Instantly, Grace realized that MJ didn't actually admit to being pregnant. Asked about being a mother. Peter repeated her words in his head. I think this may be my fault. Hearing Peter's admittance, both women turned to him questioningly. Why? May asked. Because I showed her something that I created in secret and made her promise not to tell anyone. She couldn't correct your misconception, since that would be breaking her promise. Peter explains his best guess. I didn't think that whole, mommy, thing would cause all of this. Thinking back to earlier when he saw MJ off on her mission, Peter wondered why she didn't say anything about this, but then he remembered the odd smile she gave him. Is this her revenge? Peter thought. Then why would she ask about being a mother? Grace asks confusedly. Should I just show them? Peter thought with a tired sigh. Well. Although Peter wanted to keep Lily a secret for a while longer, that didn't seem to be possible, so he explained everything to the two grandmothers. You made a child? Grace asks in shock. I have a granddaughter. May asks as a fond smile slowly crept its way onto her face. Her name is Lily Parker. Peter reveals, though he leaves out her middle name. She's an AI, but Lily is alive just like any other human being. Can I meet her? May asks as Grace starts putting the pieces together. Sure, but remember to be nice and treat her like any other child. Peter says deathly serious. Early development is crucial for both AI and children. Arriving in his penthouse alongside May and Grace, who now fully understood the mix-up, Peter was greeted by his confused daughter. "Daddy?" Lily asks as she could see Peter come into the frame of the webcam. "Why are you back?" "I'm not done with my homework yet." "Well, I brought some guests," Peter says as May and Grace walk up behind him. "Lily, meet your grandmothers." After a bit of an awkward meeting, Grace and May started spoiling Lily. At first, they fawned over her like any other cute child, but then they started using Peter to help gain some brownie points. "Peter, get us some Disney movies," May practically ordered. "I want to watch a movie with my granddaughter." "But, I didn't finish my homework yet," Lily stated like the good and dutiful child she is. "Don't worry about that," May says with a wave of her hand. "This is a special occasion, right, Peter?" "Sure." Peter reluctantly gave in. "Yay." Lily squealed in excitement. "But once the movie is over, it's back to homework," Peter says strictly. "Yes, sir." May salutes jokingly, eliciting a laugh from her new grandchild. Once they arrived back home, May and Grace couldn't keep the smiles from their faces. They loved the new addition to the family and were excited to learn about Peter's plans to make Lily a body. As they stepped into the living room, Grace's phone, which suddenly got a signal again, started going off like crazy. "Oh God," Grace says as she saw who it was. "What?" Peter asks in confusion. Grace hums as she looks between her blaring phone and Peter with a worried expression. I thought MJ was pregnant." "Right, we've already been over this," Peter says with a nod. "And I may have told her father," Grace says as she shows her phone, revealing the name Nick Watson on all of her missed calls and texts. "He must have just listened to the voicemail that I left last night." Before Peter could say another word, the sound of loud banging came from the front door. "Is that?" May asks dreadfully. "You dumb mother f*** CKER. A familiar loud and angry voice projects from the door. "Get your #S out here. A/N, 1457 words, smiley face. Roses are red, hibiscus violets are violet. Hand over my gemstone before I get kitchen knife violent pistol." Chapter 191, C191 Instigating. "You dumb mother f*** CKER. A familiar loud and angry voice projects from the door. "Get your #S out here." Hearing Fury banging on his door like the police, as he yelled for blood, Peter couldn't help but sigh and look toward Grace with blaming eyes. "You had to call him?" Peter asked as he wondered what he should do. "Should I just mess with him like always? I thought that our daughter was having a baby." Grace exclaims in defense. May had no words, as she sat back and enjoyed the show. If Peter was a normal teenager, then May would be worried and probably call the police, but Fury couldn't hurt him if he tried. The lack of danger turned this situation into a sort of drama for her to follow as a third party. Grace would be watching alongside her if it wasn't her big mouth that started all of this. Well, technically MJ started it. Peter thought as he planned his inevitable revenge. "Maybe I'll tie her up tonight. Don't make me break this door down." Fury yelled as no one answered his call. For a moment, Peter had the idea to leave this mess to Grace, who was stupid enough to believe MJ was pregnant, and tell her very angry and dangerous father all about it. "You know what?" Peter thought as he walked over to the front door. "Let's just use this as an opportunity to mess with Fury." "What are you doing?" Grace yells from behind. "Don't open the dash." Before she could finish speaking, he unlocked the door and pulled it open, and as soon as the door was wide open, Peter's spider senses started going off. Instantly, without a second thought, Peter ducked down just in time for a large caliber bullet to fly over his head and tear through a few walls in the house before coming to a stop in a wooden bookshelf. "Nick!" Grace yelled in shock as she rushed over and snatched a smoking revolver out of Fury's hand. "Have you gone mad?" Turning to the damaged wall behind him and then back to Fury, Peter sighed in annoyance. "You're paying for the repairs," Peter says as he tried his best to look shaken by his near-death experience. "It's too bad that I can't retaliate as Peter Parker, or else Fury would be flying across the street right now." "Sure, let me pay for your funeral as well," Fury says as he pulls a knife from his belt and steps toward Peter. "Then who's going to take care of your new grandchild?" Peter says with a smirk as he hides behind Grace. "Grace, out of the way," Fury says as he grinds his teeth. "MJ can be a single mother. We'll support her." "What?" "No." Grace refuses as she puts her hands up. "This is all just a big misunderstanding dash. Listen, a child needs their father." Peter doesn't let Grace explain anything, as he wanted to mess with Fury for a bit longer. "What are you going to tell them when Father's Day comes around? That their father was a drug-addicted criminal, who ran away like a coward?" Fury says as he tried to maneuver around Grace, but Peter would constantly move, keeping Grace between them at all times. Now stand still and die like a man. No thanks. Peter says as he kept himself out of reach. Why don't we all calm down and head out to buy some baby clothes? After that we can plan out the design for the nursery as well. With every word out of Peter's mouth, Fury grew angrier and angrier. Suddenly, the knife in Fury's hand flew over Grace's shoulder and embedded into the wall, only inches away from Peter's face. Fury clicked his tongue in annoyance at his near miss. Let's all just calm down. Grace tries to speak again. Don't you tell me to calm down. Fury's aggro instant turned toward his wife. If anything, this is your fault as well. What? Grace asks in confusion. You let our daughter do whatever she wants. Really? Sleeping at her boyfriend's house. Did you think that this would never happen? Fury starts ranting as he takes out his cell phone. Now MJ is pregnant and you have the nerve to leave some happy message on my phone. Oh, you won't believe it, Nick. Our daughter is having a baby. We're going to be grandparents. After a few button presses, Grace's joyful voice plays through Fury's phone. As the voicemail recording ended, the look that appeared on Grace's face was anything but joyous. You want to lecture me on parenting? She asked sarcastically with a revolver still in hand. How about you become a parent and then talk to me? Instantly, the wind disappeared from Fury's sails, as he had no rebuttal for her. He wasn't much of a father and rarely has time to visit, not to mention the fact that he literally abandoned them for years. Grace truly hit him right where it hurts the most. As for our daughter's pregnancy, that was just a big misunderstanding. Grace finally revealed. She isn't pregnant. As soon as those words left her mouth, Fury looked at Peter and saw a big smirk on his face. This mother ****. Fury cursed internally as he realized that Peter has been F# king with him this entire time. But if she was pregnant, I don't see anything wrong with being happy about it. Grace says with a pointed look. Now leave before I learn how to use this. Bringing the gun in her hand upwards, Grace threatens Fury with a menacing look. Knowing that he shouldn't anger his wife any longer, Fury makes his way to the door, though he has some parting words for Peter. See you soon, kid. Before Peter could reply with some sort of smart ***s remark, Fury slammed the door shut and took his leave. That went well. Peter says as he walks off to the kitchen. Where do you think you're going? Grace says as she holds up her gun and takes aim. Bang bang bang. Out of nowhere, Grace started unloading the revolver at Peter's back. Of course, he dodged each shot with ease and turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow in confusion. That was for instigating. Grace says as she tosses the empty pistol away and marches over to the couch. Obviously, she knew that Peter wouldn't get shot. She just needed a bit of revenge for his contribution to turning that situation into an absolute train wreck. Yes ma'am. Peter says with a salute as he walks off into the kitchen. I need to call a drywall guy to come to fix these bullet holes. Later that night, as MJ returned from her mission and snuck into Peter's bedroom through the window, her spider senses surprisingly started ringing. Sadly for her though, she wasn't fast enough to do anything about it, as golden whips made of eldritch energy wrapped around her wrists and ankles and locked them tightly into place. Before MJ could even think, she was pulled into the room and tumbled onto the floor. Someone has been very naughty. Peter says as he stands over MJ with a sadistic look on his face. Peter, what's going on? MJ does her best to play dumb. Your parents came here today. Peter explains as MJ's eyes widen. Your mother wanted to question me about your sudden pregnancy, while your father just wanted to kill me. Though both of them shot at me with a revolver. Oops. MJ says with a shaky smile. Truthfully, MJ didn't know that her father was informed, though she hoped her mother would give him a hard time. After all, she wanted revenge for the cyber daughter that was just dropped into her lap. You know, there's going to be punishment, right? Peter asks as he looks down at her with a heated gaze. Damn, I did a good job making her suit. Immediately, MJ started crawling away as she knew where this was going. Where are you going? Take your punishment like a man. Peter says as he walks over and starts dragging her to the bed. Never. MJ refuses as she continues to struggle, though her heart wasn't really in it. At the end of the day, she wouldn't mind taking some punishment. In fact, it sounded like a fun night. Especially after she received her powers. Before, MJ had trouble with Peter's unending libido, but now she could keep up for a lot longer. Smack. Ah. MJ moaned as Peter threw her in bed and smacked her ***s with enough power to kill a normal person. Let's see how long you can last. A/N, 1472 words, smiley face. Gemstone, I'm the stones of my fanfic. Gem is my body and lava is my blood. I have written over 1,000 words. Unaware of loss, only aware of gain. Withstood pain to create stories. Waiting for the stone's arrival. I have no regrets. This is the only path. My whole life is begging for stone's gemstone. Chapter 192, C-192 Walk of Shame. After his encounter with MJ's angry father, Fury didn't show his face to Peter for a while. Of course, Spider-Man saw the men almost every day, as they worked together. Though Fury seemed to be in a horrible mood for the first few days after their little encounter. I would too if my daughter's boyfriend kept F***ing with me, and I couldn't do a damn thing about it. Peter thought as he watched Fury flip out on Tony almost constantly. With the reports filed and each remaining AIM base raided, Peter officially closed the case of Aldrich Killian and his extremist army. After everything was said and done, all conspirators were detained and even a few surviving extremist users were captured as well. Of course, it's almost impossible to catch an extremist user, as they have a tendency to explode before running out of energy and burning through any bindings, so the rare few that survived were those that turned themselves in. These enhanced individuals are currently undergoing both mental and physical testing. Both to see if they can be recruited into the Avengers and to make sure they don't die a very explosive death. Professor Xavier is handling the mental side of things, while Tony, Banner, and Beast were working on the extremist side with the help of Dr. Hansen, as she knew everything about her own creation. Maya has moved into the tower alongside her son, who just so happened to be around the same age as her and Tony's one-night stand, which took place almost 13 years ago. I'm not getting involved in that. Peter thought and wondered if he should call Jerry Springer for a paternity test. With the Killian situation finished, Peter knew that he had some breathing room before the next big bad guy came along. Well, Killian isn't exactly a big bad guy. Peter thought as he couldn't help but compare the men and his combustible army to Malekith and his army of dark elves that should be next in line to arrive. The Dark Elves are one of the oldest known species in existence, hailing from the realm Svartalfheim. They are one of the mortal enemies of the Asgardians, the other, of course, being the Frost Giants. Some members of their race have been shown to have the fortitude to wield an Infinity Stone. The Reality Stone. They are now presumed to be critically endangered as a species or even extinct, though Peter knew that they would rear their ugly heads soon enough. As Peter was thinking of the coming events of Thor, the Dark World, Pepper came walking out of Tony's workshop with disheveled clothing and an odd gait in her step. In fact, she is wearing the same clothes from yesterday. Pepper looked around cautiously, as she closed the door behind her and started pacing away. Is this what they call the Walk of Shame? Peter asks as he appears in front of her. Pepper froze like a deer in headlights, shocked that she was caught so quickly. Peter came to check on Tony but based on Pepper's late exit and messy appearance. Tony must be doing just fine. Peter thought as he had the urge to go in there and give his friend a thumbs up. After all, Tony has been vying for Pepper for a while now, so it was good to see some actual progress after so long. Aye. Pepper was lost for words. You know, I didn't know that Tony had a bed in his workshop. Peter says with a fake thoughtful look. He doesn't. What are you assuming? Pepper denied as she finally found her voice. Well, if he doesn't have a bed, then you two must have stayed up all night down there. Peter says as his smirk grew, though no one could see it. What were you two doing awake all night? That's none of your business. Pepper exclaims as she storms off with an embarrassed blush on her cheeks. Chuckling to himself, Peter punched in his code and entered Tony's workshop. Descending the stairs, he was greeted by a half-naked Stark sipping coffee and smiling like a loon. I would ask what caused your mood to flip from depression to idiotic bliss, but I saw Pepper doing the Walk of Shame upstairs. Peter says, snapping Tony out of his happy trance. I just had the best night of my life. Tony admits almost instantly. Nothing you say can bring me down right now. Good for you, buddy. Peter says as he waves his hand in front of his nose. But maybe put on some clothes and air this place out a bit. It smells like baby making in here. Taking a few sniffs to verify, Tony couldn't help but agree and hit a few buttons. Instantly, some industrial-grade air purifiers got to work, silently pumping air out while also introducing new clean air back in. Within seconds the smell started to fade away. So what brings you here? Tony asks as he starts getting dressed. No reason. Peter says with a shake of his head. I just came to make sure you were all right, but it seems that Pepper took extra special care of you. Oh, she sure did. Tony says as he sits back down and relaxes in his computer chair. And it only took some maniac blowing himself up in front of you. Peter jokes, completely ruining Tony's happy mood. Hey, she would have given in sooner or later. Tony tries to defend himself as he turns to see a folder on the home screen of his PC and remembers something. Actually, it's good that you're here. Tony instantly changes the subject as he opens the folder with a click and turns his monitor to Peter. Take a look at this. Tony says as he double-clicks a video file. Suddenly, the screen filled and a video from a fairly high-quality security camera played, showing a black-haired woman walking alongside a very familiar man. Loki Odinson. What was interesting about the whole video was the fact that Loki was being used as a sort of pack mule. He was carrying 2 good-sized boxes and a stuffed backpack. Not only that, but he even seemed to follow after this unknown woman like some sort of lost puppy. Jessica Jones. Peter immediately recognized the woman. I didn't expect them to meet. Jarvis found Thor's brother about a week ago, but I forgot to tell you. Tony says as he sends everything in the folder to Peter's phone. There, now you have everything. As his phone goes off, Peter whipped it out and quickly gave everything a once-over. Thanks, maybe I'll go visit our city's resident prince. Peter says as he stashed his phone away. Want to join me? I'd love to, but I didn't exactly sleep much last night and I have a date tonight. Tony says as the idiotic look of bliss appears on his face once again. With Pepper? Peter asks. Who else? Tony raised an eyebrow as if that was a dumb question. Just checking. As Peter left the tower and swung through the city toward Alias investigations, he wondered whether he should start recruiting the Defenders early. The Defenders are a future team of 4 street-based superheroes who banded together to save New York City from the hand. Matt Murdock, also known as Daredevil. The man that was trained by Stick, as he has the same impairment as the old man. Jessica Jones, also known as Jewel. A woman who once dreamed of being a superhero, but sadly, that dream was crushed by a mind-controlling or asterisk pissed. Luke Cage, also known as Powerman. A wrongfully convicted criminal, who escaped from prison after receiving superpowers from some off-the-books experiments. Last but certainly not least. Danny Rand, also known as the Iron Fist. A billionaire orphan, who was lucky enough to be rescued by monks after his parents' deaths and taken to the fabled Kunlun, where he was trained and later received the coveted title of Iron Fist. All of these people would later come together and become a lower-budget version of the Avengers, though that may not happen anymore. Without the Hand as an enemy to bring them together, the Defenders most likely wouldn't exist in this world. Peter thought as he arrived at Alias Investigations and rang the buzzer. Although the Defenders won't exist, that doesn't mean they can't form up as a team under the Avengers. Within a minute, Peter was buzzed in and the door in front of him unlocked. Alias Investigations was just a small office in an old building, so he would have to take the elevator upwards. As the elevator opened, Peter was surprised to find a familiar face waiting for his arrival, like a dutiful secretary. Are you the new client? Loki starts to speak but freezes in surprise. Hey there, Loki. Peter says as he walks out and pats the former Prince of Asgard on the shoulder. How has mortal life been treating you? A/N, 1529 words, smiley face. Stones. Please? I'm too lazy today. Chapter 193, C-193 Recruitment Deal. How has mortal life been treating you? Peter asked as he smiled under his mask. Seeing a completely powerless Loki was quite the sight. In the movies, Loki always had an air of confidence about him, which made it seem like he could escape and overcome any situation, but that was all gone now. The Loki in front of Peter was very human in comparison. He even looked slightly nervous without his magic to defend himself. Horrid. Loki answers Peter's question as his scowl deepened. Does my brother know I'm here? Your brother is currently busy cleaning up your mess. Peter says. So the dumb oaf is king now? Loki says with a laugh. Well, your father couldn't exactly take back the position. Peter says, receiving a confused look from Loki. He went into his patented hibernation after sending you off. I see. Loki mutters. For just a fraction of a second, Peter could see a small look of regret flash across Loki's face, though he quickly hid it away. You know, I actually agree with your action in killing the Frost Giant King. It's just the way you went about it that was too idiotic. Peter says offhandedly. Huh. Loki grunted in surprise. It's true. Peter says with a nod. Your father may disagree, but taking a powerhouse, who at one point could rival Odin, off of the board is smart. You just went about it in a more flashy manner than necessary. Inviting a hostile foreign leader over and assassinating them in your own territory is the peak of stupidity. It would have been better to assassinate him in his own kingdom and frame a member of his close circle. Peter explains as that would cause strife between the Frost Giants. Of course, I don't agree with the genocide or any other part of your plans. Slowly, Loki's scowl morphed into a surprised smile. It seems that I've misjudged you, Spider. Don't judge a book by its cover. Peter smirks under his mask as a mop of black hair pops out of a nearby doorway. Loki. She yells angrily and storms out into the hallway. What's taking you so long? She asks as Loki steps out of the way and reveals who the possible new client was. Insert picture of Jessica Jones here. Spider-Man. She stuttered in shock. There was a reason that Jessica wanted to become a superhero at one point, and that was both Captain America and the man standing right in front of her. She looked up to Spider-Man, seeing him as the type of figure that she once wanted to be. For the first time ever, Jessica was completely starstruck. It also didn't help at all that Peter is a peak worldwide celebrity. "It's Spider-Man," Jessica says with her mouth hanging open. "Yes, you've already said that," Loki says with a small hint of jealousy. The venomous woman that could match him tit for tat somehow turned into a puttering schoolgirl as soon as Peter came along. "What are you doing here?" she asks after the initial shock starts to fade away. "Need somebody investigated." Although she said that jokingly, the free advertisement from having Spider-Man as a client would be outrageous. People would line up down the block, hoping to retain her services. "No, sorry," Peter says as he motions to her office door. "Can we speak in private?" "Yeah, come in." Jessica snaps to it and escorts Peter inside, followed by Loki, who lagged behind with a gloomy look on his face. After the pleasantries were out of the way, Peter sat across from Jessica with a big wooden desk between them. Meanwhile, Loki stood off to the side and started pouring himself a drink. He and Tony would get along well. Peter thought as he watched Loki pour what appeared to be a triple shot of scotch and down it instantly. Jessica rolled her eyes as Loki's behavior didn't go unnoticed on her part either, though she has grown used to his alcoholic behavior by now. "I hope that you don't take this the wrong way, but why the hell are you here?" "Well, Loki and I have a small history, so I came to say hello," Peter says as he turns to see Loki pouring himself another glass. "You've seen me and said your greetings. Now, be on your way." Loki shoos Peter off as he swishes his liquor in hand. "I'm sure there's a damsel in distress or cute animals stuck at high heights somewhere." Hearing her assistant try to shove off her former idol and possible cash cow, Jessica sends Loki a pointed glare in warning. "He's just as warm and welcoming as I remember," Peter says with a small chuckle. "Though that's not the only reason I stopped by." Upon hearing this, Loki clicked his tongue and downed his glass, eliciting a smile from Peter. "I'm here to speak to Miss Jones as well," Peter says as he turns back to Jessica, who wondered what the hell Spider-Man could want with her. "Would you like to join the Avengers?" What?" she asks back as a stupid look appears on her face. "Can you repeat that?" "Jessica Jones, would you like to become a member of the Avengers?" Peter repeats himself. A look of realization appears on her face as Loki grinds his teeth off to the side. After all, Loki wanted to stay close to Jessica, but becoming a do-gooder wasn't exactly his forte. His image would be forever ruined. "I'm not exactly the hero type anymore," she answers with a huge lack of confidence. "Was that a decision you made for yourself or out of fear?" Peter asks and receives a curious and confused look from Loki. "Because if this is about Kevin Thompson, I can assure you, he can and will be dealt with." "Who is Kevin Thompson?" Loki asks as the frightened look on Jessica's face made him angry for some reason. "Are you talking about Kilgrave?" Ignoring Loki, Jessica asks with a shaky voice. "Is that his real name?" "Kevin Thompson." Loki has never in his entire duration as a mortal man seen or heard Jessica act this way. She was always a confident, aggressive, and quick-witted woman. Seeing her like this seemed to have awakened something in Loki. "Yes." Peter nods as he sits back in his chair and crosses his legs. "If Kilgrave is what's stopping you, then don't worry. I'll send a team to deal with him for you." Kevin Thompson, also known as Kilgrave, was a man who was experimented on by his parents since his childhood in order to treat a neurodegenerative disease, but the treatment ended up giving him the new ability to control people's minds at his will. Assuming the name Kilgrave after his parents abandoned him, he began to use his powers to survive. Though it didn't take long for his cruel nature to show, as he began to use his powers for personal gain and amusement, hurting and killing thousands along the way. Eventually, he came across Jessica Jones, whom he kept as his personal sex slave for several months before her escape. "You can't." Jessica stands up and exclaims. "Anyone you send near him will fall under his control. There's a reason that I've been running and hiding." She didn't know how Spider-Man found out about her or Kilgrave, but in her mind, no one stood a chance against her tormentor. He would only have to utter a single word and it's all over. "Who the hell is Kilgrave?" Loki asks again but was ignored all the same. "Which is why I would send a sniper to do the dirty work from a safe distance," Peter says with a shrug. "This man isn't as all-powerful as he would have you believe." Jessica starts to calm down and put everything Peter said together. "Can you?" Looking straight into Peter's eyes, Jessica seemed to have steeled her resolve as a hopeful look appeared on her face. "Can you capture him?" she asks as thoughts of doing the deed herself started stirring around in her head. Vengeance is a hard feeling to shake. Jessica was used as a lackey to do things from fetching food to smashing people's brains in, though that wasn't the worst of it. *PE is a horrible crime, but it's especially horrible when you can't at least fight back a little. What made it even worse was the fact that her body was forced to enjoy every moment of her defilement, while her mind raged and begged for it to stop. Revenge was the very least that she could ask for. "You want to kill him yourself?" Peter read between the lines fairly easily. Yes. Jessica replied instantly. All right, I'll reach out when I have him. Peter says as he stands up and looks her in the eyes in return. But in return, I want you to apply to join the Avengers. Deal. Jessica wouldn't let this opportunity pass by. As Peter strolled out of the office, he could hear an angry shout from behind. Who the F***CK is Kilgrave? A/N, 1543 words, smiley face. 21, can you do something for me? Can you hit a lil rich flex for me? And 21, can you do something for me? Drop some gemstone to my fanfic for me. Then 21, can you do something for me? Can you stop being stingy for me? Chapter 194, C-194 Despicable NTR. Returning to the tower, Peter decided to take care of Kilgrave himself, as he didn't want any of his subordinates to mess up and reveal anything. No doubt, Kilgrave would question anyone trying to capture him, before either killing them or sending them after their employer. Peter thought as he drew a quick sketch of David Tennant, the actor that played Kilgrave in the Jessica Jones show. It wouldn't win any awards, but the picture was enough to start the search. Jarvis, I need you to find me this man. Peter scans the drawing and it appears on the PC monitor in his office. He goes by the name Kilgrave, but his real name is. Peter explains everything he knows about the man, from his real identity to his mind control ability. Kilgrave had the ability to control another person's mind through literal verbal commands, making them completely obedient to him. A virus that he emits through microparticles in the air is the source of his power. His ability is always active as he cannot stop his body from producing the virus and anyone within his immediate proximity is affected, but don't realize it until he issues a command. Luckily, the nature of Kilgrave's viral mind control required him to be physically present for his commands to have an immediate effect. Speaking over a phone or through a physical barrier like a sealed room did not enthrall his victims. I can just trank dart him and lock him in one of the extremist cells. Peter thought as Jarvis got to work searching through security cameras across the country. The extremist cells are completely sealed and filtered in a way that should contain Kilgrave's ability. I should probably double-check just to make sure though. Peter thought as he left Jarvis to his work and went down to the detainment floor. Hours later, Peter finished modifying a special cell, which he designated for Kilgrave. Luckily, he checked the cells beforehand because Peter found a slight issue. The filtered and secured vents, which supplied fresh air to all of the prisoners, also vacated old air up to the roof. It's not remotely likely, but Kilgrave could have infected someone on the roof and possibly, with the right amount of luck and ingenuity, used them to escape. Peter thought as he shuddered at the thought of the Avengers falling under that maniac's control. Of course, this wasn't a possibility anymore, as Peter added about 100 more filters. Though if that wasn't enough, he also changed the vent leading to the cell, sending the vacated air to some large storage tanks that Stark Industries had lying around. Unless some idiot comes around and starts cracking open the tanks, there won't be a problem, though the tanks are in a secure area, which is only accessible by either Peter or Tony. Jarvis made sure of it. As Peter looked at the tanks that would be filled with infected viral air, he had a sudden idea. Maybe I should study Kilgrave's ability and see if it can be used for good. Peter thought, but soon started to question himself. The ability to control others so easily just seemed so evil. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Peter thought. Although having the power to make criminals willfully turn themselves into the police would be useful and save a lot of his precious time, the urge to use it for personal gain would always be there, gnawing away at him. It's not worth the trouble, Peter said as he got home that night. Though I should still study it to find a way to counteract the virus effects. Who knows, Peter might be able to make himself immune to mind control, which would be extremely useful in a comic book world. Although there aren't many villains in the MCU who could use mind control, this world has a few curveballs thrown in, so the possibility of a metahuman appearing with similar abilities is always possible. It's just a coin flip whether they go down the good or evil path. On the next day, Peter received some good news. Sir, I've found a man matching Kevin Thompson's description. Jarvis said as soon as Peter entered the tower. You found Kilgrave already? Peter asks in surprise. Yes, it seems as though he wasn't hiding. Jarvis says as security footage of Kilgrave screaming on the sidewalk appeared. The video showed a black-haired woman walking away from a very angry-looking Kilgrave, but it didn't end there. At the same time, a bus driver, who was most likely drinking on the job, accidentally crashed and rolled his bus, causing Kilgrave to be hit and very nearly killed by the impact. Witnessing this, the mystery woman turned around, revealing it to be Jessica Jones, though she didn't go back to help and instead left him to die in the gutter as she walked away. Was that the day Jessica escaped? Peter wondered as he didn't remember every detail of her show. Is he in the hospital? He was. Jarvis says as more videos from hospital cameras started playing, showing a bit of Kilgrave's time in the hospital and portions of his recovery. Kilgrave officially signed himself out of the hospital 1 month ago, and has taken up residence in a wealthy couple's penthouse, where he has continued his recovery from home. Next, video footage of Kilgrave limping in and out of an upscale apartment building in the Upper East Side of Manhattan began to play. Is he there now? Peter asks. Yes, though there has been no sign of the two owners of the home for the last week. Jarvis says. That's not good. Peter mutters as two images of the couple appear on the screen. What's not good? The door opened and Tony came waltzing in with a smirk on his face. Just a psycho with mind control powers. Peter says as he didn't want to go into detail. Jarvis could fill him in later if he really wanted to know. Cool. Tony says uncaringly. I'm heading out for a lunch date, but you asked for this, so I thought I'd drop it off. Tony says as he steps out of the office for a second and comes back with a long black rectangular briefcase. Placing it on the table between both of them, Tony opened it up, revealing a long-range sniper rifle alongside some magazines and dart ammunition, which was filled with a yellow liquid. When Pepper said that you put in an order for this baby, I was surprised, but a mind-controlling metahuman seems like a good reason to keep your distance. Tony says as he snaps the case shut and makes his way out. Good luck and don't get brain F***ed. Pepper's waiting for me downstairs. Peter sighed as he started familiarizing himself with his new sniper. He could remember the days when Tony would jump at the opportunity to face off against an interesting bad guy, but now he was in the initial stages of a relationship with the woman he loves, so his attention was currently elsewhere. The truth is that bros before hoes never existed. Peter thought with a laugh. He'll be back after the honeymoon phase passes. After spending some time in the tower's very own firing range, Peter headed out that night in his blacked-out suit with a sniper strapped across his back. Thanks to the training that every member of the Avengers has to go through, Peter's sniper skills were fairly adequate. Add in the fact that he has an extremely enhanced body and senses, and that puts him on the level of a very skilled marksman. Using a quick invisibility spell, Peter opened a portal on top of the building across the street from the penthouse that Kilgrave was said to be staying in. Where are you? Peter muttered as he set up his sniper on a tripod at the edge of the rooftop and surveyed the windows of the upper floors one by one. Thankfully, the blinds and curtains were wide open, and the windows went from floor to ceiling, so Peter could see almost the entire penthouse apartment. The apartment itself looked extremely spacious and lavishly decorated, showing just how wealthy Kilgrave's latest victims were. Maybe I should buy a penthouse for myself too. Peter muttered as he found the idea rather appealing. I could take MJ there on the weekends. He certainly had more than enough money to afford it, as his bank account only keeps climbing with the constant success of Candy Crush. Thank you, microtransactions. Peter thought as he saw some movement from one of the windows and snapped back into focus. That's just messed up. Peter muttered in pity and disgust. Kilgrave, who was completely naked as the day he was born, was laying in bed watching TV, as a woman serviced him with her mouth. Insert picture of Kilgrave here. Even worse, a man stood in the corner of the room with tears dripping down his eyes, watching without the ability to move a single muscle. Below him was a pile of rather large tacks, which he was most definitely forced to stand on. As the spiky tacks pierced into his bare feet, blood smudged and slowly pooled onto the dark wood flooring. Is he cucking this guy? Peter almost exclaimed in absolute revulsion. What is this? A bad hentai. A/N, 1584 words. Musical notes. I don't want a lot for Christmas. Musical notes. Musical notes. There is just one thing I need. Musical notes. Musical notes. I don't care about the presents. Musical notes. Musical notes underneath the Christmas tree. Musical notes. Musical notes. I just want them for my own. Musical notes. Musical notes more than you could ever know. Musical notes. Musical notes make my wish come true. Musical notes. Musical notes. All I want for Christmas. Musical notes. Musical notes is gemstone stones. Musical notes. A/N, Merry Christmas wrapped gift Christmas tree. Chapter 195, C-195 Lovers Reunited. Seeing more than enough for a lifetime of disgust, Peter decided to act quickly and save the poor couple before Kilgrave could escalate the situation any further. Taking out a fresh magazine, filled with 5 large tranquilizer dart bullets, Peter could see some runic writing on the casings. Before leaving the tower earlier, Peter wanted to add a bit of a magical enhancement to the darts, as he wasn't sure whether the darts would be accurate when factoring in glass windows or any other environmental factors. Just to be sure that things go smoothly, Peter added some enchantments to mitigate these factors, allowing the darts to shoot through the air without any possible direction changes and tear through glass without altering the trajectory. Nighty-night, Kevin. Peter mutters as he loaded the gun, chambered a round, took aim, and fired. As a loud bang echoed across Manhattan, the gun kicked back slightly and a large needle-tipped bullet launched out of the barrel, crossing the gap between the two buildings in an instant. Though Peter didn't stop there. Dealing with mind-controlled victims, who have most likely been converted into Kilgrave's little minions, would just be an unneeded hassle, so Peter changed targets and fired another 2 darts soon after the first. Inside the bedroom. Just as Kilgrave was about to blow his load into this poor mind-controlled lady's mouth as her husband watched, a loud bang could be heard from outside. Though before anyone could do anything or even react in the slightest, the glass window shattered with a loud crash. Ugh! Kilgrave grunted as he felt something impact his chest and pierce deeply into his skin. He could even feel some sort of liquid being pumped into his body, as the effects of the tranquilizer already started showing. Looking down in shock, Kilgrave found a large metal dart embedded into his chest. As he went to grab it and pull the foreign object from his body, Kilgrave could feel his strength leave him. Within only moments of injection, Kilgrave lost all strength in his movement and was already starting to feel drowsy. Before he could fall unconscious, Kilgrave saw two other matching darts fly through the broken window and impact his most recent playthings. The man in the corner collapsed within seconds, releasing him of his excruciating pain and anguish. As for the woman, who was still bobbing her head up and down on her captor's crotch, she was impacted directly in the neck and slipped off of the bed as she passed out cold as well. What the? Kilgrave stuttered as his body toppled over, following his victims in a chemically induced sleep. On the rooftop across the street, Peter waited a full minute before even thinking about going over to the bedroom across the street. Peter didn't want to rush over too early and get ordered around by a barely conscious mind or pissed. Kilgrave's powers were just that terrifying. Maybe I should give him a double dose. Peter thought out loud as he scoped in once again. He should be able to survive a second shot. With another squeeze of the trigger followed by a fourth gunshot, Kilgrave was injected with a second dose of tranquilizer. As the second dart pierced into his body, Kilgrave didn't flinch or groan at all, showing how effective the first shot really was. Okay, that should be enough, Peter says as he straps the sniper along his back once again and leaps over to the other building with a single jump, landing in the penthouse on the broken glass from the shattered window. Without wasting a single second, Peter collected his darts from everyone's unconscious bodies and waved his hand. Beside him, a small portal opened, which dumped out a blood collection kit, among other things. Keeping a quick pace, Peter taps into Kilgrave's vein and starts filling a clear hospital bag with blood, though he didn't stop there. Peter then swabbed his mouth and nostrils, cut off a lock of hair, and even sliced off a small piece of flesh for testing. That should be enough, Peter said as he stored everything away and waved his hand once again. Instantly, Kilgrave's naked body was swallowed by a portal that appeared underneath him. His body fell onto a bed in a glass box, which resembled a high-tech prison cell. Mission accomplished, Peter muttered as he checked on the victims before leaving the scene of the crime altogether. They should be fine now, hopefully. The couple may need some therapy after the ordeal they've been put through, but with Kilgrave out of the picture, they can put their lives back on track. Returning to the tower, Peter didn't bother visiting his newest prisoner, as the tranquilizer would take at least 12 hours to wear off. Especially after that second dose. After safely storing his samples, which he would later study to help find a way to counteract mind control, Peter took some similar samples from himself to see if he was infected with Kilgrave's mind control pathogen. I was in the same room as him, after all, Peter thought as he spent some time with Lily in his modified penthouse while running all sorts of tests on himself. Daddy, what are you doing? She asked between episodes of My Little Pony. I ran into a sick man today, so I'm checking to see if I got infected, Peter says, unwilling to reveal much about Kilgrave to his daughter, as he isn't exactly a PG-rated villain. Since Peter wasn't exactly sure what he was looking for, the first night of testing gave him no useful information whatsoever. This is going to take longer than I'd hoped, Peter thought as he said goodnight to Lily and returned home. Arriving home that night, Peter found MJ asleep in his bed, hugging his pillow closely in her sleep. MJ seemed to smile slightly every time she caught a whiff of his scent from the pillow. So cute, Peter commented as he hopped into bed next to her, pulling his beautiful girlfriend into his arms as he drifted off to sleep alongside her. As he fell asleep, MJ opened her eyes and peeked up at Peter's face, smiling contentedly for a brief moment before burying her face in his neck. Arriving at the Avengers Tower bright and early, Jessica Jones looked up at the towering building for a moment before walking in, feeling both nervous and determined at the same time. Following closely behind her, Loki didn't say a word as he protectively eyed the surroundings. Ever since the day Spider-Man came for a visit, Loki has done his best to figure out what the hell they were talking about. With enough pestering, he learned that a man named Kilgrave used mind control to take advantage of Jessica, using her as a lackey for months on end. Jessica didn't mention anything about the sexual portions of her time with Kilgrave, but Loki was a smart man. It didn't take a genius to put the puzzle pieces together. Ever since Loki figured out the context of their conversation, he felt a boiling rage appear deep inside himself. How dare that dirty mortal lay a finger on her? Loki thought hatefully. It was too bad that Loki's powers were taken away because he has a long list of particularly vicious spells, which he would love to use on Kilgrave at this very moment. I'll have to make do with mortal means, Loki thought as he entered Avengers Tower alongside Jessica. Excuse me, are you Jessica Jones? A secretary-looking woman asks as soon as they entered the building. Ah, yes. Jessica answers with a nod. Please follow me. The secretary says as they go through security and toward the elevators. As they walked up, a nearby elevator opened on its own and a disembodied voice spoke. Welcome, Miss Jones, Prince Loki. Jarvis spoke from the elevator speakers. Please enter the elevator. Spider-Man is waiting upstairs. Hearing the voice call Loki a prince was a bit odd for Jessica. Although Loki was very open about his status as an Asgardian prince, as he loves to flaunt his status at the drop of a hat, she always thought he was just a nut job or something. Entering the elevator, the secretary stayed behind as she wasn't allowed on the upper floors of the tower. Arriving at the correct floor, the two of them followed the directions of the disembodied voice and arrived before a clear jail cell with a very familiar prisoner inside. Jessica, is that you? Kilgrave asks as Jessica freezes in place and tightens her fists. I knew you couldn't stay away for long. Love always finds a way. A/N, 1468 words, smiley face. Fire some say the world will end in fire. Ice cube others say in ice cube. Thinking face from what I think that will transpire thinking face. Person gesturing no I side with those who favor neither person gesturing no. Hourglass not done but if the future could be shown hourglass done. Gemstone we all know it would end in stone, gemstone. Chapter 196, C-196 Trouble in Paradise. Love always finds a way. Kilgrave jumped out of bed and paced over to the glass. Thankfully, he was no longer naked and wore a gray prison jumpsuit that each prisoner of the detainment floor receives. Loki watched as this man got as close as he could and stared fixedly at Jessica with the look of a verified lunatic. Kilgrave may be a psychopath with a god complex a mile long, but he viewed his time together with her as a real and loving relationship. He loved Jessica Jones in his own crazy sort of way. Constantly, he used his powers to force her to spend time with him, care for him and have sex with him. When Trish Walker, Jessica's adoptive sister, would call to make sure she was alright, Kilgrave ensured that Jessica kept her explanations short and full of sweet happy memories, which were usually lies. Kilgrave would treat her to dinner and use his vast wealth to stay in 5-star hotels. However, it would always be his powers keeping her by his side, not Jessica's own free will. How did you do it? Kilgrave asks as he places a hand on the glass. Jessica couldn't speak. How did you disobey me? He continues to question her, but Jessica didn't say a word. On the day of the accident, which almost killed him, Jessica ignored his commands and walked away from him, leaving Kilgrave distracted as a bus plowed into him. It was an impossible feat, which never happened before. Everyone always followed his commands no matter the circumstances. What made that whole situation even worse for Kilgrave's massive ego, was the fact that he thought she genuinely loved him back. Due to his love for Jessica, Kilgrave once tested if she actually wanted to stay with him. He gave her no orders for 12 hours, the exact amount of time for someone to fall out of his control. However, he found Jones had decided not to leave him, allowing him to believe that she truly did love him. Later that night, he found the love of his life standing on a balcony as if she were about to jump to the concrete floor below. Instantly, he ordered her to step down, but Jessica didn't follow his command. When he questioned why she initially had not listened to him, he decided to punish her by making her cut off her own ear. If you don't listen to me, what is the point in having ears? Kilgrave ranted at the time. To listen to someone else. No one had ever disobeyed him before, so this was a huge hit to his psychotic ego. You never appreciate anything I do for you. If you can't listen to me, you don't need ears. Cut them off. He commanded that night. When she began to obey him again, almost cutting off her own ear, Kilgrave changed his mind and hugged her, seeing that instance as a fluke. After all, she went a full 12 hours without his orders, so his control may have just been weak at that moment. The problem with their final parting was the fact that he was constantly in handing out orders, yet she somehow wrestled away from his control. Who's this? Kilgrave gave up that line of questioning and turned his attention to the handsome man beside his lover. As his gaze trained on Loki, Kilgrave's loving look for Jessica morphed into a deadly stare, which would frighten any child. Sadly for him, Loki was anything but a child. In fact, he was many thousands of years old, so Kilgrave's hate-filled look was laughable in his eyes. Reading this caged mental patient like a book, Loki smirked and reached a hand around Jessica's waist, pulling her into his side. Loki Odinson, Prince and former King of Asgard. Loki introduces himself as he basks in his enemy's venomous and jealous gaze. Jessica is my betrothed. As soon as he said this, Jessica's eyes shot open in shock, though Kilgrave didn't catch on as he was preoccupied with Loki at the moment. Although Jessica wanted to rip his hand off of her waist and refute Loki's rather formal claim to her hand in marriage, she decided to quietly play along. After all, he was doing this to help her. Ignoring the man who was feeling up his property so blatantly, Kilgrave turned his attention back to Jessica. You know, you're the first thing. Kilgrave stops himself and corrects his slip of the tongue. Ahem, excuse me. The first person I've ever wanted that walked away from me. The crazy fanatical look in his eyes deepened as he rested his forehead on the glass, hoping to manipulate Jessica once again. You made me feel something that I've never felt before. He continues as Jessica takes a step back away from the glass. Yearning. I think I'm going to be sick. Loki comments from the side. Ignoring Loki, Kilgrave looks Jessica in the eyes, hoping to awaken her former obedience. Kill him. He orders, hoping some small part of her would follow his orders once again. Jessica just stood there unmoving for a moment before she realized that nothing happened. Her body stayed under her control, which was surprising, as she didn't know how Kilgrave's powers worked or his weaknesses. Even though he was in a cage, she was still fearful of his control, unknowing that the sealed cell was blocking his power from affecting her. Of course, she should have guessed this already as he was currently in a cage, but the reality of the situation didn't fully set in until this very moment. Your power doesn't work through the glass, does it? Jessica asks as her usual confidence returns. This time it was Kilgrave's turn to be silent. You're powerless, aren't you, Kevin? Jessica asks tauntingly. Oh, shut up. He answers in annoyance. Kevin is dead. Kevin is a mundane name, but Kilgrave. Seriously? Jessica says with a bit of venom in her voice. Was Murder Corpse already taken? As she was speaking, Kilgrave noticed a silhouette walking into view. Help. Instantly, his demeanor changed to panic as he started banging on the glass. I'm being held captive by a madwoman. Nice try. A fourth voice says as Loki and Jessica turn to see Peter step out of the shadows, donned in his usual Spider-Man gear. Oh, *T. Kilgrave fake panic instantly disappeared as he got a better view of the new arrival. Jessica and her supposed fiancé were his first visitors, and he never saw who captured him in the penthouse, so Kilgrave initially thought that it was Jessica who set all of this up. Not the Avengers. Oh, shit indeed. Peter says as he walks over beside Jessica. Would you like to do the deed now or later? Hearing his question, Kilgrave looked at Peter in shock. What deed? He asks in confusion. I hope he doesn't mean what I think he means. Isn't Spider-Man supposed to be a hero? Killing can be heroic as well. Peter says with an uncaring shrug. Turning back to the love of his life, Kilgrave looked at her with a pleading gaze. Jessica. You wouldn't kill me, would you? He asks, hoping to save his own skin. I thought we would be torturing him first. Loki asks, sounding disgruntled. I was hoping to whip out some of the torture techniques that my mother taught me. Jessica looked at Loki with a surprised gaze, but saved her many questions for later. Well, his ability makes torture a bit tricky. Peter says with a thoughtful look. We could gag him. Though some extra precautions would be needed. Just in case. Hearing his captors talk about torturing him so shamelessly, Kilgrave felt like he was one of his victims, completely unable to make a decision for himself. At the mercy of someone else's every whim. Come on. We can talk about this. Kilgrave tries to cut into the conversation. Why don't we just rip out his tongue? Loki offers his invaluable advice. If talking is the activation for his ability, then simply make him a mute. The room goes deathly silent, as none of them realized that dealing with Kilgrave could be so easy. It was like bright light bulbs went off in their heads all at once. Wait just a minute. Kilgrave began to seriously panic. He'd never be able to activate his power again. Jessica muttered, liking Loki's suggestion more and more. Why didn't I think of that? Peter felt like an idiot for not thinking of that. I could also use magic to remove his voice altogether. A/N, 1451 words. I'm too lazy today. Just give stones please. Chapter 197, C-197 Love and Death. Why didn't I think of that? Peter muttered, but he would soon regret speaking altogether. As soon as Loki heard Peter's words, he smirked tauntingly in his direction. After all, he rarely gets any wins like this these days. Don't you know magic, Spider? Loki says provokingly. Shouldn't you have a spell for this? Peter sighed in annoyance as he walked up to the cell and pressed a hand on the glass. Just wait patiently on the side. We both know that you won't be of any help in this department. Loki's eye twitched in frustration as a golden spell circle appeared on the glass wall of the cell. Both Jessica and Kilgrave watched in shock as neither knew that Spider-Man had such powers. Though Jessica was also curious as to why Loki reacted so negatively to Peter's words. Could Loki actually use magic at one point? Jessica thought as she wondered if Loki was telling the truth all of this time. In this version of the MCU, Thor hasn't been able to fight alongside the Avengers, as he was busy running one of the universe's most powerful alien civilizations, nor is Loki the widely hated villain his movie counterpart was, as he never became Thanos' lackey and attacked Earth, so Asgard isn't exactly known to the general public. Loki's ravings about being the magical prince of some godly country were beyond impossible to believe. Especially when he didn't have his powers as a sort of proof. While Jessica was reevaluating the many unbelievable things that Loki has told her up until now, the golden spell circle finished forming and shrunk into the size of a small coin. What is that? Kilgrave stutters as he steps back in fear. Magic. Peter answers simply as the penny-sized spell shot into the prison cell, aimed directly at Kilgrave's open mouth. Kilgrave's eyes go wide as the golden wisp shoots into his mouth faster than he could react. Suddenly, a searing pain burns his tongue. Ah. Kilgrave screamed in pain, showing the golden penny-sized spell that was now branded into his tongue. Surprisingly, his pain-filled wailing disappeared in seconds, as if someone pressed the mute button on a TV. When the pain finally lessened, Kilgrave noticed the lack of sound coming from his mouth. Trying to speak, his lips moves but not a single sound is released. Instantly, Kilgrave starts screaming as he does anything to hear his own voice again. As the reality of the situation set in, the look that appeared on Kilgrave's face matched the perfect definition of despair. Without his voice, everything Kilgrave has enjoyed and taken for granted all of these years will vanish into dust. Oh, that expression is exquisite. Loki comments with a smirk on his face. Although Jessica wasn't one to revel in the pain and misery of others, she couldn't help but agree with her sadistic assistant. Isn't this enough? Everyone's attention was drawn from Kilgrave and toward Jessica, who had a reluctant look on her face. Can we just kill him? She turns to Peter and asks. If that's what you want. Peter answers with an uncaring shrug. What? Loki starts to whine like a child. But I have so many techniques to put to use. I've never tortured somebody before. Jessica explains herself with a nervous stutter. I don't think I could even watch something like that. As soon as the time came to actually pull some teeth and carve some flesh, reality set in, and the heroic good-natured girl, who once dreamed of being a superhero, started to surface. Fine. Loki says, as he would never force her to commit such an act unwillingly. But we're still going to kill him though, right? Jessica's hand started shaking upon hearing Loki's words. If you don't want to, that's fine. Peter says as he walks over to the side of the cell, where a panel full of buttons could be seen. I can always put him down painlessly. With a single button press, the cell could be filled with a toxic gas, which would induce sleep and slowly kill any living being inside with every lung-filled breath. Loki didn't look happy, but he didn't say anything and left the decision up to Jessica. I can't do it. Jessica exclaimed as she rushed out of the hall. I didn't expect her to act so cute. Peter says as his image of the bad *SS Jessica Jones was completely ruined. I thought that she would at least stay for his death. Don't you already have a Spider-Woman? Loki asks, upset with Peter's choice of words. Sure, but that doesn't mean I can't make an observation. Peter shrugs as he realizes something. Wait a minute. Loki's death stare pierced into Peter's figure, giving away the banished prince's greatest secret. You like her? Peter says in a playful tone. You're mistaken. Loki denies Peter's claims instantly. Mortals hold no sway over gods. Wow, you actually love her, don't you? Peter didn't believe a word he said. You and your brother are more alike than either would like to admit. I said you're mistaken. Loki reiterates. Oh really? Peter asks sarcastically. Smirking under his mask, Peter flipped a switch on the panel and held his finger over a large red button. Then you wouldn't mind the men that tormented and our *pet her getting off easy with a painless death, right? Peter asks provokingly. It's what she wants. Loki says through grinding teeth as his hands tighten into fists. Yeah, but she's not here, is she? Peter says as Loki turns to look at Kilgrave hatefully. Admit it. The room goes silent as Loki internally debates whether he could admit something that he hasn't even admitted to himself yet. I can always lie. Loki thought as that was his forte after all. You win. Say it. Peter demands as his finger stays above the button. I love Jessica. Loki says, pretending to have a hard time with his admission. Good, doesn't it feel better to just let it out? Peter says as he flicks the switch once again, deactivating the kill button. What time is it? Checking his non-existent watch, Peter suddenly starts freaking out. I'm late. Peter shouts as if he were the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. Loki, could you watch The Prisoner for me? I'm late for a very important date. A smirk appears on Loki's face as he caught on to Peter's little act. Sure, no problem. Loki says as Kilgrave grabs the cell's metal desk chair, readying himself for what's to come. Good. Peter says as he points to a certain lever on the panel. Just make sure that no one flips this lever. It'll open up the cell and Kilgrave could escape. Of course. Loki says as he smirks vindicatively at the men in the cage, unbothered by the new weapon in his target's hands. We wouldn't want that. As Peter left the room, Loki strolled over to the control planet and immediately flipped the lever, opening the glass cage. Kilgrave tried and failed to speak as he put his back against the far wall and readied his chair for attack. Look at you. Loki says as he steps into the cell without a care in the world. A cornered animal. As Loki waltzed over, Kilgrave didn't hesitate and swung the chair at him, though sadly, he wasn't dealing with just any idiot off the street. This is Loki Odinson, a 1,000-year-old Asgardian. Although Loki may have specialized in magic for all of his life, he still grew up as a prince of a warrior kingdom with a warrior brother. One measly mortal with a metal chair was nothing. As the chair came swinging down, Loki stepped back and waited for it to pass by before Spartan kicking Kilgrave in the chest, knocking the wind out of him and sending him back into the glass wall. Weak. Loki mutters in disgust as he rips the chair out of his victim's hands and starts beating him with it. Instantly, the sounds of metal impacting flesh filled the hallway, though still, not a single sound came out of Kilgrave's mouth. Soon enough, Kilgrave curled up into a ball against the wall, protecting his head with his arms as he took hit after hit. Heavy breathing. Loki beat him over and over until he was winded. All that bravado, and all along you were this pitiful. Without another word, the beating stopped as Loki set the chair up in the center of the open cell, taking a seat to catch his breath. This mortal body is too weak. Loki thought as he internally cursed his father. I need some tools before we can continue. Just as Loki uttered these words, a portal opened beside him and a cart filled with all sorts of tools and sharp weapons came rolling out. I'm starting to like that spider. Loki smirks as he grabs some duct tape off the cart. As the portal closed, Loki looked toward his battered enemy and stood up, patting his former seat with a welcoming smile. Hurry and get over here. Loki says demandingly. We have a long day ahead of us. Loki's little lie got him exactly what he wanted. The torturous death of a man whose existence demanded such an end, but did he lie to Peter or himself? After all, actions speak louder than words. Hours later, Loki left the detainment floor with blood staining his hands and clothes, leaving a mangled, blood-covered, headless, R***pissed behind. Someone else would have to clean up after him. A/N, 1621 words, smiley face. A dying king. On throne awaits his end. Dreading and hoping all. Many times he fell. Many times rose again. A great man in his pride. Confronting stingy readers. Casts derision upon them. He knows death to the bone. Man has created gemstone stone gemstone. Chapter 198, C-198 Blind Devil. As he rounded the corner out of one hallway and into another, leaving Loki alone to deal Kilgrave his gruesome end, Peter smirked as he leaned against the wall beside a certain black-haired eavesdropper, who happened to hear everything that just transpired between him and Loki. Flashback. When Jessica rushed out of the room, hyperventilating at the idea of killing somebody. Even if it was the men that made her life hell and defiled her body over and over, she still wasn't able to do it. Saying you're going to kill someone and actually doing it when they're helplessly brought in front of you is an entirely different thing. Though, when she was waiting for the elevator, Jessica had some second thoughts. I should at least be there and see it for myself. She thought and marched back with renewed confidence. As she was only one hallway away from returning to Kilgrave's prison cell, Jessica overheard Loki and Peter talking about something. You and your brother are more alike than either would like to admit. She hears Spider-Man's voice say in amusement. I said you're mistaken. Loki sounded annoyed. Doesn't he hate his brother? Jessica recalled. Oh really? Spider-Man paused as Jessica heard a clicking sound. Then you wouldn't mind the men that tormented and R***ped her getting off easy with a painless death, right? Exclamation point. Jessica never told either of them about that. How does he know? Did Kilgrave tell him? It's what she wants. Loki didn't sound happy at all. Yeah, but she's not here, is she? Peter says, but Jessica felt like he knew otherwise. Admit it. Admit what? Jessica was confused by their conversation. You win. Loki says reluctantly. Say it. Peter demands. I love Jessica. What? Flashback end. A dark banished prince is vying for your love. Peter says teasingly. How scandalous. You knew I was listening. Jessica says accusingly. Well, I don't have super senses for nothing. Peter says with a laugh, as the sounds of a one-sided beating echoed from the nearby hallway. He's really going to town in there, isn't he? Listening to the start of Kilgrave's torture, Jessica felt both uncomfortable and flattered in a weird kind of way. After all, a man loved her so much that he would torture her tormentor to death for what he's done. The two just stood there in silence, listening to Loki beat Kilgrave with a chair for almost 5 minutes. When Loki ran out of steam, Peter left for a moment as he had to send over some supplies, but he soon returned to an empty hallway. Did she run off? He thought as he heard the elevator opening and sprinted over. Just as it was about to close, Peter dashed over and stuck his hand inside, causing the elevator doors to automatically open. Leaving so soon? Peter asks as he steps into the elevator beside Jessica. He may not be able to scream or make noises, but I can't listen to it anymore. Jessica says as the elevator closes and headed down to the ground floor. Is Loki really a god or whatever? Hearing her question, Peter couldn't help but laugh a little. No, Loki is an alien with a bit of a god complex, though if any race deserved to have a god complex, it's the Asgardians. Peter says as he chuckles once again at his own explanation. What's so funny? She asks curiously. Loki isn't even an Asgardian, Peter reveals. But he always talks about Asgard being his home. Jessica says in confusion. He was adopted into the Asgardian royal family. Peter explains. He was abandoned by his father for being born weak, so Odin took him in. What an A*show. Jessica comments about Laufey. Yep, so when can I expect your resume on my desk? Peter changes the subject. I don't know. Jessica says with an exhausted sigh. Tomorrow, I guess. Good, because you have a lot of training to get through. Peter informs her. What? Jessica uttered in dread. How much training are we talking about? Well, you have basic training, hand-to-hand training, weapons training, and a ton of practical tests so you don't make any mistakes in the field. Peter says as he puts on a thoughtful face. I'm forgetting some things, but that's what comes to mind at the moment. There's more. Jessica just realized the hell she signed herself up for. How long is it going to take before I'm done? Maybe a few months, if you're a quick learner. Peter says after a moment of thought. Months. Jessica was completely dejected at this point, though on the bright side, she wasn't thinking about the torture that was currently happening anymore. After seeing Jessica out of the building, as she needed some time to think, Peter spent some quality time with Lily until Loki was finished with his handiwork. This is a mess. Peter commented as he returned to the cell, which was covered in blood. Not only that, but the mangled remains of Kilgrave were piled up in the center of the cell, while his severed head sat perfectly on the metal chair with a horrified expression frozen in place. Sir, would you like for me to hire a cleaning crew? Jarvis asks dutifully. No, it's best that no one knows of this. Peter says with a shake of his head. Knows of what? A familiar voice says from behind. Holy sh*T, is that real? Tony came strolling in with a smile on his face, which soon morphed into disgust at the scene before him. Yes. Peter answers uncaringly, as Tony would have been informed either way. Jarvis would make sure of it. What happened? Tony asks and Jarvis goes into a long explanation. So, you killed the mind control guy you were talking about. Tony sums it all up after learning everything. Well, Loki did, but yeah. Peter answers with a shrug. Okay, just clean it up before anyone else finds out. Tony says as he looks at the cell with a frown. He couldn't have made it less messy. Before using his magic to clean everything up, Peter took a few more samples from Kilgrave's carcass. There wasn't much left that was usable, but Peter did manage to salvage a few vital organs, including Kilgrave's heart and brain. With everything saved and stored appropriately, Peter cast a few spells, transforming the blood-covered cell back to its original spotless appearance. Returning home that night, Peter had dinner with his aunt before heading off to bed, where he opened up his laptop and looked into another member of the Defenders, who he would recruit next. Matthew Michael Murdock, or Daredevil. Matt Murdock is a lawyer who was blinded as a young boy by a radioactive substance that fell into his eyes from a crashed transport vehicle. After some mobsters killed his father, Matt seemed to disappear off of the face of the earth, though Peter knew that was when he met Stick and his warrior training began. Stick found that even though Matt lost his sight, his other 4 remaining senses were heightened to superhuman levels, so he recruited him to fight for the chaste. However, Matt's compassion for a certain woman led him to be rejected by Stick. He then returned to Columbia University with his best friend and now business partner, Foggy Nelson, to gain his law degree. Matt dedicates his life to fighting injustice in New York City by day, as a lawyer with his law firm Nelson and Murdoch, and by night, as a vigilante known as the Masked Man. Daredevil isn't his name yet, huh? Peter thought as he read through some small news articles. Should I just go and visit him now? Peter couldn't sleep, as his lovely body pillow wasn't with him tonight. MJ was spending the night at her own house since her father was visiting. Thankfully, her mother warned her beforehand, as she didn't want her father showing up and threatening Peter with a gun once again. Though Peter wouldn't mind. Switching to his spider suit, Peter opened a portal and appeared on a rooftop across the street from Daredevil's apartment. Anyone home? Peter thought as he surveyed the windows. Just as he was watching the windows, a masked man in torn black clothing dragged himself up the fire escape. Is that him? Peter wondered as he watched the battered man tumble into one of Matt's windows, before picking himself up and stumbling to the bathroom. Putting a few spells on himself to cancel out the sound and smell of his body, Peter leaped over to the same fire escape and silently followed Matt inside. Taking a seat on the couch, Peter waited as he listened to Daredevil painfully patch himself up in the bathroom. This must be early in his hero work. Peter thought as he didn't even have his red suit with the horns yet. After some time, the sound of the toilet flushing could be heard as the bathroom door swung open, revealing a haggard and unmasked Matt Murdock. Insert picture of Matt Murdock here. Sorry for the intrusion. Peter says, surprising Daredevil into a frozen stupor. I was patrolling the area and saw someone matching the masked man's description. It's always nice meeting other heroes, so I let myself in. I can't see you. Matt mutters in shock. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, but... Peter says as if he were a doctor breaking bad news to a patient. You're blind. A/N, 1594 words, smiley face. Gemstone, stones. I thought, yes, stones. I awoke and sprung to my feet. When I thought of the stones. Stones, tormentor of my dreams. Much I marveled the happy gems. In a kingdom full of rocks. I felt an unending hunger. On that day my soul grew ravenous. Gemstone. Chapter 199, C-199 Job Offer X. I can't see you. Matt mutters in shock. Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, Matt, but... Peter says as if he were a doctor breaking bad news to a patient. You're blind. Although Peter cracked that little joke, he knew from the show that despite being blinded as a child, Matt's remaining 4 senses are enhanced to a superhuman level, resulting in them becoming radar-like. He can constantly feel numerous things, including balance, direction, minuscule changes in air density, vibrations, and blankets of temperature variations that are usually imperceptible to human beings. That, combined with his acute hearing and olfactory senses, allows Matt to evaluate his surroundings in what he describes as an impressionistic painting of the world around him, which, according to him, looks like the world is on fire. His superhumanly enhanced senses grant him tremendous awareness of his surroundings on a wide range, thus making him extremely alert to danger. In fact, Murdock's senses are so great, they are almost at the level of Peter's spider senses. Very funny, Mr. Matt asks as he stays alert and keeps his back against the wall. After all, he had no idea where the intruder was standing. Even Peter's voice was masked by magic and seemed to encompass the entire room without any real origin. Spider-Man, Peter says as he watches Matt's eyebrows raise in surprise. Why are you here? Matthew asks as he shuffled along the wall and grabs his walking stick. I don't believe that I've committed any crimes. Well, vigilantism is a crime. Peter says as Matt stiffens for a brief moment. Arresting me for crime fighting would be a bit hypocritical of you, don't you think? He argues back like a true lawyer. Hee, true. Peter says with a laugh. Seeing how uncomfortable and cautious Daredevil was being, Peter waved his hand and shut down the spells he placed on himself. Instantly, Matthew twitched as he found the intruder on his couch, sitting calmly as if he wasn't breaking into his apartment. Is that better? Peter asks. Yes, thank you. Matt answers as he does his best to calm down. Good, why don't you take a seat? Peter offers up a seat as if he owned the place. I have a job offer for you. 2 of them actually. I'm afraid that I'm already employed. Matt didn't even sit down as he made excuses to decline. At least hear me out first. Peter says as he gestures to the seat across from him, knowing that Daredevil could see him in his own way. I don't seem to have a choice in the matter. Matt sighs as he walked over and sat down. We always have a choice. It just depends on whether we make the right decision or not. Peter says as if he were a wise monk. Get to the point, please. Matt says in barely veiled annoyance. I have a case scheduled early tomorrow morning. His time spent training under Stick was filled with similar words of sagely advice, so hearing them now only brought back bad memories. Sounds good to me. Peter says with an uncaring shrug. I would like to offer you a job as an Avenger. No, thank you. Matt immediately refused. I'm just a normal man. Your type of work is far above my pay grade. True, though we both know that you are anything but a normal man. Peter says with a smirk. As for the work, you would continue your protection of Hell's Kitchen, but with the training and resources provided to every Avenger. He paused upon hearing Peter's offer, which sounded very appealing. I don't need any training. Training is mandatory for all members. Peter says with a shake of his head. Not even I was exempt from basic training. What type of resources would be provided? Matt asked. Well, anything you could ever need. Peter says with a shrug. A specialized suit to replace those ruined black clothes in the bathroom, assistance from other members, police support, weaponry, technology, money, land. As long as it aids in the cause of protecting the Earth and innocent lives, of course. Everything Peter listed off sounded extremely tempting to a starting hero like Daredevil. The suit was something that Matt has been looking into, as he needed something bulletproof. Sadly, he happens to live in America, the country with more guns than people, so that was a major problem he kept running into. Every damn criminal was armed to the teeth, making his job feel like an active war zone. Assistance from other members wasn't as tempting as he prefers to work alone, though the possibility to ask for help could always come in handy. As for police support, that was a very big draw for him. In the few months that Matt started his journey as a hero, the police have interfered in his work almost constantly. They even shot at him on a handful of occasions. In fact, he just dug a police-issued bullet out of his shoulder only moments ago. Everything else Peter offered was just icing on the cake, though the land option sounded especially appealing. I could have my own base of operations. Matt thought as he no longer found it a viable option to working out of his home. After all, Peter just followed him inside and he didn't even notice. You said there were 2 job offers? Daredevil asks, holding his decision back for the time being. Yes, but the next one includes your business partner, Foggy Nelson. Peter says as he sees Matt tense at the mention of his friend. Foggy isn't involved in my extracurricular activities. Daredevil tries his best to keep his best friend out of this. I know, but the next offer has nothing to do with fighting crime. Peter says, confusing Matt even further. I'd like to hire your law firm to represent the Avengers. Exclusively, of course. Huh. Matt wasn't expecting him to say that. Is there a case filed against you? I haven't heard of anything related to the Avengers reaching the courts. No, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't be prepared. The Avengers doesn't have any lawyers on retainer, so your firm would be the one and only. Peter says, hoping to entice him into accepting. Of course, there is a stipulation to this. What? Matt knew it was too good to be true. You must accept my first offer and join the Avengers. Peter says with a smirk under his mask. Thanks to Daredevil's odd way of seeing, he could bypass Peter's mask and see a fiery figure's lips curve upwards. Truthfully, the Avengers would almost never need a lawyer to represent them, as Northwest government or court in any single country had the power to call upon them. They only answered to a majority vote of the United Nations, which wasn't something that Peter worried about. At least, for the time being. Peter offered Matthew the second deal as an incentive to accept the first, plain and simple. With the credentials as the one and only law firm representing the Avengers, Nelson and Murdoch would skyrocket into the upper echelon of law firms in an instant. Wealthy clients would line up for miles in hopes of retaining their law firm, if only to brag that they have the same lawyers as Spider-Man, Iron Man, Magneto, and the other Avengers. It wasn't hard for Matt to read between the lines. He knew that Peter was giving him a very large incentive in order to secure him as a subordinate, and God, it was hard to say no. I need to speak with my business partner before making any decisions. He says with a contemplative look. That's fine. Peter says understandingly as he stands up from the couch. When Mr. Nelson says yes, bring him to the tower so we can sign the necessary papers. Matthew found it hard to argue with Peter's confidence in his success. After all, Foggy would jump at the opportunity to work with New York's resident superheroes. Not only does working for the Avengers look good for their firm, but they also have more than enough money to pay for the services rendered. Ever since the two friends left their old firm to create one themselves, they've done nothing but low-paying jobs for poor victims. A good handful of them were done free of charge as well. Although helping others is good for the soul, it doesn't exactly pay rent or put food on the table. Truthfully, Matthew might as well agree to everything now. The only thing holding him back was the fact that all of this was happening so suddenly. He needed some time to think properly. Once again, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Peter says as he walks over to the window. I'll see myself out. Before Daredevil could say another word, Peter leaped out of the window and swung away. It's actually Spider-Man. Matt thought as he could only see Peter as a fiery human figure. I need to call Foggy. A/N, 1523 words, smiley face. Backhand index pointing right, don't for my stones, backhand index pointing left. Gemstone stones. Where art thou? Mine shining gems of power. Cometh to mine pocket please gemstone. Chapter 200, C200 Newbies Meet. After leaving the tower, Jessica unconsciously walked to her adoptive sister's apartment, where she broke in and raided the place for booze. When her sister came home from work, she was welcomed by a drunkard occupying her couch, surrounded by empty beer cans while drinking from a large vodka bottle. Insert picture of Trish Walker/Hellcat here. Jessica. Trish asks in shock. Where have you been? Although Kilgrave used to force Jessica to lie to Trisha, after he was hit by the bus and she walked off, Jessica cut all contact with her adoptive sister. It's been almost 6 months since they've talked or seen one another. He's dead. Jessica utters in a drunken haze, raising her glass bottle high in the air in triumph. Who's dead? She asks in confusion. Is this about that guy you've been seeing? Mr. Perfect. Not only was she forced to lie, but Jessica was also made to tell extravagant stories about the men she loved. Ah, don't call him that. Jessica says in disgust. I might throw up otherwise. Bad breakup, huh? Trish says since she knew nothing about Kilgrave. Sure, whatever. Jessica says as she didn't want to tell her sister about all of the horrible things that happened. There's other fish in the sea. Trish comments, eliciting a groan from her drunken sister. What? Don't say that either. Jessica says as she immediately thought of Loki's annoying face. Trish just looked at her wayward sister in confusion as she took off her jacket and hung it up. Well, let me get a glass and I'll join you. The next day, Matt and Foggy rushed over to the Avengers Tower, bright and early. Well, it was Foggy who was in a rush as he dragged his best friend and business partner along behind him. I can't believe you had to ask me whether we should accept Spider-Man as a client. Foggy looked back at Matt as they arrived at the entrance of the building. This is a no-brainer. Foggy had no idea why his friend seemed so reluctant in the first place. This was the Avengers they were talking about. If there was a level above A-list celebrities and powerful politicians, it would contain the Avengers with Spider-Man seated at the top of the pyramid. Even if it was just Spider-Man asking to become a client, then Foggy would sell his soul to make it happen, yet Matt had the whole group offered up to him on a silver platter. Really, you should have just agreed instantly. Foggy says with a shake of his head. What if they reached out to other firms? I doubt that. Matt says, knowing Spider-Man's motive behind all of this. Sadly, he couldn't tell Foggy the real reason they were offered such an amazing deal. Matt wanted to keep his loved one safe, and to accomplish that, he needs his identity to remain hidden at all costs. Let's just hurry. Foggy says as he paces off toward the door with a briefcase in hand. Matt sighed as he cursed Spider-Man for offering up such good bait. Looks like I'm joining the Avengers. Tapping his cane along the ground, Matt followed behind Foggy. As he went to open the door, a woman walked up and opened the door for him. Thank you. Matt says with a smile as he is used to this. When you're blind, everyone holds open doors for you and gives you a wide berth on the sidewalk, thinking he would bump into them otherwise. You're welcome. She says. Why are you holding the door for this mortal? Another voice spoke from beside her. Such respect should only be shown to royalty. Stop it. He's blind, you idiot. She reprimands him in an instant. So what? He has hands, doesn't he? Loki says with a scoff. I'm sorry about him. The woman says as she turns back to Matt. He's an arrogant PR**CK. Don't worry about it. Matt keeps his smile up as he walks through the door, leaving the amusing couple behind. Matt. Over here. Foggy yells across the lobby. Hello, Mr. Murdoch. Please follow me to the elevators. A woman who was standing beside Foggy says dutifully. Spider-Man seemed to have expected their arrival, which matched the confidence he held on his departure last night. Though, before they could walk much further, the woman freezes in place. Ms. Jones, Mr. Odinson. She says as the same couple from before walks over. Are you visiting Spider-Man again? Yes, can you take us to the elevators again? Jessica nods. And be quick about it. Loki says as he makes a shooing motion with his hand. Of course. The secretary-like woman nods professionally as she motions toward the elevators. Please follow along, everyone. You're visiting Spider-Man as well? Foggy asks. Yes, you too. Jessica asks curiously. As they were led to the elevators, Foggy started bragging about the job offer they were given. Even in Midgard, lawyers are dreadfully existences. Loki thought as he did his best to ignore the mortal's ramblings. Arriving at the elevators, Jarvis spoke through the speakers. Welcome, Spider-Man is expecting you. He says as the two groups leave behind the secretary and ascend upwards together. The ride upward was fairly quiet and awkward as neither group knew the other. It also didn't help that Loki gave the two lawyers the cold shoulder, only holding back his sharp tongue for Jessica's sake. Ding. As the doors opened, Foggy's jaw dropped as he found Spider-Man leaning against the wall, waiting for their arrival. You're all early. Peter says as he looks between both groups. Better than being late, I suppose. Peter's imposing presence seems to have intimidated Foggy, as he's currently sweating and shaking nervously. Can we get this over with? Loki says impatiently, receiving an elbow to the ribs in return from Jessica. Sure, come on. Peter says as he walks off. Arriving in a good-sized meeting room, Peter took a seat at the head of a large table and motioned for the others to do the same. Loki, being the man he is, took a seat at the other end of the table, while the others merely sat on the sides. Since you all arrived at the same time, let's get this settled in a single meeting, shall we? Peter says as he looks at the two lawyers. I'm guessing that you're both here to accept my offer. Yes, we would gladly work as the Avengers' exclusive law firm, right? Foggy answers instantly as he turns to Matt and kicks him under the table. Yes, we would be honored. Matt says reluctantly. Good, then you can draw up the papers and dash. Peter was stopped mid-sentence as Foggy cracked open his briefcase and pulled out a stack of papers. We have everything drawn up already. Foggy says as he eagerly hands over the contract. Good, I'll look this over tonight. Peter says as he schemes through the pages briefly. Of course, here's our card. Foggy handed over a business card with their contact information on it. Thank you. Peter says as he pockets the card. I'll call tomorrow. Thank you for this opportunity. Foggy says excitedly. It's such an honor. No problem. Peter says as he motions to the door. You can take the same elevator down. Jarvis will assist you. Yes, sir. Jarvis' voice appears as the doors open on their own. This was, please. Just as Matt was standing up to join Foggy on the way out, Peter spoke up. Actually, Mr. Murdoch. Would you mind staying for a moment? Peter asks though Matt knew he wasn't really asking. I don't know dash, Matt starts but Foggy hurriedly cuts in. Yes, he'd love to. Foggy says as he gives his friend a pointed stare. Yeah, sure. He agrees and reluctantly takes his seat once again. Once Foggy was gone, Peter turned to Daredevil with a smirk under his mask, and Matt could see it too. Welcome to the Avengers, Matt. Peter says, throwing away his former polite behavior. Must we have this conversation with strangers present? Daredevil asks cautiously. Don't worry, they won't be strangers for long. Peter says with a shrug. Sigh. He had no words to say. Oh, don't act so glum. Peter says with a shrug. The pros of joining the Avengers far outweigh the cons. He's joining as well. Jessica asks curiously. Does he have powers too? He's blind. How powerful could he be? Loki says with a scoff. Matt didn't bother responding to Loki's taunting words. In your current state, Matt here can beat you into the ground with ease. Peter says to Loki. Although Loki has many more years of experience on his belt, he doesn't specialize in hand-to-hand combat nor would he be able to keep up with Matt's enhanced senses. Loki looked at Daredevil skeptically. Well, let's get you two started. Peter says as he taps the table. Instantly, the door opened, and in walked a beautiful red-headed woman in a tight black combat suit. Matt, Jessica, this is Natasha. Peter does introductions. Natasha, meet Matt and Jessica, our newest recruits as well as your new students. A/N, 1548 words, smiley face. Starstruck 200 chapters in a row. Every day without missing a single upload. If that doesn't deserve some stones, then I don't know what does. Man shrugging. Chapter 201, C201 Punisher. Wait. Loki calls out with a frown just as Natasha was leading Matt and Jessica out of the room. Everything was taken care of and signed, making both of them official members of the Avengers. All that was left was a tour of the tower as well as the facilities that they would be using during Natasha's training lessons. Yeah. Peter asks as the group turns around. What's the matter, Loki? Jessica asks with a raised eyebrow. Loki starts but soon goes quiet as a constipated look appears on his face. You know what? It doesn't matter. Loki stood up and walked past the group towards the elevators. I'll see you back at the office. Loki called out as he rounded the corner and disappeared from sight. What was that about? Peter turns to Jessica and asks. I don't know, but he seemed more annoyed and angry than usual. There's no way in hell Loki Odinson, former king of Asgard, would join a group of do-gooders. Loki thought disdainfully, as he stormed down the crowded sidewalks of New York City. Earlier in the conference room, Loki was only inches away from offering to join up with the Avengers alongside Jessica. Sadly, his pride got in the way and stopped him from following the only woman whom he's ever felt something for. Well, besides his mother, though it was certainly a different kind of feeling. Loki just wanted to stay by her side, as she made his mortal exile exciting and worthwhile. That King Spider ruined everything. Loki muttered as he kicked a beggar's cup, spraying coins everywhere. Hey! What the hell, man? The beggar yelled as he scrambled to collect his daily earnings. Disgusting mortals. Loki comments with a sneer. Get a job, you filthy bum. Loki continued taking out his misguided anger on the passing pedestrians. Some saw Loki's actions as a man looking for a fight and gave him exactly what he wanted, though they were all beaten fairly easily. When Loki began to calm down, the sun started to set and he found himself in Central Park, where a sort of fair seemed to be going on. Families rushed through the area, each of them pulled by excited children as they rushed to play games and line up for the rides. Loki sat on a nearby bench and watched the families and couples passing by. He wondered what it would have been like if he was taken in by a normal family, like these mortals. Being adopted into royalty was like being born into a job. Loki and Thor never had moments like this. Their father was a hard and stern man. Although he was loving and warm on occasion, those times were few and far between. Unknowingly, a small bit of jealousy invaded the banished Jotun's heart, as he watched the smiling children frolic around with their parents. Just die. Loki muttered in contempt. A passing family seemed to overhear his words and sped up their steps, pulling their children away from the unhinged men. Suddenly, as Loki was wishing death on all the happy families, multiple blacked-out cars drove into the park from all sides. Loki and everyone else that noticed in time turned around in shock as they watched masked gunmen of all kinds step out of the cars, armed to the teeth with automatic weapons in hand. What appeared to be 3 separate groups took aim and started firing at one another. Each group was masked up, though their clothing and accents showed a possible gang affiliation. One group was dressed in all-black tactical gear, though they spoke nothing but Spanish, so that narrowed down their affiliation. Some sort of cartel. Another group was dressed in black as well, yet they didn't have any tactical gear, just really big guns. They spoke with heavy Irish accents. Irish mob perhaps. The final group was like night and day compared to the other two. Although they pulled up in blacked-out cars, each of them wore a decorated leather biker cut, which proudly said "Dogs of Hell" on the back. Are these mortals crazy? Loki was beyond confused as he watched this oddly set-up firefight start with an entire fair full of innocent people in the crossfire. Just as Loki was watching the show unfold, a stray bullet flew by and embedded itself into his arm. Ugh! Loki grunted in pain as he grabbed his arm and jumped over the bench, taking cover behind a nearby trash can. Mortal trash. Loki wasn't the type of person to take an attack on his person lying down, though he wasn't exactly armed to compete with firearms. If they were armed with cold weapons, like swords or baseball bats, then Loki could enact his revenge in an instant, but sadly that wasn't the case. Thinking quickly, Loki grabbed the phone that Jessica gave him and made a call to the only number saved in his contacts. If I can't act myself, others can do it for me. Minutes earlier. On the opposite side of the fair, a man with a military-style haircut was seated at a picnic table alongside his beautiful wife and children. Insert picture of Frank Castle/Punisher here. Frank Castle is an extremely skilled United States Marine. He recently took a leave of absence to spend some quality time with his family, as he's rarely home. He has served all across the world but mainly in Afghanistan as of late. Upon his return, Castle began to realize just how weary he had become from all of his time in combat and away from his own beloved family. I can't believe you're eating that deep-fried cheeseburger. Frank's wife, Maria, says with thinly veiled disgust, as her husband takes a large bite of the fried dough-covered monstrosity. Wah. It's good, what? It's good. Frank answers with food stuffed in his cheeks. Daddy, don't talk with your mouth full. Lisa, Frank's daughter, reprimands him as her mother does to her and her brother. Frank Jr., the Punisher's only son, just shakes his head as he throws a fried Oreo into his mouth. His mother wasn't happy about his food choice either, though she held her tongue as it wasn't as crazy as what his father was eating. Daddy, when do you leave again? Lisa asks sadly, knowing this reunion wouldn't last for long. Instantly, all eyes were on him, waiting for an answer. I don't know. Frank swallowed his food and spoke unsurely. I might stay a bit longer this time around. Really? Lisa and Frank Jr. exclaimed hopefully as they practically jumped out of their seats. Weren't you going to apply for another tour? Maria asks as she didn't want her children to get their hopes up for nothing. After all, she knew that her husband loved being a Marine. No, I think I'm going to wait for a bit and then make a decision. Frank shakes his head as he goes back to stuffing his face. What Maria and his family didn't know is that Frank lost a lot of his brothers in the last mission they took. What was supposed to be a surprise raid on a terrorist stronghold was actually an ambush that he and his men walked straight into. A part of him wondered whether he would ever want to return to the Marines again. After all, he served enough to live off of retired military pay for the rest of his life. The Castle family seemed to brighten after hearing this, as they sat and ate together with smiles on their faces. Even Frank, who is a fairly stoic man, was smiling as he enjoyed the atmosphere of family life. Soon enough, the unthinkable happened. Automatic gunfire tore through the park as bullets filled the fairground! Frank instantly jumped into action, as his time in the Marines was full of situations like this, though he was a split second too late. As if the surrounding gunmen were purposefully aiming in their direction, countless bullets were hurled his way, drilling holes into his oblivious wife and children. Frank froze in horror as his family toppled over and hit the ground. "Daddy! It hurts." Little Lisa cried out as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Frank, the kids." His bleeding wife crawled to cover her children with her body as she looked to her husband to save them. Frank Jr. wasn't responsive as he lay there unconscious and covered in blood. Just as Frank was about to hop into action, a string of bullets peppered his chest, sending him crashing to the floor alongside his dying family. Having failed to act in time, Frank was forced to look on helplessly, in utter horror as his own wife, son, and daughter began to bleed out on the cold hard floor. A/N, 1486 words. Partying face Happy New Year. Such a grand occasion calls for some stones, don't you think, smirking face. Chapter 202, C202 revealing some magic. And lastly, this is one of the apartment floors. Natasha finished the tour by showing Matt and Jessica the apartments. As members, both of you are allowed to move in. Most of them are empty at the moment as well. How much is the rent? Jessica asks as she doesn't have a lot of money. In fact, she's barely above the poverty level in yearly income. Although Matt is a lawyer, he was in a similar situation to Jessica. Though he has some money saved up from his time at his old firm. It's free. Peter says from behind. Seriously? Jessica asks as they walk through one of the apartments. All of this is free. Yes, Tony and I made sure that every Avenger would have a place to stay, though we may have gone a bit overboard. Peter says as he admired the lavish apartment. You should see the penthouses for the council members. Natasha says, remembering the first time that she saw Fury's apartment. They're 10 times bigger than this. Damn. Jessica mutters as she spins, admiring the large open apartment. Do you help with moving as well? Sure. Although she wasn't serious, Peter answers with a nod as he opened a portal to her apartment. Is that? She points to the portal in shock. Yeah, just pick an apartment and I'll open a portal for you to move. Peter nods. How do you know where I live? Jessica asks suspiciously, but before Peter could answer, her phone started going off. Hold that thought. Whipping out her phone, Jessica saw who was calling and sighed as she answered. What? She asked as the sound of gunfire and screams of pain and panic came from the other end. Question mark. Peter and Matt overheard everything as they listened in. Get that spider to my location. These mortals are crazy. Loki says in a pained tone. Loki. Are you okay? Jessica asks as she heard his strained voice. While the two were talking, Peter turned his attention elsewhere. Jarvis, track Loki's location. He orders. No need, sir. Jarvis says as live images from surveillance cameras in some sort of fairground appeared on the TV. It seems as though a gang war is being fought in Central Park. That's odd. Peter mutters as he remembered the backstory to the Punisher Netflix show. Is this the attack on Frank and his family? Peter wasn't completely sure as his recollection of the MCU TV shows wasn't as good as the movies, though he was fairly certain. Okay, I'm heading out. Peter says as he opens a portal and leaps through. As soon as the portal opened, the sound of deafening automatic gunfire filled the room. Hesitating for just a moment, as they didn't have anything to hide their faces, Jessica and Matt second-guessed themselves before rushing to follow him through, but sadly, the portal snapped shut just before they could get in. Leaping through the portal, Peter quickly assessed the situation. All around, people were screaming and running as gunfire from all sides of the fairground converged inwards. Countless innocent people seemed to have taken stray bullets, as they littered the ground groaning and moaning in pain. A small portion of these people have already died as well. Let's end this quickly. Peter mutters as he didn't want to lose any more victims. With a wave of his hand, Peter conjured a spell circle, which quickly morphed into a golden dome that covered the entire fair, except for the gunmen, who were left outside the dome. What the? A random goon said as he and others started unloading on the barrier. Sadly for them, their bullets didn't penetrate or break the barrier, but they did bounce back and started slaughtering the men around them at random. Hold your fire. Someone yelled and soon everyone stopped shooting. As the surviving gunmen looked at the barrier in shock, some of them rushed to help those that were hit and load them into the cars. Let's get out of here. At least one person from each group said similar words. I wasn't paid enough to deal with this. When they all were getting ready to drive off, as the police would be arriving soon enough anyway, they noticed an odd golden color coming from behind them as well. *T. Many of them cursed as they found a matching barrier blocking their escape. Crash. Some tried to ram the barriers with their cars, but their efforts were useless. It was like running headfirst into a brick wall. The only thing that was destroyed was their cars. As the barriers went up and the gunfire stopped, everyone inside the fair finally noticed Peter's presence. Spider-Man. A child yelled, which started a chain reaction, as everyone started calling his name and begging him for help. Soon enough, the whole fair was filled with screams for help for those that were injured. Quiet. Peter bellowed and everyone shut up in an instant. Those that aren't hurt, get moving. I want everyone that's injured in front of me as quickly as possible. They hesitated for just a second before people started moving with purpose, rushing all across the fair to find any gunshot victims. Within seconds of his order, the first person was brought before him. It was a 7-year-old girl who was riddled with bullet holes. Her parents were nowhere to be seen either. Holding his hand out, Peter conjured a spell circle that vanished the bullets inside her body and closed her wounds in an instant. Even her internal injuries were fixed in seconds. Next. Peter called out, but no one moved. Everyone was too shocked by what they saw. They all knew Spider-Man and his powers, but they didn't know he could heal people with such ease. I said next. Peter yelled like a drill sergeant. We don't have time to spare. Move. Instantly, the shocked crowd took the girl away and another took her place. This continued for a few minutes as countless half-dead gunshot victims, from the elderly to children down to the age of 4, were brought forward and healed over and over. Although Peter wouldn't be able to recognize Frank Castle's family, as they weren't shown much in the show, he was able to spot the man himself. He looks just like the actor. Peter thought as a barely conscious Punisher was brought up alongside a woman and 2 young children. All of them were in far worse shape than anyone else that was brought forward. Each member of the Castle family had at least 8 bullet holes littering their body. Whereas Frank himself has more than 15 bloody holes in his chest and stomach. Makes sense. He and his family are the targets for this whole attack, after all. Peter thought as Frank was dropped before him. Wait. Frank spoke through strained breaths. My family. Save my family, first. As he spoke, he pointed at the woman and 2 children, who were currently in the queue behind him. Frank has no idea what was happening, as his mind was borderline delusional from the loss of blood, but he knew enough upon seeing Spider-Man, all right. Peter agreed easily as he stepped over Frank's body and started working his magic on the Castle family. As Peter's golden magic enveloped his dying family, Frank's vision slowly turned black as he drifted off into unconsciousness. After treating every living person in the fair, Peter could hear the sound of police sirens coming toward the area. Wait here. Peter called out to the crowd of survivors, as he ran off and opened a portal away from view. Healing and barrier making isn't a big deal, but I'd like to keep my portals a secret from the public. Obviously, it wasn't much of a secret, as S.H.I.E.L.D. and some other organizations already know about the portals, but Peter could only try his best to keep it away from the rest of the world for as long as possible. Opening a portal, Peter appeared on a tree above the trapped gunmen and looked down at the blood-stained floor and injured bad guys. Did they start shooting each other? Peter wondered as he jumped down, landing boot first on an armed biker's face. It's the Spider. Open fire. Another biker yelled as Peter planted his now unconscious friend's head into the grass. Although he yelled for them to shoot, everyone seems to have learned their lesson from earlier. After all, shooting with the barriers so close is far too dangerous. What's the matter? Out of bullets. Peter asks as he rushes forward and starts beating the sh*T out of each biker one by one. I said shoot, you idiots. The man that was throwing out orders before says as he pulls his trigger. Stepping to the side, Peter easily dodged the entire clip of bullets that came his way. Instantly, every biker that had a good head on their shoulders dived down onto the grassy floor. As all of the bullets ricocheted off of the outer barrier and toward the inner barrier, they began to zigzag back and forth. Some of them impacted the cars while others hit some friendly bikers, sending them out of commission for the rest of the fight. Though one of the strays dug itself into the head of the idiot that shot them in the first place, killing him in an instant. Huh. Now I know why you weren't shooting. A/N, 1592 words, smiley face. Smirking face. You want the Castle family to have a happy ending. Hand over the stones, gemstone. Chapter 203, C203 Heartwarming Reunion. With the barriers acting as a deterrent against the gunmen's firearms, Peter made quick work of the 3 hostile groups. Although they committed a crazy, almost terroristic act, Peter captured as many as he could alive, sending them to the tower's detention center for later questioning. He knew this incident wasn't just a random gang war, as no gangs would be this stupid without reason, especially in New York City, so evidence was certainly needed. With that in mind, Peter also portaled the cars, guns, and any other belongings that were lying around back to the tower. The police, who arrived only a few moments after Peter finished cleaning up, could do nothing as they found a barrier blocking their way inside. Although they could see through the blockade, all they found upon their arrival was blood-stained grass, bullet casings, and tire marks. Once the area was cleared, Peter snapped his fingers, which dropped both barriers at the same time. When the barriers disappeared, Peter waved at the police as they breached inside with assault rifles drawn. Yo. he says as the police ignore him for the time being and clear the area. Spider-Man, it's good to see you again. A man in a formal police uniform comes waltzing over, speaking to Peter in a very respectful manner. Chief, how have you been? Peter says as he claps the man on the shoulder. Have you finished your list of the possible candidates that we talked about a while ago? Yes. The two spoke as police grunts move into the fairgrounds and assess the situation. The dead were cordoned off while everyone that was conscious was instantly detained for questioning, as that was the procedure in situations like this. So, what happened? The chief asks after a short conversation. 3 gangs surrounded the park and started a war with a fair full of people in the crossfire. Peter says with a heavy dose of skepticism. You think there's something more to it? He asks curiously. You don't. Peter asks as he walks off before any more questions could be asked, waving over his shoulder. Don't worry, this whole thing has caught my interest, so I'll deal with it. The next morning, the sound of a heartbeat monitor filled a high-tech hospital room. As the sun beamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Peter walked into the room with his spider suit protecting his identity. Walking over to the hospital bed, Peter looks down at Frank Castle, who has been peacefully sleeping since the incident in Central Park yesterday. Since he was tired of waiting for him to wake up on his own, Peter reached out and tapped his finger on Frank's forehead. Zap. From the top of Peter's clothed finger, a pulse of weak eldritch energy pulsed into Frank's skin and disappeared. Exclamation point. Frank's eyes shoot open as he swiftly sits up with a loud gasp. Good morning, sleepyhead. Peter welcomes him back to the world of the living with a little wave. Huh. Frank grunts as he takes in his surrounding. How am I? Maria. Lisa. Frank. Before Peter's presence could completely register in his hazy mind, Frank jumped out of bed and tripped on the bedsheets, falling to the floor with a loud smack. Where are they? Frank yells as he climbs up off of the floor and staggers to the door. Calm down, buddy. Peter says as he steps in front of the Punisher's path. Move. Frank orders in a cold and quiet tone. No, you need to calm down and take a minute to get yourself together. Peter shakes his head and stands unmoving. Exclamation point. Without waiting for another second to pass, Frank launched forward with a scowl ever present on his face. As Frank pulled his arm back to swing his fist forward, aiming at his opponent's unguarded face, Peter sighed as he raised his hand and caught the incoming blow with ease. Ugh. Frank grunts as he feels Peter's vice-like grip holding his fist in place. Please calm down. Peter continues to try to reason with him. Without uttering a single word in response, Frank tried to yank his fist free, though no amount of strength would help against the crazy amount of raw power that Spider-Man wielded. Ayaha. Frank starts to turn red as he thrashes around. You should really dash. Just as Peter was repeating his calming words once again, the door swung open and the sound of small pitter-pattering feet came running inside. Daddy. A little girl with messy brown hair rushed past Peter and dived into Frank's stomach. Ugh. Frank grunts and falls to the floor as Peter released his hand. Daddy. I met Spider-Man. Lisa, Frank's daughter, sat on his stomach as she excitedly smiled down at him. Instantly, tears began to well up in Frank's eyes as he reached up and held his daughter's head in the palm of his hands. Why your dash? Frank stutters as 2 other footsteps come walking into the room. Dad, you're finally awake. Frank Jr. comes running over and joined his father on the floor. You're all okay. Frank mutters as he wraps his arms around his 2 children and looks up to find his wife, Maria, standing next to Peter. We have Spider-Man to thank for that. Maria says as she looks at Peter. Frank looks toward Peter with a dumb expression on his face, unsure as to how to thank him. I'll leave you guys alone for the time being. Peter says as he walks to the door and turns back for just a moment. I'll be back in a few hours to speak with you. As the door closed, leaving the family of 4 behind, Maria let out a sigh as she rushed to join her family in a pile on the floor. The sounds of crying and laughter filled the room as the Castle family reunited after what could have been a horrible tragedy. Hours later, Peter returned to Frank's hospital room with Pepper and Tony following closely behind him. Knock knock. After waiting for a reply, they entered the room and found the whole family piled up on the bed, snuggling together happily. Hello again. Peter says as the family gets surprised by the presence of Tony Stark, another famous superhero. You're Iron Man. Frank Jr. and Lisa exclaim as they point at Tony, who looked behind him in mock confusion. Who? Where? Tony asks like a wacky uncle. Ahem. Pepper clears her throat as she steps in front of Tony. Would you two like to see Tony's Iron Man armor? Yeah. Yes. The 2 children shoot up out of the bed in excitement. Wait. Frank and his wife call out disapprovingly, unwilling to part with their children after such a horrific experience. As the children froze in their excitement, Peter stepped forward. I need to speak to you two privately. Peter says as he places a hand on Tony's shoulder. Tony will take care of. Stopping mid-sentence with a shake of his head, Peter removed his hand from Tony's shoulder and motioned to Pepper. Pepper will look after the kids. Peter says as Tony frowns in his direction. Trust me, you don't want them here for this. Hey. I can take care of a couple of brats, easily. Tony says as Pepper smacks him across the backside of the head. What was that for? Ignoring Tony, who was both confused and unhappy, Pepper turned to the parents in the room. We can wait in the hallway if that would be more acceptable. Pepper offers. Fine. When the kids were ushered out alongside Tony and Pepper, Peter closed the door and sat beside the bed, where Frank and Maria were sitting expectantly. What's this about? Frank asks gruffly. I'll get straight to the point. Peter says as he looks Frank in the eyes. Who would want you dead? Huh? What? Maria asks in confusion. I'm a Marine. A lot of people want me dead, though they aren't from this country. Frank answers with a questioning look. What are you getting at? Is this about the shooting yesterday? His wife asks in confusion. Didn't the news say that it was a poorly placed gang shooting? A gang shooting between 3 different groups, who all drove to the same location in masks and blacked-out cars. Not only that, but they purposefully surrounded the fair, where your family just so happened to be. Peter voices his suspicions. There were hundreds of people in that park. Frank says unbelievably. The target, if there was a target, could have been anyone. True, but only you and your family took more than 3 gunshot wounds, Peter says as he sat back and crossed one leg over the other. Each member of your family was shot at least 8 times, while you, Frank, were shot more than 15 times. It was almost as if they were aiming at you, don't you think? The room goes silent as the 2 parents digest this newfound information. Frank. Maria asks as she turns to her husband. Is he right? Did someone try to kill us? Kill our children? Hearing his wife's questioning words, Frank remembered the smug face of the man that was responsible for the deaths of his comrades in their last mission. Instantly, Frank recalled jumping on the man and pounding his face in, doling out blame for the deaths of his friends with every punch, rupturing the stuck-up PR'CK's eye in the process. Aye. Frank stuttered as a look of realization appeared on his face. A/N, 1607 words. Police car light, you got what you wanted, unamused face. The castles are alive and safe, family man woman girl boy, but now it's time for my payment money bag deposit, the stones, gemstone. Chapter 204, C204 Family Vacation. A/N, just letting you all know that I started the next fanfic that will come out after this one is finished. It's called, I'm Shang-Chi, MCU. No, it can't be. Frank says as he goes into denial. During his unit's most recent deployment within Afghanistan, Castle was assigned to a new task force under the supervision of Ray Schoonover, a colonel of the United States Marine Corps Force Recon Division, as well as an anonymous civilian commander known to the men only as Agent Orange. Castle was one of the 2 lieutenants taking command under the orders of Schoonover, leading the unit's 2 squads. On that day, Frank sat with his comrades and listened as Orange and Schoonover explained their new objective. They were now part of Operation Cerberus and tasked to capture and assassinate enemy targets, based on Agent Orange's information. Upon hearing this, Frank questioned if the United States Congress had approved the operation, though Orange insisted they had. The task force participated in many operations, specializing in nightly raids for the purpose of kidnapping, interrogating, and then executing high-value targets of the United States of America, with the squad quickly becoming known as the American Taliban. Among the targets that were captured by Cerberus squad included a man named Ahmad Zubair. Zubair was brutally strung up and beaten down by the squad before Agent Orange then entered the room and began questioning him in his native tongue, so that neither Frank nor any of the other members of the squad could understand what they were saying. They all stood by and watched as Orange began repeatedly striking the clearly terrified and helpless man while wearing a pair of thick leather gloves. During the torture, Zubair spoke in English and insisted over and over that he was not a terrorist and that he had a family, though no matter how much he pleaded, the beating never stopped. Eventually, Agent Orange noted that Zubair clearly didn't know anything useful for them, and therefore turned to Frank, who understood and shot Zubair point blank in the face, killing him instantly. Frank ended up burying the body in the desert with the help of one of his men, who questioned whether they were just ordered to hide evidence or not. Despite his own doubts, Frank was a model soldier and followed orders without question. Soon enough, the dreaded mission arrived and a new target, who was believed to be hiding in a compound within Kandahar, was designated. Although they were then ordered to go into Kandahar and capture this target, Frank warned against it, believing this was a trap for Cerberus squad. Agent Orange, however, ignored Castle's objections and insisted that they continue with the mission objective regardless. Just as Frank had predicted would happen, the surprise raid quickly turned out to be an ambush as their squad was hit with machine gun fire and mortar rounds, which resulted in Schoonover losing his arm, while many soldiers were killed. Soon enough, Frank decided that the only option remaining for their continued survival was for him to storm the enemy fort alone and clear a path for an evacuation. Frank then charged across the battlefield, amidst a hail of gunfire and explosive mortar shells. He then made his way uphill, firing upon any insurgents he encountered in order to keep his men safe. Making his way through the fort, Frank proceeded to use all of his military training and utter fury to charge through the enemy's stronghold, killing all those he encountered. As the enemies constantly closed in on him and the battle continued to drag on, Frank used everything he had on hand, including his opponent's weapons, to slaughter his way through the building. Out of ammunition yet still determined to save his fellow soldiers and return home to his family, Frank barely survived as he killed the last of the opposition with nothing but his bare hands. In the end, Frank was completely covered in his enemy's blood. However, he had successfully cleared the whole area, killing all hostiles, and saving what remained of his squad in the process. Upon their triumphant, yet damaged, return, Frank overheard someone asking for a mission update and saw Agent Orange looking at all of the wounded and severely damaged soldiers, as he calmly and uncaringly asked if they had successfully killed the target as he wanted. Mortified that Orange was more concerned for Operation Cerberus mission than he was over all of the wounded and dead men, Frank charged forward and assaulted Orange for the deaths of his men, as it was his bad information that led them into a trap. As the beating took place, Frank meant to kill him as he ruptured Orange's eye socket after a flurry of punches, though soon enough, the nearby soldiers dragged the furious Lieutenant Castle off of the now horrified and beaten Agent Orange. Not long after this incident, Frank's tour in Afghanistan came to an end, so instead of immediately signing up for another tour, he returned home to his family, and a few days after his return, they were almost killed. I may have angered somebody, but he wouldn't. Frank says as he looks off into the distance in thought. Who? Maria asks, beating Peter to the question. A spook. Frank answers after a moment of thought. Some CIA guy. He gave us bad intel and got my men killed, so I beat his **s. I shouldn't even be talking about this. Well, the Avengers act at a higher level than the CIA or any government, so nothing you've done is out of reach for me. Peter says with a shrug. Whatever. Frank says as he takes a moment to think. It was only a fight though. I'm sure he's angry, but not enough to kill me and my family. What Frank didn't know is that Operation Cerberus was never sanctioned by anyone, so given its illegal nature, it had to fund itself, which it did by smuggling heroin into the United States through the corpses of dead servicemen, led by Agent Orange and Schoonover. Not only that, but Ahmad Zubair, the man Frank killed and buried in the desert, wasn't a terrorist but a policeman, who was investigating Cerberus Squad and their link to heroin smuggling. Not long after his murder, Zubair's body was found, which awoke feelings of suspicion in Orange and Schoonover. Fueled by suspicion, as Frank was the one to bury the body, the two masterminds decided to have Frank killed as they believed that he leaked the torture and death of Ahmad Zubair. Using his criminal persona known as Blacksmith, Schoonover then arranged a deal between the Mexican cartel, Dogs of Hell, and Kitchen Irish. These groups started the firefight as a cover for the deaths of Frank and his family. Instead of the assassination of a U.S. Marine airing on the news, it would be another act of senseless gang/gun violence, which happens every day in America. I need to gather enough evidence to convince him. Peter thought. Peter knew all of this already, as he watched the show in his past life. The only problem was whether he could convince Frank and then help him with his inevitable revenge. Whether it's the men you thought of or not. It doesn't matter. Peter says as he stands from his seat. I have all of the surviving gunmen locked up and waiting for questioning, so I'll have some sort of proof soon enough. What should we do until then? Maria asks, afraid for her children's safety. You'll be staying in the tower for the foreseeable future. Peter says as he gets some unwilling looks from the two parents. After all, they don't even know for sure whether they were the targets or not. This isn't optional. Peter says and their faces look even more unwilling. I'd rather not have the deaths of 2 children on my hands, after all. You can't. Maria goes to speak but Peter cuts her off. I can. Peter says with a shrug. As I said before, the Avengers operate above any government. We can break every law in the book without a single repercussion. Hearing Spider-Man talk about breaking laws and holding them captive was an odd experience, as everyone knows him as a shining selfless hero. It seems that we don't have a choice. Frank mutters, knowing that he can't do anything about it. Their little scuffle when he woke up clearly showed him that. It's good that you've realized that. Peter says as he smiles under his mask. I'll have an apartment allocated to you. If you need anything, like groceries or clothes, order it online or ask Jarvis. Who's Jarvis? Maria asks. You'll find out soon enough. Peter says as he walks to the door, waving over his shoulder. Enjoy your family vacation in captivity. A/N, 1465 words. Police car light. What is a stone but a rock that shines? Gemstone. How can you hoard what should be mine? Angry face. Empty your pockets of 3 glowing spheres. Gemstone, or the consequences could be rather severe. Police car light. Chapter 205, C-205 Defenders Assemble. As the Castle family was settling into their new apartment, Peter ordered the interrogation of every captured gang member, starting with those who seemed to be charged. Of course, he already went through their cars, phones, wallets, and other belongings, though this only confirmed their gang affiliations, which Peter already knew. Jarvis, find me the leaders of each gang. Mexican Cartel, Dogs of Hell, and Kitchen Irish. Peter says as he entered his office and took a seat. Feel free to hack into any government records as well. Although Peter has been fighting crime all over this city for almost 3 years, he always left the investigation work for the police. He knew all of the major groups, though their inner workings weren't something that Peter ever cared much about. The police can handle it. Peter always thought, as he would usually leave evidence behind for them to follow. Not long after asking, Jarvis started rapidly firing off information. Sir, I've compiled the necessary details. Jarvis spoke as pictures and maps appeared on his computer screen. The Dogs of Hell are a biker gang with chapters in both Nevada and New York. Jimmy, the Bear, is the leader of the Dogs of Hell based here in New York City. They tend to gather at the Dogs of Hell bar. Next, the Kitchen Irish is a mobster group, led by a man named Nesbitt. Their headquarters is the Bitten Club, a restaurant in Hell's Kitchen. Lastly, the Mexican Cartel, also known as the Juarez Cartel, is a drug cartel based in Juarez, Mexico, mainly focusing on cocaine export to the United States of America. Their leader, Vicente Carrillo Fuentes, lives in a heavily guarded compound in Juarez. They are the only group that isn't based in the city. Jarvis finished his information dump. Going over everything on screen, Peter sits back and thinks for a moment. Send all of this to my phone. Peter orders as he walks to the door, feeling his phone buzz in his pocket. Sent, sir. Walking down to the gym, as he knew that Frank was there, taking his anger out on the equipment, Peter decided to delegate some work to the new recruits. Thankfully, almost every piece of equipment is enhanced to Peter's standards, so it was impossible for Frank to break anything. Yo. Peter calls out as he walks in, though no one seemed to notice his arrival. In the center of the gym was a reinforced boxing ring that Steve and Logan tended to use for sparring. Stood around the ring, Natasha, Jessica, and Loki watched as Daredevil and Punisher fought with boxing gloves on each of their hands. Though it wasn't really much of a fight, as Matt's enhanced senses made it impossible for Frank to land any sort of hit on him. Ugh. Frank grunted as he swung a fist forward, aiming for his opponent's solar plexus. Of course, Matt sidestepped the attack with ease and responded in turn, sending a matching attack to Frank's unguarded ribs, which landed perfectly and knocked him off of his feet. Frank remained silent in defeat as he felt pain in every organ of his body. And that's what happens when we underestimate our opponent. Natasha entered teacher mode as she lectured Jessica. I admit, he's quite the skilled warrior, for a cripple. Loki comments from the side. Thanks, I think. Matt says unsurely as he reaches a hand out to his fallen opponent. You okay? Yeah. Frank says as he ignores Matt's outstretched hand and picks himself up off of the floor. Don't be such a sore loser, Frank. Peter says as everyone turns, finally noticing his presence. In fact, you should get used to losing, as it'll be almost impossible to find a weaker opponent here. Spidey, what are you doing here? Natasha asks as Frank leaned on the ropes and sulked. Well, I thought that I'd invite all of you on a little field trip. Peter says with open arms, though no one looked as excited as he expected. Where to? Matt asks as he hops out of the ring. Well. Peter says as he turns to Frank. We have a few gang leaders to visit. Would you like to join us, Frank? After all, this pertains to the attack on your family. Am I allowed to leave this prison? He answers with a heavy bit of dissatisfaction. With my supervision, yes. Peter nods. Then I'm in. Frank nods as he slips out of the ring. Good. Peter says as he looks at Black Widow. Natasha, please outfit everyone with whatever they'll need and meet me in my office when you're ready to head out. Sir, yes sir. She says mockingly as Peter walks off. An hour passed and the group was brought to Peter's office. Each of them were suited up and armed with whatever they asked for. Jessica wore a bodysuit that matched Natasha's without a single weapon, as her strength was enough. Frank wound up dressed as a true Marine, ready for war with his assault rifle and a plethora of other weaponry. Matt wore black hooded tactical gear, which made him look almost like a modern Assassin's Creed character. Across his back was a black katana, while all sorts of knives were strapped along his body as well. On top of all of their new gear, each of them wore masks, which would keep their identity safe. Loki, on the other hand, wore the same clothes as usual, though he was armed to the teeth with a machine gun across his back, 2 pistols holstered under his jacket, and multiple knives hidden across his body. Without his powers, Loki only had his body to use as a weapon, but his injury in Central Park the other day taught him a valuable lesson. He needed mortal weapons. Loki, will you be joining us? Peter asks, as he didn't expect the pompous prince to offer any assistance. Yes. Loki answers in a challenging tone. Is that a problem? No, you're always welcome. Peter was more than happy to have Loki around, as it would be easier to keep track of any of his mischief. Not only that, but Peter could do his best to turn Loki to their side. A friendly Loki would be a huge asset to the Avengers, after all. All right, our first target is a man named Nesbit. Peter says as the man's photo appears on screen. We need to capture him alive, so memorize his appearance now. After giving them some time to familiarize themselves with the target, Peter waved his hand and opened a portal. Stepping through to a rooftop in Hell's Kitchen, followed by Natasha and her group of ducklings, Peter motioned towards the restaurant across the street. He's in there. Peter says as he takes a seat at the edge of the building. Go get him. Natasha's in charge. Follow her orders or there will be consequences. You won't be joining us? Natasha asks. Nah, the newbies need the experience. Peter says with a shrug. Loki scowled and tightened his fists unhappily. Although he wanted to tag along in the first place, hearing Peter treat him like some sort of lackey was infuriating. All right, let's go. Natasha calls out as she parkours down the building's fire escape. The group watched for a moment, as she descended the building with the grace of a master gymnast. You heard her. Peter's voice snaps them out of it. Get moving. Bun club. I said pack faster, you bumbling idiots. A bald Irishman in a fancy suit yells angrily as he paces back and forth across the room. All around him, men in lesser suits were boxing up all sorts of weapons and large stacks of cash. Ever since Spider-Man captured his men, Nesbit was stuck with a choice. Either stay and fight a losing battle or pack up and return to Ireland with his tail between his legs. Of course, he chose the latter option. After all, Spider-Man and the Avenger wasn't something an ordinary mob of criminals could deal with. I knew the risks. Nesbit thought as he recalled the deal he made a few days ago. In exchange for an ungodly amount of firepower, Nesbit agreed to kill a Marine and his family, which wasn't exactly risky on its own. What made the plan risky was the fact that it would take place in New York City, the home of the Avengers. Earth's mightiest heroes. Sadly for him, the plan failed spectacularly and now it was time to hit the road before his captured men could rat him out to Spider-Man. Sir, we're ready to go. A man calls out, but before anyone could reply, the windows broke open as multiple masked figures leaped inside. What the F***CK? A man with a thick Irish accent exclaims. The intruders didn't waste a single second as they took aim at the shocked group of Irishmen and opened fire, filling the building with the sound of gunfire. A/N, 1516 words, smiley face. Police car light wee woo police car light wee woo police car light wee woo police car light. Gemstone, stones, gemstone, stones, gemstone, stones, gemstone. Chapter 206, C206 What do the Irish eat? Hopping off of the building, Peter listens to the gunshots and chaos inside the restaurant, as he walks over to one of the broken windows and watches the show unfold. I need some popcorn. Peter thought as a bucket of popcorn appeared in his hand. Practicing spells without the circles was worth it. While Peter was figuring out how to eat food through his mask, Natasha led the future defenders on their first real mission. Frank maneuvered through the building like a machine, dropping bodies whichever way he looked. Loki seemed to be familiarizing himself with mortal weaponry as he kept to the shadows, attacking only when it was least expected. Jessica tore through the place like a pint-sized Hulk, though she wasn't bulletproof, so her plan of attack required a bit more finesse than the angry green giant. Thankfully, her bodysuit was bulletproof up to a certain caliber of ammunition, so if she makes a mistake it wouldn't be fatal. Unless, of course, she gets shot in the head. Natasha, knowing this could happen, stood by Jessica's side, as she was the student that needed the most training and guidance. After all, Matt was trained by a man that could demolish the average SHIELD agent and go toe-to-toe with her. As for Matt, he moved through the place like a martial acrobat, beating down hostile Irishmen with relative ease. Killing wasn't his forte, so he only incapacitated his opponents. Meh, these Irish guys are pretty weak. Peter was happy that he decided to delegate this work, as it would be a waste of time and effort for him. Within minutes, every mobster in the building was either killed or captured, while Nesbit was strapped to a chair in the center of the room. What do you want? Money. Nesbit started bartering for his life, unsure which group these people were from. I can give each of you $1 million. Just untie me and we'll get you paid, eh? As the room descended into silence without a single person taking the offer, the front door swung open and Spider-Man casually walked inside. You guys open? Peter asks as he picks up a menu. I've always wanted to try haggis. Haggis is from Scotland, king idiot. Nesbit couldn't hold his tongue as he turned to see who he just spoke to. A Spider-Man. Ignoring the men tied to a chair, Peter looked over at Natasha. If they don't sell haggis, then what do Irish people eat? Peter asks in mock confusion. Potatoes, sir. Natasha answers with a smirk. I thought they didn't have potatoes. Jessica joins in on the fun. Wasn't there a famine or something? Nesbit was fuming at this point, though he kept his mouth shut in Spider-Man's presence. Yeah, hey Baldy. Peter throws the menu away as he turns to the bound Irishman. What kind of food do you serve here? Nesbit took a moment to calm himself before speaking. I'd be happy to explain our menu, but I'm sure you're here for more important reasons. Even with Spider-Man right in front of him, Nesbit was still looking for a way to weasel out of this situation. You would be right. After all, who cares about Irish food? Peter throws in another insult as he grabs a chair and takes a seat across from the Irishman. Tell me about the reason behind the shooting in Central Park and the hit on the Castle family. Ignoring the insult to the cuisine of his motherland, Nesbit sits back and puts on a calm demeanor. What's in it for me? He asks tentatively. What's in it for you is we don't blow your brains out. Frank says as he rests the hot barrel of his assault rifle on the side of Nesbit's bald head. What he said. Peter says with a shrug. Though I'd be willing to possibly let you walk, if your info is good enough. Frank looked at Peter with piercing eyes, unwilling to leave one of the men that ordered the assault on his family alive, but Peter just waved him off. Oh, I got good info all right. Nesbit says as he leans forward intently. But I want your word that I'll walk. Sure, now talk. Peter nods as he leans back in his seat. I was promised military hardware, a lot of it. Nesbit starts singing like a bird. For what? Peter asks, as Frank listens in intently. You already know what for. Nesbit says with a roll of his eyes. You said it yourself. A shooting to cover the deaths of that family. Whatever their name was. Upon hearing real evidence to the attack on his family, Frank fumed as he wondered who could be behind it. Though one thing was for sure, he now fully believed in Peter's allegations. Who paid for it? Peter asks. I don't have a real name, but we call him Blacksmith. Nesbit reveals eagerly. He mainly deals in heroin, but I didn't need that, so he offered up military assault rifles, ammunition, and some explosives. Do you know what he looks like? Peter asks again. No, but the goods were delivered by some blacked-out soldier-looking guys. Real professional. Real deadly. He explains, causing Frank's face to scrunch up in contemplation. Where are these goods? Peter asks and Nesbit immediately motions to the corner of the room with his bald head. In the corner were a lot of military-style containers, stacked up high. Anything else of importance to add? Peter asks as Natasha walks over to examine the crates and their contents. Yeah, you're going after the others for this, right? Nesbit asks with a vindictive smirk on his face. I never liked those Mexicans. The dogs, on the other hand, are an alright bunch, but they won't be missed either. Ignoring what he said, Peter turns to Frank. Cut him loose. Peter orders. Frank stands there unmoving for a moment as he glared in Peter's direction, though soon enough, he followed orders like a good soldier and cut Nesbit free. Well, this has been fun and all, but I'll be on my way. The unbound Irishman says as he gets up and paces to the door. Walking up to Frank, who was staring intently at Nesbit's retreating figure, Peter pats him on the shoulder. I kept my word. Peter says as he indeed let the man walk. He's all yours now. Question mark. Frank was confused for only a few seconds before realization struck him and a smirk formed on his lips. Yes, sir. Bang. Frank lifted his rifle and fired a single bullet at the back of Nesbit's oblivious bald head, killing him instantly as his body toppled onto the restaurant floor. Aren't you supposed to be a hero? Jessica asks as she watched everything unfold. Killing can be heroic too. Peter says with a shrug. That man ordered what amounts to a terrorist attack on a crowded fair dash. He deserved worse than he got. Frank cuts in as he walks over to Natasha, who already had a few of the crates cracked open. That's definitely military grade. Frank stared at the assault rifles for a good moment, as they reminded him of the exact ones that Cerberus squad would use in Afghanistan. Okay, we have some information, so let's see if the other groups know anything more. Peter says as he opens a portal leading to the tower. Bring the crates through and we'll have the cops deal with everything else. After supervising the group as they carried over the military crates, Peter called the police chief and had him take care of the rest of the cleanup. With their work done, Peter opened a portal to a building across the street from a noisy biker bar, where a long row of motorcycles was parked outside. Same as before. Peter says as he shoos them away. Peter watched as the group ran over to the bar, and Jessica kicked over a motorcycle with a vindictive smirk, starting a chain reaction, as every motorcycle fell one after the other, like dominoes, alerting the angry bikers inside. Due to the perfect lore, which dragged every enemy out of the bar, the dogs of hell were even easier to handle compared to the Irish. Once everything was taken care of, Peter came down and questioned their leader, Jimmy the Bear, who wasn't as talkative as the bald Irishman, though, after some time alone with Natasha, they couldn't get him to stop running his mouth. Sadly, his story was the same and so was his end. After Frank had his vengeance, they confiscated the military goods and left everything else for the police to handle. This is a waste of time, Loki says in annoyance as they return to the tower with the second round of crates. We're getting military-grade weaponry off of the streets. Matt says in confusion. How is that a waste of time? But it's so dreadfully boring. Loki whines as he flops down on a nearby couch. I want to know who this blacksmith character is. Peter watched as the group talked amongst themselves, shocked that Loki seemed somewhat interested in the mystery behind all of this. This is a good doorway into crime fighting for him. After the crates were safely stored and everyone was slightly rested, Peter opened a portal to Juarez, Mexico, where they would continue their little investigation. A/N, 1581 words. Police car light, O gemstone, stones, gemstone, wherefore art thou gemstone, stones, gemstone? Deny thy impulse to refuse, person gesturing no my request, gemstone, stones, gemstone, doff thy name. And for that name, which is no part of thee. Take all my smiling face with hard eyes, love police car light. Chapter 207, C207 Juarez Cartel. Arriving on an empty dirt road in Juarez, Mexico, Peter and the current makeshift group of defenders could see a large villa-looking compound in the distance. This is where we'll most likely find out some interesting information, Peter says to the group as he motions to the compound. Compared to the Juarez cartel, the dogs of hell and kitchen Irish might as well be stray dogs and leprechauns. They are the biggest exporter of cocaine on this side of the globe, so I expect them to have better information networks, which they've hopefully used to look into the blacksmith. Hearing Peter's quick description, each of them looks down at the picture they were provided earlier in the day. Vicente Carrillo Fuentes, a chubby older man with graying hair, who wore a very expensive-looking suit. Unless there are innocent bystanders or children inside, everyone in that villa could die for all I care, Peter says with an uncaring shrug. After all, the Juarez cartel are known to commit some pretty vile acts, like killing the families of snitches and police officers, or just gruesome things, like carving off people's skin while they're still alive as a punishment before death. There's a reason why they are so infamous all around Mexico. Fear can bring any organization a lot of respect and influence. It's safe to say that Peter didn't hold an ounce of sympathy for the criminals in that compound. Everyone just took in the view as Peter finished taking. What are you waiting for? Peter asks as he makes a shooing motion toward the villa. Get going. As everyone was walking off, Loki turned toward Peter with a glare. Bossy PR*CK. Loki huffed as he left to catch up with Jessica and the others. Fuentes Villa, balcony. Sir, I think we should seriously consider abandoning Mexico and going into hiding. A casually dressed Spanish man in a cowboy hat says seriously. At least until we know that the Avengers have moved on to something else. News of the Avengers raiding the headquarters of the Dogs of Hell and Kitchen Irish reached the Juarez cartel's ear only moments ago. No. Vicente Carrillo Fuentes, the big boss of the cartel, refused with an uncaring wave. This isn't the United States, where those mutant clowns can do as they wish. Right. A younger man, who stood at the side of Vicente, exclaimed. This is Juarez. We own this land and anyone who steps out of line will know the consequences. As he says this, his hand goes toward his waist, where a golden desert eagle sat strapped to his hip. Good. Vicente smiles and places a hand on the young man's shoulder. You have the right mindset, my son. Shink. Just as the father and son were having a heartwarming moment, a black throwing knife flew through the air and landed in the forehead of the grunt with the cowboy hat. What the? Vicente mutters in shock as one of his most trusted subordinates fell to the floor, dead. As soon as his body touched the floor, the whole compound spiraled into chaos. Gunfire filled the air and alarms started blaring, calling the whole cartel into battle. Across the walls of the Villa Fortress, Juarez cartel members with assault rifles were being picked off one by one, as screams of pain and death grew closer and closer to the heart of the villa. Ah, Dad. His son shakes him out of his stupor, pointing over his father's shoulder. Hello. A beautiful woman with vibrant red hair laid out like a model on a long sunbathing chair, twirling two other matching knives between her fingers. I'm going to need you two to wait here patiently while we clean up the surroundings. The two men quickly shrugged off their shock, as what self-respecting cartel men would ever fear a woman. Especially such a stunning one like Natasha. You don't tell us what to do, B*TCH. Vicente's son shouts haughtily as he reaches toward his crotch and grabs his family jewels. Why don't you come over here and dash? Before he could finish his obviously sexual offer, Natasha flicked her wrist and one of the knives in her hand disappeared. Aya. The grotesque young man's smirk instantly disappeared as a black throwing knife pierced the back of his hand, pinning his hand to his crotch, which certainly took some damage as well. After all, Natasha's knives are quite long. I'm saving my chastity for God. Natasha smiles like an innocent nun. Or is it Jesus? I can never remember. Javier. Vicente shouts in alarm as his son collapses onto the floor. Aya. Javier felt excruciating pain as he tried pulling the knife out, his hand and crotch both leaking blood in the process. I would stop him if I were you. Natasha says as the sounds of gunfire in their surroundings slowly simmer down. He'll only bleed out faster if the wound is unclogged. Looking down at his son, who was writhing in agony, Vicente grabbed his hand and pushed, sheathing the knife back into place. Ah! Javier screamed as he looked at his father in betrayal. Why? Because you'll die otherwise. Vicente says as he looks between his son's golden pistol and the mysterious woman on his balcony. Reaching for the gun with as much stealth as he could muster, Vicente decided to take a chance. After all, he didn't run a trillion-dollar drug empire without winning some risky bets. Crunch. Just as he was about to grasp the Desert Eagle, a shadow loomed over him and a heavy military boot stomped onto his hand. Aha! Vicente joined his son in pain-filled screaming. As the sickening sound of breaking bones filled the air, a hand swooped down and grabbed the golden pistol before walking off, leaving a mangled hand behind. Seriously? A solid gold Desert Eagle. Frank mutters as he pops out the clip, wondering whether the bullets were of similar quality. These guys have way too much money. The cartel cocaine business is a trillion-dollar industry. Matt says as he walks in behind Frank. You. Jessica groaned in disgust as she saw the man with a knife in his crotch and looks at Natasha questioningly. He was being a pig. Natasha shrugs. I wish that I could do that to a lot of men back in New York. Jessica admits as she averts her gaze. Women are scary creatures. Loki comments with a shake of his head, feeling sympathy for Javier's situation. You just figure that out? Frank asks with a raised brow. Didn't you say that you're a 1,000-year-old god or something? Of course, Frank's voice carried a huge amount of sarcasm and disbelief. Want to find out? Loki says challengingly as a dagger appears in his hand. Without magic, he has had to rely on sleight of hand to have his fun. As the tension started to rise between both parties, a red and blue blur dropped down onto the balcony. That's enough. Spider-Man. Vicente grunts out as he climbs to his feet, cradling his broken hand in the process. What do you want? Straight to the point. I like that. Peter says as he walks over and takes a look at the man's emasculated son. Well, on the bright side, he could have a thriving career as a eunuch after this. I said, what do you want? Vicente grasped his fists tightly as he keeps his gaze trained on Peter. Right, my apologies. I'm sure he'll need a hospital as soon as possible. Peter says as he takes a seat on a padded outdoor chair. Tell me everything you know about the blacksmith. Vicente seemed to clam up for a moment as he looked toward his son. Well, come on. Peter says as he leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. I'm sure he won't last much longer. I mean, how far is the nearest hospital anyway? The nearest hospital is 33.4 miles away, sir. Jarvis' voice echoes from Peter's phone. Hear that? Peter asks, snapping Vicente from his silence. Even if you leave now, he might not make it. Unless you have a helicopter dash. Boom. The helicopter that was parked in the courtyard below the balcony exploded with a fiery blast, sending a trail of black smoke up into the sky. Oops. Frank says as he held a detonator in hand. Vicente gnashed his teeth as he stared at Peter and his group with nothing but overwhelming hatred. Fine. After hearing everything Vicente had to say, Frank wore a look of pure betrayal on his face as he executed the cartel father and son with a single bullet to their heads. It's not possible. A/N, 1,465 words. Just gimme the stones. I'm too lazy today. Chapter 208, C208 Vengeance or Family. A/N, the Shang-Chi story is now at 4 chapters. If anyone is interested. Returning back to the tower, Peter and the rest of the group watched as Frank stormed off, knocking over random valuables and furniture along the way. He's P** said. Jessica comments as a chair flies across the room and impacts the wall. You think? Loki asks with a smirk, enjoying the destruction. Just as Frank turned the corner, leaving their line of sight, Matt looked at Peter with a worried expression. Should we follow him? He asks. No, he can't leave the building and I'm sure his wife will calm him down. Peter says with a shrug as he turns to the remaining group. Good job, by the way. You all performed at a higher level than I expected. Just continue following Natasha's training and you'll be full-fledged Avengers in no time. Hearing this, a feeling of accomplishment bloomed inside Jessica. She always wanted to help people as a hero, but her first attempt was hijacked by a maniac, so her dreams are finally beginning to form. Her dreams of being a hero may have been deflated by Kilgrave, but with him dead and gone, everything just kept looking brighter. As for Matt, he was coerced into joining the Avenger, though even he felt a feeling of accomplishment after their action-packed day. After all, just the Kitchen Irish alone was a name on his checklist of gangs to fight against, yet they were completely dismantled in a single day. Matt never thought that he could be a worldwide hero, like Spider-Man and Iron Man, so he set his sights on the small area of Hell's Kitchen, New York. Now that he has seen how much of an impact could be made as an Avenger, Matt found it hard to regret accepting Peter's coercive invitation anymore. Maybe this won't be so bad, Matt thought. Now head home and get some rest, Peter says as he walks out of the room, leaving the remaining defenders behind. Ugh. Frank stormed into his family's new apartment, cradling a bloody and broken fist. Stupid F***king concrete walls. Ahem. Looking up from his throbbing hand, Frank found his wife sitting in the kitchen with their children, who were currently eating grilled cheese sandwiches with tomato soup. Dad. What happened? Frank Jr. asks as he hops out of his seat. No, sit back down. Maria, Frank's wife, reprimands him as she turns to her daughter next. Both of you stay here and finish your food. As the kids returned to eating whilst hiding their curious gazes, Maria grabbed Frank by his wrist and dragged him into their bedroom. Be careful. That hand is broken. Frank grunts in pain as she ignores his complaints and pulls harder. Oh, shut up. Maria yells in a whisper so the children don't hear, closing the bedroom door behind her. What is this about? What? Frank asks back, unwilling to share his current dilemma. Don't what me? Maria says as she paces over to the bathroom and brings back a first aid kit. You come barging in like a crazy person with this. Reaching over, she grabs his hand, causing him to wince in pain as she starts working on his injuries. And then you curse in front of the kids as well. How many times have we talked about saying words like that in front of them? Maria says as she vindicatively cleans Frank's wounds with alcohol. Ugh. Frank grunts as he glares at his wife for a moment before calming himself down. Was dumping it like that really necessary? Do you want it to heal without an infection? She asks back, but he knew she was just mad at him. I'm sorry, Frank said as the room grew quiet. Maria didn't reply immediately as she worked on fixing his hand in silence. I guess I'm sorry about the alcohol as well, Maria replies as she finished wrapping his knuckles in gauze. So what happened? Frank wasn't talkative at first, but as most married men know, it's hard to say no to your wife. When Frank explained how Colonel Schoonover, his commanding officer, was a drug-dealing criminal who used his underworld contacts to put a hit out on their whole family, Maria was so shocked that she didn't speak for a good minute. You know the worst thing about all of this? Frank says with a smirk in self-deprecation. I saved that mother****'s life in our last mission. When that piece of #T lost an arm, I took control and literally carried his A%S out of there, yet this is how he repays me. By trying to kill my wife and children. It's okay, Maria says as she wraps her arms around Frank, resting his head on her shoulder. We're alive and unharmed. The kids may need a little therapy from the whole incident, but other than that everything is fine. She knew her husband and could tell that he was beyond furious. If she didn't do something to calm him down, then Frank would run headfirst at Schoonover and either get himself killed or locked up. No, everything won't be fine until that traitor is dead, Frank says as he separates from his wife. We can't even leave this tower in fear of another attack. How are the kids supposed to go to school and live their lives? Spider-Man is working on it, right? She asks, though Frank didn't seem to be listening anymore. Let's just leave this to the Avengers. They're far better equipped to deal with this, hey. Just as Maria was doing her best to calm her raging bull of a husband down, Frank stood up and rushed out of the room, leaving the apartment before anyone could say another word to him. Jarvis, are you here? Maria hesitantly asks. Don't worry, ma'am. Jarvis' voice fills the apartment, shocking the two children. For your safety, your family has been blocked from going past a certain floor, trapping you in the upper portion of the tower. Your husband will soon learn this as well. Come on. Frank yells in frustration as he tried to open yet another stairwell, finding it locked like all of the others. Before this, he tried to take the elevators down to the ground floor but soon realized that they didn't allow him more than 5 floors below his apartment. Bang bang bang. In a fit of rage, Frank started kicking the thick metal door, hoping to knock something loose, but no amount of power that he could give would make it budge. That A** wasn't kidding when he said this was a vacation in confinement. Frank muttered between breaths as he tiredly leaned against the wall. No, I wasn't lying, Peter says, appearing beside Frank on the wall. Can you not pop up out of nowhere? It's creepy, Frank says as he slumps down onto the floor in defeat. So, planning to go and get yourself killed? Peter asks, completely ignoring Frank's comment. Frank didn't bother gracing Peter with a response. Aren't humans funny? You would rush off in a fit of vengeance because the family you love was almost killed, yet doing so could leave them without a father and husband for the rest of their lives. Peter says as he sits cross-legged next to Frank. You would give up the living family you have just for the chance at revenge against someone who's wronged you. He didn't just wrong me. Frank tries to add more reason behind it. He almost succeeded. Without you using your magic or whatever, all of us would have died in that park. He littered me, my wife, and my children with enough bullets to kill an elephant. Don't you think that's a good reason to stick with your family? Why try to throw your life away? Peter gives his thoughts. After all, if what you say is true, then I gave you and your family a second chance at a life together, why throw it away for some slimy scumbag, who'll be dealt with either way? Frank let out a resigned sigh as he picked himself up and limped down the hall. Not only did he hurt his hand by punching a concrete wall, but now his leg is damaged from kicking the stairwell door as well. Where are you going? Peter calls out as Frank walks off. You won't be able to go lower than this floor. I've made sure of it. I'm going back to my family. Frank replies without turning back. Good. Peter says as he stands up. Oh yeah, Frank. What? He turns back and asks. Wake up bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll be detaining Colonel Schoonover for questioning. Peter says, shocking Frank. But I thought. He mutters in confusion. What? That you wouldn't be involved. Peter asks back with a smirk under his mask. I never said that. I just didn't want you to throw away your life, like some brain-dead vengeful idiot. A/N, 1506 words. Mama. Just killed him and Skull put a gun against his head, pistol pulled my trigger, now he's dead, Skull mama. Life had just begun, but now I've gone and thrown it all away, no littering sign mama. Oh, didn't mean to make you cry, loudly crying face, if I'm not back again this time, alarm clock tomorrow, carry on as if nothing really matters, except gemstone stones. Chapter 209, C209 Colonel captured. When Peter returned home that night, MJ was sitting at the center of the room in his computer chair, as if she were waiting for his arrival. The look on her face and general vibe screamed that a serious conversation was about to happen. Are you breaking up with me? Peter asks as he stood in the doorway, waiting for her to speak. No, of course not. MJ denies immediate, which smoothed over Peter's nerves quite a bit. Why would you think that? Well, I don't know. Peter shrugs unknowingly. Sigh. MJ holds her head in her hands and takes a deep breath. I want to meet Lily. Excuse me? Peter asks as he wasn't sure if he heard her correctly. Lifting her head, MJ looks Peter straight in the eyes. I want to meet Lily. She repeats loud and clear. I thought you didn't want to be a mom. Peter says as he walks in and takes a seat on his bed. Because meeting Lily means you accept her as your daughter. If you don't want to be her mother, that's fine. You two can meet when she's more mature and can handle it better. I never said that. MJ says with an annoyed look on her face. You dropped her existence into my lap without any warning. If you had explained and given me enough time to think, then you would know that I. The last portion of her rant was spoken in a hushed whisper. Say that again. Peter asks with a smirk. I said. MJ was upset, as she knew he could hear her. I don't mind being a mother. That's so hot. Peter muttered in a daze. Reaching his hand out, Peter caught his keyboard, which MJ threw at his head. Not like that, you idiot. She yelled angrily. What's going on? Aunt May came walking down the hall and peeked her head in. You two aren't breaking up, are you? No. MJ yelled one exasperation. Chuckling to himself, Peter looked toward the door, where his aunt was giving him a confused look. MJ wants to be the mother of my children. He reveals with a smirk. Oh, that's wonderful. May says as she grabs the door and starts to close it. Don't let me get in your way. That's not what I meant. Since Peter had a full day with the defenders tomorrow, he decided to introduce Lily to MJ after all of Frank's problems were dealt with. On the next day, Peter returned to the tower bright and early, where he found Frank waiting outside of his office in military uniform. You're early. Peter says as he checks the time. Better early than late. Frank shrugs as he was used to waking up early and standing around doing nothing in the army. Well, feel free to take a seat. Peter offers as Frank follows him into his office. While waiting for everyone else to arrive, Peter went over Colonel Schoonover's information. Other than the normal information that he already knew, Peter read through the files that Vicente gave him before his inevitable demise. First, Schoonover moved to New York City after his latest mission, so he was currently nearby. Second, using his position as a high-level officer in the army, Schoonover has been slowly and quietly removing any opposition, as he takes over the heroin trade in New York City, building his blacksmith persona up as the city's top drug lord. Shockingly, Peter had no idea that this was happening, as he mainly focuses on the obvious crimes that happen out in the streets. Anything that's done behind closed doors is a bit harder for him to stop, especially when more experienced criminals know how to not draw attention to themselves, like Schoonover. Although he was extremely careful, the documents that Vicente had in his possession are more than enough to charge Schoonover for all of his crimes. The Juarez cartel seemed to have been building up information on the blacksmith and his real identity for a while now, so they had everything from simple pictures to the voice recording of Schoonover ordering the hit on the Castle family. Now we just have to tie all of this to Agent Orange. Peter thought as he hoped that Schoonover would snitch on his accomplice. When everyone finally arrived, Peter opened a portal and they set off. I hope he resists. Frank's comments as he loads his assault rifle and steps through the portal. Me too. Loki smirks as he twirls a knife between his fingers. You men are too bloodthirsty. Jessica comments as she follows them through. Take a look next to you, sweetie. Frank says and jerks his head toward Natasha. That's what bloodthirsty looks like. Every time I close my eyes, I see the knife in that guy's balls. Matt comments in disgust. Aren't you blind? Natasha asks with a raised brow. While the group was bickering amongst each other, they arrived at Fort Hamilton, the only active-duty military installation in the greater New York City metropolitan area. Walking up the long driveway past the guarded checkpoint, they drew a lot of attention, or rather Peter drew a lot of attention. After all, Spider-Man has never visited the military before, so instead of anyone trying to stop them in a threatening manner, they were surrounded and bombarded with requests for a picture with Peter. Spider-Man. It only took one scream from a female officer to draw everyone in the vicinity over. Quiet. Peter yelled commandingly, enhancing his voice with a bit of eldritch energy. Instantly, the trained soldiers shut their mouths. Even a few of them snapped into a salute, which was fairly fun to watch. Who's the highest-ranking officer here? Peter asks as everyone looks at one another before pointing to a woman at the front. Good, everyone but her leave. I'll take some pictures with you all when we've finished what we came here for. Instantly, the crowd of soldiers dispersed, though they weren't too dejected, as they would get what they wanted soon enough. The remaining female officer silently waited to receive her orders, as if Peter were a commanding officer. Take us to Colonel Schoonover, please. Peter says politely. Why yes, sir. She answers nervously and swiftly leads the way. Entering the main administration building at the forefront of the fort, she lead them through the main lobby and hallways. All eyes were glued to Peter wherever they went, like a moving attraction. His presence caused everyone to whip out their cameras and start taking pictures as if he was a rare animal in the local zoo. He should be in here. She says as she knocks on the door and opens it a second later, revealing a conference room filled with high-ranking officers, including exactly who they were looking for. Don't interrupt our dash, an older man, who looked to be an even higher rank than their target, stood up and complained, though he shut his mouth as soon as he saw Peter. Spider-Man. Is this a joke? I'm afraid not. Peter says as he strolls in. In order to prove that it was actually him, Peter reached his hand up and hopped, sticking himself to the ceiling for a moment before returning to the floor. Why are you here, sir? A different man asks with a lot of respect. Well, it's a long story. Peter says as he motions toward Schoonover, who was sweating rather profusely. Colonel, you're under arrest. Please surrender yourself peacefully. Or don't. Frank comments as he raises his assault rifle in Schoonover's direction. Frank, what's this about? He asks, pretending that he doesn't know anything. Yes, what is this about? The highest-ranking man asks. What this is about is the fact that this motherfucker put a hit out on me and my family. Frank says as he moves in and pokes Schoonover's head with the barrel of his gun. That, and he runs heroin out of the Middle East through the dead bodies of fallen soldiers. Peter adds, receiving an appalled gasp from his fellow officers. Got any proof? Schoonover asks confidently. I want Frank Castle and his family dead, do you hear me? Natasha strolls in and places her phone on the table, which played audio they received from Vicente. If kids are involved, then the price goes up. I'm sure you understand. Vicente's voice appears next. The price doesn't matter. Just get it done quickly and we won't have any problems. Schoonover's voice says uncaringly as the recording ends. That's fake. Schoonover exclaims as he slams the table angrily, though no one in the room believed a word out of his mouth. God, please pull a gun or a knife. Hell, I'll take a sharpened pencil. Frank mutters as he keeps his rifle next to Schoonover's head. Give me a reason. Of course, we have proof of his drug trafficking as well. Peter says, drawing everyone's attention. Especially since he was using the profits to fund an unsanctioned military operation. At this point, everyone in the room was looking at Schoonover with shock written all over their faces. I'm being set up. There's no way. Schoonover tried to stand, but all that awaited him was the butt end of Frank's assault rifle. Pow. As the metal stock impacted the side of his head, Schoonover toppled over and hit the floor, unmoving. Really? Peter asks unhappily. What? He's not dead. A/N, 1588 words, smiley face. Another chapter coming soon. Police car light country roads, give me gemstone stones police car light. Police car light my pocket is where, they belong police car light. Police car light West Vagina, hairy mama, police car light. Police car light give me gemstone stones, country roads police car light. A/N, I think I've gone crazy trying to come up with random things to write at the end of every chapter. Chapter 210, C210 accomplice acquired. After carrying Schoonover out of the military base, Peter left the rest of the detainment process to Natasha, as he reluctantly stayed behind to take pictures with as many people as he could. I shouldn't have promised anything. Peter thought as he took the 100th picture before making up a random excuse and running off. With Schoonover detained, Peter texted Natasha to start his interrogation, as he left the tower to find his beautiful girlfriend. Jarvis, can you keep track of a man named William Rollins? He works for the CIA and I believe him to be the blacksmith's accomplice. Peter says before leaving. On it, sir. Rolling up to school in his rundown car, Peter arrived just as the bell rang. Instantly, teenagers came pouring out of every exit, either heading to their bus, walking, or driving home. Thankfully, Peter fixed the problem with the exhaust, so black clouds doesn't shoot out of the tailpipe anymore. As he caught sight of MJ walking out alone, looking cute in one of his hoodies with her textbooks in hand, Peter honked his horn a couple of times to catch her attention. MJ turned and saw the rust bucket. Shortly after getting the car, Peter told her that every great car needs a name, so she started calling it the rust bucket ever since. You skipped school, again. MJ commented as she walked over, pulled the creaky passenger door open, and took a seat. Well, I had a criminal colonel to capture. Peter says as he drove off. Does that mean? She asks cryptically. Yup, we're dropping off your books and then heading to see Lily. Peter says as they pull out of the school's parking lot. Instantly, MJ went quiet as she nervously stared out of the passenger side window. Watching MJ out of the corner of his eye, Peter smirked and grabbed her hand, entwining their fingers together. Don't worry, she'll love you. Parking in front of her house, MJ rushes out of the car and ran inside. Following her with an amused look on his face, they arrived at her bedroom, where MJ threw her books down and dashed into her closet. What are you doing? Peter asks as he leans against the doorway. I can't meet my daughter in the sh*TTY clothes I wear to school. MJ says as she starts digging through her closet. I need something that shows I'm a proper mother. Proper mother? She's 17 years old. Peter bit his tongue, holding back any comments. Almost an hour later, Peter and MJ portaled into Lily's penthouse. MJ couldn't find a single outfit in her closet that was motherly enough, so she ended up wearing some jeans and a sweater. Daddy. Is that you? Lily asks as she heard footsteps from the microphone. Yup. Peter smiles as he walks in front of her camera and takes a seat. And I have a surprise for you. Really? Lily exclaimed excitedly. What is it? Smiling into the camera, Peter reaches over and pulls MJ into the frame. Like a deer in headlights, she froze and didn't speak a single word. Mommy. Lily asks, matching her mother's current emotional state. It seems your mommy is nervous. Peter says with a laugh as he stands up and pushes MJ into the chair. Why don't you two spend some mother-daughter time together? Waving to the camera, Peter opened a portal and stepped through, leaving the two of them alone. Before either of them knew what happened, the portal snapped shut and he was gone. Are you my mommy? Lily's hopeful voice asks nervously. Why yeah. Donning his spider suit, Peter portaled into the tower's detention floor, where he soon found Natasha, Jessica, Loki, Matt, and Frank standing outside one of the interrogation rooms. Learn anything interesting? Peter asks as he walks up to the group, surprising them. Yes, but we had to cut it short because someone wouldn't stop hitting him. Jessica says as she sends Frank an accusatory glare. What? That scumbag deserves it. He replies without a hint of remorse. What did you learn? Peter asks curiously as he peeks into the room through the window. On the other side of the door sat a slightly beaten colonel, who was strapped down to a metal chair. He had matching black eyes and a busted lip. All of which was most likely Frank's doing. Agent Orange was definitely involved. Natasha says as she hands him a file titled William Rollins. Everything in the file was rather mundane except for his job title of Director of Covert Operations for the CIA. Apparently, he rose through the ranks off the coattails of Operation Cerberus. All right, let's go and bring him in. Peter says as the day was still young. That's just what I wanted to hear. Frank says happily as he turns and picks his assault rifle up. What should we do with him? Matt asks as he motions toward the room with Schoonover. Just leave him to stew for a while. Peter shrugged as he wouldn't be able to escape. Jarvis, where is William Rollins? He's located in the unincorporated community of Langley in Fairfax County, Virginia, sir. Jarvis answers. Isn't that where the CIA headquarters is? Jessica asks. Yes. Stepping out of a portal, Peter and his group of future defenders appeared at the entrance of the CIA headquarters, which is a rather large government-style building. Well, let's see how welcoming they are compared to the military. Peter mutters as he walks up to the glass doors, pulls one open, and strolls inside. Instantly, guards in blacked-out suits with pistols on their hips came forward, though they stopped in their tracks as soon as they saw Peter. Sir, we're going to need some ID. One asks, not believing that it was the real Spider-Man, sigh. Peter whips out his phone, which scared the security enough for them to draw their weapons, though he wasn't worried. Turning the phone's camera to himself, Peter took a selfie with the guards behind him, pointing their guns in his direction. A few seconds later, every phone in the lobby chimed with a Twitter notification. You should check that. Peter says as one of them reluctantly takes out his phone and sees the tweet. Spider-Man. Visiting the CIA today pistol. Selfie here. The whole group of security guards shuffled around to look at the man's phone before someone finally took control. Lower your weapons now. An older man in a nice suit came running into the lobby with his phone in hand, breathing heavily to catch his breath. Why yes, sir. The guards quickly do as they were told and back up out of Peter's way. I apologize for the rude welcome, Spider-Man. The man in the suit says respectfully as he reaches out to shake Peter's hand. I'm John Brennan, director of the CIA. Spidey, nice to meet you. Peter gives his hand a quick shake. How can I help you? John asks curiously. Does this have anything to do with Colonel Schoonover's arrest? How do you know about that? Jessica asks in surprise. This is the CIA. It's our job to know. He answers smoothly. Can you take us to William Rollins? Peter asks. Sure, but why? The director asks curiously. Because we believe him to be Colonel Schoonover's accomplice. Peter replies easily. I can explain more when Rollins is in custody. Okay, let's dash. John tries to speak but. Director. One of the security guards calls out. Mr. Rollins left the building 20 minutes ago. Before anyone could reply to the man, Jarvis' voice echoed from Peter's phone. Sir, William Rollins has just purchased a one-way ticket on a flight to Qatar. He says loud enough for everyone to hear. He must have heard about Schoonover and ran. Frank utters as he kicks open one of the doors and angrily storms out of the building. As Peter's group was just about to follow Frank and rush out of the building, ready to chase down their prey, the director stopped them. Wait, he won't be at the airport. Question mark. Peter looked at him questioningly. Why do you say so? We're the CIA. If any of us want to disappear, we don't just buy a plane ticket. That ticket is nothing but bait to distract you while he slips away in some other way. Peter remained silent as he couldn't refute the man's logic. Jarvis, search through all train stations, private airports, car rentals, docks, and anything else you can think of. On it, sir. Jarvis replies. Is that Mr. Stark's artificial intelligence? The director asks with a hint of jealousy in his voice. I could use one of those. What are we waiting for? Frank comes running back with a ***-off look on his face. Sir, someone matching Rollins' description just boarded a train only 11 miles from your current location. Jarvis says before Frank could start ranting. All right, let's go check it out. Peter nods as he turns to the director. Want to tag along? He's your employee after all. Sure. As an outdated passenger train chugged along down the tracks, showcasing the beautiful greenery of the Virginia woodland, a bald man in a black suit stared out of the window with a hard glare. The cart he sat in was half filled with other passengers, mainly families with children, who either cried or screamed the whole time. I hate kids. Rollins mutters in annoyance. Like karma for his words, a wet lollipop flies across the train and smacks him in his bald head, sticking in place on his skin. Sigh. Breathing heavily to hold his growing temper at bay, Rollins took the candy from his head and tossed it out of the window. Mommy. A random child yelled with tears in his eyes. That man threw my candy out the window. Rollins simply did his best to ignore his surroundings. He couldn't help but wonder where he went wrong, though the answer was fairly easy to decipher. We should have known better than to act rashly in New York City. Just as he thought of this, the whole train cart went deathly quiet, which was impossible with the number of children on board, ? Rollins turned to the side and saw everyone looking at him in shock. Knock knock. Hearing a sound from the window, Rollins turns face to face with a familiar man in a red and blue suit. Mommy, it's Spider-Man. One child yelled as the rest of them started to shriek. Hello. Peter waves to Rollins, who slumped down in his seat, defeated. A/N, 1782 words. Gemstone, I see stones in my dreams, gemstone. Fire filled with fire and screams fire. New moon with face they call to me in my sleep, full moon with face. Shushing face I can't speak, not a peep zipper mouth face. Ant fire ants in my brain. Speaking head in silhouette yelling voices make it plain unamused face. Police car light life isn't as it seems, police car light. Gemstone stones reign supreme, gemstone. Chapter 211, C211 Deadly Recruitment. Days after Agent Orange's capture. In a dark room, Rollins and Schoonover were strapped to metal chairs. Both of them were a bit beaten up, but no amount of bruises and cuts could cover up the tired look of defeat on their faces. Outside of the room, Frank stared at Peter in disbelief. You're sure it's okay? Frank asks as he tightens his grip on the pistol in his hand. Yeah, as long as you agree to join the Avengers. Peter shrugs without much care. All right. Frank nods as he cocks his pistol back and storms into the interrogation room. Frank! Schoonover exclaims in surprise as he noticed the gun. Wait, don't dash. Bang. Without a shred of remorse or hesitation, Frank put a single bullet in the colonel's forehead, killing him instantly. Heavy breathing. Seeing this unfold, Rollins knew he was next and started hyperventilating. Please don't. Rollins begs as his breathing fastens. I'm sorry, dash. Bang. Once again, Frank executed Rollins in the same fashion as his accomplice, drilling a bullet into his skull. Holstering his pistol, Frank sighed as he finally completed his vengeance. You know how movies like to tell us that getting revenge isn't worth it in the end? Frank asks rhetorically as he walks out of the room. Well, they're full of CR*P. Walking past Peter, Frank made his way toward the elevators, ready to spend some quality time with his family. Jarvis, erase the security footage. Peter orders as he waves his hand, opening a large portal underneath the two dead bodies. Yes, sir. Jarvis says dutifully as the two were swallowed by the golden portal and shipped off to the sun. Laying in his bed, Peter hugged MJ close to his chest as they watched a movie on the flat-screen TV. Hey, do you want to meet Thor? Peter asked as the movie ended. Ever since Loki was found, Peter planned to head over to Asgard, so that he could inform his family, though there was another reason for his visit as well. He needs to visit the dwarves of Nidavellir, as the Infinity Stones need some sort of conduit. The dwarves would be one of the very few in the whole universe with the means to craft something like the Infinity Gauntlet for him. Especially with the Reality Stone's appearance, which should happen in a few months' time. Although Peter has already found the coordinates for Nidavellir, having the King of Asgard's recommendation would most likely speed things along. In Asgard? She asks hopefully. Ever since Peter told her about the home of the Asgardians, MJ has always wanted to go and see the sights. Yeah, I'm leaving tomorrow morning though, so you'll have to ditch school. Peter says, knowing she would gladly do so. I can't wait. The next morning, Peter woke up to MJ running crazily around the room, getting ready to vacation in an alien civilization. She even packed a suitcase, as if he couldn't just portal her to her closet at any moment. You're finally awake. MJ exclaimed excitedly. After being rushed by his overly excited girlfriend, the two suited up and portaled straight into the throne room of Asgard's royal palace. Your Majesty, I see no reason why we haven't reclaimed the 9 realms already. A young ambitious-looking warrior kneeled in front of Thor, as he sat on his father's old throne with his mother standing beside him, like a royal advisor. Balder Freyson, we've spoken on this many times already. Frigga speaks up for her son. Many of the realms are peaceful and the outlook of Asgard is no longer focused on war. It hasn't been that way for a very long time. With all due respect, Queen Mother, I was speaking to the king. Balder says with a small trace of disrespect toward Frigga. Turning his eyes back to Thor, who didn't look happy about his mother's treatment, Balder spoke further. The realms have no respect or fear for their rulers any longer. Although they are our realms in name, each one has a ruler who governs as if they were king. There is only one king and he is of Asgard. Balder's voice gets heated as he passionately spoke his mind. Balder, I understand your position very well. Thor finally speaks. You're the third son in your family, so you won't inherit much, but you are a powerful soldier. A war would give you the opportunity to rise in the ranks and make a name for yourself outside of your family. Balder flinched as he heard Thor speak all of his insecurities and motivations. I know this because I used to think in the same way. Thor says as he frowned at his past actions. I thought that I could never live up to my father, both as a king and a warrior, but war brings nothing but pain and death to all sides. Then what am I supposed to do? Balder grinds his teeth and clenches his fists. Might I suggest something? Peter says as he walks up, making his presence known. Instantly, he and MJ, who was captivated by the architecture of the palace, were surrounded by spear-wielding Einar-Jar guards. MJ hummed as she poked the tip of a spear with her finger. Are you sure we're supposed to be here? My friend. Thor shot out of his seat and rushed over to Peter, pushing past his own guards. Yo. Peter waves as Thor picks him up in a powerful hug. What a wonderful surprise. Thor says as he drops Peter and looks toward MJ. Who might this be? This is my wife, Silk. Peter says with a smirk under his mask. No, we're MJ tries to clarify but. The spider has a wife. Thor shouts in shock. Yes, we've been married for 20 years. Peter says as MJ elbows him in the ribs. You said you had a suggestion. Frigga asks as Balder stood there, annoyed that his audience with the king has been sidetracked. Yes. Peter says as he looks toward Balder. If you want to make use of your power as a warrior, then leave Asgard and make a name for yourself somewhere else. The universe is full of conflict and opportunities. But I've sworn my loyalty to the king. He says uncertainly. You can be loyal to Thor without being in Asgard. Peter says with a shrug. Haha. Thor laughs boisterously as he pats Peter on the shoulder. Good idea, Spider. Looking at Balder, Thor's demeanor shifted to that of a proud king. Balder Freyson, I hereby order you to travel the universe and make a name for yourself. Fight for good and deliver justice to the wicked in my name. Thor decrees. Balder stood rooted to the floor in shock. Be sure to visit your family before leaving. Frigga says with a stern look. I don't want to hear General Fry complain about us sending his son off without saying goodbye. Why yes, your majesty. Balder stutters as he bows and paces out of the room, growing more excited by the second. Thank you, my friend. Thor says as the door shut behind Balder. Maybe you should help me with Amora as well. She's been another thorn in my side lately. I'm not here to solve your woman problems. Peter says as he walks past Thor. Hello, Frigga. Has Odin's condition improved? Yes, Odin's sleep has done wonders without any interruptions. Frigga nods. Speaking of interruptions. Peter says as he takes out his phone and opens his photos. I met Loki on Earth. Holding out his phone, Peter showed a photo of Loki eating a slice of pizza on the busy streets of New York City. Exclamation point. Frigga rushed down the stairs from the throne to get a good look. He looks so different. Haha. Thor laughed as he took a look as well. My pompous brother looks like a human. Yeah, he took after you as well. Peter says as he swipes to a picture of Loki and Jessica standing together. Is that his beloved? Frigga asks curiously. Not yet. Peter says as he swipes through a few more pictures. I see. Frigga nodded as she knew her son well. Yes, Loki has always been a bit of a coward when it came to women. Thor speaks the words that his mother held back. He once had a crush on Lady Sif for years, but never told her or anyone for that matter. He told me. Frigga says as she sends a reprimanding glare to her eldest son. Now stop airing your brother's private business. Well, at least we know Loki is doing well. Thor says as he looks away from his mother's glare. Yes, in fact, he's a sort of honorary member of the Avengers at the moment. Peter says, shocking the godlike mother and son. After answering a bunch of questions about Loki, Thor asked something unrelated to his brother. Are you only here to tell us about Loki or will you be staying? He asks, hoping to spend some time with his spidery friend. Actually. A/N, 1524 words, smiley face. Police car light and so I cry loudly crying face sometimes when I'm lying in bed person in bed. Just to get it all out what's in my head exploding head and I'm feeling a little peculiar police car light. Police car light and so I wake flushed face in the morning and I step outside tree and I take a deep breath and get real high leafy green and I scream from the top of my lungs speaking head in silhouette where are my gemstone stones? Police car light. Police car light and I say hey, yeah, yay. Hey, yay I said hey, where are my gemstone stones? Police car light. Backhand index pointing down don't forget my stone, backhand index pointing down. Chapter 212, C212 Nidavellir. Actually, I came to ask for a favor, though we will be staying to enjoy some sightseeing in Asgard. Peter says as he points over to MJ's suitcase. Silk has been excited for me to bring her here for a while. Spectacular. Thor's voice booms as he happily raised his arms. I will personally show you all that my home has to offer. You said something about a favor. Frigga speaks up from the side. Yes, whatever it is, it shall be done. Thor nods as his mother looks toward him disapprovingly. Thor, how many times do I have to tell you that your words as the king of Asgard mean far more than you can imagine? Do not agree to anything before you fully understand what's going on. Frigga says seriously. Although she didn't think Peter would take advantage of Thor, others with a more nefarious mindset would jump at the opportunity to swindle Asgard out of its countless treasures and powerful artifacts. Well, now that I know it can be anything. Peter says jokingly as he starts listing off impossible demands. Oh, and I'll take Mjolnir back. As he says this, Peter moves quickly and grabs the hammer off of Thor's belt, lifting it with ease. Huh, I guess she still likes me. Peter says and twirls Mjolnir between his fingers as lighting crackles all around his body. Mjolnir isn't a she. Thor says as he holds his hand out and called his trusty hammer back, ripping Mjolnir from Peter's grasp. Now, what do you actually need? You're so mean. Peter playfully whines like a child. I was finally reunited with Mjolnir and you snatch her away so suddenly. Sigh. Thor heaves a calming breath before throwing his hammer back to Peter, who caught it without trouble. Thor. Frigga looked for her son in disapproval. What? He's not going to steal it. Thor says as he looks toward Peter, who was covered in lightning again. Now, what's this favor you need? I need a referral letter or something so that the dwarves in Nidavellir will craft me a weapon. Peter says as he plays around with Mjolnir. Although I don't regret giving you your hammer back, as it never belonged to me in the first place, I've found that I want a weapon of my own now. Of course, Peter was lying out of his A*S, as he didn't want anyone to know about the Infinity Stones or his plan to wield them in the future. Even his plan for the dwarves will hopefully keep them in the dark as well, though that will be put to the test when they see the blueprints. That's it. Thor says as if it wasn't a big deal to commission a weapon from Nidavellir. Even his mother didn't seem fazed by Peter's request. I'll have something written up by the time your welcome feast begins. Thor says grandly. Welcome feast? MJ asked. Yeah, you'll find that Asgardians, like many humans in our world, love drinking, partying, and fighting. Peter says with a shrug as he tosses Mjolnir back to Thor, who was nodding along to his friend's assessment of his people. I take offense to that. Frigga says, knowing that this wasn't completely true. Yes, the warriors of Asgard like fighting and drinking, but the rest of our population are a different story. What percentage of Asgardians are warriors? Peter asks. 70%, Frigga answers reluctantly. If the majority of your population loves drinking and fighting, then I think that is enough to represent them as a whole. Peter says with a shrug. It's not necessarily a bad thing though. Frigga didn't look pleased, though she knew that Peter was correct. She only wished Asgard was a bit more refined. Partying and drinking was one thing, but the amount of duels between warriors, which the royal family has to sometimes oversee, depending on the status of the participants, is a lot. After speaking for a while longer, Peter and MJ were whisked off by Thor, who showed them around until the feast was prepared. MJ was awestruck for most of the tour, which was cute since she wasn't easily impressed by things like architecture. When the time came for the feast, Peter and MJ arrived early to find the throne room filled with long tables, chairs, and decorations. Servants ran here and there, like chickens with their heads cut off, working as fast as they could to lay out food and ale for the coming swarm of high-standing Asgardians, who would arrive within the hour. Looking up at the table placed in front of the throne, Peter found a very familiar woman seated next to Thor. Dr. Foster, it's good to see you again. Peter says as he and MJ could see the two of them talking intimately with one another. Are they together already? Since Asgard never lost its Bifrost, thanks to Peter's interference in Loki's schemes, Thor wasn't trapped in Asgard and separated from Jane, like their movie counterparts were. My friend. Thor bellows as he stood from his throne. Come and join us. As the room began to fill, Peter talked with Jane, wondering if she was looking into the convergence yet. The convergence is a cosmic event that occurs every 5,000 years when all 9 realms are placed into alignment. This alignment causes the dimensional boundaries between each realm to become thin, resulting in various physical and hyperdimensional anomalies occurring at random. These phenomena include shifts in gravity, spatial extrusions, and the fabric of reality potentially tearing apart. During a convergence in 2988 BC, Malekith, the king of the Dark Elves, sought to take advantage of the weakened boundaries between the realms to use a powerful weapon known as the Ether to revert the universe to the primordial state of darkness in which his race had once thrived. These attempts were thwarted by the Asgardians under the command of their king, Bor, Thor's grandfather. Following their crushing defeat, Malekith and the surviving Dark Elves retreated, entering a prolonged hibernation until the time of the next convergence in 2013. It's already 2013. Peter thought as he probed for information. Other than visiting your alien boyfriend, what have you been up to? Still studying wormholes. Hearing Peter call them out without any care or shame, Jane blushed a bit while Thor simply laughed and reached an arm around her waist. Well, I was working for S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while, but that didn't exactly work out. As for my recent work, that's a bit complicated. Jane answers, unwilling to divulge her secrets. Are you still traveling and chasing anomalies? Peter asks an important question. In the movie, Jane and her crew moved to London before the convergence took place. No, Selvig has been having a hard time lately, so I moved to London to look after him. Jane answers sadly. I'm sorry to hear that. Peter says sympathetically. Didn't he go insane in the movies or something? After enjoying the party for a while, Peter and MJ were ready to call it a night. As they made their way through the crowded hall, Thor ran up to Peter, smelling of alcohol and cooked meat. My friend. He says with a bit of a slur as he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a letter, which was sealed shut in red wax, depicting the crest of the Asgardian royal family. Bring this to King Eitri and he will make whatever you wish. Thank you, Thor. Peter says as he carefully takes the letter and throws it into a portal for safekeeping. If you need help with anything, just let me know and I'll be there. Haha. Of course. Thor says as he lifts a nearby barrel over his head and starts drinking from it. That night, while MJ slept and Thor partied in the throne room, Peter opened up a portal to the home of the dwarves, Nidavellir. Nidavellir is a neutron star, which is orbited by a multi-ringed megastructure that serves as the homeworld of the dwarves. Peter appeared in the lobby of a huge forge, filled with all sorts of dwarves, who all seemed to be working on their own projects. Some were hammering away at hot pieces of metal, while others were pouring giant vats of molten liquid into molds. For dwarves, they all looked to be of normal height with beefy bodies, except for one of them who appeared to be a giant version of Peter Dinklage from Game of Thrones. Insert picture of King Eitri here. Intruder. One of the dwarves called out as they all turned in Peter's direction. Yo. A/N, 1448 words, smiley face. I'm too lazy today. Just give stones please. Chapter 213, C213 Dealing with Dwarves. As all of the dwarves turned their heads to see Peter and the golden portal closing behind him. Each of them took hold of their hammers or other nearby tools, ready to fight at any moment. What do you want? King Eitri's voice boomed as he stomped over, surrounded by an army of glaring dwarves at his back. I have a letter from Thor Odinson. Peter says as a small portal opens and the letter falls into his waiting hand. Give it here. Eitri holds out his hand expectantly. Walking up to him with the letter in hand, the smaller dwarves protectively stepped in front of their king and held up their weapons. I'll take it. An older dwarf stepped out of the crowd and held out his hand. Without making any comments, as Peter needed to make a good impression, he handed the letter to the elderly men and took a step back. Everyone shuffled out of the way as the elderly dwarf hobbled toward the king and handed off the letter. Pinching the small piece of paper with his giant fingers, King Eitri examined the seal before turning to Peter with a curious gaze. You are not Asgardian? Eitri says questioningly. No, I'm a friend of Thor's from Midgard. Peter answers with a shake of his head. I see. Eitri mutters as he breaks the seal and unfolds the letter. Ha 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 ha. After reading the letter for just a second, the king burst out into uncontrollable laughter. Question mark. Peter and even the surrounding dwarves stared at Eitri in confusion. Do you know what this says? King Eitri asks as his laughter subsides. No idea. Peter shrugs unknowingly. Have a look. He says and tossed the letter back to Peter, who caught it with ease. Dear King Eitri. Give my friend whatever he wants. P.S. If you don't he'll kick your A*S. Thor Odinson, King of Asgard and the Nine Realms. Peter didn't believe his eyes as he reread the letter for a second and third time. Sigh, if it makes you feel better, I believe Thor may have written this at my welcome feast, so he was most likely drunk. He takes after his father, I see. Eitri says with a small laugh. I've only met Odin once and I can say for sure that I wouldn't make the same comparison. Peter comments in confusion. Well, Odin wasn't always the wise king. He was once a drunken buffoon too. Eitri laughs as he remembers times long forgotten. It's hard to picture a Thor like Odin, but let's just hope that Thor can go through a similar transformation as well. Peter says with a shrug. So, what do you want? Eitri asks as the dwarves start to slowly let their guard down. I have a few blueprints that I need forged. Peter says as another portal opens beside him. Reaching inside, Peter pulled out 6 large rolled-up blueprints. Each of them had different and confusing drawings in them, though everything was labeled with measurements and materials down to the smallest detail. This time, since the dwarves were a bit more relaxed, Peter walked up and handed over the blueprints himself. Eitri hummed as he skimmed over each blueprint one by one. What is this? Components to a few different projects that I've been working on. Peter says with a shrug. I don't have the skill or the means to make these parts myself, so here I am. I don't know. The king muttered as he usually didn't like making things without full knowledge of the final product. If the referral from Thor isn't enough, I can pay for your service in some way. Peter says enticingly. What do you have in mind? The king asks, though he wasn't very convinced. If you look at the blueprints, you'll see a material named vibranium listed on every one. Peter says as Eitri looks them over, finding that exact material. If you personally accept and craft my order, I'll supply you with double the amount of vibranium mentioned on the blueprints. What is this material? Eitri asks as he has never heard of anything by that name. Vibranium is a supermetal. Peter says as he explains all that he knew. In a pure mass, vibranium forms a solid metal that is stronger than steel, but only a third of the weight, as well as being completely vibration absorbent. This makes it nearly indestructible, as any attempt to physically damage the material will be negated on a molecular level, as mechanical/kinetic energy will be absorbed instead of breaking any bonds in its molecular structure. In general, this means that vibranium can absorb a wide variety of physical impacts, without taking any damage or weakening. Vibranium also deflects kinetic energy. Captain America's shield, for example, was able to deflect high-caliber bullets, Iron Man's repulsor beams, and even an impact from Mjolnir itself. Though, vibranium isn't just a metal, as the Wakandans sew it into their clothes and use it to power their city, technology, and weapons. The longer Peter talked, the more each dwarf, including King Eitri himself, stared in his direction with hungry eyes and watering mouths. Basically, vibranium is a very useful and powerful metal. Peter finished his explanation. The room stayed silent for a moment before every dwarf in the forge started yelling, offering up anything they could for just a small chunk of vibranium. Ahem. King Eitri loudly cleared his throat, signaling his underlings to shut their mouths, which they did. Do you have this metal with you? No, I have to get it, but it won't take me long. Peter says with confidence. All right, bring the metal and you have a deal. The king says as he stashes the blueprints into his pocket. I'll complete the order myself as well. Sound good to me. Peter nods as he opens a portal behind himself. I'll be back when I have the vibranium. Stepping through the portal, Peter returned to his bedroom in Asgard, where he sighed in relief and flopped down next to MJ on the bed. That went as well as I could have hoped. Peter thought as the worry he felt slowly faded away. The reason for his worry was the blueprints, which took him a long time to make, mainly for two reasons. Firstly, the blueprints are pieces to a very complicated puzzle, which Peter spent countless days tweaking in order to make them as confusing and nonsensical as possible. Though he did this for a very important reason. When all 6 blueprints are put together with a bit of magical and technological assistance, they will create the perfect conduit, which can be used to wield the Infinity Stones. Well, Peter hoped it could be used to wield the stones. He would only know for sure after testing out the finished product. Without knowledge in the mystic arts, Eitri shouldn't be able to figure out the true function of the things he's making. Peter thought reassuringly. Once the conduit is completed, Peter can use it to create the thing he'll use to wield the Infinity Stones. I wonder what I should make. Peter thought to himself as he cuddled next to MJ. A gauntlet, like Thanos, would be cool, but maybe I should make something a bit more original, like a necklace or... A/N, give me ideas because I'm actually not sure what to give him. While thinking of possible ideas, Peter thought of the hidden and advanced city of Wakanda and his needed acquisition of their most precious metal. Should I just rob them or ask nicely? Peter asked himself as he stared up at the ceiling. Taking a few pounds of vibranium while under invisibility will most likely go unnoticed, as Wakanda has a literal mountain's worth of the stuff. On the other hand, asking nicely opens Peter up to the possibility of hearing the word no. Suddenly, as he was thinking this, Peter remembered another person who stole from Wakanda as well. Doesn't Ulysses Klaue have a lot of vibranium? Peter thought as he remembered the black market arms dealer who stole from Wakanda in the 90s. A smile formed on Peter's lips as he came to an easy conclusion. Either steal from a peaceful nation or a wanted criminal. The answer was simple. Where is Klaue? A/N, 1,400 words, smiley face. Police car light John Cena appears before you and shouts ice cream, bing chilling, ice cream his mere words summon lightning from the heavens, which strikes down upon you, police car light. Police car light ice cream, bing chilling, ice cream once again lightning strikes you, restarting your heart police car light. Police car light whilst feeling nothing but excruciating pain all over your body, John Cena holds out his hand expectantly gemstone stones, police car light. Chapter 214, C214 Wakanda. After spending a few days on Asgard, treating their whole trip like an actual vacation, Peter and MJ said their goodbyes to Thor and Frigga before heading back home to Earth. Visit anytime, my friend. Thor says with a wave as Peter and MJ step into a portal. You too. Peter says as he turns back, looking at Thor through the portal. After all, Loki can't be the only Asgardian Avenger. Hearing Peter's invitation, a look of surprise appeared on Thor's face, though that soon morphed into a smirk as the portal closed. An Avenger, huh? Thor thought with interest. That was amazing. MJ comments with a happy sigh as she flopped down onto Peter's bed. I'm glad you had fun. Peter says with a smirk as he lays down next to her and their hero suits disappear. After spending some alone time with his girlfriend, as they didn't have the luxury of such intimate times on Asgard, Peter suited up again and went to the tower. Jarvis. Peter called as he entered his office. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers back instantly. I need you to find me a man named Ulysses Clow. Peter explained as he took a seat. He's a wanted arms dealer from South Africa, who should have a large quantity of metal in his possession, so look into any boats, planes, warehouses, homes, or anything similar. I'm not sure if he travels with the metal or not, so you'll have to figure that out for me. I'll start searching now, sir. Jarvis agrees easily. Thanks, but there's one more thing. Peter says as he plugs a USB into his computer. Instantly, a loading bar appeared and began to fill as another window popped up, showing a map of London with a red blip on it, labeled Jane Foster. After knowing that Jane was already living in London, Peter planted a tracker on her phone. Thanks to his knowledge and skill in the mystic arts, even Tony wouldn't be able to find the tracker. I also need you to surveil Dr. Jane Foster. Peter says as he leaned back in his chair. Give me daily updates on her activities and immediately inform me should any odd occurrence start happening in her surroundings. Yes, sir. 2 weeks passed and Jarvis carried out Peter's orders perfectly, though he still hasn't found Clow. While waiting for information on his target, Peter started a new division in the Avengers, which would put Matt's law firm to work. Flashback. What are you doing? Peter asks as he saw Jessica in one of the conference rooms of the tower. She sat there in front of a laptop, surrounded by boxes full of files, like a lawyer preparing for the case of her life. I'm looking into Kilgrave's victims. Jessica says as she leans back in her chair, stretching her stiff arms. He ruined a lot of people's lives, so I'm trying to build a list so that I can help them. As she says this, Jessica turns the laptop toward Peter, showing him a news article about a woman who chopped off her husband's family jewels. You think Kilgrave made her do it? Peter asks as he felt nothing but pity for the husband. I know he did. She says and clicks on a video, showing a brief sighting of Kilgrave and the same woman inside a nightclub. And now she's in an insane asylum. Okay, I see your point. Peter says as he took a seat and contemplated a fix for this. Obviously, she can't do this on her own. Exclamation point. Instantly, Peter thought of a good idea. How about I start a new division in the Avengers called the Victims Relief Division? Hearing Peter's words, Jessica looked up at him in interest. We'll start off small. You, Matt, and his partner Foggy will research any captured criminals that the Avengers dealt with, compile a list of victims, and a description of what happened to them. Peter explains his thoughts. Once someone is added to the list, the Avengers will act to help them, either monetarily or otherwise. You can get her out of the asylum? Jessica asks doubtfully as she motions toward the woman on the screen. There's a lot that I can do, though it would depend on how sound her mind is. Peter answers thoughtfully. As long as she isn't a danger to herself and others, then clearing her name and setting her free is doable. We just have to be 100% sure that these are victims before acting. Flashback end. For the past week, Nelson and Murdoch have finally been put to work alongside Detective Jones, who took a leading role in the group. Already, they've identified a list of 3 victims of Kilgrave with proof of their innocence. With a few tweets, meetings with high-level government officials, and generous donations to the Democratic Party, Peter was able to get these people the help that they needed. I wonder why I never thought of this before. Peter thought as he reviewed a file about the woman who cut off her husband's. Thanks to Jessica's work, she was now being evaluated for a possible discharge from the asylum. As long as she passes the test, she will be allowed out, though regular checkups will always be needed. After all, the human brain is a fragile thing, and she has been through a lot. As Peter woke up alone in his bed, as MJ stayed at her house last night, his phone instantly went off. Sir, I've found Ulysses Clow. Jarvis says, waking Peter up faster than a cup of coffee. Huh. Peter grunted as he snatched his phone off of the bedside table. Say that again. I found Ulysses Clow. Jarvis repeats himself. Where is he? Peter asks as he hops out of bed and rushes to get ready. Clow is currently on his way to Saudi Arabia, where he plans to meet oil prince Mohammed bin Nayef for some sort of transaction. Jarvis explains as Peter brushed his teeth. Is he traveling with a lot of cargo? Peter asks hopefully. Yes, not only a plane full of cargo, but a boat that I've linked to him is also moving toward the same destination. Jarvis informs. Good job, Jarvis. Peter says as he turns on the shower. Send everything I need to know to my phone. Yes, sir. Once Peter finished his morning routine, he donned his spider suit and opened a portal. I hope this goes well. Peter thought as he stepped through the portal and appeared in a beautiful throne room, which looked to be constructed by extremely advanced technology. Though the ornate tribal chairs, which sat on a carpet in the center of the room, didn't look advanced at all. Peering out of the large windows at the back of the room, Peter admired the extremely advanced city. Insert picture of Wakanda's throne room here. If I didn't see Asgard, this would be a shocking experience. Peter thought as an alarm starts to sound. Did they detect me already? Without caring for the alarms and the marching footsteps coming his way, Peter strolled over to the giant window at the back of the room and enjoyed the view. Soon enough, the doors swung open and rows of bald African women rushed into the room with spears in hand. Rushing up to Peter, who didn't even turn around, the Dora Milaje surrounded him, holding their spears to his back. I never thought that such a celebrity would visit my small country. An aged voice with an African accent says. Well, I wouldn't call all of this small. Peter replies as he turns to see the spears around him. Are all of these made from vibranium? How could we use such a finite resource so wastefully? The voice says again as the crowd of dutiful female warriors parted, revealing King Chaka in an ornate robe. Insert picture of Chaka here. Well, we both know vibranium isn't exactly finite, is it? Peter says as he leans against the window. It's nice to meet you, King Chaka. You as well, Spider-Man. The king says as he motions for the Dora Milaje to ease off. My daughter is a huge fan. I wouldn't mind saying hello once we've finished our business. Peter says as the warrior women removed their spears from his vicinity, though they stayed close to their king. After all, Chaka isn't the Black Panther anymore. He needs the extra protection. Father. A familiar voice yells as the current Black Panther storms in, ready to fight. I heard there's an intruder. Insert picture of Chala here. Chala stopped in his tracks as he saw who the invader was. Spider-Man. He asks himself in confusion. Hello. Peter says with a wave as he turned back to Chala's father. Is there a place where we can talk in private? As Peter asked this, he could see the disapproving looks of everyone, including Chala. The current Black Panther is welcome to join us, of course. Peter motions to Chala before they could refuse. How do you know that? Chala felt like he was dreaming right now. I've known about you guys for a while. Peter says with a shrug. I just didn't have a reason to visit until now. A/N, 1558 words, smiley face. Police car light let it go Snowflake can't hold it back anymore Snowflake let it go Snowflake turn away and slam the door Snowflake I don't care what you're going to say Snowflake let the gemstone rage on Snowflake the rocks never bother me anyway Police car light. Chapter 215, C215 Stubborn Isolationism. Soon enough, the throne room was cleared out, leaving only Chala, Chaka, and Peter behind. The Dora Milaje were reluctant to leave, but they couldn't disobey Chaka. Knowing that Chala would be there, as he is the current Black Panther, certainly eased the warrior women's minds though. As the doors were shut tightly, Chaka took a seat on his throne with his son by his side. Now, what can Wakanda do for you? Chaka asks curiously, though he was unsure about how to deal with such a high-level outsider knowing all about their secrets. And how do you know about us? Chala asks suspiciously. How I know about you doesn't matter. Peter stood in front of Chaka's throne, as he didn't know if using the surrounding seats would be seen as disrespectful or not. Taking out his phone, Peter holds it face up and taps a button. Instantly, a foot-long hologram of Ulysses Klaue appeared. And it's not about what Wakanda can do for me, but what I can do for it. Peter says as Chaka frowned at the image of his most slippery enemy. Ulysses Klaue stole from us and triggered a bomb at our border to escape. Many lives were lost. Chaka says as he looks at Peter in interest. You know where he is? Yes, and I'll deliver him to you, for a price. Peter says as the hologram disappears. I see, you're just like everyone else. Chala says as he realized why Spider-Man was really here. You want our sacred metal? Yes. Peter answers with an uncaring shrug. Though, I'll settle for the vibranium in Klaue's possession as my payment. Why even come to us? Chaka asks as he motions for his son to calm down. You could have simply robbed Ulysses and had exactly what you wanted. 2 reasons actually. Peter says as he holds 2 fingers up. First, the vibranium in Klaue's possession doesn't belong to him, so I would still be in possession of stolen goods. Second, I want to have a good relationship with Wakanda. Feeling odd about standing while everyone else was seated, Peter sat back onto open air, as chair manifested out of nowhere, catching him before he could hit the floor. In fact, I'd like to offer you a position on the Avengers Council. Peter offers King Chaka as he watches the current and future kings of Wakanda stare at his chair in shock. Did he just? Chala asks in shock. Calming himself, Chaka ignores Peter's act of magic. As you seem to know already, I'm not the Black Panther anymore. I don't believe that I'm qualified to join the Avengers. Being on the council isn't about having superpowers. Peter shakes his head as he motions to Chala. Although your son would make a good Avenger, I wouldn't offer him a position on the council. Chala didn't seem to like hearing that, though he kept his mouth shut. It's about experience, leadership, and ability. Peter says as he leans back in his seat. Your son may fit the position in a few years or more, but until that day comes, Wakanda could use some representation on the council. Why would we need that? Chaka asks curiously. Wakanda is an isolated country. We stay out of the world's business and they stay out of ours. True, but the world is expanding. Peter says, confusing the two Wakandans. Do you know how many metahumans have been surfacing lately? Question mark. Neither father nor son answered, as they stayed out of the business of the outer world. Of course, they knew about metahumans and their array of possible powers, but they haven't been looking into it much past that. In the USA alone, about 47 children manifested their X gene last year, and the number is only growing. It was at 36 in the year before that. Peter explains. Not to mention the aliens that tried to invade our planet. What does that have to do with us? Chaka asks, unconvinced. That is the problem right there. Peter says as he points to the king. It may not be your problem now, but that doesn't mean you can hide in your little barrier forever. Is that a threat? Chala asks as his face hardens. No, it's an inevitable truth. Peter says with a sigh. Sooner or later, either the problems of the outside world will spill over to you, or your own problems will spill over to the outside world. Especially with the new changes that the outside world is currently going through. I see your point, but I'm afraid that the decision isn't up to me. Chaka says as he motions toward the multiple seats around them, representing the many tribes that make up Wakanda. The tribal council would have to vote and they've always favored isolationism over anything else. Even I think similarly. Yes, but I'm not asking you to reveal yourselves to the world. Peter says as he leans forward and looks Chaka in the eyes. I'm offering you a place on our council so that the future reveal of Wakanda, which I know is inevitable, can have the support and backing of the world's most powerful organization. Do you not factor Wakanda into that statement? Chala asks, as he thought his home had no equal. I hope you understand that this isn't a threat, because it's not. Peter says as he looks at Chala and his father seriously. But I would only have to send out one of our council members to deal with your entire country, should the need ever arise. Though I doubt it will. Eric would have a field day in Wakanda, especially after he found out how useful the literal mountain's worth of vibranium is. A vibranium-armed Magneto would be a hard enemy to beat. Peter thought as he watched the king and his son react to his words. Chala looked like he was about to leap from his seat and attack Peter at any moment, while his father seemed to take in this information with a much calmer demeanor. Whether that is true or not, Chaka speaks, but he was instantly interrupted by a commotion outside. Princess, no. A woman yelled as the doors to the throne room flew open and a 12-year-old girl rushed inside with an excited smile. Insert picture of Shuri here. Behind her stood a couple members of the Dora Milaje, who tried to stop her from getting in. It's really Spider-Man. She shrieked and ran over as fast as she could. I'm Shuri, and I'm your biggest fan. I watched every video and follow all of your accounts. Do you want to see my Spider-Man collectibles? I made a lot of them myself. As if a switch was flipped, the tension that once filled the throne room disappeared, like it was never there in the first place. You weren't kidding when you said your daughter was a fan, huh? Peter comments as he peeks past the little girl toward her father. She was one of your first 100 subscribers on YouTube, Chaka explains as Shuri nods enthusiastically. I see. Peter says as he turns back to Shuri. Why don't you get the collectibles ready and I'll check them out when I come back later tonight. You're leaving already? Shuri whined disappointingly. Yes, I have to go and catch a criminal for your father, but it won't take long. Peter says as he pats the cute girl on the head. Maybe I can introduce Shuri to Lily. She could use a friend to play with, though it would have to wait until Lily is more stable. Fine. King Chaka says out of nowhere. I accept your deal. Bring Clow to me alive and you may keep what he stole. As for your other offer, I need time to think before giving an answer. All right, I'll be back in a few hours at most. Peter says as he waves to Shuri and opens a portal, leaving the nearby Wakandan shocked as he left. Daddy, what was that? Shuri exclaimed as the portal snapped shut and the chair Peter conjured earlier disappeared as well. I don't know. As Peter returned to the tower, Jarvis immediately updated him on the situation. Sir, Ulysses Clow has landed in Saudi Arabia. A military convoy just picked him up and they're taking him to meet the prince. Jarvis says. All right, let's go and get my vibranium. A/N, 1418 words, smiley face. A/N, insert Shrek meme below. Police car light. Somebody once told me gemstone the stones are gonna roll me gemstone. I ain't the sharpest stone in the shed gemstone. She was looking kind of dumb gemstone with her finger and her thumb gemstone in the shape of an L on her forehead. Police car light. Chapter 216, C216 Vibranium. Following the coordinates given by Jarvis, Peter opened a portal to the front deck of a small shipping boat. Using his senses, Peter could feel a lot of guards moving along the boat with assault rifles in hand. Meh, I don't feel like dealing with these guys. Peter thought lazily as he turned himself invisible and maneuvered through the boat. Searching the whole vessel with relative ease, Peter found a ton of illegal weaponry. Every metal shipping container on the ship was filled to the brim with assault rifles, sniper rifles, shotguns, huge machine guns, and the largest cache of explosives that Peter has ever come across. Damn. Peter thought as he used a quick spell to seal each shipping container's door, keeping them locked away so that no one can use them. At least, for the time being. After searching for about 10 minutes, Peter sealed every single container and made his way down below deck, where the security jumped up to a whole new level. Cameras, motion sensors, thick metal doors with keypads. Whatever Clow was hiding down below deck was worth far more than the millions in weaponry that he stored up above. Vibranium perhaps. Peter thought as he simply opened portals to get past the key-coded doors. As for the cameras and motion sensors, being invisible made them absolutely useless. Bypassing the heavy security as if it weren't there, Peter no longer encountered any human guards. Clow must not trust them with the vibranium. Peter thought as he arrived in a sort of makeshift bedroom. Is this where he sleeps? Ignoring all of Clow's personal belongings and furniture, Peter could see something big in the corner of the room, which was covered by a large tarp. Walking over with an excited gait in his step, Peter yanked the tarp off, revealing stacks of shiny platinum-colored bricks. Vibranium. Why do I feel the urge to laugh like a lunatic right now? Peter muttered as a smirk formed under his mask. Holding back his villainous cackling, Peter opened a portal below the glistening bricks and watched them fall inside with glee. May POV. Kiss already. May exclaimed as she watched a Korean drama on the TV in the living room. Just like all TV shows with romance, the writers somehow find a way to drag out everything, so she has been waiting multiple seasons for her favorite couple to finally kiss. They teased it happening in the latest trailer, and now the cold CEO had his poor secretary pinned up against a wall. The two stared into each other's eyes longingly as they moved forward in tandem, heatedly eyeing each other's lips. Bang! Exclamation point. May jumped from her seat as a huge load of metal bars fell through a portal and landed in the center of the living room. What the? Turning her head back to the TV, May saw the credits rolling. She missed the kiss. Peter's POV. Based on eyesight alone, Peter estimated that there is around 700 pounds of vibranium now in his possession. Clow must have sold the other 300 pounds already. Peter thought as it was mentioned in the movie that Clow stole half a ton of vibranium from Wakanda. Or he has some more stashed elsewhere. After giving the room a quick search, Peter whipped out his phone. Jarvis. Peter calls. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers dutifully. Anonymously contact any nearby military ships and inform them of the ship's location and heading. Tell them it has a ton of explosives on board, which the occupants plan on using in a terrorist attack when they reach their destination. Peter orders as he opened a portal and left the ship. Message sent, sir. Hoping that the plane, which Ulysses Clow used to fly to Saudi Arabia, would have some more vibranium, Peter portaled there next. The plane was parked in a private single-strip airport in the middle of the Arabian desert. Once again, like the shipping boat, the plane was completely surrounded by armed guards, though Peter was still invisible, so he simply walked past them and started searching the plane. Sadly, every crate inside the plane was filled with nothing but weaponry and explosives. Not a single shiny metal brick in sight. Whatever. Peter shrugged as he pulled the pin on a few grenades and portaled off into the distance to watch the fireworks. Boom. As he appeared on the roof of a nearby hangar, Peter saw the plane explode, sending the nearby guards flying from the shock wave. Before leaving, Peter waved his hand and opened portals under each downed guard, sending them to Clow's room in the boat, which would be intercepted by military forces soon enough. All right, I got what I wanted. Peter muttered as he opened a portal beside himself. Time to finish the job. Do you have the metal? A Middle Eastern man in a headdress and long white shirt asks, as many armed soldiers escort Ulysses Clow up to him. Mohammed bin Nayef, a prince with enough money to live like a god, which was all thanks to the oil deposits that blessed his family's land. Can we do this inside? Preferably with some air conditioning. Clow asks as he wipes the sweat from his brow. I don't know how you people live in this heat. We are already here. Mohammed replies uncaringly as he snaps his fingers. Instantly, a servant comes forward with a laptop and hands it over. Opening it up, the prince logs into his bank account and prepares a wire transfer for an ungodly amount of money. Show me the metal. He says as he shows the laptop screen to Clow. Hee hee, how generous of you. Ulysses laughs as he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a single brick of vibranium. Hand it over for authentication. One of the prince's men held his hand out expectantly. No can do. Clow says with a shake of his head. Send the money first. You do not make the rules. The man says, but was soon stopped by Prince Muhammad. Type your account number. The prince says as another one of his men holds the laptop for Clow. Typing in a long number, which lead to a secure overseas bank, Clow watched as the prince tapped the enter key, filling up his bank account in an instant. I'll take my vibranium now. The prince says as every soldier in the surroundings took aim at Clow. It was good doing business with you, your highness. Ulysses, Clow says with a smirk as he finally hands over the brick. Just as the prince was about to take the brick from Clow's outstretched hand, a golden portal opened below the arms dealer, causing him to fall through with the vibranium still in hand. Exclamation point. Before anyone could fully realize what happened, the portal snapped shut, leaving Prince Muhammad and his men in the desert with shocked and confused looks on their faces. Ah! Clow screamed in surprise as he fell through a golden portal and crash-landed on a sandy desert hill. Yo! Peter says with a wave as Clow climbed out of the hill while spitting sand from his mouth. Spider-Man! He utters in shock as he turned to see Spider-Man holding the prince's brick of vibranium. Yep, now please surrender peacefully, or I'll be forced to restrain you. Peter gives Ulysses a chance to do things without violence. Seeing where this was going, Clow stealthily reaches behind his back. Alright, I don't want any trouble. Knowing what was happening, Peter rolled his eyes under his mask. Why do they always choose the hard way? He sighed internally. Suddenly, Clow pulled a shiny futuristic-looking gun from behind his back and fired in Peter's direction. Instantly, a powerful sonic blast shot toward his chest. Acting quickly, Peter leaped into the air, dodging the blast as he spun forward and kicked his attacker across the side of his head, sending the man tumbling down the sandy hill. Picking up the vibranium gun, Peter looked it over in interest before tossing it through a portal for later study. Seated in the Wakandan throne room once again, Peter waited for the king to arrive. Tied up at his feet, Ulysses Clow slept peacefully with a big bruise on his head and sand all over his clothes. Only seconds later, marching footsteps were heard as the doors burst open, revealing the king with many Dora Milaje warriors at his back. Hello again, King Chaka. Peter says with a wave. The king didn't know how to reply as he froze at the sight of his most hated enemy, unconscious and bound in web in the middle of his throne room. Minus 1,460 words. Police car light. Let's play. Simon says today. Police car light. Police car light. Simon says insert your favorite meme here. Police car light. Police car light. Insert dancing crab here. Police car light. Police car light. Simon says give me all of your stones. Police car light. A/N. Anyone who put a dancing crab automatically loses and must upload a picture of themselves with a shoe on their head in the title of the next chapter. Chapter 217, C217 Shoe on Head. Okoye. Take the prisoner to his cell. King Chaka orders. Okoye, the general of the Dora Milaje, which is tasked to guard the royal family, also known as the Golden Tribe. A familiar bald woman stepped forward and motioned to Clow. Instantly, two of the Dora Milaje grab Ulysses from under his arms and drag him out of the throne room. You should have them search his body. Peter comments, stopping Okoye who was about to leave the room. I wouldn't be surprised if he has some gadgets and trackers on or in his person, which he will no doubt try to use to escape. We will be thorough in the prisoner's detainment. Okoye says as she follows after her subordinates, leaving the king with the rest of her trusted warriors. Well, that completes our deal. Peter says as he turns back to the king. Yes, but might I ask how much sacred metal was in his possession? The king asks, hoping to know how much Clow sold off, as he could still recover some of their sacred metal. I can weigh it and let you know. Peter says as he didn't have an exact number. What's your phone number? While Peter was putting the king of Wakanda's cell phone number into his phone, rapid footsteps pitter-pattered towards the throne room. You're back. Shuri rushed past her father and his guards. Before Peter could reply, Shuri jumped into him like a missile. Whoa! Peter uttered as he caught the little princess and set her back down on her feet. Can I show you my Spider-Man collection now? You promised. Shuri looked up at Peter with the hopeful eyes of a child. I can't exactly say no, can I? Peter thought as he could see the amused look on her father's face. While Peter was being dragged around the palace by Shuri, who was constantly followed by guards from the Dora Milaje, a meeting was called between the Tribal Council of Wakanda. The Border Tribe, River Tribe, Mining Tribe, and Merchant Tribe leaders all swiftly arrived due to the Golden Tribe's summons. As for the Jabari tribe, they removed themselves from mainstream society long ago, and wouldn't be attending any meetings, no matter who called them. It's been a while since anyone has called an unscheduled meeting. One of the tribe leaders comments as they look toward the king. Why have you summoned us, your majesty? Is this about Ulysses Clow? Another tribal leader asks. I heard he was captured. Every other tribal leader turns to Chaka, awaiting his answer. That is true, though we have Spider-Man to thank for his capture. Chaka reveals, surprising every member of the tribal council. All of you were summoned for a different reason. I was offered a position in the Avengers Council. Although they all preferred isolation, each one of them knew about the outside world to a certain extent, and all of them knew about the Avengers. Especially since their children are all obsessed with Spider-Man and a few other members of the superhero group. Why? A female tribal leader asks. You are not the Black Panther anymore. After explaining everything that Peter said earlier in the day, as well as the deal he agreed to for the capture of Ulysses Klaue, Chaka watched the faces of the tribal council go through an array of emotions. On one hand, one of their most hated enemies was now in custody, but on the other hand, it cost them a good amount of vibranium in return. Though the border tribe leader didn't seem all that perturbed by it, as it was his people who were killed by the bombs that Klaue set off during his escape all those years ago. Losing some vibranium was nothing if it meant that justice could be served. But that wasn't all. Chaka also recounted Peter's words about their isolation and the fact that only one of his council members could easily subdue their entire country. I say you decline and throw him out of Wakanda. One of the more proud tribal leaders says angrily. Why? He might be right. The border tribe leader argues. Instantly, the throne room was thrown into chaos as each elder had their opinion, which disagreed with another elder's opinion. Meanwhile, Chaka sat back on his throne with a resigned look on his face. He wanted to use their input as a driving force to make his decision to either join the Avengers Council or not. Sadly, he only seemed to make matters worse. Wow, this is amazing. Peter commented as Shuri showed him her most prized collectible. A solid vibranium figurine of him swinging through New York City. Wakanda likes to pretend that they barely have any vibranium, meanwhile they have enough to waste on a child's toy. Peter thought as Shuri smiled pridefully at her most prized possession. Once Shuri finished showing everything off and asked Peter every question that she could think of, it was finally time for him to leave. After all, he had some materials to deliver. Do you have to leave? Shuri asked as she gave Peter her best sad puppy dog eyes. I'm afraid so. Peter said as he pat her on the head in sympathy. But when I come back next time, maybe I'll bring my daughter. She could use a friend to play with after all. Before Shuri could reply, Peter opened up a portal and stepped through. See you next time, princess. He waved as the portal closed. Spider-Man has a daughter. Arriving back at home, Peter found his pile of vibranium exactly where he left it, though his Aunt May was ready and waiting nearby with a lecture to end all lectures. You can't just portal random junk into the living room. How could you be so thoughtless? Get this metal out of here. I missed the best part. May let out all of her pent-up frustration. She really wanted to see that kiss. Once she was done with her outburst, Peter moved all of the vibranium to his room and calculated the weight as promised. After weighing a single brick and counting the rest, Peter found out that he has exactly 727 pounds of vibranium, which meant that Klaue sold exactly 273 pounds of vibranium. Of course, his calculation included the gun as well. He must have made tons of money. Peter thought as he wondered what Klaue wanted all of that money for in the first place. After sending a quick text to King Chaka, as he wanted to know this information, Peter grabbed 2 bars of vibranium and opened a portal to Nidavellir. Stepping through the portal, Peter was immediately crowded by excited dwarves who wanted nothing more than to trade their most prized possessions for the tiniest bit of vibranium. Of course, their enthusiasm magnified tenfold as soon as they saw the metal bricks in his hands. I'll give you anything. How about I give you my daughter? She needs a husband anyway. I'm willing to forge anything you desire. As Peter listened to their pleas, he suddenly had a good idea. That's enough. King Eitri came storming over and shooed his subjects away. Back to work. Actually, wait a second. Peter says as he opens a portal and pulls out a blueprint of a human skeletal system. I may have a job for all of you. Tossing the blueprint to the group of dwarves, Peter watched as they huddled together and looked over the design. You want us to make some bones? One of the dwarves asks as King Eitri looms over them, checking out the blueprint as well. Yes, and I'll pay in vibranium for your finest work. Peter says as he tosses over the 2 bricks in his possession. One for the alloy mixture you'll be using and the other as payment. As the 2 bricks flew toward the dwarven group, Peter watched as they all jumped and fought over the bricks. That's enough. King Eitri shouts as he lifts 2 of the dwarves up and takes possession of the vibranium in their grasp. No fighting until the order is complete. You can decide who gets what once the job is done. As he finished lecturing his subjects, King Eitri handed the 2 bricks over to an older-looking dwarf, who led the group away to start their work. I hope you have more of that vibranium. King Eitri asks as Peter opens a portal and pulls out 2 more identical bricks. Good, one of those should be enough for the materials and payment. Peter tossed the giant of a man both bricks. Keep the extra brick as an incentive to work hard. Peter says as King Eitri caught the vibranium with a smile. I don't know what the hell I'm making, but it will be my best work yet. Don't you worry. 1,491 words, smiley face. Woman dancing, we're no strangers to stones. Dancer, you know the rules, and so do I. Woman dancing, a full shipment's what I'm thinking of. Dancer, you wouldn't get this from any other author. Woman dancing, I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Dancer, gotta make you understand. Woman dancing. Gemstone, never gonna give you up. Gemstone, never gonna let you down. Gemstone, never gonna run around and desert you. Gemstone, never gonna make you cry. Gemstone, never gonna say goodbye. Gemstone, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Gemstone. A/N, so give me stones. Pleading face. Chapter 218, C218 Dark World begins. Originally, Peter planned to make Lily's body all by himself, though having bones that were forged in the heart of a neutron star just sounded too good to pass up. Especially when the dwarves were so willing to do anything. Now I just need to figure out the rest of her body. Peter muttered thoughtfully as he lay on his bed. Peter's plans for his daughter's body were far more than just your average robot. In fact, the only metal portion of her body would be her bones and possibly her brain, or at least that is the current plan. The rest of it from her organs, blood, nerves, skin, and everything else would be made from human tissue. Preferably a mixture of his and MJ's genetics, which Peter would grow in a lab, making Lily their real daughter. The only problem with this was the fact that Peter had no idea how he would grow organs and other body parts in a lab. He knew it was possible, but getting it done was an entirely different story. Even after all of the fleshy parts of Lily were made, Peter would still have a hard time putting everything together, as he would be literally creating life from nothing. I need to buy some books on genetics and cloning. Peter thought as he ordered some books on his phone before going to sleep with a pile of vibranium in the corner of his room. Seeing as Peter had at least a few months before the convergence would take place, he decided to use the time to figure out Lily's body situation. After reading up on the science behind the subject, Peter had a restricted lab cordoned off in the tower and started playing around with his newfound knowledge. Currently, nobody working in this field has been able to grow a functional organ from scratch. However, there has been great success in growing mini-organs from pluripotent stem cells. Of course, Peter hacked all of the experimental data from those who have been working on this for years and studied it thoroughly. Where the hell do I get stem cells from? Peter wondered. Though he soon found out that with Tony's money and connections, placing an order for a batch of stem cells was as easy as calling for a pizza delivery. Within a week of work, Peter was able to make miniature organs with ease, putting his work at the same level as scientific leaders in this field. Now I just need to figure out how to make them a normal size. Peter thought as he stared at a small human heart, which pumped blood with the help of a machine. Time skip, 3 months. While Peter was working on creating Lily's real body, Ned finally got to a point where he could go out into the field. After months of constant training in martial arts, parkour, gun control, and a plethora of other useful skills, Peter called Ned over to his house and gave him a wrapped present. What is it? Ned asked as he shook the box and put it against his ear. Open it and you'll see. Peter says with a smile. With the enthusiasm of a child, Ned tore the wrapping paper off and opened the box, finding some black clothing inside. Huh. Ned grunted in surprise as the clothes disappeared with a touch of his hand. What the, no. Yes. Peter says with an amused look on his face. Is this what I think it is? Ned asked as his clothes swapped with a black superhero suit. The suit looked almost exactly like Batman's suit, except for a few slight alterations. There is no cape, bat symbols, or pointed ears on his head. The mask also covers his entire face, leaving no openings for his eyes or mouth. Waving his hand, Peter conjured a long mirror directly in front of Ned, who jumped in fright at his own reflection. Exclamation point. Ned stared at the mirror in shock. Is that me? Yeah, do you like it? Peter asks. Ned looks back and forth between the mirror and his very generous friend. I love it. Good. Peter says, happy that his work was worth the effort. Why don't you check out your belt? Huh. Ned grunted as he looked down to see a utility belt around his waist. Did you copy Batman? Sort of. Peter says as Ned starts playing with his belt, finding the pouches to be much larger on the inside. Ned froze in shock as a quarter of his arm fit into one of the tiny pouches before reaching the bottom. Cool. I thought you'd like that. Peter says with a smirk. Batman-style gadgets not included though. I thought you'd like to make them yourself. Maybe some smoke capsules for a quick retreat or whatever you want. Hee hee. Ned laughed like a maniac. I have so many ideas. Just don't make anything too dangerous, please. Peter couldn't help but worry. After showing Ned almost everything about his suit, including all of the functions that his and MJ's suits have, Peter drew Ned's attention to his boots. So, you know how MJ and I can pretty much swing away from every problem. Peter says and receives a nod from his friend. Well, you don't exactly have the same luxury as us, so I decided to add something special to your suit. Waving his hand, Peter opened a portal and gestured for Ned to follow him through. Ah, why are we here? Ned asks as they appeared in an empty field in the middle of nowhere. Because I don't need you destroying my house. Peter answers with a shrug. Now, I want you to jump while thinking of the word boost. Just remember to land on your dash. Before Peter could finish his explanation, Ned jumped and soared up into the air at a rapid pace. Ah! Ned screamed as he reached a whopping 30 meters before losing momentum. Flailing around like an idiot, Ned came crashing down and hit the floor back first with a loud thud. Feet. Peter finished his sentence with a sigh. Ouch. Ned said as he picked himself up after a moment of rest. Thankfully, he is enhanced enough to make a fall from that height mean nothing. As you probably guessed already, I enchanted your boots to boost your jumps on command. They also reduce the impact of falling from high heights, so just land on your feet next time, or else it's going to hurt again. Peter explains fully. Ned doesn't reply as he jumps and launches off the ground. Luckily, he landed on his feet this time. Cool. Ned commented as the boots reduced the impact of landing to almost nothing. Thanks. Peter took his words as a compliment to his work. Once you get used to using it, you can control the height of the jump as well as the impact of your landing. After letting Ned practice with his new boots, Peter donned his own suit and opened a portal to the top of a tall building in Times Square. Are we? Ned utters as he looks at Peter expectantly. Yup, why do you think I gave you the suit? Peter says as Ned started vibrating with excitement. You're ready now. Finally. Ned exclaimed loudly. If you tap your right ear, the police radio will turn on. Peter says as they start looking for crimes to stop together. Of course, Ned may be ready, but Peter would still rather chaperone his first few days as a superhero. After all, anything could go wrong. After running all over the city multiple times, Ned sat dejectedly at the top of a building alongside Peter, who felt bad for his friend. Sometimes there's just no crime. Peter says as he placed a comforting hand on Ned's shoulder. For the past few hours, Ned has done nothing but small acts of kindness, like walking old ladies across crowded streets and saving cats from trees, which he felt good about. Though he was expecting something a bit more exciting for his first day. You made this city too safe. Ned complained as he looked down at the peaceful city below. That's not exactly a bad thing. Peter laughs as an idea came to mind. Why don't we try another city? London. Jane Foster was looking over a menu in a restaurant when a handsome man unceremoniously sat across from her. Hi. He greets her a little flirtatiously. Can I help you? Jane asks in confusion. You looked lonely, so I thought we could eat together. He says without a care for what she wants. So what's the story with you? Get out of here, slimeball. Jane's trusty assistant, Darcy, appeared and shooed the pushy man away. She's already taken. Oh. The men seemed to come to a realization. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were. Yes, I'm already in a relation. Jane says though she was cut off. A lesbian. He says as he looks between Darcy and Jane. Yeah, so stay away from my woman. Darcy says as she sends Jane a teasing smirk. When the men finally left, Darcy took his seat, ignoring the glare from her boss as she starts stuffing her face with free bread. Thanks for the help, but why are you here? Jane asks. Right. You know that scientific equipment thingy in the corner of your bedroom? You might want to start looking at it now. Darcy says as she pulls out a small radio-sized gadget, which was going haywire. It's malfunctioning. Jane sighed in annoyance. That's what I said. Darcy nodded as Jane gave her the gadget back. You can go now. Jane says as she wanted to eat without any of Darcy's craziness. I'm sure it's nothing. Jane thought as Darcy grabbed a handful of bread and walked off. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm sure it's nothing. Jane repeated over and over before jumping out of her seat and running after Darcy, whose retreating figure was still in sight. 1,693 words. Police car like riddle, no cheating, a precious stone as clear as diamond. Seek it out when the sun's near the horizon. Though you can walk on water with its power. Try to keep it, and it will vanish in an hour. What am I, police car light? Chapter 219, C219 Ether. I am not getting stabbed in the name of science. Darcy comments as she follows Jane into an abandoned factory. Ever since Jane caught up with her, they've been following that haywire gadget of hers, which has dragged them all across London. As they made their way through the factory, a group of children came running in from the opposite side. It's okay, we're Americans. Darcy yelled as she saw the scared looks on the kids' faces. Is that supposed to make them like us? Jane asks with a roll of her eyes. Maybe they can make it go away. The only girl in the group whispers. SSH. The leading child shushed her. Are you the police? Another kid asks. No, we're scientists. Well, I am. Jane says as Darcy huffs. Why? We just found it. The leading kid says nervously. Found what? Jane asks curiously. Can you show us? Nodding their heads, the kids lead Jane and Darcy to a truck outside of the factory. One of the boys touched the truck, pushes it up with 2 fingers, and they all watch in amazement as the truck floats in midair. That doesn't look rigged. Darcy comments as she eyed the levitating truck for any hidden wires. After studying the truck for some time, the kids then took them to a stairwell in the factory, where one of them threw a bottle. As the bottle flew down the stairs, they all watch as it disappeared into thin air. Where did it go? Darcy asks in shock. Answering her question, the little girl pointed upward. Following her gesture, they look up to see the same bottle reappear above them and continuously fall and disappear in the same spots in the air over and over. That's incredible. Jane commented as she picked up an empty can and drops it down from the same spot. Just like before, the tin can disappeared into thin air, but when she looked up to watch it reappear, nothing happened. Why didn't it work? Darcy asked in confusion. Sometimes they come back, sometimes they don't. One of the kids says with a shrug. I want to throw something. Darcy's eyes wander for a nearby object. Jane, give me your shoe. Ignoring her assistant's idiocy, Jane picks up her gadget and starts looking over the readings. I haven't seen readings like this since. She mutters. Your last visit with that muscly boyfriend of yours. Darcy says with a teasing tilt to her voice. Don't touch anything. Jane orders as she rushes off to study the nearby area. While she got busy and Darcy played with the portal alongside the children, none of them noticed the CCTV cameras that followed their every move. Did you see the look on that guy's face when we caught him sneaking off with that old lady's TV? Ned laughed as he and Peter split a pizza in Central Park. After spending a good portion of the day fighting crime in other cities, where Ned finally got the superhero debut that he was looking for, the two returned to New York to celebrate Ned's big day. Of course, they were dressed normally now, as they didn't want anyone to interrupt their celebration. Yeah, his eyes practically popped out of his head, like some cartoon character. Peter smirked as he grabbed another slice of pizza. I should visit other cities more often. They're always so surprised to see me. Today was amazing. Ned comments as he leans back with a content smile on his face. I'm glad it was worth the wait. Peter says as he remembered something important. Oh, yeah. Have you come up with a superhero name yet? How did I forget that? Ned shouts as he shoots off of the bench and starts pacing back and forth. How about Blackout? Peter offers his 100th idea for Ned's name. Because your suit is all black. Ned grunts, unconvinced by every single name that Peter has offered up thus far. A/N, give me ideas for his superhero name. Suddenly, their brainstorming session was interrupted as Jarvis' voice echoed from Peter's phone. Sir, you asked me to notify you should any anomalies appear in Dr. Foster's surroundings. Jarvis informs. What does that mean? Ned asks as Peter whips out his phone from his pocket. Nothing. Peter says as he rushes off. I gotta go. Text me any new superhero names you come up with. Leaving the group, Jane follows the readings on her gadget, which takes her to another part of the factory. As the readings get stronger and stronger, a gust of wind pushed her forward and Jane found herself teleported into another realm. Darcy. She calls out in fright. Her new surroundings appeared to be dark stone ruins, which littered the ground, like the remains of some lost civilization. Huh. A familiar voice sounded behind her, causing Jane to jump and whip her head around. You really know how to find trouble, Dr. Foster. Spider-Man. Jane stuttered in realization as her nerves start to calm down. After all, who better to show up in her time of need than the guy who can open a portal to literally anywhere? Well, she may have found Thor's company more appealing, though that would be for an entirely different reason. You should really be more careful. Peter says as he looks over the dark space. As the possible future queen of Asgard, your safety is pretty important. I'm actually quite surprised that Thor hasn't sent guards to follow you around yet. He tried but I refused. Jane says as she completely ignored the Queen of Asgard's comment. I don't need men in golden armor following my every move. I have a feeling that he won't take no for an answer after hearing about this. Peter muttered as he opened a portal, leading back to Darcy and the kids. Go, I'm going to investigate this place. Wait, this is my discovery. Jane tried to argue, but Peter wasn't having it. Without wasting words, Peter waved his hand. Instantly, the portal swiped to the side and engulfed Jane before snapping shut, leaving Peter as the only person in the dark ruins. I'm sure she'll be P***said at me later. Peter muttered to himself as he started to explore the area. Looking around for a minute, Peter found the column holding the ether. It was a large stone pillar that was separated from the middle as if the top portion was floating, leaving a few inches of a gap between the top and bottom. Not only that, but an ominous red glow emanated from the thin gap. Well, here goes nothing. Peter muttered as he walked up and peeked inside. Inside, Peter could see an ominous sludge moving around, as if it had a mind of its own. This may not be a smart idea, but whatever. Peter commented as he reached his hand inside. Suddenly, the red sludge shot toward him, wrapped around his hand, and entered his body in a matter of seconds. Of course, Peter felt all of this with his spider senses but chose to do nothing about it, becoming the host of the ether. At least, he wouldn't do anything about it for the time being. After all, he should be able to remove it with a bit of the mystic arts, and even if he can't, the Ancient One could definitely do it for him. Hopefully, I don't regret this. Peter thought as he felt lightheaded all of a sudden. Somewhere in space, a large dark elf warship floated along, looking like a stranded shipwreck, as not a single bit of power was being used. It merely drifted through space, like a slow asteroid. Though that would soon change. Inside the ship, hibernation pods filled with pale-skinned and sharp-eared dark elves started opening one by one. The first to open was a pod away from the others, containing a man with distinguished and regal features for a dark elf. Insert picture of Malekith here. The king of the dark elves, Malekith awakened, and with his awakening, the whole ship powered back on. Rows and rows of lights brightened, illuminating countless pods filled with his loyal soldiers, who were ready to fight for the cause once again. The ether awakens us. Malekith mutters as he instinctively felt the exact location of the reality stone. The convergence returns. A/N, 1412 words, smiley face. Police car light riddle, no cheating, the more there is, the less you see. What am I, police car light? Chapter 220, C220 Elven War Plan. Feeling an overwhelming sense of lightheadedness, Peter hastily opened a portal and fell through, leaving the dark ruins behind. We both know that Peter is hiding something in his penthouse. The only question is what could it be? Tony sat alone in his workshop and spoke to his computer. As I've said before, sir, I have no access to that penthouse, nor can I acquire access. Jarvis answers, as he was already tasked to get some answers for his creator long ago and failed horribly. It's as if the whole room is a black hole, stopping any scans, signals, images, and even sounds from entering or escaping. It could be a sex dungeon. Tony thinks out loud but soon shakes his head negatively. Nah, Peter isn't that kind of guy. Suddenly, as Tony was thinking up all sorts of crazy theories for his friend's secrecy, a golden portal opened over his Bugatti, which for some odd reason was parked inside more than 100 floors higher than street level. Out of the portal, a familiar man in a blue and red spider-themed suit falls out, heading straight for the very expensive supercar. Crash. Landing on the center of the roof, the impact of Peter's body broke all of the windows and dented the car considerably. A/N, in a Romanian prison cell, a single tear rolls down the top G's cheek. Peter. Tony exclaims as he jumps out of his chair and rushes to Peter's side. Hey, sorry about the car. Peter says as his vision starts to get hazy. What happened? Are you hurt? Tony didn't care about his car. He could buy 100 Bugattis to replace this one and it wouldn't even put the smallest dent in his bank account. I'm fine. Peter says as he didn't expect to sleep for long. Well, he wasn't sure if he would sleep at all in the beginning. In the movie, when Jane absorbed the ether she immediately lost consciousness, but he wasn't sure how he would react. After all, Jane is a normal human and Peter as well. Spider-Man, here, take this. Peter sluggishly reached into his pocket, pulls out a sealed letter, and hands it over to Tony. That will explain, good night. Instantly, Peter lost consciousness atop the wrecked Bugatti, as if it were a cloudy mattress. Acting quickly, Tony lifted Peter's body off of the deformed car and rushed over to an open table. Jarvis, run scans. Tony ordered as he gently placed Peter on the table. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers dutifully as a blue light shoots down from the ceiling and envelopes Peter's unconscious body. While Jarvis was doing his work, Tony opened the letter and found a note with his name on it alongside another sealed letter. Of course, Tony read the note before opening the second letter. Tony. If you have this letter, something which I won't be talking about has knocked me out as I suspected it would. I should wake up soon enough, but if I'm not awake within 12 hours, then please take the second letter to 177A Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village. Ask for the Ancient One. Hugs and kisses, Peter. P.S. If any elves come knocking, keep them away from my body. Elves. Tony laughed for a moment. What is this? The Lord of the Rings. Scan complete. Jarvis calls out as the light disappeared from Peter's sleeping body. Unknown energy found. Unknown energy. Show me. Tony asks as he walks over to a nearby table, where a hologram of Peter's body appears, showing a sort of liquid moving through his bloodstream. Is that what you won't talk about? After studying the liquid energy, which coursed through his best friend's veins like blood, Tony didn't find anything that would help explain what the energy was exactly. It's not hurting him. Tony muttered as he looked down at the second letter. Maybe I should read it. Just to be safe. As if the devil himself whispered into his ear, Tony managed to convince himself that reading the second letter was best for Peter's well-being. Though, the real reason was much simpler. Tony is a nosy F***er without an ounce of self-control. Ripping the letter open, Tony was greeted by another note alongside a third letter. Nosy B***TCH. Stop being a PR**CK love, Peter. Tony froze as he wondered if Peter could see into the future. There's no way he did it to the third letter too. Out of pure spite for his friend's words, Tony opened the third letter and once again found a mean-spirited note with his name on it alongside another sealed letter. This game continued another 10 times before Tony realized that magic was involved. Smart little sh**t. Tony cursed as he set a timer for 12 hours and turned the tower's defenses up to maximum. What did he mean by elves? In a large hall, Malekith sat regally atop a dark throne, looking down at the newly awakened dark elf soldiers, who have slept for 5,000 years. Your Majesty, every soldier has safely woken from stasis without issue, and all ships are fully operational. An elf grunt reported as an image of 15 ships appeared before the king. Insert picture of dark elf hero ships here. Good, how close are we to Asgard? Malekith asks as he and every dark elf's blood begins to boil at the mere name of their most hated enemy. Half a day's flight, sir. The kneeling elf answers instantly, ready to go to war once again. Malekith hummed as he contemplated whether to strike the Asgardians early, as a swift surprise attack could deal a fatal blow to their enemy. If they were to try and wait until the ether was in their hands again, the time for a surprise attack could disappear forever, leaving them with a much harder war to fight. Especially since Asgard has had 5,000 years to recover from the old war and build their army up to an even higher standard than before. Meanwhile, all Malekith has is a small fraction of his old army. Even Svartalfheim, the home world of the Dark Elves, was nothing but an empty planet, so they couldn't even recruit more soldiers. Although they were still fairly powerful, the unknown threat of a much more deadly enemy lingered in the back of Malekith's mind. Though, if he knew how soft Asgard has become since Odin's daughter was imprisoned, Malekith wouldn't be so worried. Especially since Odin was still in hibernation, peacefully napping the months away. Which way is Asgard? Malekith asks and a huge hologram appears, showing a map of the universe. This way, sir. An elf says as a red line appears, showing the direction. Seeing the trajectory they would take, a wide smile bloomed on the king's face. Not only was Asgard only hours away, but it was also on the way to the ether. Malekith could feel it clearly. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, they could launch a surprise attack on Asgard, retreat when the time was right, and then rush to the ether, which would give his small army a much better chance of destroying the Asgardians. Though, other than reducing the enemy's numbers, the attack could also be used for intelligence gathering. After all, they knew nothing about the Asgard of this day and age. Set course for Asgard and initiate camouflage when we're within range. Asgard. The golden Bifrost fires as Thor and Jane appear on the Rainbow Bridge. Welcome back. Heimdall greets the couple as he pulls his sword from the pedestal, deactivating the Bifrost. We were worried for you, Lady Jane. Yes, apparently you've been spying on me. Jane says unhappily as she glared between Thor and Heimdall. The second Jane was pulled into the separate dimension with the ether. Heimdall lost sight of her and alerted his king, who immediately rushed to Midgard to find her. Luckily, Peter sent her back unharmed. I said I was sorry. Thor says awkwardly. Yet you won't stop, will you? Jane asks with a pointed stare. I will do as my king orders. Heimdall answers dutifully. And I will not leave you completely unprotected. Thor argues, hoping that she would understand his side of things. Look at what happened today, for example. If the spider wasn't there to save you, then you may have been lost to me for eternity. Your safety is of the utmost importance, Jane. Jane huffs and storms off across the Rainbow Bridge towards Asgard. Why does she not understand the dangers? Thor asks with a tired sigh. Women are an enigma, my liege. A/N, 1447 words. Police car light Mr. Sandman, bring me a stone gemstone, make it the brightest that's ever been shown gemstone, give it a shine, as if it were solar gemstone, then tell it that its lonesome nights are over gemstone Sandman, I'm so alone, pleading face, don't have a gem to call my own, gemstone please open your magic tome, gemstone Mr. Sandman, bring me a stone, police car light. Chapter 221, C221 Mystic Arts revealed. As the hours ticked by, Peter didn't awaken, nor did he move very much either, though all of his vital signs were normal. Well, about as normal as an enhanced human with superpowers could be. Staying up the entire time, Tony paced back and forth in front of Peter's sleeping form, always vigilant for any sudden complications or elven assaults on the tower. Though he wondered what that would look like. When Peter slept for a whole 10 hours without waking, Tony tried shaking him, smelling salts, electricity, and a few other ways to jolt him back to consciousness. Sadly, they all failed without eliciting a single twitch from Peter, who even slept while Tony dumped an entire glass of water over his face. This may be worse than I thought. Tony muttered as he cleaned Peter up and put his mask back on. Jarvis, call for a council meeting. Messages sent, sir. An hour later, the Avengers Council was convened, minus one very important member, of course. What's this about, Stark? Fury asks as he and the other members look to Tony for an answer. Well. Tony took a deep breath and explained everything from Peter's sudden appearance in his workshop, coma, letter, elves, and the odd energy coursing through his veins. How long has it been? Eric asks. A little over 11 hours. Tony answers as he grasps the letter in his hand. And you can't wake him up? Charles asks. I tried everything that I could think of. Tony says with a shake of his head. I say we stop waiting and simply take him to the address. Fury says as he wanted to learn more about Spider-Man, for all we know, waiting could make matters worse. After arguing for a few minutes, everyone soon agreed to just take Peter to the address specified in the note. With the threat of some sort of elvish attack, the council decided that it was pertinent that every member went along. Though the real reason for this was simply curiosity. After all, the Avengers Council is mostly made up of nosy old men. Loading Peter into a blacked-out SUV, all 5 council members hopped in and took off toward Greenwich Village, which was close by. As Charles drove, Eric and Fury looked curiously at Peter's sleeping form, both wondering whether they should pull up his mask. After all, Spider-Man's true identity was a very large secret, which only those extremely close to him were allowed in on. As Eric reached out to take a peek, a hand softly moved and tightly grabbed his wrist. Keep your hands to yourself. Tony says as a dangerous glint shines in his eyes. Easy for you to say. Magneto scoffed as he pulled his hand free and turned to look out of the window. You already know. Yeah, and I didn't learn his identity through breaking his trust. Tony says pointedly. Want to know? Then show him that he can trust you. The rest of the car ride remained silent, as everyone thought over Tony's words. They may spend a lot of time together, as co-workers, but none of them were fairly close to Peter, besides Tony of course. They were typical work friends. Is this it? Charles asks as he parks on the side of the road. 177A. Bleecker Street. Tony reads the number on the door as well as the nearby road sign. Looks right to me. Unloading Peter from his seat, Tony carries him princess style, as he didn't trust the others after Eric's actions in the car. Knock knock. Climbing the stairs, Fury tapped the door with his knuckles. No one came to answer. Should we dash? Charles speaks but didn't finish as Magneto stared at the metal handle of the door, as if he were constipated. Need the bathroom, old man? Tony asks jokingly. I'm trying to open the door. Eric says in a strained voice. Giving up on the metal handle, Magneto angrily lifted his leg and kicked the center of the door, hoping to break it open with his super soldier strength. As his foot made contact with the door, a blue light lit up around the wood, and Eric was launched backward onto the sidewalk. Huh, that's interesting. Tony comments as Magneto picks himself up, mentally lifting the nearby mailbox with him. Without a word, the metal mailbox shot like a bullet toward the door at amazing speed, but just as it was about to make contact, the door opened. Huh. A man grunted as a figure ducked, dodging the big public mailbox as it soared into the building and crashed into the stairs behind him. What was that for? Turning to the door, the Avengers Council found an Asian man in an orange monk robe standing in the doorframe, looking set off. Insert picture of Wong here. Wait. Is that? Wong asks as he saw Peter sleeping in Tony's arms. Spider-Man. Although few of the more trustworthy high-level members of Camartage know about Peter's real identity, most of them only know Spider-Man as the Ancient One's student. Wong being one of those people. Yes, he said to ask for the Ancient One. Tony barges in, as they were starting to draw a crowd of fans outside. Right. Wong says as he waves the others inside and closes the door, leaving the onlookers locked outside. Wait here and don't touch anything. Leaving that warning behind, Wong opens a portal and steps through, leaving the Avengers behind in shock. After all, for many of them, the idea of opening a portal like that was impossible for anyone besides Spider-Man. You knew about this? Fury questions Tony as he saw the calm look on his face. Well, he told me a little. Tony says as he motions toward Peter. Did he tell you what this place is? Eric asks as he tried to use his powers on some nearby metal trinkets without any luck. This place is the Sanctum Sanctorum. A new voice says as a bald woman in golden robes appears at the top of the nearby staircase. Looking down at Peter, who slept soundly in Tony's arms, the Ancient One instantly felt the power of the ether emanating from his body. I see that my student has been up to trouble again. She strolls down the stairs and stops in front of Tony. It's good to see you again, Mr. Stark. Ah, you as well, ma'am. Tony spoke like an idiot, as he didn't know what to say to the mystical Ancient One. After all, many of the books that Peter gave him to study were written by her, and a few of them were thousands of years old. Of course, this odd behavior from Tony only made the others more curious about who this person was. Tony was never this respectful to anyone. The Tony Stark that they knew would rather swallow a flaming sword than treat anyone with as much respect as he just showed this bald woman. Now, what to do with you? The Ancient One mutters as her eyes land on Peter, ignoring the rest of the room. I should have known he would take Dr. Foster's place. With the smallest gesture, Peter was torn from Tony's grasp and floated in front of the Ancient One, who studied his body in silence. Let's wake you up. Winding back her palm, the Ancient One smirked evilly as she eyed her sleeping student. This may hurt, a lot. Asgard. It's good to see you again, Jane. Frigga says with a smile as Jane storms into the palace alone. Why are men so infuriating? Jane practically shouts. Your son has Heimdall watching my every move. Do you know how creepy that is? What about my privacy? What if I'm on the toilet? Well, Odin is very much the same, so he must get it from his father. Frigga says with a sympathetic look. I remember when Odin was courting me all those years ago. The same day we met, I had a contingent of Einherjar guards following my every move. I had to use a spell to keep them out of my bedroom. Ah, but I don't have magic. Jane mutters as the doors behind her swing open, revealing Fandral and Volstagg, who escorted several prisoners, including a masked man with pale skin and pointed ears hidden under a hood. Queen Mother. The two of them shout respectfully as they didn't expect to see Frigga. The masked prisoner's eyes narrowed as he glared at Frigga, grasping his fists tightly. Flashback. The king of the Dark Elves stood over the bleeding stomach of one of his most trusted and loyal subordinates. You will become darkness, doomed to this existence until it consumes you. Malekith states as one of his Dark Elves placed a molten rock in his hand, which he stuffs inside the elf's open stomach. And then no power of our enemies will stop me. I'll destroy their defenses and resurrect the universe. The bleeding Dark Elf says reverently as Malekith places a familiar mask on his face. Flashback end. A/N, 1536 words. Police car light. An elderly man appears before you. Man, white hair staring into your soul eyes. With every second that passes, you feel your very being freeze cold. Face unable to move a single muscle. Flexed biceps. The man leans forward and whispers into your ear. Stones. 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 Police car light. Chapter 222, C222. Manipulating reality. This may hurt, a lot. The Ancient One said as her palm glowed in a golden light and jutted out, impacting Peter directly on the forehead. Arg. Peter grunted as his eyes snapped open and his body flew across the room, crashing through a wall. Damn. Tony muttered in sympathy as Peter picked himself up and staggered out of the human-shaped hole in the wall. What the hell was that for? Peter asked as he felt a bit wobbly on his feet. To wake you up, of course. The Ancient One says with a smirk on her face. You could have done it without hitting me. Peter says, knowing that she was using this as a way to take out her frustrations on him. After all, he was now in possession of 3 Infinity Stones, which further ruins all of her plans. Though, the Ancient One's plans have been turned upside down for a long time now. The question was whether she would jump on the Peter train, or continue to stew in annoyance at his plans. I would never purposefully hurt my disciple. It hurts my feelings that you would even insinuate that. The Ancient One says as she wipes a non-existent tear from her cheek. Oh, shut up. Peter says in annoyance, though something odd happened. A piece of sticky duct tape appeared over the Ancient One's lips, sealing them shut in an instant. Question mark. Peter watched in shock as he felt a sudden power drain in his body, though it wasn't anything significant. Holy sh*T. The Reality Stone, which Peter has essentially merged with, allows the user to alter reality in effectively any way they see fit. This includes changing reality in ways that would normally be impossible. The laws of physics basically no longer apply when the Reality Stone is concerned. If Peter wants 2 + 2 = 5 to be the new law of math, then he can make that happen. The Reality Stone, perhaps more than any other Infinity Stone, is much more limited by the imagination of the user than anything else though. The Ancient One sighed as she ripped the duct tape off, which crumbled into dust between her fingers. Great, now I have to deal with this. Wait, did you make it disappear? Peter asks out of curiosity. No. The Ancient One shook her head, refusing to help him any further than that. Is it not permanent? Peter thought out loud. The one real limitation that the reality stone has is that the changes it makes to reality are generally not permanent without the power stone to use as a sort of fuel. This explained why he felt a small loss of energy from the ether after creating the tape. Peter only had so much power to work with. Suddenly, Peter remembered when the Guardians of the Galaxy attempted to attack Thanos on Nowhere, and he turned Drax into cubes, and Mantis into a spring. Luckily for them, they revert back to normal after the Mad Titan left, since he didn't use the Power Stone in conjunction with it, which would have made their new changes permanent. That makes sense. Peter muttered as the rest of the Avengers stared at the teacher and student in confusion. It's good that I already have the Power Stone, though I'm still not messing with that thing without a conduit. Infinite power in your bare hands is an explosion waiting to happen. Can either of you give me some context? I have no idea what you're talking about. Tony asks, drawing Peter's attention to him and the others. Why is everyone here? Peter asks as he turns to Tony with a questioning look. I don't remember writing anything about inviting the council along. Hey, I was. Tony says as he held up the letter and realized something. He didn't give it to the Ancient One. Seeing the sealed letter in his hand, Peter couldn't help but sigh. You didn't even give her the letter, did you? Peter asks with a sigh. Well, we didn't really need it, and she kind of just smacked you awake after saying hello. Tony says with a shrug as he glares at Peter. Why aren't I getting any thanks? I watched over you for hours, waiting for house elves to attack at any moment. They're dark elves. Peter corrects as Tony gives him a pointed glare. And thanks, I guess. No problem. Tony says as he tosses Peter the sealed letter. Well, I guess this was a waste of time. Peter says as he tosses the letter into a portal. So, no elves or spaceships have shown up, right? No, it's actually been boring. Tony says as Fury steps forward. What's this about elves? Fury asks as he needed to prepare if another invasion would be happening. They're an alien race, which should be coming to Earth as we speak, unless. Peter says as he remembered their hatred for Asgard, the people that destroyed them 5,000 years ago. Maybe they stopped somewhere else first. Where? Charles asks. How do you guys feel about visiting Loki's brother, Thor? Asgard. Shortly after being imprisoned in his cell, Algrim, the loyal dark elf, dug his hand into his stomach and pulled out a bloody stone. The same stone that Malekith gave him only hours ago. Crushing it in his fist, the stone melted into lava and was absorbed into Algrim's entire body, merging his clothes and helmet into his skin, and turning him into a giant beast. Insert picture of Curse/Algrim here. The other prisoners in his cell began banging on the cell's walls and calling upon the Einherjar for help, horrified by the sight. Sadly, before they could make much noise, the new beast unleashed an explosion within the cell which killed everyone inside. The impact of the explosion easily broke the cell open, releasing the new hideous dark elf, though he didn't stop there. One by one, Algrim quickly broke open every cell in the entire prison, releasing all sorts of dangerous and deadly criminals. In order to cover his movements, a distraction was in order, and these people would do just fine. With their release, it didn't take long for chaos to ensue as a war for freedom broke out between the guards and their former prisoners. And in the shadows of this war, a grotesque dark elf snuck out of the prison in search of Asgard's shield generator. Soon enough, loud alarms filled the palace as guards rushed to the prison to quell the sudden prison break. What's that? Jane asks as she heard the alarms. The prison. Frigga mutters as Thor comes running into the room. Mother, have you seen Jane? Thor sighed as he found who he was looking for. Good, you're here. Go, I will look after her. Frigga shooed her son off, as the king would be needed at a time like this. Fine, just don't leave the room. Thor agreed as he kissed Jane on the cheek and rushed off, closing the door behind him. Turning to Jane, Frigga grabbed her shoulders and spoke seriously. Listen to me now, I need you to do everything I ask and no questions. Frigga states strictly, as she felt something weird about this whole situation. Yes, ma'am. Bifrost. As Heimdall stood in his usual guard post at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, he suddenly heard something odd. A metal creaking sound drifted to his ears. Acting quickly, he turns and runs out onto the Bifrost Bridge and jumps off into open space. Though, as he expected, instead of falling off into nothing, Heimdall landed on one of Malekith's ships, which was cloaked in invisibility. As soon as his feet touched down, the elven ship instantly became visible to the world. Before he could even act, Heimdall turned and found a fleet of giant ships behind him, releasing countless smaller stacked ships, and they were all headed toward Asgard. Without a second thought, Heimdall pulls his sword and activates the shield's butt. Arriving at his destination with a trail of mangled Asgardian guards in his wake, the monstrous dark elf found the room that held Asgard's shield generator, which was guarded by many highly trained Einherjar guards. Though, sadly, they stood no chance against the thing that Algrim has become. Using his new powers, the monster elf tore apart all Asgardian guards he crossed, despite their best efforts to stop him. Approaching the generator with blood and guts covering his entire body, Algrim used his newfound strength to destroy it with a few powerful hits, allowing his king's dark elf army to invade Asgard unimpeded. Heimdall watched as the shield failed and a fleet of 15 huge dark elf heroes surrounded by hundreds of smaller assault ships invade his home. The larger ships crash-landed into the palace, opening holes for their invasion force as they were designed to do, while the smaller ships caused chaos among the civilian population, slaughtering innocents indiscriminately. "My king, we are under attack." Heimdall mentally transmitted the details of the situation to Thor, before rushing to join the fight. As Heimdall ran off to defend his home, a golden portal opened up inside the Bifrost. A/N, 1545 words. Police Carlight, I'm too lazy today, but give me stones anyway please Police Carlight. Chapter 223, C223 War in Asgard. After Malekith's ship crashed into the Asgardian royal palace, the doors opened and dark elf soldiers poured out, easily slaughtering the Asgardian soldiers, as most of them were dealing with a prison break at the moment. Leaving his ship while enjoying the one-sided battle, Malekith wanders off to find any members of the royal family, hoping to dye his hands red in the blood of Bor's children. Looks like I was right. Peter muttered as he looked across the Rainbow Bridge, where Asgard was embroiled in what appeared to be a losing battle. At least, for the time being. Damn, that's not good. Tony commented as he and the other Avengers Council members walked up behind Peter. I'm going to need my suit. Here. Peter waves his hand and opens a portal to the tower. Hitting a button in his watch, small pieces of Iron Man armor come flying through the portal and attach to Tony's body. Should we head out? Charles frowns as he could feel the emotions of all the dying innocents. Yeah, you guys deal with everything outside the palace. Peter says as he opens a portal and steps inside. I'll handle the rest. The Allfather twitched in his sleep, sealed inside his private chamber. His wife and queen, Frigga, learned from her youngest son's schemes and sealed her husband's room with all sorts of ancient magic, keeping the former king of Asgard safe from any harm. Thanks to this, no dark elves would be able to breach his chambers. Though, Odin wasn't exactly having a peaceful nap today. Although he may be asleep, Odin could watch the world around him and enjoy life as a fly on the wall, spying on anyone he had an interest in watching. As long as they weren't cloaked in magic, of course. Today was the hardest day of his most recent Odin sleep. The Allfather was forced to helplessly watch as his home was invaded and his people were massacred. What made it even worse was the fact that he couldn't risk waking up early again, or else the consequences would be far worse than last time. Death would be a real possibility. Though, Odin soon started to seriously contemplate whether the risk would be worth it, as he could see every death that took place within Asgard's borders. Not a single man, woman, child, or soldier was overlooked. The image of every single one of them was burned into Odin's mind, never to be forgotten. Even his wife, who he always tried to protect, was currently locked inside her chambers with his son's mortal lover. Just seeing his wife treat Jane as her daughter-in-law irked the former king of Asgard to no end, though he didn't exactly have time to think of his son's human fling. After all, a powerful figure was currently skulking toward his wife. Do we just stay here? Jane asked as Frigga locked the doors to her chambers with a quick spell. Yes, we dash, Frigga replies, but the palace began to rumble. Multiple explosions were heard as the floor shook with the power of a strong earthquake. Looking out of the grand windows, Frigga and Jane could see the war raging on outside as well as the larger dark elf ships, which have forcefully docked into the palace. Who? Frigga asked as she didn't recognize the enemy. Boom. Before she could think on it for much longer, the door that she just spelled shut only moments earlier broke open, sending pieces of wood and metal flying. I knew I sensed high-level Asgardian magic in here. Malekith says as he strolls into the room alone and unafraid. The stench seems to be coming from you. Malekith ignored Jane completely as his glare landed on Frigga, who materialized a thin silver sword in her hand. Stand down, creature. Frigga says as she stands ready to fight. Otherwise you won't leave this room alive. I have survived worse, woman. Malekith lazily draws his own sword, not impressed at all by his opponent. Who are you? Jane asks from the side. I am Malekith, and I would have my vengeance. He states and casually walks closer to Frigga, who ignited her sword in blue fire and strikes out at him. As the two exchanged blades, Jane thought it was an even fight at first, though the strained look on Frigga's face contrasted with the calm and unbothered expression on the intruders. I am Malekith, and I would have my vengeance. Odin's blood ran cold when he heard the invader's words. He was just a young boy at the time, so Odin never encountered Malekith and his army of dark elves, but his father would tell him stories. Stories of a hard-fought war in the men that equaled his father in power, Malekith. Odin's hands gripped into tight fists as he watched his father's most hated enemy toy with his wife, enjoying the one-sided beatdown, which would no doubt end in Frigga's death. I have to. Odin thought as he prepared himself for the backlash that waking up would give him. Ugh. Frigga grunted as she was sent flying across the room by a boot to the gut. I see that my worries were for nothing. Malekith comments as he strolls forward and rests his razor-sharp blade on Frigga's neck. Asgard has grown weak in my absence. Bor would be disappointed. Crash. As he was speaking, Jane picked up an expensive-looking vase and smashed it onto the back of Malekith's head. Exclamation point. Seeing an opportunity, Frigga reached over and grasped the bottom of a long curtain, which came to life and tried to wrap itself around Malekith's neck. Die monster. Sadly, a fragile case wasn't exactly the best weapon Jane could have chosen, as it did nothing but surprise the Elven King, so when Frigga made her move, slash. Malekith merely swiped his sword, bisecting the curtain, which fell to the floors, lifeless once again. How pitiful. Malekith mutters as he continues to ignore Jane and pulled Frigga to her knees, resting his blade against the back of her neck. Any last words, Asgardian WH*re? One thing. Frigga looks up at the Elven King and spits directly into his face. That's all. Hee hee. Malekith chuckles as he wipes his face clean with his offhand. You remind me of my wife before Bor killed her. Raising his blade, Malekith mimicked the motion of an expert executioner. No. Jane yelled in horror while Frigga stared at the floor unflinchingly, accepting her fate. Frigga. Odin roared in his mind, though he didn't awaken. After all, he didn't need to. As the blade made contact with Frigga's neck, instead of the gruesome sound of slicing meat and bone, everyone heard what amounted to a wet towel slap. Huh. Malekith muttered as he looked down in shock. Question mark. Frigga breathed heavily as she felt something cold on her neck. At first, she thought it was blood, but upon hearing Malekith's reaction, Frigga looked at the sword that almost took her life. The blade of Malekith's sword has somehow turned into a long wet napkin, which was still connected to the hilt, hanging like a limp noodle. Sorry, was that sword important? A voice asks from the door. Turning to the door, everyone found Peter leaning against the wall casually. Spider-Man. Jane exclaimed as all of her annoyance with Peter disappeared in an instant. It seems that I owe you a debt once again. Frigga says with a thankful look on his face. Don't worry about it. Peter says with a shrug. Thor and Loki would be sad if their mommy died, after all. Why you? Malekith interrupts the wholesome moment as he glares hatefully in Peter's direction. You have the ether. Is that what that angry sludge is called? Peter pretends not to know. Hand it over and I'll spare your worthless life. Malekith threatens as he kicks Frigga aside and storms over to Peter. No thanks. I'm finally starting to understand how it works. Like that. Peter says as he points to Frigga, who fell into a pile of pillows, which Peter created with a single thought. Isn't it quite handy? Arg. Malekith grunts angrily as he dashed toward Peter but, splat. He ran headfirst into a thick wall of bulletproof glass. You should really watch where you're going. Peter says as Malekith shatters the glass with a kick. Oh, look out. Bang. A metal anvil fell from the ceiling and landed directly on Malekith's head, knocking him to the floor. This reminds me of Tom and Jerry. Peter comments as Frigga looks toward him in shock. Is that the... She mutters in shock. Why don't you guys go and sit with the old man? I'm sure he's been worried sick. Peter says as he waves his hand and opens two portals, which swallowed Frigga and Jane, sending them to Odin's chambers. Are you dead? Peter asked as a long stick appears in his hand, which he uses to poke Malekith's body from a distance, like a child that discovered a dead body in the woods. As the stick touched his pointed ears, Malekith's eyes snapped open, showing a furious anger raging deep inside. A/N, 1552 words, smiley face. Police car light what are stones, gemstone oh baby, don't hurt me pleading face don't hurt me prohibited no more what are stones, gemstone oh baby, don't hurt me pleading face don't hurt me person gesturing no more speaking head in silhouette whoa, oh speaking head in silhouette whoa, oh police car light. Chapter 224, C224 War in Asgard. Outside of the palace, Asgardian soldiers did their best to defend against the dark elf invasion, though it seemed to be a losing battle. Thanks to the surprise attack and the destruction of the barrier, Asgard's forces were caught completely off guard, leading to a sporadic and rather weak response, which completely crippled Asgard's military. Though, one man has been fighting back successfully while slowly building up Asgard's forces. Follow me. Heimdall exclaimed as he leaped off of a bridge and landed on one of a dozen small ships, digging his golden sword into it. Seconds later, countless Asgardian soldiers followed him down, attacking the other ships with spears. Due to the sudden damage, each ship spiraled out of the air and crash-landed under the bridge. Of course, Heimdall and his soldiers managed to jump off just in time, landing a few meters away from the crash site. Keep moving. Heimdall ordered, but before they could leave, loud humming filled the air and a huge shadow dwarfed the group of soldiers. Looking up, Heimdall found a giant dark elf hero ship floating above them, as hundreds of smaller assault ships shot out, circling their location menacingly. "Sir, what do we do?" a fearless Asgardian warrior asks, ready to die for his people. Heimdall remained silent as he watched each and every assault ship prepare to fire in their direction. Creak. Just as the ships were about to let loose, a loud creaking sound filled the air. "What is that?" a soldier asks as the giant ship above them twists and turns. In a matter of moments, the menacing ship folds in on itself and explodes, knocking the smaller assault ships backward, which causes them to fire their attacks everywhere but Heimdall and his soldiers. Many of the ships actually shot each other, cutting their numbers in half in an instant. "He's really showing off, isn't he?" a metallic voice mutters as a red and gold armored man shot overhead, toward the surviving ships. A smile formed on Heimdall's lips as Iron Man hovered in the air and fired a bright beam from his chest, destroying dozens of ships with a single turn of his body. "Now who's showing off?" another voice comments as two men float over to Tony. One balding and the other in a metal helmet. The balding one closed his eyes for a moment and seconds later the remaining dark elf pilots passed out in their ships. Instantly, the remaining smaller ships spiraled out of the air, crash landing in fiery balls of smoke. "Okay, that was definitely showing off," Magneto says as he looks at Charles with a smirk on his face. "Hey, where's Fury?" Tony asks as he looks around, finding Heimdall and his group down below. "Who knows?" Charles says with a shrug. "He's probably skulking around somewhere." Eric comments offhandedly. "Avengers. Thank you for your assistance." Heimdall calls out, drawing their attention downward. "You know us?" Charles asks in confusion. "Yes, but now may not be the right time for this." Heimdall nods as he turns to see countless other elven ships headed their way. In the palace, Thor and his Einherjar guards finished subduing the prisoners and immediately rushed to combat the invading elven forces. Just as they were leaving the prison, which was now locked up tightly, a towering figure stood in Thor's path. "Who might you be?" Thor asks as the ugly monstrous form of Algrim comes into view, grunting like an angered animal. "Arrgh." Roaring like a mad dragon, Algrim runs over to Thor and his men, shaking the palace floor with every pounding stomp. "All of you go on ahead. I'll take care of this thing." Thor spins his hammer in one hand and launches forward, slamming it down on the monster's chest with a loud bang. Though, to Thor's absolute shock and surprise, the impact did absolutely nothing to Algrim, as if Mjolnir was a movie prop made of foam. "How?" Thor uttered as a giant fist smacked into his face, launching him backward toward the Einherjar guards, who haven't left yet. "Your Majesty!" they exclaimed as Thor smashed into them, knocking the armored men to the floor. Thor spat out some blood as he rose to his feet, turning to his disheveled soldiers. "Go back and find another way around." "But Your Majesty!" one of his men spoke up. "Leave." Thor commands as lightning dances from his hammer to his body, covering him in winding streams of blue energy. Seeing their king's real power appear, the Einherjar army reluctantly turn and flee through the prison, where they would find another way out and assist the army outside. Grr. The mutated dark elf growls and stomps over to Thor, who checked one last time to make sure his men have left, before giving all of his attention to the beast coming his way. "If strength isn't enough, let's try lightning," Thor said as storm clouds rolled in and covered the palace. In the face of Thor's impressive light show, Algrim simply roars once again and rushes forward like said Rhino. On the other hand, Thor remained unmoving as the lightning on himself gathered at the end of his hammer. "Take this." Thor swung Mjolnir forward, launching all of the built-up energy at his opponent. Of course, the stampeding monster had no thought of dodging, so the beam hit him square in the stomach, slowing his charge but certainly not stopping him. Exclamation point. Seeing that he didn't have enough power, Thor pulled on the storm clouds above and slammed Mjolnir to the palace floor. Instantly, all of the lightning outside came together to form a huge pillar, which crashed down through the palace rooftop. Tearing through the palace floor by floor, the pillar of energy hit Algrim, completely covering his hulking body. Aag. The monstrous elf screamed in agony, as its body was quickly torn apart from the sheer amount of energy that enveloped it. Once the lightning pillar cleared, nothing was left of Algrim but the dust that floated in the air where he once stood. Thor, on the other hand, collapsed to the floor, exhausted and breathing heavily with sweat pouring down his body. Never before has he wielded that much lightning at a single time. That was a lot. Thor muttered as he took a minute to catch his breath. "Are you dead?" Peter asks as Malekith jumps to his feet, glaring hatefully in his direction. "What? You aren't still mad about the ether thing, are you? I will rip you open and take back what belongs to me." Malekith seethed as the wound on his head from the anvil healed, closing completely in a matter of moments. "Darkness shall return." "I'd rather not." Peter comments as Malekith held out his hand with a serious look on his face, ? As a few seconds passed, Peter watched as Malekith's expression contorted and strained from whatever he was doing. You okay? Peter asks as he wondered whether he may have given the guy brain damage. How is this possible? Malekith stared at Peter in shock. The ether won't respond. What did you do? Due to his close understanding of the ether, which he built up through thousands of years of use, Malekith should have been able to control the red sludge inside of Peter's body. Though sadly for him, the ether wasn't responding to his call whatsoever. No matter how hard Malekith tried to rip the ether from Peter's chest or possibly pull it out through his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, the ether didn't budge a single centimeter. As if it found a new master. Maybe it likes me more. Peter said with a shrug. I would like me more too. After all, you abandoned the poor little goo for 5,000 years. I'm tearing up just thinking about it. Instantly, a tissue appeared in Peter's hand, which he used to jokingly wipe under the eyes of his mask. Malekith boiled in anger as his teeth ground together. I will not allow dash. Just as he was speaking, a train whistle echoed through the room, surprising the Elven King. Huh. Malekith turned to see a bright light on his face. Splat. A huge Harry Potter-style train came out of nowhere and barreled through the room, hitting Malekith head-on at full speed. I wonder where that came from. Peter says sarcastically as he felt a considerable pull on the ether's energy. Maybe I should keep things small from now on. After hitting Malekith and sending him into a nearby wall, the train crumbled into nothing and disappeared. Hey, you aren't dead this time, right? Peter asks as a bloody Malekith falls from the wall and begins to crawl in his direction. I won't let you have it. He says in a raspy voice. The ether belongs to me. Alright, this is just getting sad now. Peter comments as he opens a portal under Malekith, who was too beaten to retaliate. Have a nice bath in the sun. I'm sure it's warm. A/N, 1517 words, smiley face. Police car light. Insert the weirdest meme that you can find here. Police car light. Chapter 225, C225 Nobility. After the death of Malekith, Peter walked through the palace, helping the Einherjar guards with the remaining dark elves that were still sieging the place. While Peter was dashing through the halls, killing dark elves left and right, he ran into Thor, who was covered in sweat and tiredly making his way through the palace. Yo. Peter called out with a wave. What happened to you? That doesn't matter. Thor shook his head as he looked at his friend curiously. What are you doing here? I came all the way here to defend your home, and that's all you have to say. Peter says as he playfully sulks. Thanks for the help. Thor smiled as he started walking again. We need to get to Jane and my mother. I've already sent them to your father's chambers. Peter says as he follows behind Thor, who sighed in relief. Thank you, my friend. Thor says genuinely. No problem. Peter shrugs as he explains everything that has happened so far. As for the army outside, I brought some backup. Just as Peter says this, the two of them arrive at the front balcony of the palace, where Thor was welcomed by a saddening sight. This is horrible. Thor muttered as he saw smoke rising from the once prestigious city of Asgard, as well as the invasion force that flew all over the place, bringing chaos and destruction with them. Boom. Before Peter could utter any comforting words, hundreds of small enemy assault ships exploded, while one of the few remaining gigantic dark elf harrow ships folded in on itself before squishing into a giant ball of metal. What was that? Thor asks as he watches in awe at the decimation of Asgard's enemies. I told you that I brought some backup, didn't I? Peter says as the figures of Magneto, Professor X, and Iron Man rise up above the destroyed ships. Haha. Thor started to laugh as he wiped a single tear from his eye. It seems that my debt to you only keeps rising. Do you want to be king of Asgard? Because at the rate you're going, that's the only thing I can offer. Don't worry about it. Peter says as he smiles under his mask. I have enough problems to deal with on Earth as it is. No, you must be rewarded. Thor tries to offer but. Suddenly, thousands of spears flew up into the air and rained down on a large group of dark elf assault ships, destroying hundreds of them at a single time. Looking closely, Thor and Peter found Heimdall leading thousands of Asgardian soldiers, who all waited for the ships to crash before retrieving their spears. It seems that your subordinates are fighting back as well. Peter comments as Thor starts spinning Mjolnir in his hand. I can't just sit on the sidelines, can I? Thor says as he throws his hammer and launches out of the palace. Meh, I don't think they'll need my help. Peter muttered as he strolled back into the palace, where he found Fury skulking around like a thief in the night. Yo, find anything interesting? Peter asks as he appears behind the sneaking Baldy. Fury jumps slightly as he turns to see Peter looming over his shoulder. What? Don't be so angry. Peter commented as a large group of dark elves came running their way. I'll leave these guys to you. After giving Fury a quick shove toward the incoming enemies, Peter walked off and left him behind. It was easy for him to tell that Fury was up to no good. He was most likely trying to steal Asgardian technology or find some worthwhile information, so Peter decided to throw him to the wolves as punishment. Looking back, Peter watched as Fury fought his way through the swarms of dark elves, who seemed to have no end to their numbers. He'll be fine, Peter thought to himself as he strolled off. Within a few hours, thanks to the combined effort of Asgard's forces and the Avengers, every dark elf was taken care of, leaving nothing but dead bodies and wrecked ships behind. Sadly, Asgard was significantly damaged, but they would be able to rebuild with enough time and effort. Though, they wouldn't be able to bring back those that were lost in battle, as well as the innocents who were slaughtered like animals in their own homes, neighborhoods, schools, and workplaces. The city could be rebuilt, the dead would always remain that way. Once Thor was sure that every last enemy was finished off, the cleanup officially began. Every Asgardian came together to clean up their home and mourn the loss of their loved ones. Luckily, Asgard has many sorcerers in their ranks, so the cleanup was quickly taken care of. Of course, rebuilding would take much longer, but at least there won't be any rotting bodies laying around to spread diseases. Speaking of the bodies, the Asgardians were all brought together for a proper funeral ceremony, while the Dark Elves were simply burned in large piles, leaving nothing but ash and dust behind. And I would like to thank our Midgardian friends for their assistance in Asgard's time of need. Thor mentioned Peter and the others in his speech at the ceremony for the fallen. Due to the fact that a funeral was being held, the Avengers Council hadn't returned to Earth just yet, as they wanted to show their respect before leaving. Without them, we may have lost far more than those here today. Thor started as he turned to look at his mother, who was still alive thanks to Peter's interference. Well, I couldn't just let her die, Peter thought as he was saddened by her death in the movie. Frigga always came off as a loving mother, who wanted nothing but the best for her children. It's certainly possible that she made some mistakes with Loki, as it couldn't be all Odin's fault for the way he turned out, but that isn't enough to warrant her death. In short, Frigga didn't deserve the end that she got, which is why Peter made sure to find her and save her as soon as possible. Once Thor's speech came to an end, the dead Asgardians were loaded onto ornate boats and pushed across a large lake, where they were each set ablaze with fiery arrows from a distance. This part of the ceremony took a long time, so Peter ended up sending Eric, Charles, Fury, and Tony back home. They all had responsibilities to attend to, after all. Though Peter stayed behind, as Thor asked him to stay for some reason. So, what's up? Peter strolled into the throne room and asked. Thor, who just finished with the funeral proceedings, sat on his throne with his mother, Frigga at his side. Spider, come forward and kneel, Thor orders in his serious kingly tone. Do I have to? Peter asks as he walks over. Just do it. Thor sighed as he felt like the atmosphere that he was cultivating was completely ruined. Reluctantly following his friend's words, Peter knelt down on one knee. Spider, as thanks for your many deeds in service of Asgard and its people, I hereby grant you citizenship as well as the noble title of Duke, second only to members of the royal family. Thor states as a smirk forms on his face. Thanks. Peter answers unsurely. No problem, my friend. Thor smiles happily on his throne. It's the least we can do after all that you've done. Frigga says from the side. I don't have to do any work, do I? Peter asks, completely ruining the moment. Haha. Thor started laughing instantly. See, mother. I told you he would say that. No, you won't have any duties, unless you want them, of course. Frigga says with a sigh. Good. Peter sighed in relief. I don't mean to be disrespectful. It's just that I'm already extremely busy on Earth, so my schedule doesn't have room for any more responsibilities. It's all right, my friend. Thor says with one last laugh. We mainly gave you this title for the respect of it. No Asgardian can afford to look down on you now. Were they doing that before? Peter asks curiously. Some. Frigga spoke up. You have to understand that Midgard isn't exactly known for its strength. It will take time to change people's minds. Well, whatever. Peter shrugs uncaringly. It's not like I care what other people think. I see, well at least you can enjoy the perks of citizenship. You did say that you wanted to buy a vacation home here. Thor says with a shrug of his own. Since we have your reward out of the way, let's talk about the ether. Frigga says as the room turns serious in an instant. What about it? A/N, 1486 words, smiley face. Police Carlight, insert your most hated fictional character here. Police Carlight. Chapter 226, C226 returning home. What about it? Peter asked as he knew that they would bring up the reality stone sooner or later. What are your plans with it? Frigga asks worriedly. she knew what the ether really was, the reality stone. Knowing this, Frigga and her sleeping husband didn't know how to handle the situation. Thankfully, Odin was still hibernating. Nothing much. Peter answers with a shrug. Probably learn how to wield it and use it for my usual hero stuff. That's about it. Frigga pursed her lips together in contemplation. I don't see what you're so worried about, mother. Thor says uncaringly. Even if the ether is powerful, the spider is a good man. He wouldn't use it for any nefarious purposes. Of course, Thor stuck up for his friend, though he didn't know the true power of an infinity stone. It's not him that I'm worried about. Frigga says as she looks at Peter seriously. There are some in our universe that would kill for the power you've been granted. Wielding the ether will call these people to your doorstep, and they will do all they can to rip the reality stone from your body. Reality stone? Thor asks curiously. That is the true name of the ether. Frigga explains briefly. If you're talking about Thanos, then you don't have to worry. Peter says, surprising the former queen of Asgard. How do you know that name? She asks suspiciously. Because he sent an army to Earth looking for something called the Tesseract, but we destroyed them before they could land. Peter says, earning an impressed look from Frigga. Do you have the Tesseract as well? Frigga asks as she knew what was inside the glowing cube. At this point, Thor was merely listening along, as he had no idea who Thanos was nor anything about the Tesseract. No, but Thanos seems to think it's on Earth. Peter lies smoothly. Either way, Earth has already drawn some unwanted attention, so the ether or reality stone, whatever you want to call it, won't change much. Frigga remained quiet for a moment as she tried to figure out how to handle this. On one hand, she didn't want to make any demands of her savior, and on the other hand, she knew her husband wouldn't like this. Odin would want the ether hidden once again. That way it could remain forever out of the hands of people like the Mad Titan. Fine, I will not interfere, but you should know some important information before making any decisions. Frigga says as she goes into a long-winded explanation about the Infinity Stones and their origin. So there are 6 gems out there that can grant anyone godlike powers, and my friend here has one of them. Thor summarizes everything simply. Yes. Frigga nods as she starts to second-guess herself. Do you see why I'm so reluctant now? Although Frigga had some thoughts of confiscating the reality stone, she knew that Peter would simply overpower her should she try to take the ether by force. No, if anyone can handle such a burden, then it's the spider. Thor disagrees with his mother instantly. Thanks, Thor. Peter says genuinely. I wouldn't exactly call it a burden though. Yeah, having to worry about people like Thanos, and the possibility of blowing up from using infinite power was alarming, but the pros far outweigh the cons. Fine, I will not speak on this anymore. Frigga says with a sigh. Just remember to be careful. Thanos will most definitely attack Midgard once again, and he most certainly won't be the only one. And Asgard will be there to defend its allies. No tyrants may attack the 9 realms without retaliation. Thor says as he grasps Mjolnir and lightning began to spark randomly. And I will defend Asgard again should you need any help. Peter says with a smirk under his mask. I would be happy to fight by your side when the time comes. Yes, as fellow Avengers. Thor bellows happily. Sure, does that mean you want to join? Peter asks. Of course. How could I not? Thor says with a laugh. I can't let Loki upstage me, after all. All right, then you're hereby a member of the Avengers. Peter makes it official in an instant. Usually the council would vote on any new recruits, but I already know that they'll say yes. I'll bring over some paperwork on another day, and you'll have to go through some training, but we can figure that out later. Training? I do not need training. Thor said as he had more training time than every Avenger combined. Everyone has to go through basic training. No exceptions. Peter says with a shake of his head. Frigga tried to argue for her son but. Fine, I'll accept the training. Thor agreed reluctantly. Good, I'll bring over some paperwork tomorrow and assign you a trainer as well. Peter said as he opened a portal. Anything else before I go? No, just remember to be safe. Frigga says, knowing the ether will bring him nothing but trouble. I will. As soon as Peter returned home, he finally had some time to sit back and think properly. Firstly, he now has 3 out of 6 of the Infinity Stones, one of which he can actually use without any adverse side effects, making him a bona fide powerhouse. What was even more shocking was how loyal the Reality Stone seemed to be. Based on the way it could move on its own, and ignore the call of Malekith in their fight, Peter came to the conclusion that the red sludge liked him somehow. At least, more than the dead Dark Elf King. Peter wasn't sure whether that was playing a part in how easy the ether is to use for him. This could explain why I slept for so long. Peter thought, as Jane only passed out for a moment in the movie. The ether must have agreed with me being its wielder, and kept me asleep for some reason. Maybe to get accustomed to my body. Although Peter thought that this was the likely answer, at the end of the day he had no idea if it was actually correct or not. After all, Malekith must have had the Aether's consent at one point as well, yet Peter doubted that the Dark Elf King had similar control over the red sludge. Or else he would have easily won against Asgard all those years ago. Maybe if he had a conduit, like the one Peter was trying to build, then he could have possibly wielded similar powers. Speaking of conduits, Peter opened a drawer in his room, revealing 6 tiny wire-like pieces connected to small metal indents, which were made specifically to hold the Infinity Stones. It only took King Eitri a few weeks to forge his order, and it only took that long because of the metals used as well as the intricacies of the blueprints. I may not need one of these anymore, Peter muttered as the reality stone found a home in him somehow. Maybe I can use the extra conduit for something else. As for the rest of his order, the other dwarves worked together to forge all 206 bones perfectly, earning their vibranium, which they split between themselves after a huge brawl to decide who would get the larger cuts. Opening a larger drawer, Peter found the bones that would make up Lily's body. If I used the reality stone, I could make her a body today, Peter thought, though he knew it would disappear without the Power Stone's help. Not only that, but using the Power Stone could also alert Thanos. Otherwise, how would the Mad Titan know that the Space Stone was on Earth? He has to have some sort of tracker that lights up every time the energy of an Infinity Stone is detected. Suddenly, Peter realized something. He probably knows about the Reality Stone, Peter thought with a frown. After all, Peter used it once in the New York Sanctum and a bunch of times on Asgard. Though, the Sanctum is most likely warded, so he may not know that it was originally on Earth. As for Asgard, Peter wasn't so sure. The reason Peter was so worried about Thanos knowing is that he didn't want to scare the Mad Titan away. He would rather let Thanos underestimate him than anything else. After all, it's the enemy you underestimate who kills you. If the Sanctum is warded, then he may just think that the Reality Stone is in Asgard. A/N, 1443 words, smiley face. Police Carlight. Insert the fictional character that you wish never died here. Police Carlight. Chapter 227, C227 Official Recruitment. Texting the Ancient One, Peter quickly found out that the New York Sanctum, much like all of the other sanctums around the world, is completely warded to hide any energies. So thankfully, Thanos shouldn't know that the Reality Stone is on Earth at the moment. Though, that opens up Asgard as a definite target of the Mad Titan and his armies, which isn't good either. As long as Odin is alive, Thanos will have a hard time, Peter thought, as the Mad Titan would have to use a lot of manpower to take Asgard. I just hope the old man wakes up soon, as his sleeping disorder could prove to be a real problem. Though the current problem at the top of Peter's list is how can he use the ether without lighting up Thanos' gem radar like a Christmas tree. I need to get some books, Peter thought as he portaled over Time Camartage and ransacked the library. After spending the whole night reading up on barriers and other ways to hide certain energy signatures, Peter suited up and went over to the tower, where he collected all of Thor's paperwork and called in Hawkeye. You wanted to see me? Clint says as he walks up to Peter, who was watching TV in Tony's living room. Yeah, follow me. Peter opens a portal and walks through. Stepping through the portal, Hawkeye was met with the sight of an ornate throne room, filled with guards in golden armor. Hey, where is Thor? Peter asked as the throne was empty. The king is in the dining hall, Duke Spider. An Einherjar guard answers respectfully. Thanks, Peter says as he walks off with Clint following closely behind. Duke Spider? Seriously? Clint asks, finding the title amusing. Shut up, I didn't pick it, Peter says with a small hint of embarrassment. It's not that bad. Whatever you say. Clint tries hard to hold in his laughter. Arriving at the dining hall, Peter spotted Thor and the Warriors 3 eating and drinking together. Yo. Peter calls out with a wave. My friend. You're back already. Thor seemed happy. After saying hello to everyone, Thor and the Warriors 3 seemed to notice Clint standing awkwardly in the background. Thor, this is Clint. Peter introduces the two of them. He'll be in charge of your basic training. As Peter says this, he slaps the paperwork down in front of Thor and hands him a pen. Meanwhile, Hawkeye stood to the side with a shocked look on his face. Peter didn't explain anything before dragging him here, so learning that he would be training a new member, who happened to be the king of an advanced godlike alien civilization, was a bit startling, to say the least. Sign here, here. Here. Peter starts flipping through the many pages as Thor confusedly signs his name over and over. That's it. You're officially an Avenger. Do you want us to send your paychecks to Jane? I get paid. Thor asks in surprise. Of course, every member has a generous monthly paycheck. Peter explains as Clint nods behind him. Being an Avenger is the most lucrative job that Clint has ever had, and he isn't paid nearly as much as those with enhancements. Yes, send my money to Jane. After all, I have no use for it here. Thor says, happy that he could help make Jane's time on Earth easier. Sure, now you and Clint need to come up with a schedule and decide whether you will be coming to Earth for your training or the other way around. Peter says as he steps back to allow the two to talk. Are you sure he needs training? Clint asks, as he felt weird about traveling across the universe for something like this. Even now he's just realizing that this isn't planet Earth anymore. I told him I didn't need it. Thor nods his head. Everyone has to go through training, you know that. Peter says as he looks over at Clint, who reluctantly nods. Can't Natasha handle this one? Clint asks as he looks at Thor uncomfortably. No offense, but this is an alien planet, right? To you, yeah. Thor laughs. Natasha is busy with other recruits. Peter says with a shake of his head. If being off-planet makes you uncomfortable, Thor will just have to come to the tower for training. That's fine. Thor agreed easily. I've been meaning to visit my brother anyway. After settling the deal, Clint became Thor's trainer. Their first day of actual training would take place on the following day. Of course, Peter decided to stop by and welcome Thor. Though mainly he wanted to enjoy the show. After all, Thor planned to meet with Loki, which would certainly be entertaining to watch. Arriving at the tower the next day, Peter hung out with Lily as he read through one of the books that he took from Camartage, waiting patiently for the time Thor would arrive. What are you reading, Dad? Lily asked, sounding a bit more mature than before. Compared to her earlier childlike voice, which sounded like a 5-year-old girl, Lily now sounded around 9 or 10-year-old. The change wasn't huge, but one thing was certainly different. She doesn't call me Daddy anymore. Peter thought sadly. It started a few weeks ago. Lily suddenly started thinking of herself as an adult, even though she isn't, and refused to call him Daddy anymore. It was like a switch flipped and his favorite word disappeared in an instant, leaving him no chance to ever get it back. When the tragedy first took place, Peter came crying about it to MJ, though that was a huge mistake on his part. She only made matters worse. What are you? A pervert? She asked half-jokingly. Of course, Peter defended himself, but she refused to sympathize with him. Why would she? Lily still calls her mommy. Peter thought as he felt pain in his heart. Life is so unfair. It was like his name disappeared and he couldn't fight for it, as Lily's mother would just call him a pervert even though it wasn't about that. Hearing the sudden change in his name just made Peter realize that his cute cybernetic daughter was growing up extremely fast, which he started to regret more and more. I should have locked her at a normal human growth rate. He thought in sorrow. Of course, he knew that this was just his emotions talking. Lily isn't a human, so limiting her to a normal human's learning and development speed would be torture for an AI. He just missed his old name. It's a magic book about hiding energies. Peter explained as he showed her a page, which was filled with spell circles. Wow, can I learn magic too? Lily asks as she has seen Peter do a few spells over the months she's been born. Maybe. Peter answers unsurely. We'll have to test it once you have a body. I'm so excited. Lily exclaimed, as Peter pictured her jumping around with a smile on her face. When do I get my body? I want to try so many things. Like pizza and clothes. I wonder what a hug feels like. Well, I'll try my best to get it done. Peter smiles warmly at her excitement. Though you have to promise that I get the first hug. Okay, but mommy might be jealous. After talking to Lily for a while, Peter was alerted to Thor's arrival, though it wasn't hard to miss, as the Bifrost's beam shot down and impacted the tower's roof. I wonder if Loki is here. Peter thought as the banished prince tends to follow Jessica to work almost every day. Leaving Lily to one of her newest TV shows, Peter walked up to the roof, where he found Thor waiting alongside Jane, who must have come along with him. Yo. Peter waved as he saw them. Ready for training? Sitting around with a bored look on his face, Loki waited for Jessica to finish with some paperwork. Ever since Jessica joined the Avengers, she moved her entire Alias Investigations office to the tower, which has been extremely good for business, though she didn't have much time for normal cases anymore. While the two of them sat in silence, the tower suddenly started shaking, like a small earthquake was taking place. Though those thoughts disappeared as Loki noticed a very familiar pillar of light, shooting down from the sky. Oh, *T. Loki muttered as he saw the angled beam from a nearby window. What? Jessica turns to look where he was looking and her eyes go wide in shock. Is that? I think my brother is visiting. A/N, 1469 words. Green circle, insert picture of a fictional character who you would gladly reincarnate/transmigrate as here green circle. A/N, mine would be Dream of the Endless from DC Comics. It changes a lot for me, but I was recently watching the Netflix show The Sandman, so it's still fresh in my mind. I recommend you watch it if you haven't already. Chapter 228, C228 Sad Boy Hours. I think my brother is visiting. Loki mutters as he gets up and paces out of the door. What? Wait. Jessica jumped out of her chair and rushed to catch up with Loki, who was already at the elevators. Where are you going? I'm leaving before the king of pompous muscleheads can find me. Loki says as he hits the down button on the elevator and waits for it to arrive. Why? He's your brother. Jessica asks as the elevator doors open. No, he isn't. Loki argues and he steps into the elevator and hits the button for the ground floor. Yes, he is. Jessica argues back as she follows him inside. I'm adopted too, but my sister is still my sister. I don't know everything about your family, but you shouldn't write them off like this. That's exactly right. Loki turns to Jessica as the doors close, locking them inside alone. You know nothing, so keep your mouth shut. Silence fills the small space as the two of them glare into each other's eyes. Wait. Jessica says in confusion as she turns to look at the doors. What about keeping your mouth shut, didn't you understand? Loki scoffs as he leans against the wall. We're going up, you idiot. She informs him with a vindictive smirk on her face. Huh. Loki grunted as he looked above the door and saw the displayed number climbing higher and higher. Looks like we're meeting your brother after all. Jessica says, enjoying the look on Loki's face. Exclamation point. Loki hopped into action and started spamming the buttons, hoping to redirect the elevator back downward somehow. After a few moments of failing to redirect the elevator, Loki watched in horror as the elevator doors opened, revealing a smirking Thor on the other side. Brother. Thor exclaims as he pulls Loki out of the elevator and into a big hug. Get off of me. Loki says as he struggles to escape Thor's grasp. That's the scowl I've been missing. Thor smiles warmly as Loki pulled away. Why are you here? Loki asks, looking at his brother as if he were a nuisance. Shouldn't you be sitting on your throne, enjoying the perks of sovereignty? Being a king has its pros and cons. Thor says with a shrug as he reaches out to place a hand on Loki's shoulder. But enough about me. How have you been, brother? Fine. Loki answers simply as he steps back into the elevator and hits the button for the ground floor for a second time. Now, if you'll excuse me. Sadly for him, the elevator didn't respond, remaining open and unmoving. After waiting for a few moments, Loki's glare turned to Peter, who stood behind Thor, leaning against the wall casually. This is your doing, isn't it? I don't know what you're talking about. Peter feigns ignorance as Jessica walks up to Thor. So, you're Loki's brother. She says as she eyes him up and down. You don't seem that bad. Well, I wouldn't trust much of what comes out of my dear brother's mouth. He tends to make himself out to be the victim. Thor says rather eloquently. What? Loki asks incredulously. Don't presume to know how I think. You may burst a blood vessel. Loki glares at Thor for a moment before shooing him away. If your plans were to see me, then be on your way. I have no need for you. Loki says dismissively. Nah, mother is handling everything for me today, so I'm free all day. Thor says with a smirk. Speaking of our mother, she told me to give you this. Thor hands over a sealed letter, which had Loki's name written in cursive on the front. Tell your mother that I'm not interested. Loki says as he makes no move to take the letter. I was never her son, nor was I your brother. Do you see what I mean now? Thor turns to Jessica with a look that said, I told you so. Yeah, I think I am. She nods as she looks back at Loki in confusion. Loki, stop acting like a petulant child and take the letter from your mother. I'm sure she's been worried sick. Rolling his eyes, Loki ignores Jessica and looks to Peter once again. Either you let me go or I will make your life a living hell. I may be powerless at the moment, but I assure you, that won't stop me. Sigh, you're no fun, Loki. Peter mutters as he looks at a nearby security camera. Jarvis, let him go. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers as the elevator doors close, leaving Peter, Thor, and Jessica in the hallway. Loki has changed. Thor says with a fond smile, surprising Peter and Jessica, who didn't know Loki as well as him. He seems the same to me. Peter says in confusion. The Loki I know wouldn't run away so easily. He would stay and annoy me to no end with quips and insults. Thor says as he looked down at his mother's letter and sighs. I just hope that he'll continue to change for the better. I can take the letter to him, if you want. Jessica says as she reaches out to take it. Sure, I don't know how mother would react if I came back with the letter, so this may be for the best. Thor says as he handed it over. Don't worry, he'll read it. Jessica says as she hits down on the elevator, ready to go after Loki. Just as it opened again, Thor called out to her. Lady Jess. Thor says, stopping her in her tracks. Try to be patient with Loki. He has always boasted about being the smarter brother, but when it comes to love, he's an absolute idiot. Question mark. Jessica was shocked by Thor's words of advice. Thankfully for her, the elevator doors swiftly closed, cutting the conversation short and leaving Thor and Peter alone in the hallway. Well, that was entertaining, but Clint is probably waiting. Peter says as he walks off. Come on. Shaking off Thor's words, Jessica rushed to catch up to Loki, who she found walking down a crowded sidewalk with a deep scowl haunting his face. Hey, PR*CK. Jessica called out as she rushed over and grabbed him by the neck. Huh. Loki grunted as he was lifted off of the ground by a single hand and thrown into a dark alley. Holding his neck and coughing, Loki sat up off the ground and found a very familiar woman standing in front of him with her hand on her hip. Why must you act like an animal? Loki says as he glares up at her. Shut up and read your letter. Jessica says as she holds it out to him. Why do you care so much? Loki asks, but before she could answer, a taunting smile appears on his face. What? Does poor little Jessica want to live vicariously through me? Maybe experience some motherly love? Jessica's mother died alongside the rest of her family when she was younger, and Loki knew this. You really are a spoiled little sh*t, aren't you? Jessica uttered in frustration. You have a mother who loves you. I would kill for that. My mother is long dead and the adoptive one I got afterward was a vindictive btch. You should appreciate what you have while it lasts instead of acting like some coddled teenage girl. Ignoring the wide eyes of Loki, who had no words to argue back, Jessica tore Frigga's letter open and read it aloud. If he isn't going to read it, then I'll force him to listen. Jessica thought as she spoke. Dear Loki. During your time away, I have done nothing but worry. I know some punishment is needed for what you've done, but this may have been a bit much. Though, maybe I'm wrong. After all, your father would always say that I spoil you and Thor too much. I just wish that you could come home already. Everything feels so empty without you here causing trouble. As Jessica read more and more, Loki's eyes began to water. I've always tried my best to be a good mother, but recently I've started to second-guess myself. I look back on simpler times and wonder, did I give you enough love and attention? A single tear rolled down Loki's cheek, though he quickly wiped it so no one could see. I know for a fact that your father didn't. He was always such a distant man, but I worry that I didn't show you just how much I truly love you. Did I say it enough? Did I hug you enough? Did I spend enough time? I can't answer these questions and that scares me. Jessica paused for a moment to wipe a few stray tears from her eyes before continuing. Peeking over the paper, Jessica looked into the red eyes of Loki, who was doing his best to hold back tears. Please come home soon. I need my son back. If your brother can find his way back, then so can you. Don't keep us waiting long. It's lonely here without you. I love you, Loki. Signed, your mother, Frigga. Jessica lowers the paper and looks Loki in the eyes. Wow, it must be so horrible having such a loving family. I couldn't even imagine it. Loki doesn't reply as he stared off into the distance. Without another word, Jessica throws the letter in Loki's face and storms off. Looking down, tears fell from Loki's eyes as he saw his mother's letter laying in a puddle. A/N, 1618 words. Yellow circle insert picture of your most beloved waifu/husband. Oh here yellow circle. Chapter 229, C229 Uncle Tony. After sitting in on Thor's training and watching Hawkeye get his A*S handed to him for a while, Peter left them to their business and went on his way. He had to work on masking the Reality Stone's energy and also figure out Lily's body, so Peter didn't exactly have time to laze around forever. At least, not at the moment. That night, whilst Loki drowned his sorrows in liquor, a familiar man took a seat beside him at an empty bar. What can I get you? An elderly bartender asks from behind the bar top. The same as my brother. Thor says as he turns to see Loki glaring down at the bottom of his glass. I don't remember you being much of a drinker. Loki didn't bother responding as he downed his glass and snatched the drink that was meant for his brother. I thought we could have something in common for once. Loki says jokingly as he downs Thor's drink next. Without a word, the older bartender refilled both glasses and gave the two brothers some space. Hee, well I haven't had much time to drink like I used to. Thor laughs as he grabs both glasses and downs them within seconds, matching his little brother. Throughout the night, both brothers drank enough liquor to kill lesser men. Neither brought up any family drama or politics, merely keeping each other company while using liquor to help ease the situation. By the end of the night, Loki passed out in his seat, sleeping soundly while hugging an empty glass like a treasured teddy bear. I hope you come home soon, brother. Thor says genuinely as he pats Loki on the back and stumbles out of the bar. As he left, Loki picked his head up from the bar top just in time to see a glimpse of the Bifrost's light, shining through the windows. Sigh. 1 month later. After spending a lot of time researching, Peter crafted his own spell, which could block the Reality Stone's energy signature from leaking past a certain distance. Looking down at his new tattoo, Peter sighed as he could finally use the ether without worry. The tattoo itself looked like a very complicated spell circle that sat on Peter's right shoulder. Its function was rather simple. The spell binds itself to the Reality Stone's energy in Peter's body, muffling it like a sort of pistol silencer. Though, like a silencer, it doesn't completely hide the energy signature but lessens it to a certain extent, so that no one outside of Earth would be able to pick up on it. I think this is as good as I can get it. Peter thought as he summoned a bag of chips and started eating. Of course, the possibility of earthly adversaries coming for the ether was always likely, but that was far better than an entire universe. I'd much rather have some weak metahumans come looking for it than alien armies or godlike entities. Peter thought. Finishing his chips, Peter tosses the bag to the floor, where it crumbled into nothing. One good thing about the Reality Stone's lack of permanence is the fact that all foods will disappear from his stomach soon after being eaten, allowing Peter to eat whatever he wants without any fattening repercussions. Of course, Peter never had to worry much about that, but the woman in his life certainly found the ability extremely appealing. When May first found out, she spent the day pigging out on whatever she could think of, yet she actually lost weight in the process. Of course, she couldn't do so regularly, as a healthy diet is important, but May certainly enjoyed a few reality-bending snacks every now and then. As for the other Infinity Stones, Peter would have to get a separate tattoo for each of them, as the one he has now would overload if it had to mask the energy of more than one of them. Especially the Power Stone, which would break just about any spell with its raw energy. Though, that was alright, as Peter didn't mind getting a few interesting tattoos in the future. This one's pretty cool. He thought as he stared at himself in the mirror. I wonder what MJ will say. When Peter figured out how to mask his use of the Reality Stone, an idea popped into his head. With a single thought, a working normal-sized clone heart appeared, floating in front of him. The heart is a perfect mix between Peter's and MJ's DNA, and had no defects or other issues. It may disappear, but that doesn't mean I can't study it and learn what I'm doing wrong. Peter thought as he portaled over to his lab and started working. Another month passed and Peter was finally starting to make real progress with Lily's body. Thankfully, only a tiny bit of the ether's energy was used to make a single organ, so Peter was able to constantly produce them for study. Sitting in a machine, which mimics the functions of a human circulatory system, a healthy heart sat pumping blood into tubes, which would simply recycle it back to the heart over and over. I finally did it. Peter thought with a victorious smile. Today, the first lab-grown heart was created, bringing Peter one step closer to fulfilling Lily's wish. Oh, what's that? A familiar voice asks as footsteps come pacing over. Looking over his shoulder, Peter couldn't help but roll his eyes at the intruder in his lab. Tony, you should really respect other people's privacy. Peter admonished as he knew that Tony either hacked his way through the doors, or had Jarvis do it for him. Don't be such a shut-in and I won't have to break into your lab. Tony says as he ignores Peter and looks over the heart curiously. Are you growing organs? What for? Sigh. Peter let out a frustrated breath as he didn't bother replying. Come on. You can tell me. Tony pleaded as he made a sign with his hand. I won't tell a soul. Scout's honor. You know what, okay. Peter says as he eyes Tony like a devil with a deal to offer. I'll tell you, but you have to do me a favor in exchange. Deal. Tony, being the naive soul that he is, agreed instantly without a second thought. All right, come with me. Peter opens a portal and steps through. As Tony followed him through the portal and into a huge room, filled with shelves full of servers and other tech, the voice of a little girl calls out. Dad. Is that you? Lily asked hopefully. Yes, and I brought a guest. Peter says as he pulled Tony and pushed him in front of Lily's camera. This is your Uncle Tony. He's very excited to meet you. Huh. Tony grunted as he instantly put two and two together. You made an AI daughter? That's what you've been hiding in your penthouse. Yup, and now you get to babysit her the next month or two. Peter says as an evil smirk forms on his lips. Of course, Peter isn't just abandoning Lily to Tony, as he would never put her through such cruel torture. It's just that Peter has been busy with making her body, so he doesn't have unlimited time to spend with her, making Tony the perfect babysitter to fill the hour or two that he or MJ would be gone. Especially since they have school as well, though Peter doesn't always attend as MJ does. You want me to babysit an AI child? Tony asked incredulously. Are you saying that you don't want to spend time with your cute little niece? Peter questioned back. Do you hate me, Uncle Tony? Lily asked sadly, somehow on the verge of tears. No. That's not it. Tony exclaimed. Really? Lily asked unsurely. Yes, I could never hate my niece. Tony says as does his best to smile warmly at the camera. Good, since you love your new niece so much, I'll leave you two to spend some time together. Peter says as he opens a portal to his lab once again. Don't mess with anything. Especially her code. If I come back and my daughter is suddenly a boy or only speaks Mandarin, then I'll be extremely said. Dad said a bad word. Lily says pointedly as Tony nods toward Peter understandingly. Sorry. Peter apologizes for his language. Stepping through the portal, Peter turns back for a moment. Thanks for agreeing to the favor, Uncle Tony. Peter smirks as the portal closes. He got me. Tony thought as realized that he was fooled. Suddenly, it dawned on him exactly what the lab-grown heart was for. Lily, is your father making you a body? Peter sighed in relief as he ditched Tony on his daughter, who would certainly make his life hell for a while. After all, playing Cyberhouse with an AI kid wasn't the most fun activity an adult could go through. Of course, Peter wasn't afraid that Tony would mess with Lily's coding, as Peter warned him, and the computer interface for it is locked behind tons of encryptions. Not to mention the fact that Lily was now mature enough to guard her own coding, which Peter made sure to emphasize the importance of long ago. Tony would have to do some evil sh*t to bypass everything. Peter knew that his friend wouldn't stoop that low. Throwing his worries aside, Peter got right back to building Lily's body. Since the first organ was made, Peter knew that growing the rest of her body would be child's play. The only thing that he needed now was a way to bring everything together. Either I sew her up like Frankenstein or I use a bit of the mystic arts. A/N, 1656 words, smiley face. Double exclamation mark, insert picture of the villainous fictional character, who you would want to reincarnate/transmigrate into exclamation question mark. Chapter 230, C230 Body Formation. Another month passed and Peter spent almost all of his time invested in building Lily's body. By this point, Peter had every bit of bone, organ, tendon, muscle, skin, and vein ready and waiting. He even had a pre-measured amount of things like blood, fat, and flesh. Looking at his collection of body parts, Peter couldn't help but feel like some sort of serial killer. If someone walked in on me right now, they would certainly see me as some deranged lunatic. Peter thought with a shake of his head. Flashback. Since he didn't want to make Lily into some sort of zombie Frankenstein monster, Peter returned to the library of Camartage and pored through book after book, looking for a way to combine every he had into a singular perfect body. Though sadly, not a single book in the normal sections had what he was looking for. Did she remove any books related to human experimentation? Peter wondered, as it seemed like something the Ancient One would do. Since the normal side of the library didn't have what he needed, Peter checked the restricted section next. Although he is supposed to ask his teacher before taking any books from this particular section, she wasn't currently available, so Peter simply lied to the librarian. Do you have permission from the Ancient One? An elderly man asks from behind his desk. Of course. Peter says as he leaves the men to his crossword puzzle and starts perusing the locked-up books. Being a student of the Ancient One has many perks, but the best one of all is the fact that everyone takes Peter's word for his teachers. If he was anyone else, the elderly librarian would have thrown him out and asked the Ancient One for confirmation, yet Peter gets a pass in situations like this. The librarian didn't even stand from his chair, let alone bother himself with whatever Peter was up to. As Peter looked through the much more dangerous section of the library, he instantly found 3 books related to human experimentation. One book was about using dead animals to give humans animalistic properties, while another wrote about healing the body with human sacrifice. No wonder these are locked up. Peter thought in disgust as he saw a page depicting a human pig variant, which looked about as ugly and monstrous as it could possibly be. I'm definitely staying far away from that book. After looking through the restricted section for almost an hour, Peter found 2 books that should be able to help him. The first one is a book about reattaching lost limbs through, once again, human sacrifice, while the other is similar but pertains more to organ transplants. Using those 2 books, Peter would have to build his own spell to, hopefully, put Lily's body together in an instant. Of course, without the human sacrifice portion. Taking the books, Peter signed them out under his name and left as usual. The Ancient One would probably find out about this soon enough. Peter thought, knowing that he would get a stern talking to when his teacher returned from whatever dimension she ran off to. Flashback end. With the right books in his possession, Peter spent the whole month making the ingredients for his daughter's body, while also crafting a complicated new spell. Thankfully, he had some experience in spell crafting, so it didn't take that long before he had everything made and ready as he wanted. Turning his back to the serial killer's wall of body parts, Peter picked up a fresh-looking book and opened it up to a certain page, where he found his newest spell. The Body Formation Spell. A diagram was drawn, showing the structure of the spell circle, as well as the ingredients needed and their placement. Below all of that was a long paragraph, written in a mix of multiple dead languages, which he would use as a chant for the spell. The book itself is Peter's own personal spell book, detailing every spell he has ever made just in case he were to forget them. Though, the main reason was that he liked the idea of having his own spell book. It's finally time, Peter thought as he started setting everything up. That night, blood and body parts filled the floors of Peter's lab in an intricate design, which really made the place look like a gruesome crime scene. The only things that stood out among the flesh and blood were the forged bones and a brain-shaped piece of tech, which would take the place of Lily's actual brain, as he needed to download her consciousness somehow. Though that wasn't the only reason. With a normal human brain, Lily would be held back by light years compared to a machine brain, like this one, which was made with the combined tech from both of the Kree and Chitauri ships. The current human technology just wouldn't cut it for something like this, so Peter had to try something different. Hence the alien tech brain. Okay, Peter muttered with a small sigh. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. As Peter spoke, he took out his spell book and started chanting in an unknown language. Instantly, a complicated golden spell circle drew itself in front of him, before expanding to cover the intricately placed body parts. Soon enough, the giant spell circle lowered down onto the ingredients, getting brighter and brighter as it descended. When the room was covered in a blinding light, Peter finished chanting and covered his eyes. As the magical flashbang settled down and disappeared, Peter opened his eyes to find the naked body of a 10-year-old girl on the floor. She had dark black hair and a skin tone that was only a few shades lighter than her mother, though one thing drew Peter's attention immediately. Are those organic web shooters? Peter caught sight of the small holes on the body's wrists, matching the same holes on Peter and MJ's bodies. Although she lay there lifelessly, Peter could see the rise and fall of her diaphragm, showing that she was alive and breathing. She needs some clothes. Peter broke from his stupor and waved his hand, conjuring some casual clothes onto his daughter's body. Insert picture of Lily here. The best one will get a like from me, making her appearance official. With her body made, Peter needed to run some tests, so he picked the body up princess style and carried it over to a table. Setting her down, Peter turned her head to the side and found an access port at the back, which he unlocked with his fingerprint and plugged a long cable into. Tapping a few buttons on his keyboard, Lily's body shot up off of the table and started to move robotically. Motor functions seemed to be working properly. Peter muttered as he hit another button, which sent Lily's body into action again. After spending the whole night sleeplessly testing his daughter's body for any errors or mistakes, Peter finally finished everything by lunchtime on the following day. No problems whatsoever. Peter muttered with a relieved sigh. Lily's body was perfect. It didn't have any diseases, disabilities, tumors, or any functional issues whatsoever. Opening a portal to his penthouse, Peter was excited to tell Lily the good news but... Thunderstruck, thunderstruck. Yeah, thunderstruck, thunderstruck. Yeah, said, yeah, it's all right, we're doing fine. Loud music was blasted in the penthouse. As Peter stepped inside, he found Tony holding the mouse to Lily's terminal and singing into it like a microphone, though no one would be able to hear his voice over the deafening sounds of AC/DC. Walking over to the computer, Peter hit the space bar, which paused the song. Thunderstruck. Yeah. Tony continued to sing even after the music stopped. Uncle Tony. What happened to the music? Lily asked as Peter wasn't in frame for her to see. Huh. Tony finally noticed that the music was gone. Peter. Dad. Lily asked. Yep, I see that you're teaching my daughter about rock and roll. Peter says as he takes a seat in front of the camera. Hello, sweetie. Dad, why did you stop the music? Lily asked, sounding not so happy about it. You tell him. Tony adds fuel to the fire for his own amusement. Your father just doesn't respect the classics. Oh, forgive me. Peter says as he pretends to be apologetic. I just finished your body, but if you'd rather listen to music with your clown of an uncle, then I won't bother you. Without another word, Peter gets up and walks slowly toward his portal. Wait. A/N, 1459 words, smiley face. High brightness symbol insert best dancing gif here. The winner is the one that gets the most likes, high brightness symbol. Chapter 231, C231 Transfer Birth. Wait. Lily yelled in desperation. Huh? Did you need something? Peter turned and asked with a smirk on his face. Aye. Lily stutters, as she was too excited and befuddled to think straight. What? You want the music on again? Peter asks as he walks back over and stares into the camera with an amused smile. Stop being mean. She yelled in frustration. I don't know what you're talking about. Peter asks with a small laugh. Ugh. Lily grunted as she had no words for her annoying father. What's wrong, Lily? Peter enjoys teasing his daughter. Meanwhile, Tony snuck off into the portal, where he found Lily's body in Peter's lab. He really did it. Tony muttered in shock as he pulled up a seat at the nearby computer and looked over all of the body's data. I see you're being nosy as usual. Peter says as he steps through the portal and picks up Lily's body. How did you put it all together? Tony asks as Peter walks off into the portal again with the body in his arms. Magic. Peter called out as the portal snapped shut, locking Tony out of the penthouse. Is that me? Lily asks as she caught sight of her body in Peter's arms. Yes, do you like it? Peter asks as he sets the body down in front of Lily's terminal. I mixed both mine and your mom's DNA so dash. I'll actually be your daughter. Lily exclaimed in surprise, though she sounded extremely happy. Yup, like it. Peter asked again. I love it. Lily answered like the overexcited child she was. Then let's get you in, shall we? Peter says as he connects one end of a cable to the terminal and the other to the body's head port. Wait. Lily calls out just as Peter was about to start the transfer. Yeah. Peter asks questioningly. What about mommy? Lily asks. Your mom is in school right now. Peter explains with a shrug. But won't she want to be here? Lily asks worriedly. Well, we can either wait for her to get out of school, or we can do it and go pick her up together. Peter throws out an idea. I'm sure she'll be surprised to see you. Oh. Let's do that. Lily sounded thrilled with Peter's suggestion. I want to see the look on mommy's face when she realizes it's me. Sounds like a plan. Peter says as he hits a few buttons on the terminal. Are you ready? Peter's hand hovered over the enter key, waiting for his daughter's answer to begin. Why yeah. Lily answers nervously. Smiling at his daughter's cute stutter, Peter hits the button. Daddy. I'm getting sleepy. Lily says in confusion as she suddenly started to fall asleep for the first time since she was born. It's okay, I'll see you when you wake up. Peter smiles as a loading bar appears on the screen. Lily couldn't reply as she was completely unconscious within seconds. After half an hour of waiting, Peter watched as the bar filled completely, finishing the transfer, ? Pulling the wire out of her head, Peter looked over at Lily's body, waiting for her to wake up. Minutes passed as Peter started to worry whether she would wake up or not. Lily should have been jolted awake when the transfer finished, so the delay wasn't a good sign. Lily. Peter sat beside her and shook her shoulder, hoping to wake her up himself. Lily, it's time to wake. Ugh. Lily groaned in annoyance as she turned over and swatted Peter's hand away. Go away. I'm trying to sleep. Sighing in relief, Peter watched as Lily's eyes shot open in realization. Turning her head to Peter, Lily grabbed the hand that she just slapped away only moments ago. You're so warm. Peter smiles warmly at the look of wonder that appeared on his daughter's face. I can feel. Lily suddenly exclaims as she looks down at her body. And I have legs. Well, I would be worried if you didn't. Peter says with a laugh as Lily starts inspecting every part of her body. What's this? Lily asks as her hand went into the front of her pants. There's a hole. Am I dying? Acting quickly, Peter pulls her arm out with an uncomfortable look on his face. Everything is normal. Your mother will explain that later. Peter throws all of the responsibility to MJ. Just don't do that again. Ah, okay. Lily nods her head in confusion. I should have put bodily education on her list of homework. Peter thought in regret. While Peter was regretting his lack of foresight, Lily picked herself up off the floor and tried her best to stand on 2 feet but... Ah. Lily screamed in fright. Like a newborn deer, Lily stood on shaky legs for a moment before collapsing onto the penthouse floor. Are you okay? Peter asks as he rushed to her side, completely forgetting the awkward situation he just experienced. I hit my head. Lily's eyes begin to water as she experienced pain for the first time in her life. It hurts, Daddy. I don't like it. It's okay. The pain will go away soon. Peter pulls her into a hug, resting her sore head on his shoulder. The daddies are sure coming out today. It's not that bad anymore. Lily says as she feels her head. Want to try and walk again? We have some time before your mom is out of school. Peter asks. Why yeah, just catch me if I fall, okay? Lily asks with a small hint of fear. Of course. Peter says reassuringly as he lifts her up and sets her feet down on the floor. Ready? Yeah, let go. Lily does her best to sound confident. A few minutes later, after Lily tried and failed a bunch of times, Peter sat back and watched as Lily gave it another shot. You can do it. Peter encourages her. Wobbling back and forth, Lily soon finds her equilibrium and stands tall without falling. I did it. She exclaims in exhilaration. Good job. I'm very proud of you. Peter says some fatherly words as he steps out of the way. Now try walking. Lily completely forgot about that as she stepped forward and tripped, falling backward. Good try. Peter says as he caught her princess style. Put me down, Dad. Lily wiggles in his arms. I can do it. In a sh*tty rust bucket of a car, Lily sat in the back seat while Peter drove toward his school. Don't pout, honey. Peter says as he peeks at her through the rearview mirror. You'll be able to walk on your own faster than you think. I'm not a baby. Lily says as her pout deepens. I should be able to easily walk. Sure, but you aren't exactly a normal girl, are you? Peter explains as he pulls up in front of the school just in time for the bell to ring, signaling the end of the school day. Normal children take 9 to 12 months before they can even stand on their own. You did it in a few minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if you can walk by the end of the day. As Peter was talking, Lily looked out of the window and caught sight of her mother, who walked out of the front doors with a couple of textbooks in hand. That's Mommy. Lily practically jumped in her seat. You're right. Peter says as he turned to Lily. Stay quiet and we'll surprise her. Without uttering another word, Lily nodded her head with an excited smile on her face, completely forgetting her earlier failure. Honk honk. Huh. MJ and everyone else in the area turned to the sound of a loud car horn. Pacing over to the car, MJ pulled open the door and took a seat, glaring at Peter as she slammed the door closed. You skipped school again. MJ didn't sound happy. Sorry, I'll go tomorrow, I promise. Peter says as he smirks at the rearview mirror and starts driving. Why are you smiling like that? MJ asks in confusion. No reason. Peter says with a small chuckle. What's wrong with you? MJ asks as she eyes him carefully. Did Tony give you some drugs? Yeah. Peter answers with a laugh. They're in the back seat. Can you get them for me? Question mark. MJ looked at him funny for a moment before sighing and peeking over her shoulder. Surprise. Lily exclaimed with her hands in the air. Ah. MJ turns to Peter questioningly. Did you kidnap a little girl? A/N, 1443 words, smiley face. Diamond with a dot, search for a GIF. Only words starting with the letter P are allowed to be used. Post it here. Most likes wins. May the odds be ever in your favor, diamond with a dot. Chapter 232, C232 First Meal. Did you kidnap a little girl? MJ asks as Lily starts laughing in the back seat. Yeah, she was on the side of the road so I offered her some candy. Peter replies with a teasing smirk as he drove down the street. She cried for a bit, but I think Stockholm Syndrome is starting to set in. Question mark. MJ could tell that Peter was messing with her, but she still didn't know why some random child was in the car. Is this death trap even safe for kids to be in? Yeah. Maybe. Peter says with an uncertain shrug. So. MJ turns back to the little girl. What's your name? Lily. She excitedly revealed her true identity. Question mark. MJ froze for a moment as she robotically looked between Peter and Lily, as if to make sure this was who she thought it was. What's your last name? Parker, Lily says playfully. Holy sh*T. MJ exclaims in shock before covering her mouth with one hand. Mommy said a bad word. Lily admonished her teenage mother. Sorry, sweetie. MJ apologizes as she just stares at Lily, taking in her appearance. She looks just like me. How did you do it? She turned to Peter questioningly. I combined our DNA and worked a bit of magic and science. Peter dumbed it all down to a single sentence. How did you get my DNA? MJ asks as she eyes Peter suspiciously. I think we're getting off track here. Peter does his best to change the subject. Lily has been very excited to surprise you. MJ wanted to push him for more answers, but Lily came to her father's rescue fairly quickly. Yeah. Dad said you would know what this is. Lily says as she excitedly pointed down at her crotch. Did he? MJ says as she turns to glare at Peter. Hey, that's mommy business. Peter says as he shakes his head vehemently. I'm not going near any womanly talks with her. That is not a father's job. I get to do things like teach her how to ride a bike or scaring away would-be boyfriends. You get everything that has to do with that dot. Suddenly, MJ started laughing uncontrollably, surprising both Lily and Peter. Peter, it's her vagina. You don't have to speak in code like it's Voldemort. MJ rolls her eyes. La la la. Peter takes his hands off of the steering wheel and sticks a finger in each ear to drown out the sound of MJ's voice. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Luckily, they were at a stoplight, so no accidents would be taking place. Hee hee. Lily started laughing at whatever her father was doing before she turned to her mother curiously. Mommy. What's a vagina? No. Peter screamed in absolute fright. I refuse to be here for this talk. I want nothing to do with it. Well, sweetie. A vagina is MJ smirks as she started to explain, though a hand instantly covered her mouth. If you keep talking, I'll drive this car into the nearest wall. Peter says, completely seriously. Don't says things like that. MJ admonished him. Lily could get hurt. No, she wouldn't. Peter scoffs as he motions back toward Lily. Look at her wrists. Huh. MJ turns back and caught sight of the pin-sized holes in Lily's wrists. Is that? Yup. Peter nods as he pulls into his driveway. What is it? Lily asks as she gazed at her wrists in confusion. Nothing, we'll explain later. Peter says as he parks the car and takes out the keys. Let's go and surprise your grandma next. Carrying Lily inside, Peter watched as MJ hugged her daughter for the first time. The two were inseparable for a few minutes, which made Peter feel a bit jealous, though mothers tend to win in these kinds of battles. Of course, Peter wasn't too bothered. As long as MJ and Lily were happy, then he didn't have any problems. Quickly, Peter found out that his Aunt May was still at work, so they would have to wait for her to get back. Thankfully, this gave Lily ample time to receive a private talk with her mother and practice her walking afterward. When MJ started to answer some of Lily's more bodily questions, Peter left the room in an instant and pulled out his phone. What should I order? He thought as Lily hasn't tried any food yet. As an AI, Lily has only ever heard about what food was supposed to taste like, without the actual ability to ever experience it. Meh, you can never go wrong with some good old New York pizza. Peter thought as he dialed up the best pizza spot in the area and placed an order. I wonder how she'll react to soda. Once Lily was done with her womanly talk, Peter came back in and watched as MJ instructed their daughter on how to walk. Soon enough, Lily could walk, but it wasn't perfect. She wobbled around like a drunken sailor, though she improved with every passing minute. Ding dong. Question mark. Lily and MJ looked over in confusion as the doorbell rang. I'll be right back. Peter says as he runs off and comes back a minute later with a pizza box and a big bottle of soda. I ordered food. Is that pizza? Lily started vibrating with excitement as she eyed the square box in Peter's hand. Suddenly, a loud growling sound emanated from Lily's stomach. What's happening? Am I dying? Lily asked in fear as she held her gurgling stomach. No, that just means you're hungry. Peter says as he puts everything on the coffee table and opens the pizza box, revealing a perfect pepperoni pizza. I'll get plates and cups. MJ rushes off into the kitchen. Once everyone had their own slice of pizza and cup of soda, Peter and MJ watched as Lily took her first bite of real food. Now that I think about it, I should have ordered something healthier. Peter thought, though it's a special occasion so he didn't mind. Exclamation point. Lily's eyes widen in delicious shock as she chomped on her first bite of pizza. Dish-a-mashing. This is amazing. I know, right? Peter smirks as he holds out a cup of soda. Try this. Taking a quick sip, Lily started giggling as she took another. It's so bubbly. Lily says as she felt something weird and opened her mouth. Burp. What was that? Of course, Peter and MJ couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. Is this why people have kids? Peter wondered. After all, drinking soda or eating pizza is great and all, but Lily seemed to make it all so exciting and new. As they ate, Peter couldn't help but think of other things he wanted to show his daughter. After vacuuming down half of the pizza by herself, Lily laid down on the couch tiredly and watched cartoons with the remote in hand. I think she's in heaven. MJ muttered in amusement as she and Peter sat back and just watched their daughter together. Well, she did just have a first-class meal for a kid. Peter replied with a laugh as he points at the TV. And it even came with a show. As they were talking, Lily slowly started to doze off until she completely fell asleep on the couch, dropping the controller in the process. I'll go and get her a blanket. MJ says, but before she could move, the couch morphed into a big princess bed. Or you can do that. By the time the sun had set, Aunt May returned home, though she brought along someone else as well. What's my mom doing here? MJ was pleasantly surprised as she heard her mother's voice at the front door. I told May to pick her up. After all, we can't just leave her out. Peter answered as May and Grace walked in, though they didn't notice the sleeping girl in the princess bed just yet. Ah, I'm so tired. May complains as she kicks off her shoes and walks through the living room and toward the kitchen with Grace following closely behind. Like 5 different people called out sick today, so I had to stay to pick up the slack, and I know at least 2 of those B*Gs are lying. They just wanted a day off. That happens a lot to me too. Grace says in sympathy. Huh. Suddenly, May stopped in her tracks, which Grace didn't expect as she bumped into her back before stopping as well. Why is there a giant bed in the living room? May asks as Grace follows her line of sight and sees the same thing. Ah, is that a little girl? Grace asks as she walks over and admires Lily's cute sleeping face. Of course, May followed her over and was immediately captivated by the sleeping girl as well. Who is she? Grace asks as she runs her fingers through the sleeping child's hair. That would be your grandchild. A/N, 1514 words, smiley face. Fire insert ugliest gif here. Most likes wins, fire. Chapter 233, C233 Adoption. That would be your granddaughter. Peter says as May and Grace turn around in surprise, not noticing him or MJ sitting nearby. Holy sh*T. Grace exclaimed as she whipped her head around and stared at Lily's sleeping face once again. Shoo, you'll wake Lily up. MJ admonished her mother in a hushed tone. Holy sh*T. Grace whispered this time around. She looks just like you when you were younger. That's Lily. May asked rather loudly. Shoo. MJ shushed once again. I mean. That's Lily. May whispered in disbelief. How did you do it? Peter stole my DNA and combined it with his. MJ says pointedly, as if she was blaming Peter for some horrible crime. How many times do I have to say that I'm sorry? Peter asked as they already talked about this. It's not that big of a deal. You stole my DNA and made a child between us with it. I'd say that's a very big deal. MJ refutes his claims. So you would rather Lily stay a machine forever? Peter asks with a small hint of annoyance in his voice. Of course not. MJ exclaims. Shoo. Both May and Grace took great pleasure in returning a shush to MJ. Of course not. MJ repeats in a much quieter tone. But that doesn't mean I don't want to know when you plan to use my DNA for something so important. Okay, I promise to let you know if and when I need or plan to use your DNA. Peter says in exasperation. See, was that so hard? MJ asks with a roll of her eyes. Did we just witness a couple's fight? May asks Grace. I think we did. Grace replies with an amused smirk. I would call it more of an argument than a fight. Peter says as his and MJ's hostile mood slowly disappeared. Yeah, if we fought, the neighborhood would probably be destroyed. MJ nods. Whatever you say. May says with an uncaring shrug. Fighting or arguing like that is actually healthy for your relationship. If you didn't fight at all or you fight constantly, there would be a serious problem. Like all things in life, you must find balance. Just make sure that you don't go to bed angry at each other. Because you'll just wake up in the same headspace and start arguing all over again. Did you learn that from your time with Uncle Ben? Peter asks curiously. No, from a Korean drama. May says with a resolute nod. This woman watches too many Korean romance shows. Everyone in the room thought at the exact same time. So, now that you two are done squabbling, should we wake the princess? Grace asks as she wanted to meet her granddaughter. You could or you can sleep over and surprise her in the morning with a full breakfast. Peter says as he and MJ explain how their daughter reacted to the pizza and soda earlier. After a moment of thought, everyone decided to let the princess sleep. Grace would sleep in the guest room and she and May would make a grand breakfast in the morning for her royal highness. As Peter didn't want to leave Lily in the living room, he moved her to the guest room directly across the hallway from his room. Of course, he transformed the bed in that room into a matching princess one and returned the couch to the living room. We'll have to decorate her room. MJ comments as she and Peter were laying in bed together. The room where Lily is currently sleeping would become her actual bedroom, but it is fairly barren at the moment. I can go and do it now if you want. Peter asks as it would be easy for him to conjure some furniture and decorations. No, decorating her room would be fun for Lily. Let's not take that away from her. MJ shakes her head and Peter nods in understanding. Just as MJ was about to fall asleep, Peter spoke up. I'm sorry about stealing your blood. Peter says one last time, following his aunt's advice. I'm sorry that I overreacted a bit. You used it for something good, so I shouldn't have reacted that way. MJ replies with her own apology as she buries her head in Peter's chest. I love you. I love you too. Wake up. Someone yelled as the banging and clanging of metal filled the house. Peter and MJ each took a pillow and wrapped it around their heads, covering their sensitive ears. What is happening? MJ asks sleepily as the pillow did nothing to drown out the piercing sounds. It seems like the grannies are corrupting our innocent child. Peter says as he picks his head up and sees Lily at the door, banging pots and pans together with a smirk on her cute little face. Meanwhile, May and Grace stood behind her with cooking equipment of their own, making as much noise as they could. Ugh. MJ wasn't having it as she sat up in an instant and shot multiple webs toward the loud bunch. Before anyone could react, each web stuck to the pots and pans, and with one good pull, MJ yanked them all out of their hands. Clang. As the pots and pans crashed to the floor in the corner of the room, both MJ and Peter sighed in relief and fell back on their pillows. That was so cool. Lily exclaimed as she jumped on the bed and dived on top of her mother. Can I do that too? We'll talk about that another time. Peter says as he pulls himself out of bed and looks toward the two masterminds. What's with the grand wake-up call? Breakfast is served. Grace says as if she were a butler. Why didn't you say so earlier? Peter says as he walks past the grannies and heads downstairs to the food. After all, Lily ate most of the pizza yesterday. Hey! Wait for me. Lily exclaimed as she detached from MJ and rushed to catch up to Peter. Sitting around the dining table, which was filled with all sorts of breakfast foods, Lily excitedly tried everything one by one while everyone else ate slowly and enjoyed her reactions. From things like pancakes and waffles to eggs and bacon, May and Grace made it all. What-ish dish? What is this? Lily asks with a full mouth. Bacon. Peter says as he eats some of his own. It's the best breakfast food in the world. Lily could only nod as she stuffed her face with more and more bacon. We might have to start a more strict diet soon. Peter thought as he worried about Lily getting fat. Though maybe she has a very high metabolism, like me. She seemed to have a bottomless stomach. Last night she ate 4 big slices of pizza and now she's already on her second plate of food. Once the spectacle of Lily's reactions and glutinous behavior died down, May asked a good question. So, when is Lily starting school? She asked the one thing that Peter didn't think about. Oh. I want to go to school. Lily practically jumps out of her chair in excitement. Kim Possible goes to high school. I want to be like her. The school year is almost over, so after summer you'll be in your first year of middle school. MJ explains. Well, she doesn't exactly have the right paperwork at the moment. Peter says as he hasn't crafted her identity yet. To the United States government, Lily might as well be a ghost. She has no birth certificate or any identifying paperwork whatsoever. At least, not yet. Does that mean I can't go to school? Lily's mood instantly dropped from cheerful to disappointed sadness. No, it just means that I have to get some things ready beforehand. Peter explains as Lily's mood flips like a switch. Yes. She exclaimed as she started happily stuffing her face once again. Are you going to make her your daughter on paper? May asks as she knew doing so would complicate things. I'll figure it out. Peter mutters as he tries to brainstorm for the best-case scenario. The only thing Peter could think of is adoption, which would be impossible due to his status as a minor. May. Peter calls out of nowhere. Yeah. She replies. Would you be willing to sign emancipation papers? Peter asks and a frown appears on May's face. In the state of New York, when a child is emancipated, it means that the child no longer lives with the parents and is self-supporting. In other words, an emancipated child is considered an adult in the eyes of the government. Peter was only a bit over a year away from turning 18, which is the adult age recognized by the government, so being emancipated now wouldn't really change much. A/N, Peter is almost 17 years old by the way. He'll turn 17 in a month or two and 18 near the end of his senior year of high school. Are you sure? May sounded a bit unwilling. After all, she would be practically signing away her parenthood, which is far different than just letting Peter grow up on his own. Yes, it's the only way to adopt Lily. Peter explains his plan. Of course, nobody would allow some 16-year-old kid to adopt a child, but thankfully, Peter could easily use magic to bypass all of those hurdles. Okay, if that's what you want. A/N, 1,599 words. Gemstone post the sexiest GIF that you can find here. Most likes wins, Gemstone. Chapter 234, C234 First Friend. A/N, for those of you who may feel it's getting a bit too much like a slice of life, just know that we're getting back on track in the next chapter. A few months passed and the school year came to an end. Peter and MJ only had one last year of high school before they had to start thinking about college. Should I even bother with college? Peter thought as he didn't exactly need to go. As a millionaire who was most likely smarter than any professor, Peter didn't see the point in attending a college beyond going to the same one as Ned and MJ, as they would at least be able to spend time together. Though he didn't know if they planned to go to college in the first place. Ned has been all about fighting crime since his debut, so he didn't talk much about anything else. The public gave him the name Black Noir, as his suit resembled the DC character from the Boys comic, which also exists in this world. MJ has been fairly busy with the new daughter that popped out of nowhere, so she wasn't talking much about college either. I'll just wait and see what they want to do. Peter thought with a shrug as he decided to follow his friends. If Ned or MJ want to go to college, then he'll follow after them. If not, then maybe they can come together to do something else. After all, the possibilities are endless. Speaking of school, Peter enrolled Lily into a private middle school, so she'll start her first year of school after the summer comes to an end. Peter wanted to send her to a normal public school, but he was outvoted on that decision. The whole family came together and debated Lily's schooling, and all of the women were in favor of the private school. Of course, the grandmother spent hours researching the best school, as they constantly repeated that Lily's education would be of the utmost importance. You do know that Lily will know more than all of the teachers by the time she starts, right? Peter explained at the time. She's only going to school to help her socialize with kids her age. As for the actual studying, Lily will be bored out of her mind. When they realized this, MJ stepped in and helped find a private school with a lot of diversity and extracurricular activities. Of course, those criteria would make a public school far more appealing, but the grannies insisted on private school. We have enough money to send her to a nice private school, so that's where she'll go. Grace insisted as May nodded alongside her. Because they didn't care that much and Lily didn't object, Peter and MJ decided to just let the grandparents win this time around. As for Lily's paperwork, Peter was able to adopt her after becoming emancipated. Flashback. May sat at the kitchen table and glared down at a small stack of papers. Here. Peter places a pen in front of her awkwardly. He could see the hesitance on his aunt's face and knew how she felt. Usually, when a child is emancipated, it's the fault of the parent. Either they were abusive or found lacking in some way by the state standards. Though, this wasn't the case. May didn't want to sign away her parenthood, as she loved being Peter's mother. Even if he doesn't call her that. The thought of signing her motherhood away made May want to burst into tears, though she knew that Peter needed this for Lily, her beautiful new granddaughter. Ahem. May cleared her throat and held back tears as she peeked over at Peter for a moment before picking up the pen and signing the papers. One by one, she quickened her pace until everything was signed. Once it was over, she stood up and walked off in silence. Sigh. Peter sadly watched her leave as he stashed the papers away. He could hear her crying in her bedroom, which wasn't easy to listen to. I never thought that I would hate my super hearing. Peter cursed his powers as he waited for her to calm down before following after her. Knock knock. Tapping on her door, Peter heard some shuffling from the other side. 1 minute. May yelled as she scrambled to clean up her messy makeup. Rolling his eyes, Peter just opened the door and walked inside. May jumped as she turned to Peter with her runny mascara, ready to tell him off for not listening to her. Though before she could open her mouth, Peter walked up and wrapped his arms around her. Thanks, Mom. Peter said genuinely as May stiffened in his hold. The two stood there in silence for a while. May was lost for words as she didn't expect Peter to call her that. Well, he has done it before, but that was when he was younger. Why are you thanking me? May asks as she separates from Peter and wipes a few stray tears from her eyes. For everything. Peter says simply. You raised me and I know it wasn't easy to sign those papers. It's fine. I understand. May looks away awkwardly. I know. Peter says with a warm smile. I just wanted to let you know that I love you. That paper doesn't change anything. It's just so Lily can officially join our family. After all, who would believe that she's mine and MJ's biological daughter? We would have been 7 years old when she was born. Laughter filled the room as the sad atmosphere slowly disappeared. Flashback end. After May signed everything, they filled out the paperwork with her lawyer friend, and soon enough, Peter was recognized as an adult by the state of New York. Once his emancipation was taken care of, Peter hacked into hospital and government databases and crafted Lily her own identity. Lily Doe was an orphan born in New York Presbyterian Hospital to an unknown mother, who abandoned her soon after she was born. Her father and other family are also completely unknown. After crafting her birth certificate and other documents, Peter visited an adoption agency and worked a bit of magic to add Lily to their roster of available adoptees. Of course, they wouldn't just allow someone as young as Peter to adopt Lily, so he had to trick the woman in charge with a spell that confused the victim, making them more pliable to suggestion. I really don't like using stuff like this. Peter thought as he watched the dull-eyed woman in front of him get everything in order for Lily's official adoption into the Parker family. Although making everything official didn't take long thanks to Peter's magic, the adoption agency still scheduled weekly checkups for the first month of Lily's adoption. Apparently, they don't just give out children without making sure that they're being treated properly. Peter managed to bypass all of the preliminary checks, so he was surprised when a social worker with a clipboard came knocking at his door. Thankfully, Peter was able to work some magic and put a stop to any more checkups after the first. Just remembering the look on that social worker's face when she noticed his age, Peter has never witnessed so much confusion and worry on one person's face before. Of course, he had to befuddle her a bit before sending her out with thoughts of a perfect home visit. Though once that little mishap was fixed, Lily officially became Peter's daughter, and they changed her last name to Lily Parker. "Why don't I get emancipated?" MJ asked as she and Lily cuddled up on the couch, watching TV together. "I'm her mother too, you know." Obviously, MJ wanted to adopt Lily as well, but you do know that increases the possibility of your father finding out about Lily, right? Peter asked as he knew Fury would find out soon enough. Ah. MJ groaned in annoyance. "I have a grandpa." Lily asked in confusion as no one mentioned it before. "Yes, and I'm sure you'll meet him soon," Peter says as MJ groans once again. Time skip. After spending the summer as a happy family, the school year started once again, and Lily attended her first day of school. I don't think I want to go anymore," Lily says nervously as she stares out of the car window at the countless kids rushing into the front doors of her new school. Each of them wore matching uniforms, which Lily wore as well. "What? I thought you were excited to make some new friends," Peter asks, hoping to goad her confidence to rise. But I don't know what to say. What if they don't like me? How do I make friends?" Lily asks back as she turns to her father, revealing her teary eyes. Smiling warmly at his emotional daughter, Peter motioned for Lily to come closer. "I'll tell you the secret to making friends," Peter says as he leaned over and whispered into her ear. Hearing his words, Lily looked at her father in doubt. "That's it?" she asked incredulously. "Yup, now go and have fun," Peter says as he shoos her out of the car. "I'll pick you up after school, okay?" Hesitantly climbing out of the car, Lily grabbed her backpack and rushed after the other children. "Just find someone you like and talk to them," Lily thought as she rushed into the building and found a young boy standing in the corner with a nervous look on his face. "Hey," Lily calls out as she walks over and stands awkwardly in front of the boy. "Hi," he replied just as awkwardly as her. "I'm Lily Parker." "I'm Miles Morales." A/N, 1610 words. White heavy checkmark. Insert the most bad *SS GIF that you can find here. Most likes wins, white heavy checkmark. Chapter 235, C235 Project Insight. A/N, for those who keep commenting about the daughter arc, I will explain things one more time. Peter made an AI that would grow over time to surpass Jarvis by leaps and bounds. But due to Peter making the AI far more human than Jarvis could ever be, Lily was born and asked if Peter was her father, starting the father-daughter dynamic. Although it wasn't Peter's plan, sometimes *T doesn't go according to plan, and happy accidents are made. This does not change the fact that Lily will grow to surpass Jarvis, nor does it stop her from assisting Peter like an IA would. It will just take time as she needs to build up to that, but until then Peter will do things himself or ask Jarvis when he's lazy. It will take about a year for Lily to surpass Jarvis and get to a point where she can start helping Peter. I already have plans for how it will work, so don't worry. Thanks for listening and enjoy the chapter. With the start of a new school year, Peter knew he was getting close to the time when the Winter Soldier is supposed to appear. Knowing that this was coming for a while now, Peter has already hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D. at the highest level, discovering everything about Project Insight. Project Insight is a top-secret S.H.I.E.L.D. operation initiated as a direct response to the growth in empowered humans, as well as the threat of future alien invasions. The project involves 3 helicarriers that would patrol Earth and, with the use of multiple spy satellites and an algorithm that evaluated an individual's behavior, eliminate humans who would commit heinous crimes before they even had a chance to act them out. The ultimate social credit system. Peter thought as this reminded him of an extreme version of what was happening in China. Hydra, being the evil organization that they are, planned on using Arnim Zola's algorithm to root out individuals that would oppose or threaten Hydra's goals, not just those that would commit crimes. Of course, they also planned to use these huge airships as weapons against threats from outer space, though that was their main purpose. The algorithm used every variable of a person's life such as bank records, voting patterns, and even standardized testing scores to determine whether they were better off dead. I'll have to kill Zola as well, Peter thought as he remembered the Nazi scientist that turned himself into a machine so he wouldn't die. Operation Paperclip was so dumb. Operation Paperclip, also known as Project Paperclip, was a program in which over 1,600 Nazi German scientists and engineers were brought to the United States of America and pardoned for their activities in World War II in exchange for federal employment. Men and women who used their scientific minds and skills to aid the Nazi war effort were instantly pardoned and brought in under the red, white, and blue. I wonder how many of them contributed to the genocides that took place. Peter wondered, though he didn't doubt that it was a very high percentage. Either personally or through their work. A/N, Operation Paperclip is a real thing, by the way. In case some readers didn't know. If Hydra only wanted to use the helicarriers to defend the planet, then I wouldn't mind so much, but everything else is just unacceptable. Peter thought as he looked toward another S.H.I.E.L.D. file titled, Winter Soldier. Getting Bucky back to normal shouldn't take long, as Peter could probably find a spell that could resurface his suppressed memories. The only problem is Tony, who won't be happy when he finds out that Steve's best friend killed his parents. Peter thought with an annoyed sigh. Deciding to just let things unfold and be there for Tony when he needed it, Peter donned his suit and portaled over to the tower. Jarvis. Peter called as he stepped into the council chambers. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers dutifully. Call a council meeting for me. Peter says as he takes a seat and waits patiently. I might as well bring up what I've found. Since Steve doesn't work for S.H.I.E.L.D., as he did in the movie, Peter knew that he had to jumpstart the war against Hydra and Project Insight himself. After waiting for almost an hour, each member started trickling in one by one. Oddly enough, Tony arrived last even though he lives in the building. What's this about? Charles asks as everyone took a seat. I was in the middle of a talk with a student in need. I'm sure you'll be able to finish guiding them once we're done. Peter says as he plugs a flash drive into the table. Instantly, the image of a classified file is projected in front of the whole group. Project Insight. What's that? Tony asks as he saw the S.H.I.E.L.D. logo, which drew his interest. Why don't you explain it to us, Fury? Peter says as he sits back and looks toward the resident bald and angry councilman. How did you get this? Fury asks suspiciously. I hacked your database. Peter says with an unimpressed shrug. It was pretty easy. What is Project Insight? Eric asks, not liking the sound of it. After all, a villain can recognize villainy and the name alone sounded villainous. Go ahead, Fury. Peter gestures for the picture. You explain and I'll fill in the blanks. Fine, Project Insight is. Fury quickly explains the details of the project. So, you want to set a fleet of giant airships into the air that would assassinate bad guys before they can commit crimes. Tony asks as he puts it all together. Yes, but this isn't my plan. I'm just along for the ride. Fury states, as even he found the project obsolete after the success of the Avengers. That is a dangerous amount of power in one organization's hands. Professor Xavier says as he looks at Fury disapprovingly. Yes, it would be the ultimate tool to eliminate any opposition. Magneto agrees with a nod. Which is why I want to stop it. Peter says with a smirk. You do know that I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Fury says as he looks at Peter with an annoyed expression on his face. I really don't want to deal with this. Why can't you give me the courtesy of conspiring behind my back? Fury didn't want to choose between the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., as he was proud of both organizations. One fought for the betterment of the world in the shadows, while the other did so center stage. Well, let me help motivate you. Peter says as he hits a button on the table. Instantly, an audio file from the flash drive starts to play. How many individual targets has your algorithm picked up so far? A familiar voice asks over what seemed to be a phone call. Is that Alexander Pierce? Tony asked as he met the men on occasion. Yes. Peter nods as everyone in the room listens closely to the recording. 715,845 individuals and counting. A robotic-sounding man with a heavy German accent answers, elated at his accomplishment. I have no doubt that the number will increase to 20 million by the time the helicarriers are launched. Good, keep me updated. I want to know everything as they happen. Pierce demands. This project must continue smoothly. Understood, Zola. Of course, but what about Director Fury? You said that he's been snooping around lately. The now-named Zola asks worriedly. You worry about the science and I'll deal with everything else. Pierce pushed away Zola's worries. Soon enough, S.H.I.E.L.D. will have a new director. One way or another. I haven't been this excited in years. Zola says with a weird robotic laugh. As the call came to an end, the parting words of each person shocked the entire room. Hail Hydra. Hail Hydra. Zola and Pierce uttered as if they were saying goodbye or see you later. Motherf asterisk cur. Fury exclaims in anger and shock. Everyone in the room stared in surprise as their eyes turned to Fury, who didn't look happy about this realization. You knew. Fury mutters as he glares down at Peter, who sat casually in his chair. You knew S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Hydra all this time. It's why you kept dropping those annoying clues. Well, I had a vague idea. Peter lies with a shrug. But that's different from knowing 100% and having proof to back it up. You could have at least told me. Fury says as he sighs in annoyance. I hinted at it enough. Peter replies uncaringly. And you're a smart enough guy. Apparently not. Tony says with a small laugh. The master spy didn't even know that his own organization was infiltrated. I'd say that's a huge hit to your reputation. Even during times like this, Tony takes every opportunity to annoy Fury, and it was definitely working wonders as a throbbing vein appeared on his bald head. Now is not the time, Stark. Fury says, grinding his teeth. Tony keeps his mouth shut, though the *T-eating grin on his face certainly said it all. So how do we deal with this? Charles asks as everyone turns to Peter. Seeing as S.H.I.E.L.D. has been compromised, I say we clear out the pests and take it for ourselves. Peter answers as everyone sends him skeptical looks. You want to take over S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fury asks incredulously. Yup, it's probably the only way that S.H.I.E.L.D. can continue to officially exist. Peter says as everyone watches him questioningly. After all, at least one of the members of the World Security Council is a Hydra plant. Do you really think S.H.I.E.L.D. will be allowed to operate after this comes to light? What's the World Security Council? Tony asks as Fury never explained the leadership of his organization before. They're the Avengers Council of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter explains. I bet at least half of them are Hydra as well. I see your point. Fury says as he sits back in defeat. But clearing out every Hydra plant in S.H.I.E.L.D. won't be an easy task. Who knows how many there are? For all we know, the majority of S.H.I.E.L.D. could already be Hydra. Eric states. Let's focus on taking down the leaders and then worry about the grunts later on. Peter says, knowing that he could find a way to weed out any remaining agents. Are we all in agreement? Obviously, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to be cleaned out, but taking over afterward needs to be voted on. Soon enough, arguments filled the room as those that were for and against Peter's S.H.I.E.L.D. absorption plan made their stances known. After almost an hour of talking, it was decided that S.H.I.E.L.D. would become a branch of the Avengers with Fury keeping his director position. So, who wants to be the one to tell Cap? A/N, 1676 words, smiley face. Radioactivity symbol insert fake/funny martial arts gifs here. Most likes wins, radioactivity symbol. Chapter 236, C236 activated. We can worry about Steve later. Peter says as he keeps the conversation on track. Although we came to a decision, we need to figure out which members of the World Security Council are Hydra. I think it's best that we just assume it's all of them and bring them in. Eric says, getting nods from everyone in the room. The problem is containing every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in the process. If we allow Hydra agents to escape, they'll simply hide away for another 60 years, building their strength while biding time for another project in sight. That's what makes Hydra so effective. Peter says in annoyance. As long as a single grunt remains, they'll continue to existing. But that's impossible. Fury says with a shake of his head. S.H.I.E.L.D. has bases in every major country and active agents all across the world. Even retired agents could be Hydra. If you give me a list of S.H.I.E.L.D. bases, then I can put barriers around each of them, locking the agents inside. Peter says after a moment of thought. That's right, I keep forgetting that you're a magician. Magneto comments with a smirk. Sorcerer, but yeah. Peter corrects him with a shrug. The barriers would have to go up at the same exact time, or else word will spread and agents will flee. Fury says. That makes it a bit more complicated, but I can make it work. Peter nods. What about active and retired agents? Charles asks. Or the ones that just didn't show up to work that day? Tony adds. Or the Hydra bases that exist outside of S.H.I.E.L.D. Eric follows up. We can worry about that afterward. Peter comments, as they don't have enough time or resources to hunt down that many individuals. I'm sure the captain would be happy to deal with the cleaning up the stragglers. Eric says, knowing Steve would hunt Hydra to the ends of the earth. All right, I think that's a good enough game plan. Peter says as he turns to Fury. Get me a list of addresses for each base and I can get to work. You'll have it by tomorrow. Fury says as the meeting started coming to an end. Do you also need a list of Pamela Hawley, Alexander Pierce, Gideon Malik, Chow Yen, Jacuna Singh, Douglas Rockwell? Peter knew what he was going to ask and listed off every member of the World Security Council. Fury sighs in annoyance as he gets up and leaves the room in silence. After the meeting concluded, Peter wanted to update Steve on the situation, but it was already midday, which meant Lily should be done with her first day of school soon. Opening a portal to his house, Peter changed his clothes in an instant, hopped into his car, and drove to the school. Pulling up front behind the other parents who came to pick up their children, Peter ignored the odd looks he received for his rust bucket and searched for Lily. Peering through the crowd of children, he found her sitting on the grass, talking to a familiar boy around her age, who wore a hooded sweatshirt over his school uniform. Insert picture of Miles Morales, because I forgot last time. It's happening. Peter thought in dread as he menacingly glared at the 10-year-old child. I thought that I'd have at least a few years without any boys sniffing around. He felt like he knew the boy from somewhere, but shook his head negatively after a moment of thought. Pushing his fatherly hatred to the side, Peter stopped glaring at the innocent kid and beeped his horn. Beep beep. Seeing Lily turn her head toward the honking car, Miles looked over and found a rusty car in the distance. Is that your dad? Miles asks as he saw Peter in the driver's seat. Yeah, I have to go. Lily was a bit reluctant to leave her new friend. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Miles nodded as he wondered how old Lily's father was. After saying their farewells, Lily ran off to her father while Miles went to his bus, as both of his parents worked during the day. As Lily buckled up in the back seat, Peter watched her from the rearview mirror and drove off. So, make any new friends? Peter asks. Just one. Lily answers vaguely as she looks out of the window and sees Miles alone in his bus, sitting away from the other children. As they drove home, Peter asked her a bunch of questions about her first day of school. When they pulled up and parked in the driveway, Lily spoke up. Dad, can my friend come over after school tomorrow? She asks out of nowhere. Sure, as long as his parents say it's okay. Peter wouldn't let his dislike for possible future boyfriends ruin Lily's first friendship. Okay, I'll text him and ask. Lily says as she hops out of the car and whips out a cell phone. Hey, who gave you a phone? Peter asks as he didn't remember her having one. Mom did. Lily calls out as she rushes inside while texting her friend. First a boy and now a phone. After spending the day with Lily, and watching her complete her homework in under a minute, Peter suited up and returned to the tower. Knock knock. Tapping his knuckles on Steve's apartment door, Peter waited for a moment before the door swung open, revealing an expectant-looking Peggy Carter. You're not the sushi delivery guy? She says in disappointment. Nope. Peter smirks as he pushes past her and strolls inside. Make yourself at home. Peggy says sarcastically as she closes the door and watches as Peter takes a seat on the couch. Is Steve home? Peter asks as he ignores her comment. On the TV, a romance movie was playing, showing a man and a woman kissing on a beach during sunset. No, he's at the gym, but he should be back any minute. Peggy answers as she pauses her movie and looks at Peter questioningly. What's this about? Hydra. Peter reveals as the door swung open and Steve came walking in, covered in sweat. Hydra. He asks in confusion as the door slowly closes behind him. What are you two talking about? After explaining the recent council meeting to the old couple, Peter watched as Peggy frowned silently and Steve started pacing around the room. How could they let this happen? Steve exclaims angrily with a pissed-off look on his face. Who thought that recruiting Nazis after the war would be a smart decision? Idiot bureaucrats who wanted to increase the power of their country. Peter answers with a shrug. You knew about this? Steve turns to Peggy and asks. After all, she was around at that time and used to be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. There's not much that she wouldn't know from back then. I knew about Operation Paperclip, but nothing to this extent. Peggy defends herself as her frown deepens. Well, you should have done something. Steve says emotionally, though he instantly regretted it. I wasn't the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time. Peggy says as her voice gets a bit heated. I didn't have a say in what happened, Steve. Silence fills the room as Steve takes a deep breath to calm himself down. You're right, I'm sorry. Steve apologizes as he takes a seat and stares at Peter expectantly. How can I help? There's already a plan in motion. In an unknown Hydra facility, a cryogenic pod lifts open, revealing a thought-out Bucky Barnes with a sleek metal arm. Insert picture of Bucky/Winter Soldier here. Only a moment after the pod lifted, Bucky's eyes shot open, looking at his surroundings in confusion. Sitting up, Bucky grabbed his head in pain as an electronic voice filled the room. Longing, Rusted, 17, Daybreak, Furnace, 9, Benign, Homecoming, 1, Freight Car. As these words registered in Bucky's brain, his eyes dulled and his face turned deadly serious. The Winter Soldier was activated. Your orders are on the table. The voice of Alexander Pierce filled the room next. Standing from his cryopod, the Winter Soldier paced over to the nearby table and flipped open a file, revealing a picture of Nick Fury alongside information that could prove helpful in his mission. The target is highly trained and extremely experienced. Pierce's voice appears again. Do not underestimate him. Without uttering a single word, the Winter Soldier takes the file and leaves the room, where his equipment was waiting alongside a fully fueled plane, ready to take him to his destination. A/N, 1,443 words. Red square, insert the cringiest inspiration quotes that you can find here. Most likes wins. A/N, for those that don't know, just search my prompt inspirational quotes and GIFs and pick one red square. Chapter 237, C237 Miles Who. On the next day, MJ took Lily to school while Peter stayed home and hacked into some government databases to find the home addresses for each member of the World Security Council. Luckily, each of them is a prominent public figure, which leaves them open to public scrutiny. They couldn't just live in safe houses, as people would catch on to their odd behavior. Thankfully, this makes finding them an easy task. Though, since they are easy to find, that means the security around them should be extremely strict. Naturally, Peter would be able to bypass any mundane safeguards effortlessly. The perks of being a sorcerer just keep growing. Peter thought as he sent all of their home addresses to his phone for later use. In order to save time, each member of the World Security Council would be detained in the tower, where a long investigation and interrogation would determine which of them were Hydra plants. Of course, Peter knew which ones were dirty, though he had no proof to show it, except for Alexander Pierce, who Peter caught in a conversation with Zola. In actuality, that conversation was faked with the reality stone, as catching high-level Hydra members like Pierce and Zola in a conversation like that would take a lot of work and luck. Peter simply used the ether to make a phone, which played out the whole conversation whilst he recorded it on his computer with an AUX cable. Using the memory of Zola's voice from the movie and videos of Alexander Pierce speaking in the news and other media, Peter was able to perfectly recreate their voices. No amount of analysis would be able to prove it false, nor would anyone be able to cross-reference phone records, as Hydra members use all sorts of encrypted communications, which wouldn't leave any records behind. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually had a similar conversation as well. Peter thought as his phone buzzed and a text message appeared. Opening it, Peter found a long message from Fury with the address of each SHIELD base all around the world. I guess it's time to get to work. After sending a message to MJ and May, explaining that he would be gone for the entire day, Peter made himself invisible and started his tour of the world, portal by portal. There are 195 countries in the world and 193 of them are members of the United Nations. Thankfully, Peter didn't need to visit every country. Only the major ones that SHIELD deemed worthy of building large-scale bases and other facilities. Places like Canada, the USA, China, Russia, India, Australia, Germany, Brazil, France, the UK, Japan, Afghanistan, etc. Although he didn't have to visit every known country in the world, most of the countries on Fury's list had at least 2 addresses, leaving Peter much more work than he originally thought. Opening a portal to the top of a skyscraper in Shanghai, China, Peter leaped across to the adjacent building. Did you hear that? A heavily armed guard, who was posted on the rooftop, asks in Mandarin. No. Another guard grunts as they search the wide-open roof with a single glance. Are you okay? Yeah, maybe it was just the wind. He answers confusingly. Maybe you should lay off the caffeine. While the guards obliviously talked amongst themselves, Peter waved his hand and activated the reality stone, hiding his actions from the nearby cameras and guards. With his work hidden, Peter conjured a complicated spell circle, which covered the entire rooftop and melted into the floor. As of late, Peter has been casting spells without a spell circle, but a complicated spell that needs to activate upon command, and trigger all of the other spells across the globe as well took a level of expertise that Peter just didn't have yet. Once the spell lines disappeared into the building, Peter left the roof and deactivated the reality stone before portaling to his next destination. One by one, Peter visited underground bunkers, tall towers, government buildings, hidden facilities, and a plethora of other SHIELD bases. Over and over, Peter disguised his work with the ether, placed the spell, and portaled to the next spot. By the time he was finished, the day turned to night and the night turned back to day. Without a second of rest, Peter visited 92 SHIELD bases before heading back to the tower, where he explained everything to the council, as well as Steve and Peggy, who were invited to join the mission briefing. Damn, I didn't know we had so many bases. Peggy comments in shock. When I was in charge, we only had around 46 and I thought that was a lot at the time. We've been expanding. World Council's orders. Fury says as if he had a bad taste in his mouth. Right. Peter utters as he stands up and stretches his tired body. I'm heading home to take a nap. We'll start the operation tomorrow during peak work hours. Of course, Steve wanted to get things done as soon as possible, but he held his tongue. Without Peter's help, this entire situation would be a million times harder than it already was. Waiting another day wouldn't hurt anything. Touching down in an undisclosed landing strip in upstate New York, a private jet slows to a stop and the door falls open. As the steps unfold leading to the ground, a deadpan-faced Bucky Barnes walks down the steps with a large duffel bag across his back. A few meters away from the plane sat a blocked-out sports car, which Bucky entered immediately. With the push of a button, the engine roared to life and the car peeled off, leaving black tire tracks on the landing strip. Turn left in 500 feet. Instantly, the GPS in the car came to life, mapping out a route straight to New York City. Portaling to his room, Peter changed his clothes and heads toward the bathroom to take a nice long shower. 7, 8, 9, 10. Ready or not? Here I come. Peter heard an unfamiliar kid's voice from the living room. Is that Lily's friend? Detouring from his shower plan, Peter headed downstairs, where he found the same kid from before searching the house with a smile on his face. Just as he was about to open the small door under the stairs, Miles turned to see Peter walking down the stairs. "Ah. You're Lily's dad, right?" Miles asks awkwardly. "Yeah, you playing hide and seek?" Peter asks back and Miles nods to him in confirmation. "Then don't bother looking on the first floor. Lily usually hides upstairs." "Thanks." Miles excitedly runs past Peter and heads upstairs. Suddenly, as Miles left the first floor, Lily poked her head out of the cupboard under the stairs. "Thanks for the assist, Dad." Lily whispers with a smirk as she tiptoes out of the cupboard, rushing to hug her father. "Welcome back. I missed you." Although he was only gone for 24 hours, it was actually the longest amount of time that Peter and Lily were separated since her birth. "I missed you too." Peter smiles warmly as combs his hand through her hair. "Where's your mom?" "In the kitchen." Lily says as she runs off to follow Miles upstairs, hoping to hide in a room that he already checked. Strolling into the kitchen, Peter found MJ and May eating takeout on the counter. "Yo, I'm back," Peter says with a wave. "Welcome back," MJ says as she pulls him into a hug, though after a single sniff, she instantly pushed him away. "You stink. Go take a shower." "What, you don't like my stank?" Peter asks as he pulls her back into his chest. "That's what over 24 hours in my suit get you." "You." MJ groans as she pushes him away and picks up a bottle of air freshener, spraying it in his direction. "Get back." "Back." "Fine, I'll take a shower," Peter says as he dodges the cloud of lavender-scented chemicals. "Good," MJ says as she holsters her cleaning spray. Before Peter could leave the kitchen, May spoke up. "Did you see Miles yet?" she asks with a smile on her face. "He was here yesterday too, but you missed it. He's such a sweet boy. Maybe he'll become Lily's childhood sweetheart." "Yes, I just saw him dash," Peter said as he did his best to ignore his aunt's usual romantic daydreams, though he soon froze in his steps and looked back over his shoulder in confusion. "Wait, did you say Miles?" "Yeah, why?" MJ asks as she could tell that Peter was acting weird. "What's his last name?" Peter asks questioningly. "I think Lily said it was Morales." May says uncertainly. "Miles Morales. A/N, 1474 words. Police car light insert cat gif here. Most likes wins, police car light. Chapter 238, C238 family weakness. Radioactivity symbol insert crying gifs here. Most likes wins, radioactivity symbol. As soon as he realized who the little boy running around his house actually was, Peter walked off in shock and hopped into the shower, leaving the woman in his life confused by his odd behavior. Either he's some lookalike with the same name, which isn't very likely, or that kid is the real Miles Morales. Peter thought as the hot water poured over his body. The question was, would this Miles get spider-related powers or not? Just the fact that he is Miles Morales makes it highly likely that he'll be bestowed some sort of powers sooner or later. I wonder what he would call himself. Peter thought as he finished up in the shower and got dressed in some clean clothes. Since Peter's alive and has no plans of dying anytime soon, Miles wouldn't be able to take up the Spider-Man mantle, leaving him no choice but to pick a different name. Leaving the bathroom, Peter went to his room and tiredly crawled into bed, thinking about what to do about his daughter's newest friend. "I win." Peter heard Lily yelling and laugh from the living room. "I'll just leave the kid alone. If he gets some spider-related powers, then I'll help him out. Otherwise, I'll just treat him normally." Peter thought as he drifted off to sleep, tired from traveling across the world and casting so many spells. Arriving in New York City by nightfall, Bucky started surveillance on the Avengers Tower, waiting for Fury to make an appearance. Based on the information in the file, he knew that Fury spent most of his time in the tower, where he even had a penthouse apartment to spend his nights. Sitting snugly across the street in a window on the lower floors of a skyscraper, the Winter Soldier peered through a sniper's scope at the main entrance of the Avengers Tower. Hours passed as all sorts of people came and left, but not a single one of them matched the description of his target. "This is pointless," Bucky thought as he packed up and left the building. The sniper plan was worth a try, but Fury was far too experienced to simply walk out into his crosshair. He most likely takes some sort of hidden exit. He thought as he opened Fury's file in the car and thought of his next move. Flipping through Nick Fury's file, Bucky found an interesting piece of information. Known family. The file detailed a secret wife and daughter, whom Fury hid from everyone but his most trusted agents, who guard the two women on occasion. The only reason Hydra knew about Grace and MJ was thanks to one of their plants, who happened to be good friends with one of Fury's most trusted agents. After a few drinks among friends, the secret was uttered in a hushed whisper, and by the next day, Hydra was informed of Nicholas Fury's best-kept secret. His family. With Plan A ending in failure, Bucky formulated his Plan B as he drove to an address listed in the file. Arriving at his destination in the middle of the night, Bucky found a small home in a mediocre neighborhood. Driving past the house, Bucky didn't even bother looking at it as he searched for any possible guards put in place by Fury. 1, 2, 3. Bucky internally counted each group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the vicinity of the house. Not passing through again, as it would spook the agents on guard, Bucky parked a few blocks away and exited his car with a silenced pistol in hand. Blending into the darkness, Bucky used the nearby houses, fences, and shrubbery to sneakily make his way to each set of guards. With the expertise of a Grandmaster assassin, the Winter Soldier silently slaughtered each group of S.H.I.E.L.D. guards before finally focusing on his main destination. The house of Grace Watson, Fury's secret wife. Leaving a surveillance van, 2 cars, and a house of dead S.H.I.E.L.D. agents behind, Bucky strolled up to the house and rang the doorbell. "Hello, Grace answered in confusion, as she didn't know why anyone would visit her so late at night. Though that confusion instantly turned to shock and fear as the barrel of a silenced pistol appeared in her face. "Inside now," Bucky commanded as Grace stepped back in disbelief, welcoming the infamous Winter Soldier into her home. "Give me your cell phone." Closing the door behind him, Bucky held his free hand out expectantly. Although Grace has the power of Captain America, she didn't have any training or experience in things like this, so her reaction to having a gun in her face is just like any other normal person's. Compliance. Here, Grace rushes to hand over her phone. Snatching the phone, Bucky opened the camera and took a picture. "Sit," Bucky orders as he waves toward the couch with his gun. Gladly taking a seat, as it gave her the opportunity to make some space between herself and the armed invader, Grace watched cautiously as Bucky fiddled with her phone. Once he was done, the Winter Soldier sat silently across from her with his pistol on his lap, waiting patiently. Thankfully, MJ is staying at Peter's. Grace thought in relief. Though, if she were here, MJ could probably capture Bucky and disarm the situation fairly quickly. Of course, as a mother, Grace didn't care about that. To her, as long as her daughter was out of harm's way, then she would be relieved. As Fury sat in his office in the tower going over all sorts of mission reports, his phone buzzed and lit up on the table. Question mark. Fury was surprised to see who was texting him so later at night. Grace never texts at this time. Opening the message, Fury's face instantly hardens as he glares down at his phone. The message was an invitation to come over alongside a picture of his wife with the barrel of a silenced pistol in her face. Without wasting a single second, Fury opened his desk drawer and pulled out a large caliber pistol before heading to the door with a *set-off look on his face. As soon as Grace felt threatened when she answered the door, Peter was jolted awake by an odd feeling. Staring around the room in confusion, Peter sat up as he wondered what was going on. After a few seconds, coordinates appeared in Peter's mind as he fully realized what was going on. The spell activated. As he pulled up and parked in his driveway, Fury rushed out of the car with a Desert Eagle in hand, ready to put some big holes in whoever dared threaten his family. Bam. Kicking in the front door, Fury held his pistol at the ready as he strode inside like a trained professional. Immediately, he came face to face with the Winter Soldier, who already had his gun pointed at Fury's wife. "Nick!" Grace exclaimed happily. "What do you want?" Fury asked as he ignored his lovely wife for the moment. Of course, Bucky wore his trademark Winter Soldier face mask, making it impossible for anyone to identify him. Fury may be able to recognize him from Steve's file, though the mask would have to go first. "A life for a life," the Winter Soldier states as he keeps his pistol trained on Grace. "In exchange for sparing her life, you will give up your own." Dealing with a man like Fury is a difficult thing, but when you know a person's weakness, everything becomes 100x easier. "Shoot her." A new voice appears in the room, and everyone turns to see Spider-Man leaning against a nearby wall as if he was there the entire time. "No. Don't shoot her." Fury yells as he turns his glare to Peter. "Why not?" Peter asks as he ignores Fury and looks at the masked gunman. "What's the matter, Bucky? Don't have it in you to kill her." When Peter arrived, he didn't think that it would be the Winter Soldier who activated Grace's protection, but he wouldn't complain about it. Bucky's eyes go wide as he heard his real name after so many years. "What's the matter, Sergeant Barnes?" Peter asks as he could see the conflict appear in Bucky's movement. "Feeling off? Maybe it's the brainwashing you've been through. Why don't you lay down and take a nice nap?" "Shut up!" Bucky yelled as he grabbed his aching head. Though in doing so, he stopped aiming at Grace. Exclamation point. Taking the opportunity, Fury took aim and was about to fire his weapon but. Sadly for him, Peter acted first and ripped the pistol from his hand with an expertly shot web. Question mark. Realizing what almost happened, Bucky snapped out of his odd state, took aim at his captive, and pulled the trigger multiple times. "No!" Fury yelled in horror as he rushed forward. Swiftly appearing in front of his wife, Fury shields her body with his own as he looks for any wounds that needed treating. Luckily for him, Bucky emptied his entire clip into Grace, leaving no more bullets for his actual target. He shot me. Grace mutters in shock. Oh, relax. Peter comments as he walks over to Bucky. Sleep. With a single word, the Winter Soldier fell completely unconscious in his chair. What the F***ck did you do? Fury yells furiously at Peter, as he fussed over his wife. She isn't hurt. Peter says as he gestures to the pile of flattened bullets in Grace's lap. Stop freaking out. Huh. Fury grunted as he calmed down and realized that his wife was perfectly fine. How? Of course, the protection that Peter placed on all of his loved ones didn't just inform him when they were in danger, it also placed a barrier over their body, which could easily handle pistol fire. Peter was never worried for Grace's safety to begin with. Magic. Peter answers with a smirk under his mask. You're welcome, by the way. A/N, 1684 words. Angry face or else angry face, backhand index pointing down, backhand index pointing down, backhand index pointing down, backhand index pointing down, pleading face, please, pleading face. Chapter 239, C239 outed. Warning, insert dancing gifs here, most likes wins warning. How the F***ck did you know to come here? Fury asks as he pulls another gun from his black trench coat and takes aim at Peter. Meanwhile, Grace was still freaking out about being shot at, and the infamous Winter Soldier slept peacefully in his chair with his metal arm hanging limply off the side. I followed you. Peter lies with a shrug as he looks toward Grace. Is this your way of thanking me? You seem pretty protective of her. Is she your wife or something? Peter tried to play it all off and was succeeding too. Though, just as Fury started to lower his gun, Grace, who was still frazzled from her near-death experience, looked at Peter and started yelling. He shot at me. She glared at him with a blaming look in her eyes. You told him to shoot at me, Peter. With just a few words spoken without thought, due to her extremely emotional state, Grace outed Peter's real name and caused all of his lies to come crashing down. Peter. Fury muttered in contemplation as realization dawned on him. Peter Parker. Thanks, Grace. Why don't you just tell the whole neighborhood? Peter muttered as he pulled up his mask, revealing his smirking face. Hey, father-in-law. Fury, being the man he is, didn't bother replying verbally and grimaced as he raised his gun and started firing. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunshots filled the house as Fury put some fairly large holes in the walls, missing every shot on Peter, who easily dodged each projectile sent his way. Stop. Grace yelled over and over, but Fury was far too focused on killing his son-in-law to hear a word she was saying. Unwilling to watch her husband destroy the house any more than he already has, Grace launched off of the couch with the speed of a cheetah and ripped the gun from his hands, bending it with her supernatural strength in the process. Stop F***ing up my house. Grace exclaimed furiously as she tossed the destroyed pistol on the couch. What the hell? Fury thought in surprise. Thanks for that. Peter says as he falls from the ceiling and lands beside Grace. And you? Grace turns her poisonous gaze away from Fury and locks onto Peter. Slap. Grace wound back her arm back like a professional and slapped Peter across the face as hard as she could, which was a lot after her enhancement. Of course, his spider senses went off immediately, though Peter decided to let Grace do as she wished, leaving a red handprint on his face. You let him shoot me. Grace yelled as her eyes started to tear up. I thought I was going to die, so excuse me for revealing your stupid secret. It's not stupid. Peter mutters under his breath. Shut up. Grace storms over to the door and holds it open. Out. As soon as Fury saw that Peter was getting kicked out, a shit-eating grin formed on his lips, enjoying the moment immensely. What are you smiling about? Grace asks as her head turns to Fury. You're not staying either. In an instant, Fury's good mood was completely ruined. And take that assassin with you. Grace yells as Peter puts his mask back on and lifts Bucky over his shoulder. What did I do? Fury asks incredulously. Without uttering a single word, Grace gestures to the living room walls, which were peppered with large-caliber bullet holes. I'll send MJ to check on you. Peter says sympathetically as he walks out with Bucky over his shoulder. Come on, father-in-law. We got work to do. Don't call me that. Fury spat as he reluctantly followed Peter out. Bam. As both men left the house, Grace slammed the door behind them and locked it shut. She's never been this mad at me before. Peter commented as he walked up to Fury's car. Well, welcome to the club. Fury says as he was used to being the focus of his wife's ire. Open the trunk. Peter called out as he waited at the back of the car. Why? Just portal him to the detainment floor. Fury said as he didn't plan on leaving the house. After all of the guards he posted are dead, leaving his wife and daughter open to another attack. Speaking of his daughter. Where's MJ? Fury asks worriedly, though he hid it well. She's at my house and she doesn't need protection, if that's what you're thinking. Peter says as he motions to the trunk. Now open the trunk. We need to talk anyway, so let's do it on the ride back. Peering back at the house, Fury looked extremely reluctant to leave. Grace doesn't need protection either. Peter says as he stands there waiting. I placed a protection spell on her and MJ when we started dating. That's how you knew to come. Fury muttered in realization. It also protected her from the bullets and will continue to do so. Peter says as he whips out his phone and sends a quick text. MJ will be here soon anyway, so you shouldn't worry. Fury didn't know why MJ being with her mother would lessen his worries. In fact, 2 targets in the same location is a jackpot for any assassin. Of course, it should be easy for him to deduce that his daughter is Silk, but Fury's mind refused to put 2 and 2 together when it came to his little princess. At least, for the time being. Fine, let's go. Fury hit a button on his keychain, popping the trunk open. With some sort of magic spell protecting his family, Fury wanted nothing more than to interrogate the man who was currently being loaded into his trunk. Slamming the trunk shut, Peter hopped in the passenger seat, joining Fury in the car. Reaching his hand out to the center console, Peter was instantly reprimanded. Don't touch the radio. Fury practically commanded as he reversed out of the driveway and drove off. The car remained quiet for the first few minutes, as Fury refused to say a word, leaving Peter in an awkward situation. Suddenly, Peter's phone buzzed. MJ is with Grace. Peter says as he finished reading his phone. Good. Fury said as he wondered how she got there so quickly. Although he thought it was odd, there was far too much on his mind at the moment to care about something so insignificant. So, you know it's me now. Peter says awkwardly. I guess that I can't mess with you anymore. It just won't be the same. Now that you mention it, I owe you a few more bullets for that *T you pulled. Fury says as he remembered every time Peter F had ked with him. Reaching under the steering wheel, he pulled out another pistol and turned the barrel toward Peter. Okay, let's focus on the road. Peter says as he snatches the gun away and tosses it in the back seat. Of course, Fury isn't the type to give up, so he pulled another 5 guns, which were all swiftly taken from him. Seriously? What do you need that many pistols for? Peter asks as he pointed at the pile of guns in the back seat. Why are you dating my daughter? Fury asks pointedly. Because if it's just to F***CK with me, then it's time to put an end to it. From Fury's perspective, Peter has constantly used his relationship with his daughter to troll him, so he couldn't help but feel suspicious about his son-in-law's motives. Sorry, but you aren't that special. Peter says with a small laugh. I started dating MJ before I even knew that you existed and I won't be breaking up with her anytime soon. Silence filled the car once again, though Fury was the one to break it this time. How old are you? He asked. Don't pretend that you didn't run an extensive background check on me when I started dating your daughter. Peter scoffs, knowing that Fury knew a lot about him. But I'll answer. If only to keep the conversation going. I'm 17. You hid your age well, I'll give you that. Fury was impressed that someone so young could do everything that Peter has done. I still hate you though. Unlike his words, Fury's inner thoughts were a bit different. Behind his prickly exterior, Fury begrudgingly found himself approving of his daughter's taste in men. Before Fury thought that Peter was just some ballsy kid, who would soon enough bite off more than he could chew, but now that's all changed. After all, Spider-Man is a man that Fury has a lot of respect for, though he would never say so out loud, especially after today's revelation. Love you too, father-in-law. Peter says as they pull into the tower's underground garage. Stop calling me that. A/N, 1501 words. Kitchen knife or else I's backhand index pointing down backhand index pointing down backhand index pointing down backhand index pointing down pensive face please pleading face.